Chapter 1, Going to the Hospital. On their wedding anniversary, Selena went to see a gynecologist alone. At the hospital, she encountered her husband holding his white moonlight, an idiom referring to someone's first love or ideal partner. The white moonlight leaned against the man's chest, speaking in a soft voice, "Nellie, thank you for accompanying me to the hospital to treat my dysmenorrhea." Her husband was moved by the woman and instructed Selena to buy some chocolate. Selena suddenly laughed as she moved her hand from her stomach. It was coincidental. She had been thinking about switching hospitals to have an abortion. She did not want this child anymore. Selena came to the hospital this time to terminate her pregnancy. She registered and waited in line to see the doctor. Several couples were seated around her, wives who were pregnant, with their husbands accompanying them. This made her feel somewhat pitiful, a single woman seeking an abortion. 2 months ago, she accompanied Bud on a business trip. She attended a banquet and got drunk. When she woke up the next morning, she found herself alone in the hotel suite. Clothes were scattered on the floor, hers, and a white shirt of his. At that moment, Selena felt elated. After all these years, he had finally accepted her feelings. She loved him so deeply. But last night, reality struck hard when she asked him hypothetically what would happen if she were pregnant. He casually stroked her belly, laughing lightly, "If you're pregnant, we'll abort it. And I won't let you get pregnant." His words were brutally straightforward. It sent a chill through her entire body. No matter what, she had been his secretary for 5 years and had loved him for many years. She had even been his wife for 2 years. Wouldn't even a dog develop some affection after being raised for so long? She never imagined he could be so heartless. Thinking of last night, Selena's lips curled into a faint smirk. Her smirk hadn't even faded when she saw her husband approaching, carrying another woman. Her body stiffened, and instinctively, she lowered her head. "That isn't Ashley." Carly wore a mask, tugging at Bud's shirt in surprise. "Let me talk to Ashley for a bit. You should go see the doctor first." The man's tone lacked its usual aloofness, adding a touch of gentleness. "I haven't seen Ashley in a while." "It's just a few words." Carly blinked her lustrous eyes and poked the man's chest. "I only fainted because of dysmenorrhea and hypoglycemia. There's no need to worry." Selena noticed someone standing in front of her. She looked up. There stood her boss, her nominal husband, openly holding another woman. Selena felt momentarily dazed. "Ashley, it's been a while. You've become more beautiful." Carly spoke with joy. When did she return to the country? Carly was Bud's ex-girlfriend, his first love. Selena forced a smile. Standing up, she politely replied, "Yes, it's been a while." Carly smiled softly. "Ashley, thanks for taking care of Nellie these past few years. Only you can tolerate his bad temper." Nellie. Nellie. That tone sounded too familiar. They broke up 4 years ago, right? Selena chuckled. "Not at all, considering Fraser Corporation pays very well." A nurse wheeled over a wheelchair. Bud gently placed Carly into it. Gentleness, it seemed, was reserved for certain people. Selena pressed her lips together, feeling a pang in her heart. Carly thanked Bud, then turned to Selena. "Are you waiting to see a doctor, Ashley?" "No, I've already finished seeing the doctor and am preparing to leave." Carly clung to Bud's sleeve, leaning on him, her voice soft. "I really want to eat chocolate right now." "Go see the doctor first," Bud said with a hint of exasperation. He glanced at Selena. "Ashley, could you buy a box of chocolates and bring it to the 5th floor later?" Selena felt a chill. Was he really asking his wife to buy chocolates for his ex-girlfriend? Selena laughed. She could switch hospitals for the abortion. Carly tapped the man's arm, rolling her eyes. "Ashley must be unwell today. Are you serious about asking her to buy chocolates?" He replied coldly, "It's part of her job." "Right, a secretary's job." Selena looked down, hiding the fleeting sadness in her eyes. Her pride wouldn't let her lose face completely, so she smiled. "Vicchio, as a secretary, this is indeed part of my job." Nodding to them, she quickly left, clutching her purse tightly. Selena bought a box of chocolates at a nearby supermarket. Back at the hospital, she took the elevator to the 5th floor. The elevator doors opened to reveal the couple embracing outside. Carly held Bud's waist, and they kissed. Selena's stomach churned. She covered her pale lips and vomited, leaning against the mirror inside the elevator. Eyes met, the elevator doors closed again. Selena teared up and continued vomiting in the empty elevator. Outside, Carly stared at the closing elevator, surprised. "What's wrong with Ashley?" She heard the retching sounds. Bud's deep gaze reflected thoughts of Selena's sudden question about children last night. Selena handed the chocolates to the nurse, asking her to deliver them to Bud on the 5th floor. Driving home, her first action was to pack her bags, planning to move out tomorrow. Their 2-year marriage agreement, built on mutual respect, crumbled with one blow. It was time to wake up from the dream. 2 years ago, Laura Fraser wanted to see Bud married within her lifetime. He asked Selena if she would enter a prenuptial agreement with him. He would give her money. Selena had been secretly in love with him, and she needed the money desperately, so she agreed. Though it was a contract marriage, she treated it sincerely, hoping love would return genuine affection. But Carly's return made her realize how absurd that idea was. That night, Selena waited for him calmly, hoping to resolve things. She waited from 6 until 8, calling several times but receiving no answer. Bud didn't come home. Selena received a forwarded photo from her sister-in-law. In the picture, Bud was drying Carly's hair, wearing a bathrobe late at night. Staring at the photo, she blinked away tears, laughing silently. She rummaged for the marriage contract from 2 years ago. The final clause read, "Within 5 years, whoever initiates a divorce must pay a breach of contract penalty of $200 million. During the wedding, Selena requested $30 million as a dowry, and Bud directly transferred $100 million. After deducting her brother's medical expenses, she had $90 million left. If she initiated a divorce, she couldn't afford the penalty. Rubbing her face, she stored the contract away and changed clothes, heading out. Deep City had many bars. Selena had never visited such places before. Tonight, she ordered a drink but didn't touch it, remembering the child in her womb. She smiled bitterly, unable to vent her emotions even with alcohol. Walking out of the bar, she sniffled, tears flowing like a fool. Loving someone for so many years ended up in nothing. A taxi with its "available" sign on and door open was right in front of her. Selena got in, her voice heavy with a stuffy nose. "Driver, to Fatesaway Garden, please." The driver looked at the couple in the back seat through the rearview mirror. Had they just had a lover's quarrel? The seasoned driver spoke kindly, "Us guys should give in to our girls a little more." Starting the car, he drove off. It took Selena a moment to realize the situation. She turned her head, her tear-swollen eyes blurry as she noticed a man sitting next to her. The man wore a mask, obscuring his face. "Driver, stop, sorry, I got in the wrong car." The driver pulled over to the side of the road. Selena repeatedly apologized and got out of the car. She glanced at the man sitting beside her. He was looking right at her too. Bud only returned home to change clothes the next morning. When he came back, he saw several suitcases in the living room. "Who's here?" he asked, unbuttoning his shirt in a hoarse voice. "My luggage," Selena said, her gaze landing on the red lipstick mark on his white shirt collar, pointing at it, a woman's lipstick. He tugged at his collar and indeed saw the lipstick mark. A faint hint of discomfort flashed across Bud's face. But he quickly resumed his usual cold expression. Not even bothering to explain. "Of course." Selena chuckled. Bud frowned. "What are you laughing about?" "Nothing, just heard a joke this morning. I'm heading to the company now." Selena picked up her small bag and subconsciously changed into a pair of flats before leaving. Bud went upstairs to his bedroom. After taking off his clothes and walking into the bathroom, he realized that his fresh set of clothes wasn't prepared. In the past, Selena would always prepare his clothes for him before he took a shower. With an indifferent look, he walked out of the bathroom again. As he dialed Selena's number and walked towards the wardrobe, he said, "Forgot to ask you something." He opened the wardrobe drawer. "Selena, you're not pregnant, right?" His cool, indifferent voice penetrated the phone and drilled into her ears, causing her heart to race wildly. Chapter 2, Are you tired of me? Selena parked the car by the roadside. Regarding Warren's accusation about her pregnancy, she calmly denied it. "I'm not pregnant, I've just had an upset stomach these past few days." Warren leaned against the wardrobe, his eyes cold and mocking. "Selena, don't you dare lie to me. It's not popular anymore to rely on a baby bump to secure the position of a wealthy wife." Selena felt a pang in her heart. He actually thought that of her. She touched her still flat stomach and said lightly, "Chairman, how could I be pregnant? We used a condom that night, it should have been reliable with no flaws." Warren raised an eyebrow. There was a half-day meeting at the company that morning. By noon, Selena delivered the freshly brewed coffee into his office. She placed the documents about Tiancheng, which Warren had requested, on his desk. Her gaze lingered over the Tiancheng documents. The Fraser Corporation had never ventured into the entertainment industry before. And this Tiancheng was one of the major players in the entertainment world. She had just seen news that Carly had officially signed with Tiancheng, becoming their contracted artist. Was he planning to acquire Tiancheng to become its majority shareholder for Carly? Selena didn't leave the office immediately. She decided to bring up last night's matter. Vicky-O is back in the country. Warren paused his work, leaning back in his chair with a cool gaze. "Mrs. Fraser, what shouldn't be involved, don't get involved." This title, Mrs. Fraser, was a warning in itself. Selena hesitated for a few seconds. She couldn't deny feeling hurt, but she still needed to ask. "Now that she's back, do you plan to divorce me?" Warren glanced at her indifferently. "You can continue being Mrs. Fraser. After all, grandmother likes you." She had another useful function, making Laura Fraser happy. Hearing this response, Selena's fingers curled up, a mix of disappointment and sorrow overwhelming her. According to him, he wanted to maintain this marriage because Laura Fraser liked her. Warren wouldn't divorce her so quickly to ensure his grandmother lived out her final years happily. What about her? Should she just be caught between Warren and Carly, becoming a laughingstock? Warren's phone on the desk rang. Selina saw the caller ID showing Devonjan. His note for her was Ashley, while his first love was noted as Devonjan. Selina stood expressionless as he finished the call, then reported on the evening's Taj family banquet. Warren skimmed through the Tiancheng documents without looking up. I have matters tonight. Please deliver the gift to Chairman Taj on my behalf. Sure. She turned and left the office. Warren watched her silhouette leaving, then continued reading the documents. Tonight was Chairman Taj's 66th birthday celebration held at the Manton Hotel. Selina arrived dressed in a blue high-end gown, carrying the gift. Thank you for coming, Ashley. Welcome. Chairman Taj shook hands with Selina warmly. Given that Fraser Corporation was a significant client, Taj Corporation gave face to Selina, who was one of Warren's capable secretaries. Chairman Fraser had urgent business and couldn't make it. Happy birthday, may you live long and prosper. Selina smiled and toasted. Chairman Taj nodded understandingly. He appreciated Selina's professional abilities. It's great that Ashley is here too. As he spoke, his gaze suddenly paused, turning awkward. Selina noticed this and instinctively turned around. She saw Carly in a white gown, arm in arm with Warren entering the banquet. Selina's faint smile froze instantly. So this was what he meant by having business tonight? Uncle Taj, may your mouth be always full of smiles, Carly said with a bright smile. Thank you. Chairman Taj, may you live long and prosper. Warren picked up a glass of wine from the waiter's tray and toasted with Chairman Taj. Carly greeted Selina, Ashley. Selina forced a slight smile, nodding politely, Vicchio. The orchestra played a waltz. Some guests were already dancing. Ashley, did you come alone? My partner got into a minor accident on the way. Carly was taken aback, concerned, is he okay? Chairman Taj asked anxiously as well. It would be very unlucky if a guest attending his birthday party got into an accident. Selina explained reassuringly, don't worry, Chairman Taj. It was just a minor scrape, and they are dealing with the compensation. Chairman Taj visibly relaxed, that's good, that's good. Once he left to mingle with other VIPs, Selina left the party with a grim expression, striding away in her heels. She'd submit her resignation report immediately when she got home. Carly whispered curiously, Ashley seems unhappy. Warren's gaze followed Selina's departing figure. Seeing her dance with Taj Xiaotao, Chairman Taj's son, made him frown slightly. She's not angry. If she could still dance, what reason did she have to be upset? Taj Xiaotao was notorious for playing with women. Yet, she had agreed to dance with him. How reckless. Selina hadn't expected Taj Xiaotao to forcefully drag her onto the dance floor. Since this was a banquet, she couldn't struggle too much. The strong smell of alcohol invaded her nostrils. Selina frowned, Killian, let go. Taj Xiaotao tightened his grip around her waist with a determined smile, Ashley, why not consider jumping ship to Taj Corporation? The salary will be double what you earn at Fraser Corporation. Disgusted, Selina stated coldly, you're not in charge at Taj Corporation. Taj Xiaotao was only a department manager who spent his days indulging in pleasure. Being rejected by Selina didn't anger him. With women, he was always patient. His hand lingered over her slim waist. Selina's expression changed. She lifted her foot and stomped hard on Taj Xiaotao's shoe. Her heel pierced through the leather and hit his foot. Taj Xiaotao released her, his face contorted in pain. Selina quickly left the scene. Walking out of the hotel, she heard a shout, Selina, stop. Selina frowned, regretting not stomping harder earlier. Taj Xiaotao grabbed her arm. Killian, don't go too far, she said impatiently. Taj Xiaotao stared at her icy yet attractive face, excitedly. This kind of allure intrigued him deeply. He had lusted after her for a long time. Why pretend, Ashley? I think Chairman Fraser has tired of you. Selina took a deep breath, smiling mockingly, whether Chairman Fraser has tired of me, Killian can ask him directly. She subtly tilted her chin, gesturing him to turn around. Warren and Carly were standing nearby. He watched her being troubled by another man without any reaction. #### Chapter 3, You want to be the other woman. He stood there with his ex-girlfriend, her hand linked with his arm. He watched as she was harassed by another man without a hint of concern. Someone once said that if a man truly loves you, he will have an intense desire to possess you. Behind the warm yellow light, Selina felt as though her heart was being torn apart. Christo thought Selina was lying to him and sneered, President Fraser is entertaining his beloved right now. Don't try to trick me, Ashley. Let's talk somewhere else, okay? Selina looked at Niall and asked in a calm voice, Chairman, Killian is asking if you're tired of me? She stared at him silently, waiting for his response. Niall held Carly's hand tightly as he walked past her without stopping. At that moment, Selina realized that the answer didn't matter anymore. Carly turned around with a bright smile and explained, Big Brother Taj, Chairman Fraser and Ashley only have a superior-subordinate relationship. Please don't say such things. I'll be upset. Christo nodded and laughed, okay, I won't speak recklessly. Seeing that Niall had left with Carly, Christo abruptly pushed Selena against a car and kissed her face. Christo, do you think I won't call the police? Selena pushed him away, disgusted. Unfortunately, her strength was no match for a grown man's. Christo embraced her slender waist, laughing, Ashley, you can scream louder. I'm not afraid, and besides, calling the police won't help. I just touched and kissed you, I didn't do anything else. Selena was furious at his shamelessness. As he tried to kiss her again, she fiercely kneed him upward. Ah. Christo bent over, clutching his lower body. Late at night, the streets were quiet. Selena walked out of the police station with a cold expression, accompanied by Brooke. They both worked as Niall's secretaries. Secretary Song, please drive me to Wenda Hotel. Thank you for your help tonight. Brooke glanced at her and replied, it was Chairman who sent me to pick you up. Selena forced a smile but remained aloof, uttering a faint, She wondered where he had been when Christo was harassing her. Now, she felt no gratitude. Brooke hesitated before explaining, Ashley. Chairman originally wanted to come himself. Selena raised an eyebrow indifferently, oh? Then why didn't he come? Brooke fell silent, feeling awkward. Selena checked her phone and saw that Harris had persistently forwarded Carly's social media posts to her. Finally, she understood why Niall hadn't come to pick her up personally. He was with his ex-girlfriend at the hospital again. Selena chuckled bitterly to herself. She messaged Harris, asking him to arrange a meeting with Carly for the next day. The car stopped outside the hotel. Selena told Brooke not to accompany her inside. Feeling utterly exhausted, she got out and entered the hotel. The lobby was eerily quiet at this hour. As she waited for the elevator, she noticed a tall, well-built man making a phone call. When the elevator doors opened, he stepped in first. Following behind, Selena suddenly slipped on her heels and instinctively grabbed the man in front of her. He steadied her briefly, his hand warm against her skin. Sorry, I'm so sorry, she apologized breathlessly, trying to regain her composure. The man wore a mask, and all Selena could see were his dark eyes, which reminded her of the man she'd encountered earlier. His right hand, holding the phone, dropped it to catch her, while coffee from his left hand spilled onto his white shirt. Adding to her embarrassment, her dress strap had slid off her shoulder. Covering her shoulder, she blushed deeply. Tonight couldn't get any worse. Sir, are you scalded? She worried the coffee might have been hot. The man glanced at her, frowned slightly, picked up his phone, and ended the call lazily. Selena apologized sincerely, I'm really very sorry. I'll compensate you. Brogan glanced at Selena again, noticing her attire and slender frame. He simply replied, no need. His voice was deep and resonant. He pressed the elevator button for his floor and stepped back a few paces. Selena pretended to be composed and pressed the button for her floor. She lived on the 10th floor, while he was on the 12th. Brogan studied her thoughtfully. Last night in the car, he found this woman somewhat familiar, like the one who climbed into his bed 2 months ago, insisting on seeing him. After a pause, he said lazily, let's discuss the compensation issue. Selena halted her steps as the elevator reached the 12th floor. In the hallway, the man unbuttoned his coffee-stained shirt, revealing a chiseled torso. He looked visibly uncomfortable. If Selena weren't there, he would have removed it immediately. Avoiding looking at his partially exposed chest, Selena met his gaze. Sir, how much should I compensate you? No need, Brogan responded, wanting only to confirm the familiarity. Confused, Selena watched him enter his room. What a strange encounter, she thought, turning to leave. At the Nanka Cafe, soft background music played. Across from Selena sat Carly. As a famous star, she wore a hat and a mask to hide her identity. Carly smiled gently, Ashley, you have something to discuss with me? Selena nodded, a faint smile playing on her lips. There's something important. Maintaining a dignified posture, Selena adopted the demeanor of a wife confronting a rival. Selena understood that stimulating Carly might push Niall to initiate divorce proceedings. Vickio, I don't want you to disturb the life I share with Linging. You chose to leave him before and shouldn't come back seeking him. People in the industry knew Niall had a loving ex-girlfriend. However, because Fraser's grandmother disapproved of Carly, she couldn't enter the Fraser family. Unwilling to give up her singing career, Carly had chosen to break up with Niall and study abroad. Vickio, since you gave up on your feelings for Linging, please stay away for good, okay? Selena spoke gently. Carly's eyes widened in disbelief. You and Linging, you. Selena nodded. Yes, we've been married for 2 years. Hearing this, Carly was stunned, her eyes instantly reddening. You're married to Linging? Feeling like the villain in this situation, Selena responded coldly, yes, we are. At a nearby table, Niall heard Selena mention their marriage. His handsome face darkened instantly. He had explicitly instructed her not to reveal their marriage publicly. Clearly, she wasn't taking this seriously. It was only a contractual marriage after all. Carly furrowed her brows, still unable to believe it. Ashley, you must be lying to me. Selena remained unfazed. I'm not lying. I'll show you our marriage certificate. From her bag, she produced a red booklet and opened it for Carly to see. Removing her mask, Carly revealed her beautiful face. Her features were pure and innocent, the typical, first love, look, while Selena's appearance leaned toward stunning beauty. Ashley, last night when we were together, Linging didn't tell me he was married. I could feel that he still loved me. Carly mentioned last night with a melancholic expression, hinting that they had spent the night together. Selena maintained her smile, speaking nonchalantly, men are all the same in bed. When he was with me, he also said he loved me. Hearing this from the next table, Bud's voice was icy cold, barely suppressing his displeasure. He felt like throttling Selena, she would dare say anything. And as Carly heard this, she covered her red lips, tears streaming down her face. Selena felt it wasn't enough to provoke her. To make Bud initiate the divorce, she really needed to push harder. Vicky-o, if you want to be the other woman, I won't stop you. Enough. A stern male voice abruptly interrupted. Selena turned around and saw Bud standing there, radiating a cold aura. He was barely restraining his anger. Selena's face froze. Chapter 4, Stomach Discomfort. Bud asked Brooke to take Selena back to Fatesaway Garden first. Sitting in the car, Selena watched through the window as Bud comforted Carly outside the cafe. A faint, bittersweet smile appeared on her lips, a mixture of bitterness and relief. The moment she asked Harris to arrange a meeting with Carly last night, she knew Harris would definitely inform Bud. As expected, everything unfolded according to her plan. Brooke stopped at a red light and turned to look at Selena. Ashley, you're so smart, why provoke the boss? They had worked together for 5 years. Brooke had witnessed how meticulously Selena cared for Bud. To take care of his stomach, she spent every evening after work learning cooking until she developed skills comparable to a 3-star Michelin chef. Her attention to detail was unparalleled. Selena tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her elbow resting on the window, eyes bright. She had never felt so clear-headed. Why cling to someone who didn't love her? She tilted her head, playfully batting her eyelashes. Secretary song, I'm pretty smart. Brooke sighed. You're still joking around at a time like this? Boss Fraser is clearly furious. Selena smiled silently to herself. In fact, she felt quite content. They fell silent after that. Outside the villa at Fatesaway Garden, guards were stationed to ensure Selena couldn't leave. After dropping her off, Brooke left, and without Bud's order, Selena couldn't leave the villa. Later that night, the TV played aimlessly in the living room while Selena dozed off on the sofa. Standing over her, Bud gazed down dispassionately. When she slept, she looked peaceful and serene, unlike the poised and distant Ashley he knew by day. Frowning slightly, he bent down. Selena woke up when he pinched her chin. His grip was strong, causing her pain. She immediately snapped awake, her eyes meeting his cold gaze. The faint scent of the same perfume from Carly lingered around him. Selena's brows furrowed as nausea stirred in her stomach. The room was dimly lit by a small lamp and the television's flickering light. Bud's handsome face was half hidden in shadow, and he spoke coldly, Selena, who gave you the audacity to say those things to Devongjin? Lying on the sofa, Selena lowered her eyes. Now wasn't the time to speak, anything she said would be wrong. Are you mute? Speak. He harshly pinched her chin, forcing her delicate neck to tilt upward. Selena stared at him, her jaw aching, tears welling up but not spilling, her voice calm. I only told her the truth. We are legally married, did I lie? His fingers tightened on her chin, his voice icy and venomous. Just a piece of paper, have you forgotten the marriage agreement? Back then, you signed it out of greed for money. Selena knew her face must look awful. Blinking her eyes, she chuckled softly. Not greedy, just mutually beneficial. Bud sneered, such eloquence from you, using dowry money to support your childhood sweetheart, only you could do something so disgraceful. Childhood sweetheart? Selena frowned in confusion. He laughed mockingly, his hand sliding from her chin to her fragile neck. She shivered under his touch. Bud's voice grew deeper and colder. Your body is indeed quite appealing, no wonder Christo offered high wages to poach you. He lifted her shirt. Shocked, Selena pressed his hand away, her eyes reddening in anger. With an indifferent expression, he glanced at her, while her face paled. So, this is what you call love, she remarked sarcastically. Bud laughed indifferently, withdrawing his hand. You overestimate yourself. That night, if not for my fever and intoxication, I wouldn't have touched you. His eyes narrowed, mingled with disgust and confusion. 2 months ago, their first encounter left him with no recollection. He might have been delirious from the fever. Perhaps she took advantage of the situation. His voice remained cool and distant, as though regretting that night. Selena took a deep breath, feeling suffocated. Rising, she wrapped her arms around his neck, whispering near his ear with a laugh, yet, that night, you seemed very interested, over and over again. Her slender finger rubbed his belt suggestively. Bud's face darkened, and his eyes turned cold and loathing. He pushed her hand away and stood up. Selena, stop doing unnecessary things. If not for Grandma liking you, given what you did today, I wouldn't hesitate to give you to Christo. Hearing these words, Selena realized she was a complete failure. He could so easily talk about giving her away, proving he had no feelings for her these past few years. Remember to visit Grandma at the hospital tomorrow. Don't say anything inappropriate in front of her. Bud tidied his clothes coldly, leaving with hurried steps. At the hospital, Grandma Fraser greeted her beloved grandson and granddaughter-in-law warmly. "Anthea, come sit beside me." Looking at Bud fondly, she said, "Nellie, I dreamed of a grandchild last night. Marigold's child, very cute." Bud smiled faintly, humorously replying, "Grandma, we'll try our best." Her cancer had spread, she had only a year or two left. Bud generally avoided making her unhappy. "Why haven't you had any news yet after 2 years of marriage?" Grandma Fraser, nearing the end of her life, became fixated on having grandchildren. Selena stayed quiet, pretending to be shy and looking down. "Anthea, don't worry. Grandma was just talking. It's not meant to be yet, you're still young." Grandma Fraser comforted her. "Sure, Grandma, I understand." Suddenly, Selena felt a wave of nausea, quickly running to the bathroom to vomit. Hearing the sounds from the bathroom, Grandma Fraser excitedly gripped Bud's hand. Could Anthea be pregnant? Bud's eyes darkened, and he smiled lightly. "Grandma, it's just some stomach discomfort." Chapter 5, a bit spine-chilling. "Are you sure? Have you been to the hospital for a checkup?" Grandma Fraser still wouldn't give up. Selena walked out of the restroom, knowing only too well how nervous and uneasy she was at this moment. "Anthea, are you pregnant?" Grandma Fraser looked at her belly, asking with delight. Selena shook her head with a faint smile. "Grandma, I've been to the hospital. It's just a bit of an issue with my digestive system." Grandma Fraser felt a bit let down but knew not to press further. "Take care of yourself. Pay attention to your diet recently." Selena nodded. While she fed Grandma Fraser some fruit, Bud took a call. After soothing Grandma Fraser and finishing the fruits, Selena accompanied the Hannah for a while before walking out of the ward with an empty bowl. As she passed through the lounge, she heard Harris mocking her. "Brother, I heard Grandma urging her outside the ward," Harris said, sounding very unsatisfied. "Grandma must be getting senile. Who does she think she is?" Bud cast a cold glance at Harris, a warning in his eyes. He didn't mind if she talked ill of Selena but wouldn't tolerate disrespect towards their grandmother. Harris shrank back, sticking out her tongue. "Sorry, brother, I'm just feeling bad for you." "She won't get pregnant," Bud replied coldly. "I knew it." Harris left happily after getting her answer. She opened the door and saw Selena standing there, raising an eyebrow in disdain. "A woman bought for $1 billion doesn't even qualify to bear a Fraser child. Selena, know your place." Her sister-in-law always mocked her as the $1 billion bride. Lowering her voice, Selena replied gently, "Selena, your brother can't have children. That's why. Got it? You." Harris glared at Selena. "You vile woman, don't spout nonsense." Selena smiled. "I'm not lying. I've experienced it firsthand." Harris's face turned even uglier. "Shameless woman. You're not fit to be my sister-in-law. You're not even half as good as Sister Devonjan." Yeah, right. But now I'm Mrs. Fraser." Selena smiled. "You." Harris raised her hand and slapped hard at Selena's face. This face that lured men everywhere. Quickly, Selena raised the empty bowl to block the slap. Harris's delicate hand hit the bowl, causing her to scream in pain. The lounge door opened, and Bud appeared at the doorway. "Brother, she hit me with a bowl. Look at my red hand." Harris whined with fake tears. "It was your own hand that hit the bowl," Selena stated calmly. Bud's gaze fell on Selena. "Selena, remember your place." "What place?" Selena asked coolly. "Harris bears the Fraser surname." Just then, Selena swiftly slapped herself on the right cheek. The slap resounded loudly. Her cheek turned red immediately. Bud was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected her to hit herself. Harris smirked. "Humph, brother, I'll go now." She strutted away arrogantly in her heels. Selena held the empty bowl and was about to wash it when he stopped her. "Wait." His sharp eyes scrutinized her. Selena took a step back uneasily. He took out his phone and made a call. Listening to his conversation, Selena sensed things were not looking good. After hanging up, he said, "Ashley, shall we go to the gynecology department for a checkup?" Selena's mind went blank. If he thought she was trying to hide her pregnancy to secure her position as Mrs. Fraser. Selena had initially planned to secretly get an abortion. What should she do now? Feeling dizzy, Selena sent a text message. "Carly, Nellie is taking me to the gynecology department for a checkup. We're preparing for IVF." Selena put away her phone, unfazed. She didn't believe Carly would stay indifferent. Dwelling in the bathroom for 15 minutes, Bud called to urge her. "Holding onto my stomach," Selena whispered weakly. "My stomach has been acting up. I need to, you know." Bud frowned, narrowing his eyes. "Selena, don't play games. Estimating it was almost time, Selena washed her hands and went downstairs to the gynecology department. Bud was already waiting outside the clinic. Let's go in. Carly did not come. Selena was both nervous and helpless. She gradually calmed herself down. Whatever happened, it happened. As they were about to enter the doctor's office, Bud's phone rang. Devonjan, take your time. What happened? All right, I'm coming. While answering the call, Bud glanced at Selena, lingering on her reddened cheek. Then, without hesitation, he left. Selena understood his gaze as a warning. Exiting the hospital, she learned from entertainment news that Carly encountered a crazy fan who tackled her and broke her hand. No wonder Bud rushed over. At the hotel elevator, Selena met the man she had bumped into previously. He held another cup of coffee. She noticed his gaze fixed on her swollen right cheek. Feeling awkward, but not avoiding it, Selena deadpanned, I know I'm a beauty. Brogan's lips curved into a smile. He sipped his coffee, the bulging Adam's apple moving sensually. You look familiar, he said casually. Selena glanced at the ascending numbers in the elevator. This pickup line is outdated. I never need to pick anyone up, Brogan laughed ambiguously, I just told the truth. His voice was relaxed and lazy. Confused, Selena watched him through the reflective elevator wall, not remembering him at all. Suddenly, he approached her, emanating intensity. Startled, Selena stepped back. What's wrong? She asked stiffly, looking into his deep eyes. He stared into hers, removed his mask, revealing perfectly handsome features. Selena held her breath. They stood too close, and she smelled a faint pine scent from him. Still don't recognize me? No. Brogan straightened up, giving her a sidelong glance. The elevator door opened on the 10th floor. He moved aside, and Selena hurried out. Puzzled, she really didn't recognize the man, yet he seemed to know her. After showering, Selena heard someone ring the room doorbell. It was hotel staff. A gentleman on the 12th floor asked us to deliver this facial ointment to Miss Liu. Thank you. Selena took the ointment, more confused than ever. She didn't use the ointment, not being familiar with him. That night, Selena dreamt about the night 2 months ago. It felt unbearably hot that night, as if no air conditioning was working. Sweat drenched her body. The man's hands grasped her waist tightly. Drunk and disoriented, Selena woke up rubbing her forehead. Tonight's dream was indeed spine-chilling. Originally, it was Bud's face, but for some unknown reason, it suddenly changed to the man she had encountered in the elevator. Please note that this sentence seems out of context and might need more surrounding text to provide a more accurate translation while maintaining coherence with the previous content. If you have additional context or surrounding sentences, please provide them. Chapter 6, Watch Your Head. Selena hadn't expected that Carly's fan incident would also affect her. When she went out for lunch, she was brought to the Imperial Scenery Garden by one of Fraser Lingon's bodyguards. The Imperial Scenery Garden was another property under Fraser Lingon's name, while their marital home, given by his grandmother, was Jadeite Garden. Selena rarely came here. When she entered the Imperial Scenery Garden and saw Carly there as well, a sense of foreboding crept over her. Selena had been standing for half an hour. Across the dining table, Fraser Lingon was carefully feeding Carly, who had fractured her right hand and wasn't used to handling chopsticks or spoons with her left. Fraser Lingon, I'm full, I really can't eat anymore. Carly leaned in close to him, giving him a quick kiss on the cheek before pleadingly saying, Ashley has been here for quite some time already. Fraser Lingon handed her a napkin. He then turned his gaze toward Selena. Bring them in. Following his instruction, a bodyguard escorted a bald middle-aged man into the room. Selena looked at him in confusion. Fraser Lingon asked indifferently, Ashley, do you recognize this man? Selena glanced at the middle-aged man and shook her head, no. And you? He asked the man. The man vehemently shook his head, no. Fraser Lingon scoffed. The bodyguard holding the man kicked his knee, causing him to kneel. Selena watched calmly, pursing her lips. Ashley, you were supposed to stay away from me and Lingon, yet you arranged for this man to harm me. How wicked of you, Carly scowled angrily at Selena. Selena raised her eyes, what harm? I don't even know this man. Carly frowned in disappointment, you still deny it? Selena responded calmly, deny what? I have no idea what happened. Fraser Lingon looked at her coldly and ordered someone to bring in another person. Upon seeing this woman enter, Selena recognized her instantly. Vienna was her college classmate. Seeing his daughter being escorted in, the middle-aged man suddenly cried and kowtowed repeatedly, I'm sorry, it's my fault. This has nothing to do with my daughter. I only wanted to help Miss Liu. Selena furrowed her brows, help me with what? Rena sighed, her voice tinged with annoyance, Ashley, you instructed this man to pretend to be my fan, molest me in public, and turn me into a laughing stock in the entertainment industry. You are ruthless. I didn't instruct him. Selena finally understood what had happened. She looked at Fraser Lingon, I really didn't. I wouldn't do such a thing. Fraser Lingon replied coolly, I only believe in evidence. His words felt like a heavy weight on Selena's chest. Clearly, he didn't trust her. Selina straightened her back. What evidence? As soon as she spoke, a bodyguard rudely pulled Vienna by the hair, dragging her out to be disciplined. Ah. Dad, save me. Selina, save me. Vienna felt the pain on her scalp. Yes, Miss Selina told me to do this. It has nothing to do with my daughter. Miles continuously kowtowed, begging for his daughter's release. Selina calmly asked, just because you say I did, it means I did. Miss Liu, you previously transferred 20,000 to save my daughter. I am grateful, which is why I agreed to do this for you. Miles apologized. Sorry, Miss Liu, I have wronged you. Selina looked at the silent Vienna and then at the kneeling man repeatedly apologizing. She smirked coldly. You father and daughter have wronged me. The story of the farmer and the snake is indeed fitting. Selina had never seen Vienna's father before but now remembered his face. How could they treat their benefactor with such malice? Half a year ago, Vienna needed surgery and her family couldn't afford it, so they sought crowdfunding and borrowed money from people. Selina saw this and, considering their dormitory relationship and decent rapport during college, lent her 20,000. Never did she expect her good deed to lead to this. Vienna lifted her head sharply. Selina, I'm thankful for your loan, but you shouldn't have asked my dad to do this. I will repay you. Do you think you can smear me with just your words? Selina turned to look at Carly. Vicchio, I did lend Vienna 20,000 for her medical expenses, but does that mean I must be behind their actions? This. Carly glanced at Fraser Lingen, hesitating. Lingen, Ashley has a point. I only broke my hand this time, let's let it go. Selina felt a lump in her throat, uncomfortable and uneasy. Fraser Lingen poured tea for Carly, his gaze stern. Take care of your hand. I won't let those who harmed you off the hook. Leave this matter to me. Carly blushed shyly. Meanwhile, Selina felt a chill run down her spine. After the bodyguards took Vienna and Miles away, Fraser Lingen stepped onto the balcony to make a call. Carly walked up to Selina, lowering her voice. Ashley, all you have is a marriage certificate. What proof is that? Plus, Lingen told me it's only a contractual marriage between us. He actually told Carly about their contractual marriage. Selina's expression remained calm. Whether it's a contract or not, the marriage certificate is real. As long as we aren't divorced, you will always be the third party. Carly sighed helplessly. Ashley, Fraser Lingen doesn't love you. Why hold on? It's better to let go. Selina smiled. If you can make him divorce me, feel free. She couldn't afford the breach of contract penalty. Carly, seeing Selina's smile, mirrored it. Ashley, feel free to visit here anytime. I live here now. Fraser Lingen had even moved his ex-girlfriend into the Imperial Scenery Garden. Fraser Lingen called Selina to his study after finishing his call. Carly watched Selina's retreating back up the stairs and smiled gently. Her thoughts lingered on another matter. If Selina knew about her encounter with a stranger in bed, would she go mad? Carly's lips curled upward. In the study, the silence was suffocating. Selina pinched her palm, feeling slightly nervous. I didn't instruct Miles to target Vicchio. I will investigate and give her an explanation. Investigating this was incredibly difficult. The setup was vague, making it hard to trace. She suspected Carly might have orchestrated this. Carly could even torture a newborn kitten, indicating her heart wasn't kind. 4 years ago, Selina witnessed Carly crush a kitten under her heel. Not only did she see it, but so did Grandma Fraser. This incident might explain why Grandma Fraser strongly opposed Fraser Lingen marrying Carly. In the quiet study, Fraser Lingen approached Selina, putting immense pressure on her. Finally, he spoke. I'll send people to investigate. He didn't trust her. Where have you moved to? He asked nonchalantly, realizing several nights ago that she had left Jadeite Garden. A hotel. Why did you move out? Selina paused, taking a deep breath. You're with Carly now. I didn't want to stay there. Jadeite Garden was their marital home given by Grandma Fraser. Staying there would only cause her more pain. The man stared into her eyes. Selina, do you even have the right to talk about this? From the moment she signed the contract 2 years ago, she had lost her freedom. Selina laughed inwardly. Moving somewhere else is my choice, isn't it? If Grandma hears about this, you won't be able to handle the consequences. He smirked, speaking chillingly. Selina, don't be too smart. He lightly tapped her forehead with his cool finger. Watch your head. Chapter 7, couldn't help but vomit. Selina's stomach churned violently, and she couldn't hold back her urge to vomit, directly retching onto the man. Elon's expression turned from cold to stiff instantly. He looked at the vomit on his clothes and glared at Selina fiercely. Covering her mouth, Selina explained while feeling a bit of dark satisfaction in her heart. I haven't been feeling well these past few days. Elon peeled off his shirt in disgust and threw it on the ground, revealing his muscular physique without any hesitation. Before he walked out of the study, he warned Selina coldly, move back to Jade Garden. If Grandma finds out you moved out, I won't forgive you. Selina had no intention of moving back to Jade Garden now. She had something far more important to do, find a safe place to terminate the pregnancy. Otherwise, she would constantly be worried about being discovered. Once Selina made up her mind, she was extremely efficient. She booked a flight to a third-tier city. That night, she caught the flight and then took a taxi to a small county town, checking into a motel near Glory Hospital. When dawn broke and the doctors at Glory Hospital started their shifts, she registered for an appointment. Selina felt slightly embarrassed and specifically requested a nurse, gynecology outpatient. Could you please help me get an appointment with a female doctor? Thank you. The nurse was quite impatient. If everyone demanded a female doctor like you, we'd have chaos. Currently, only Dr. Devon has openings available. Do you want to schedule with her? Selina hesitated but said. Yes. This nurse is so strict. Selina waited on the second-floor outpatient ward. When it was just 2 numbers away from her turn, Brooke called. Ashley, why didn't you come to work again today? I've already submitted my resignation. I'm currently on annual leave. Selina added, Secretary Song, I'm traveling. I'll return in a week to hand over my duties. Please manage things during this period. She hung up the phone decisively. Brooke. He relayed Selina's message to the busy man. Boss, Ashley is traveling and will return in a week. She said she'll hand over her duties when she gets back. Elon furrowed his brows, picked up the coffee on the desk, took a sip, and wasn't satisfied with the taste. Who brewed the coffee today? Make a new one. Brooke took the coffee away and had an assistant secretary brew a new cup. A single cup of coffee was replaced 4 times in a row before the big boss reluctantly accepted it. Brooke secretly speculated that the boss probably missed the coffee brewed by Selina. Book a Chinese restaurant for tonight. I have a date with Devongjin. Also, book a bouquet of roses for me. Brooke was shocked by what Elon said. Ordering flowers? Did he misjudge who his boss truly loved? Collecting himself, Brooke responded affirmatively. Before leaving, he glanced at the working man, Linger. Selina has always done a good job. You don't regret it in the future. Brooke and Elon were college classmates. He spoke as a friend. Elon raised his eyes, coldly. Why should I regret it? I've always liked Devongjin. Why did it feel like he was regretting? Elon scoffed. Selina was unaware of the conversation between Brooke and Elon. The nurse opened the door. Number 30, Miss Liu. Selina nodded and entered. As soon as she walked in, another nurse shyly commented to Dr. Devon, Dr. Devon, you're so naughty. Her tone was coy and flirtatious. Selina's heart skipped a beat. She glanced at the doctor enjoying this treatment and thought. It felt eerily familiar. Was the man she encountered in the elevator actually a doctor? The man in the white coat was tall, with broad shoulders and long legs. He stood by the sink, meticulously washing his hands finger by finger. His sleeves rolled up to his elbows revealed muscular arms, each tattooed with a black mamba snake wrapped around a rose. Selina. She had never seen a doctor with such frightening tattoos on his arms. Wearing a mask, Dr. Devon raised an eyebrow upon seeing Selina. Why did she come to see him in such a small hospital? Sitting down, he slowly dried his hands and casually asked, What brings you here? After waiting a moment and seeing no response from the patient, Dr. Devon raised his eyebrows again. Do you have a sore throat? Can't speak. Selina softly and calmly replied, I'm here, to terminate the pregnancy. Dr. Devon. Selina blinked. Unexpectedly. How many times have you been pregnant before? Have you given birth before? First time. Never given birth. When was your last menstrual period? Probably end of April. Have you used a pregnancy test yourself? Yes. Dr. Devon asked about Selina's medical history and then said, Let's do an ultrasound. Selina nodded. She was determined not to waste any more time. Following the nurse behind the curtain, she slipped off her shoes and lay down on the examination bed, pulling her shirt above her abdomen. The doctor put on gloves and came in. He applied gel to her abdomen, which felt cool. Performing the ultrasound, the cool gel spread over Selina's smooth skin, causing her belly to tense with each breath. Dr. Devon said indifferently, Relax a little. After finishing the ultrasound, he slowly spoke, You have 2 options, surgical abortion or medical abortion. Selina, who had researched this before, responded coolly, I choose surgical abortion. Her voice was calm, but her fingers trembled slightly. Dr. Devon noticed her trembling fingers and raised an eyebrow. We can schedule the surgery for tomorrow afternoon. Selina wiped the gel off her abdomen with some tissues and said, Okay. Seeing her hands shake even more, he uncharacteristically offered advice, If you don't want to abort, keep it. The father would commit domestic violence. Keeping the child would cause suffering. Selina adjusted her clothes calmly. Quite tragic. The man stated this fact flatly. Selina, yes, very tragic. Dr. Devon pulled the curtain open and walked out. Selina watched his broad-shouldered, long-legged back and thought of the dream she had a few nights ago. Did she have the potential to be a heartbreaker? While inputting data into the computer, Dr. Devon explained the details of the surgical abortion. Selina listened attentively. Dr. Devon stared at Selina written in the documents, thinking for a moment. Finally knowing her name, Selina. He mentioned casually, I have a nephew whose wife is also named Selena. Actually, calling him a nephew or a cousin would work. The relationship between Elon's mother and the Devon family was somewhat complex. Selena, ? He just mentioned it casually. He heard them talking about Selena when he was chatting with people from the second house. He wasn't close to anyone from the second house and wasn't familiar with the so-called nephew. Selena stared at him with wide eyes. He was surnamed Devon, and Elon's mother was also surnamed Devon. Selena hadn't met anyone from the Devon family in Beijing. In the past few years, she hadn't even seen other members of the Devon family while with Elon. Could it really be this coincidental? She felt a sense of unease. Dr. Devon, you must be joking. I haven't married yet. Selena noted unmarried in her medical records. She couldn't let anything slip at this point. He gave her a meaningful glance. The child in her womb could possibly be his, given the timeline. Selena felt a chill run through her scalp under Dr. Devon's gaze. Chapter 8, Subtle Atmosphere. The atmosphere in the clinic hung stiffly for a second. Brogan's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. He was wearing a mask, so Selena couldn't see his amusement. Following her words, he apologized. Oh, you're not married yet? Sorry, though my niece's wife is also named Selena, my eldest nephew is a dog. His tone was filled with disdain. Selena wasn't sure whether she should be happy or upset. She couldn't determine the relationship between Dr. Devon and Elon Chen. However, it seemed from his words that this man regarded his eldest nephew as a dog. Regardless of whether it was a real dog or a human, he clearly had a strong aversion to this dog. Surely he wouldn't expose her abortion, right? Do your hospital keep patient conditions confidential? She asked. Brogan typed the final word on the computer and printed out the form. Hearing Selena's question, he chuckled. Money can buy the medical records you want. Selena was taken aback. Isn't that a breach of professional ethics? Indeed, how could such unethical behavior exist? Yet what he said was true. Her luck in choosing hospitals was truly poor. Miss Liu, your surgery is scheduled for tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock. You can go and handle admission procedures after taking this form. Selena nodded absent-mindedly. Remember to empty your bladder before the surgery, he dutifully reminded her. Startled, Selena blushed slightly but nodded gratefully, thank you. Just as she was about to leave the consultation room, the nurse who had spoken earlier asked Brogan with a smile, Dr. Devon, I've made some loving boxed meals. Would you like to try them? Brogan stared at the computer, absorbed in thought, and without lifting his head replied, that's workplace sexual harassment. I will report it. Selena momentarily felt embarrassed for the nurse, utterly stunned. She left the room with a wooden expression. Brogan focused on Selena's file, discarding his nonchalant demeanor. The child in her womb. He sent a message to investigate Selena further. In fact, he had encountered Selena 2 months ago, in a hotel. That night, by chance, they engaged in relations. After getting drunk with friends, he found an unclothed woman in his bed upon returning from his shower. Though usually indifferent, that night his interest was high, and she cooperated eagerly. Days later, realizing that the gift his friends prepared was actually a cup designed for male self-satisfaction, Brogan became angry. He hadn't expected that 2 months later, she wouldn't recognize him. Frowning, Brogan considered the coincidences. It was odd that she appeared before him while pregnant. Considering the timeline, the child might be his. But it also might not be. Rubbing his temples, Brogan knew he needed more information. At noon, Selena found a small restaurant for lunch. From her seat, she could see a black luxury car parked across the street. Two burly men in black suits stood guard outside the vehicle. When the door opened, Selena saw Dr. Brogan step out. His cold and stern demeanor differed greatly from the casual attitude she'd witnessed earlier. Sensing someone watching him, he glanced toward the small noodle shop. Quickly, Selena hid behind her menu. Baird approached, respectfully handing Brogan a file labeled Selena. Boss, when are you returning to Beijing? Brogan took back his gaze from the shop and accepted the file. Not in a hurry. Nodding, Baird was about to leave but was stopped. Check the surveillance footage from that night to see who took it. Brogan chuckled, finding the situation eerily coincidental. Selena turned out to be his nephew's wife. Yes, Baird respectfully sat back in the car and left. Selena's noodles arrived. Checking the road opposite, she noticed the car had already driven away. Putting down the menu, she began eating. Suddenly, a large envelope appeared before her. Looking up, she saw Brogan. Brogan ordered a bowl of noodles and sat in front of Selena. Miss Liu, you shouldn't be eating spicy food right now. Selena added a little bit of chili to her noodles, unconvinced. I didn't add much. Brogan's eyes fell on the large envelope on the table containing her file. It mentioned her love for his eldest nephew. Thinking of tomorrow's surgery, he frowned. This was the first time he had faced such a case. Eating slowly, Selena continued even after Brogan finished and left, paying for her meal too. The next day, at 3 p.m., Selena was wheeled into the operating room. Placing her hands over her stomach, she felt tears well up, feeling a sense of finality. Don't worry, you'll be fine after a short nap. Under anesthesia, Selena lost consciousness, hearing only Brogan's voice. Seeing she had lost consciousness, Brogan asked the circulating nurse, "Is there any family here?" The nurse shook her head. "No one seen." The young lady was alone, and whoever this guy was, he must be quite a scoundrel. Brogan's gaze shifted to Selena's unconscious face, then to her stomach. Holding the surgical instruments and her ankles with gloved hands, he paused. "Wait a moment. Dr. Devon? I need to make a phone call." He stepped out of the operating room. Leaning against the wall, Brogan dialed Ilanshin's number. Answering, Ilanshin was puzzled. He wasn't close to his uncle. "Have you had intercourse with your wife in the past 2 months?" Ilanshin was confused. Brogan frowned. "Answer quickly, I'm filling out a hospital survey." Realizing it was a survey, Ilanshin agreed, though still finding it strange. Because it was Brogan asking, he responded. Thinking back to the foggy night 2 months ago, yes. Brogan raised an eyebrow, a hint of coldness in his eyes. "Do you remember the date?" Ilanshin answered, "May 3rd. Brogan was silent. Coincidence. That was also the night he had been with Selena, her first time. After May 3rd, nothing else happened? No. Hearing this, Brogan raised an eyebrow again. "Your sex life isn't very good, huh?" Ilanshin, yes. He disliked Selena, so naturally, he avoided intimacy. That night was just a mistake under the influence of fever. Brogan was certain that the child in Selena's womb was his. He realized things were getting complicated. She likely believed that night was with his nephew. While Brogan wasn't a good person, he wasn't evil enough to ruin someone else's marriage. He ended the call and re-entered the operating room. Chapter 9, Not Wanting You to Feel Wronged. After the anesthesia wore off, Selena woke up. Turning her head, she saw Brogan standing by the window. Seeing that she was awake, Brogan said, "You're awake." The anesthesia had worn off, but she still felt somewhat weak and feeble. She thought the abortion procedure had been completed. To her surprise, Brogan suddenly said, "We haven't done the abortion yet, the baby is still there." Selena furrowed her brow. "What do you mean?" Her voice was hoarse from thirst. Brogan walked over, poured a cup of water, and helped her sit up to drink. After she finished drinking, he said, "Fraser Lingshan." Selena's face turned slightly pale. Sure enough, he really knew Fraser Lingshan. She maintained an emotionless expression and asked lightly, "Will you tell him?" "Telling him I'm pregnant won't make any difference. He wouldn't want this child anyway." "I won't." Brogan pulled over a chair and sat down, looking at her lazily. "I'm not close with him, so I won't tell him about this." Brogan saw her wary expression. He said casually, "I always keep my word." Selena didn't speak, just giving him a skeptical look. Brogan chuckled softly. "Don't worry, I really won't tell him. I've arranged for another famous doctor to perform the surgery. He'll be here tomorrow." Brogan made his promise. He added, "This child does have some connection to me." By connection, Brogan meant he was the father, while Selena misunderstood it as a familial relationship. She nodded, tentatively believing him. "Do you love him?" the man suddenly asked. Startled by this abrupt question, Selena blinked. "What?" Brogan repeated, "Do you love Fraser Lingshan?" Selena smiled faintly, her smile tinged with self-mockery. "I loved him for 4 years. Now, she dared to not love him anymore." Brogan lowered his gaze and quickly typed a question on his phone. If she discovers that she has had relations with a man she doesn't love, what would happen? A slew of responses appeared online, most saying, "Heart-wrenching pain, a nightmare for life." Seeing these replies made Brogan feel a headache. It seemed like he would need to keep this hidden for now. He turned his phone around, his long fingers nimble and elegant. Looking at Selena seriously, he said, "I can help you get rid of Carly if you need me to." Selena was momentarily taken aback. She didn't expect Brogan to know about Carly and Fraser Lingshan. Looking at Brogan, she realized he wasn't joking. No need," she replied dryly. Since she wasn't familiar with Brogan, she found it strange. "His heart isn't with me, forcing something unwillingly never works well." "But why do you want to help me?" Brogan gave a lazy smile. "Consider it me doing good deeds to accumulate virtue." She didn't quite believe that. Her marriage to Fraser Lingshan had always been a contractual arrangement. She had deluded herself into falling for it. Brogan took out a pen from his lab coat pocket. Pulling her hand over, he quickly wrote a phone number on her palm. "Contact me if you change your mind." Watching him leave the ward, Selena glanced down at the number on her palm. Carly is deeply rooted in his heart. If she's gone, he will only remember her more. I, Selena, am not so degraded. Just give me some time, and I will remove him from my heart. Selena smiled faintly and picked up the remote control, turning on the TV randomly. Suddenly, her body stiffened. At this moment, a financial news channel was broadcasting live from the Fraser family conference hall. On stage, Grandma Fraser was speaking. She had been the previous chairman of the Fraser Corporation. Sitting in a wheelchair, she announced with a smile, "I hereby declare that 10% of my shares will be gifted to my granddaughter-in-law, Selena." There was immediate commotion among the audience. Who was Selena? Which family's daughter? When did President Fraser get married? Just yesterday afternoon, the famous female singer Carly had been spotted having dinner with Bud, the current Fraser Corporation chairman. Unbeknownst to Selena, who had been asleep for only 2 hours, the news of her marriage to Bud was now public. Why had Grandma Fraser suddenly revealed their marriage and given her shares? Feeling a bit overwhelmed, Selena quickly grabbed her phone and turned it on. As soon as she switched it on, numerous messages appeared. Without checking them, she waited for the press conference to end and then called Grandma Fraser first. "Grandma, why did you suddenly announce it?" She had already prepared to divorce Bud. The sudden announcement left her unprepared. Grandma Fraser's voice remained gentle. "Ainsley, you've endured a lot these past few days. Why didn't you tell me when she returned? If it weren't for the news of Nellie and Carly dining together yesterday afternoon, you would have kept it from me." Selena touched her belly, her eyes unknowingly welling up. For this child without fate and for the emotions she once poured into it. "Grandma, I can't accept the Fraser Corporation shares." "Foolish girl, with those shares, you'll have money for the future, and consider these shares as gifts from Grandma to future grandchildren." It was hard to change Grandma Fraser's decision once made. Rubbing her temples, Selena decided to return the shares to the Fraser family later. They chatted for a while before Grandma Fraser got tired, and Selena hung up. No sooner had she hung up than Bud called. "Selena. Really impressive, huh?" Bud sounded furious, a chill in his voice. "Congratulations, everyone now knows you're Mrs. Fraser with Fraser Corporation shares." He couldn't believe how clever Selena was. Selena massaged her temples, taking a deep breath. "Bud, I had no idea about Grandma's sudden decision. I will return the shares to the Fraser family." Bud laughed coldly. "Too late. Come back quickly, we'll divorce, and acknowledge that my only true wife will always be Devonjan." Selena didn't want to talk anymore. Since Bud had proposed the divorce, she wouldn't have to pay the breach of contract penalty. "I'll return tomorrow." She hung up directly. Staring at the disconnected call, Bud impatiently tugged at his tie. Brooke kept his gaze down. "Suppress the news online. I don't want it to affect Devonjan." Carly, a major celebrity, was now being heavily criticized online as a third party. Brooke nodded and went to handle the matter. Sitting on the sofa, Carly looked pale. She stood up and hugged Bud's waist. Leaning against his chest, her voice wavered. "Nellie, why doesn't Grandma like me? What did I do wrong?" Bud reined in his anger, hugging her shoulders gently. "Devonjan, don't be sad. You are perfect, it's me who's at fault. If not for reassuring Grandma back then, I wouldn't have agreed to the marriage with Selena." Carly tiptoed and lightly kissed his jawline. "No, it's all my fault. Maybe I'm not good enough, but this time, I don't want to let go." As her kiss almost landed on his lips, Bud suddenly remembered Selena's beautiful, striking face. He turned his head slightly. Carly looked at him tearfully. Because of the tears from her beloved, Bud tightened his embrace. "Don't cry." He lifted her chin, consoling her. There was a rest room in the office. Bud scooped up Carly and carried her toward it. Carly blushed, gazing at him affectionately as she wrapped her arms around his neck. "If I get pregnant, would Grandma accept me?" Note, the translation maintains the same paragraph structure and line breaks as the original text. "I don't want you to feel wronged." Bud placed her on the bed. "I want you to put on the wedding dress first. Be a good girl and take a nap. When you wake up, everything online will be handled." Carly bit her red lip. In fact, she didn't feel wronged at all. As long as they had a child, that old woman would likely compromise. Just as Bud was about to get up, Carly held on to him. During their college days when they were still dating, they had already given their first time to each other. Since he returned to the country, he had been restraining himself from taking their relationship to the final step, which made her uneasy. Carly thought of Selena, closing her eyes with her lashes trembling slightly. She kissed his brow. "Nellie, I've missed you so much these past few years, always thinking of you." Seeing her trembling lashes, Bud ultimately did not pull away her hand that was reaching under his shirt. Note, the translation maintains the same paragraph structure and line breaks as the original text. Chapter 10 Feeling Nauseous by Your Affection. This afternoon, the small county town experienced a drizzle. Selena stood outside the hospital, holding an umbrella in one hand and dragging a suitcase with the other, waiting for a car. She looked somewhat lonely and detached. She had agreed to go back with Bud to get a divorce. She couldn't afford to wait for an abortion. A car pulled up in front of her. An arm with a black mamba tattoo leaned against the window, holding a cigarette between two fingers. The man inside the car had a strikingly handsome face, with deep and chiseled features. "Get in, where are you headed?" "I'll give you a ride." He extinguished the cigarette between his fingers and glanced at the woman standing outside under the umbrella. While Selena was hesitating about waiting for another car, Brogan already opened the door, stepped out, and placed her luggage in the trunk. Without further hesitation, Selena got into the car. To the airport. Brogan started the engine, kept one hand on the steering wheel, and handed a bag to Selena with the other. "Try these dumplings, they're delicious here." Selena hadn't eaten breakfast yet. She took the buns and said, "Thank you, you're very kind." Brogan smiled enigmatically. It was the first time anyone had told him he was kind. If anyone who knew Brogan had heard this, they would be terrified. People in the circle knew that you could offend anyone but never Brogan, the prince of the Devon family. The scalpel in his hand could save lives or make one wish for death. The plane landed at Shin City Airport. As soon as Selena got off the plane, she called Bud. Meet me at the Civil Affairs Bureau at 4. We'll file for divorce. After getting divorced, she would get the abortion. Bud paused the meeting and replied coldly, I will be there on time. Only 2 hours remained until 4 o'clock. He hung up and sternly addressed the design manager reporting on the next quarter's plan. The future market focus is AI development. I'm not satisfied with your report this time. The design manager inwardly felt uneasy. Chairman, I will hold another meeting with the RD department. At the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Selena sat on her suitcase, munching on bread bought from a convenience store. Approaching 4 o'clock, a black sedan stopped in front of her. Bud got out of the car, followed by Carly. Selena swallowed the bread in her mouth and asked unclearly, you two came together. Planning to get a marriage license right after the divorce? Carly slightly lowered her head, revealing visible hickey marks on her neck. Selena saw it but kept a neutral expression. Let's go, they're almost closing. Selena dragged her luggage upstairs. Devonjan, wait in the car. I'll be quick, Bud said to Carly before following Selena. Just as they were about to sign the divorce papers, their housekeeper called to inform them that Grandma was waiting at Jade Garden. Bud glared at Selena, his face grim. He put down the pen without signing. Selena, is this your trick? He left the chair. Selena rubbed her temples. She was seen as a manipulative woman in his eyes now. Outside the bureau, Carly waited anxiously. Seeing Bud emerge, she smiled and latched onto his arm. Nellie, did everything go well? I'll drop you off at Imperial Garden first, I have something to take care of, Bud said, though upset, he still maintained his composure. Let's go. Carly's heart sank when she saw Selena walking out of the bureau. She got into the car. Inside the living room of Jade Garden, Grandma Fraser, seated in her wheelchair, removed her reading glasses. She didn't speak as she watched Bud and Selena enter one after the other. The butler took Bud's coat and handed it to a servant. Grandma, why did you come suddenly? Bud smiled as he sat down on the couch beside Grandma Fraser. Starting today, this troublesome old lady will be staying here. Grandma Fraser looked unhappy. Selena's heart skipped a beat. Did this mean Bud wouldn't divorce her for now? And she had to move back in with him. Whatever makes Grandma happy. I'll go change clothes upstairs, Bud said coldly, signaling Selena to follow him. In the bedroom, Bud unbuttoned his shirt. Selena stood by the door. If you want your childhood friend to live longer, you should be smart. Selena's face changed. What do you mean? The man mentioned a name coldly, Fergus. Selena looked at him in shock and immediately called Fergus. Fergus wasn't her biological brother, both were sent to the orphanage on the same day. One surnamed Lou and the other Lou. In the orphanage, the two Lou children supported each other. If not for Fergus, there wouldn't be today's Selena. His phone rang unanswered. Her hands trembled uncontrollably. Hurry up and answer, Anselm. He won't be able to answer your call now. Bud's words made Selena shiver all over. She tried calling the caregiver, but no one answered. You will apologize to Christo tonight. Secretary Song will escort you there. Selena, this is a warning. Selena bit her lip in anger and fear, glaring at the man. Bud, I also want a divorce and for you to be with Carly. What Grandma decides has nothing to do with me. Bud, dressed, walked towards Selena, his dark eyes staring at her. What, angry? If you behave, your childhood friend can live longer. Got it? Your recent behavior displeases me. Selena took a deep breath, tears reddening her eyes. I understand. Over these years, I must have been blind to fall for someone like you. Hearing this, Bud felt slightly annoyed. Selena, being loved by you disgusts me. You're not worthy. Selena wiped away unnoticed tears, giving Bud a cold glance before turning to leave the bedroom. If you dare stay at a hotel, I'll break one of Fergus's legs. He meant what he said. Selena wiped away her tears roughly. I'll bring my luggage back. By 7 in the evening, Grandma Fraser had already gone to rest. Brooke drove up to pick up Selena. Wearing long sleeves and pants, Selena got into the car. Ashley, you don't look well. Are you sick? Brooke asked while driving. Selena, worried about Fergus, couldn't calm down or rest properly. I'm fine, just haven't slept well. I'll accompany you inside. Their destination was Mai's Club, a notorious paradise for the wealthy. Christo wasn't a good person. Perhaps Bud thought he deserved it for nearly ruining his life below the belt. Still, making Selena apologize. Brooke couldn't change Bud's decision. All he could do was accompany her inside. Inside the private room, a few tables played mahjong. Some men flirted and drank with the hostesses. Selena saw Bud and Carly teaching Carly how to play mahjong. ####Chapter 11, she's sent to you for entertainment. Who's this? Ah, it's Ashley. Christo said sarcastically. He sized up Selena and, seeing her in long sleeves and long pants, sked disapprovingly. Selena noticed Bud giving her just a fleeting glance. She composed herself. Killian, I truly apologize for what happened last time. As long as you finish this bottle of liquor, I'll accept your apology. Christo pushed a bottle of liquor towards Selena, his expression unfriendly. The last time, he had nearly been crippled. He couldn't let this woman off the hook without teaching her a lesson. This was a high-proof baijiu, and drinking the entire bottle could be life-threatening. Brooke smiled faintly. Killian, let me drink half of it for Ashley. What do you think? No, if Ashley doesn't want to drink, that's fine too. How about performing a striptease for everyone to enjoy? The other young masters around him cheered on. Yes, a striptease, they echoed. Carly blushed coyly and rolled her eyes at Christo, laughing. Big brother Taj, we girls don't want to watch a striptease by another girl. If she can't drink or dance, how can she apologize? Christo spread his legs wide, patted his thigh, and said coldly, sit on my lap and keep me company while we play mahjong. Will that work? Selena was prepared for this. Apologizing tonight wouldn't be easy. For the sake of her life, she couldn't drink that bottle of baijiu. Pinching her palm to encourage herself silently, she sat on Christo's lap with a blank face. The whistles from those around her made her heart sink. Bud's indifferent gaze shifted slightly, frowning, and he asked coolly, are you still playing? He was referring to the mahjong game. Play, Christo replied, one hand holding Selena's waist while groping her haphazardly. I'll go 6 circles. Carly mocked Selena inwardly and turned to Bud with a sweet smile. Nelly, which tile should I discard? This one. Bud flicked a mahjong tile onto the table, hitting Selena's arm. It hurt, but she kept her eyes lowered as if nothing had happened. Little Wei, does your hand hurt? Christo called out, Little Wei, using the opportunity to grip her hand and roll up her sleeve, rubbing her arm disgustingly. A little red, your skin is so tender. It doesn't hurt, Selena replied indifferently, pulling her arm away. Christo's lips curled into an ominous smile. Bring over a plate of grapes. Someone handed Christo a plate of grapes. He picked one up and smiled at Selena. Little Wei, I'll play mahjong while you feed me grapes with your mouth. Those around laughed. Selena instinctively looked at Bud. She knew he was waiting for her to lower her head first. But thinking of her brother still in Bud's hands, she decided to go all out tonight. She glanced at the plate of grapes and put one half into her red lips, preparing mentally, treating it like feeding a dog. When Christo ate the grape, he pressed her head to get closer to her lips. Selena turned her head away. Don't be shy, he chuckled, licking his lips. At this moment, Selena almost wanted to cry but quickly composed herself. Young Master Taj, let me try having a beauty feed me grapes too. These young masters often shared women among themselves, especially since Selena was both beautiful and icy cold, making her a tempting conquest. Brooke frowned, glancing at the boss who didn't intend to stop them. He felt powerless. Christo was generous. Little Wei, feed him a grape. Carly watched Selena's pale face, mocking and disdainful. She was sure Bud couldn't possibly like Selena. However, because Bud was there, she pretended to be kind and suggested, Ashley can bow deeply to apologize, Big Brother Taj. What do you think? Christo thought for a moment and waved his hand. Fine, for Devonjan's sake. But she must turn around, show her ample bottom, and bow 90 degrees. If not, start over. Ha ha ha. That's some move, young Master Taj. In terms of humiliation, Christo took first place for lack of taste. Everyone around him was amused and laughing. Selena felt utterly humiliated and powerless to resist. Carly blushed and rolled her eyes at Christo. She turned to Bud, should we leave? It's too boring here. At this moment, Selena chuckled oddly. Everyone stared at her in surprise. Bud's cold eyes fixed on her. Selena curled her lips. Didn't you forget something important? Yesterday, Grandma Fraser announced my identity. I am. She pointed at herself and then at Bud, her smile seductive, the wife of Mr. Fraser. The room fell silent instantly. Bud's aura turned icy. Selena covered her mouth, laughing freely and provocatively. I never expected Mr. Fraser to have such a hobby, sending his nominal wife for others' entertainment. The atmosphere became even more bizarre. Bud stood up, his eyes cold as ice. Christo, tonight she's sent to you for your enjoyment. With that, he left. Carly's lips curved into a smirk as she hurried after Bud. Christo enthusiastically escorted him. All right, Mr. Fraser, take care. This situation took an unexpected turn. Christo had almost given up after hearing Selena's declaration but hadn't anticipated Bud's generosity. Handing over his nominal wife like that showed this man's ruthlessness. Little Wei, did you hear that? Mr. Fraser sent you to me. Rest assured, I'm gentle with women, Christo said, flashing a lecherous smile. Selena tried to leave the room but was pinned against the door by Christo. Men were physically stronger than women. Knowing Selena's fiery character from when she had kicked him before, he held her wrists tightly. Brooke attempted to help Selina but was stopped by the other young masters in the room. Secretary Song, didn't Mr. Fraser say his piece? How dare you intervene? Christo lifted his chin. Brothers, keep an eye on Secretary Song. Selina was forcefully pulled over and pushed onto the sofa. His hands eagerly groped her body, disgusting her. Her abdomen began to throb with pain. Selina spat in Christo's face in disgust. Get your hands off me. It's revolting. Christo slapped her hard, causing her ears to ring momentarily. Ashley, it seems you haven't understood your position yet. Have a drink to make you obedient. They had drugs that could transform a virtuous woman into a slut. Christo, panting heavily, made someone restrain Selina and poured a packet of powder into a glass of alcohol. Brooke was restrained, helpless as they forcibly pried open Selina's mouth and fed her the drug. Her clothes were already half torn, revealing her pale skin. Chapter 12, I'll let you go. Selina suddenly stopped resisting as if she had resigned herself to her fate. Christo, seeing her compliance, fed her another dose of the drug. The effects of this potent medication were swift. Just as he slightly relaxed his grip on her, Selina pulled out a sharp pocket knife from her jeans pocket. With speed, ruthlessness, and precision, she sliced her own arm to keep her head clear. The crowd gathered to watch the performance gasped in horror. Some of the more timid ones screamed. Ah! She's trying to kill herself. Selina then pressed the knife against Christo's neck, licking her lips as she hoarsely whispered, Killian, let's die together, shall we? We can have our fun underground too, what do you think? This scaredy cat was terrified. If only he'd known this woman could still be so reckless after being drugged, he would have tied her up first. You put the knife down, and I'll let you go. He stammered. Don't be ridiculous. If I release you, you will come after me again. Do you take me for a fool? She pushed the knife closer into Christo's neck, causing instant bleeding. At that moment, the door of the private room opened. A man in a black shirt stood at the entrance. Holding his phone in one hand and a cigarette between his fingers, he spoke with a low, apologetic tone. I heard someone shouting about suicide, and I've already called 110. The few young men who had been restraining Brooke let him go. Brooke rushed over to Selina with a grave expression. Selina, I'll take you to the hospital. He didn't dare forcefully pull Selina away because her knife was already piercing Christo's neck. Selina, bleeding from her left arm, clung tightly to Christo's hair while holding the knife with her right hand. Her gaze fell upon the man at the door. Brogan hadn't expected that just after transferring to the Shenzhen hospital and coming out for relaxation, he'd encounter such a situation. He had gone to the restroom after drinking earlier and happened to see Selina following a man into this room. They seemed acquainted. Halfway through a cigarette, Brogan grew uneasy and approached the room. Upon reaching the door, he heard screams about suicide. Brogan stepped inside, eyes cold and hard, yanked Christo away by the collar, and fiercely punched him in the head. His punches were brutal, his handsome face oddly smiling amidst his fury. His muscular arms revealed terrifying power, like a deadly cobra coiling around a rose. None of the surrounding gentlemen dared to step in to save Christo. With one last kick, Brogan crushed Christo's genitals, causing him to curl up in pain, pass out from agony. Ah! Not prolonging it, Brogan discarded the cigarette, stomped it with his shoe, removed his shirt, and walked toward Selina. He wrapped his shirt around her body, leaned down, and looked deeply into her eyes. I'll take you to the hospital. Give me the knife. Selina, clutching the knife tightly, bit her lip and struggled to comprehend what the man was saying amid her daze. The room buzzed with noise as Selina felt like she was hallucinating. She saw Dr. Devon. Looking at him, she said weakly, "Thank you, uncle." Including words like uncle and thank you in her sentence confused Brogan. Had the setting not been wrong, he might have laughed aloud. Grabbing her wrist, he took the knife from her hand. He looked at her bleeding wounds and commanded, "Take off your clothes and give them to me." This instruction was meant for Brooke, who hurriedly complied. Brogan used the sleeve to tie Selina's arm and stem the blood flow before wrapping her in the shirt and carrying her out of the room. Brooke followed and made a call to Bud but kept his anger in check. There would be days when he regretted this decision. Secretary Song, I don't want to see Bud right now. Selina's voice was faint. Brogan caught the murmured words and relayed to Brooke. She doesn't want to see that dog of a man. Brooke looked puzzled. Who was this man? With her face pressed against the skin of the man holding her, Selina felt warmth radiate from him. Thank you, she whispered. Brogan glanced at her flushed cheeks and clenched lips. Outside the club's parking lot, Bud instructed his bodyguards to fetch Selina. Carly's eyes moved, her lips pursed, realizing Nellie didn't really mean to give Selina to Christo. Moments later, Bud's phone rang. It was Brooke. Selina attempted suicide. Christo was stabbed. A simple statement turned Bud's expression dark. Where is Selina now? Brooke calmly replied, she's going to the hospital. She said she doesn't want to see you right now. Nellie, you went too far this time. From today onward, Fraser Corporation won't collaborate with Taj family anymore, Bud stated coolly. How is Christo? It's quite bold of her to use a knife. Does she wish to be jailed? He hung up, ushered Carly into the car. She's alive, and that's all that matters, he thought to himself. Sitting next to Bud, Carly asked worriedly, what happened to Selena? She's fine, Bud answered curtly. Shifting the topic, she rested her head on his shoulder, asking coyly, can you stay with me tonight? Originally intending to follow the man into the car, Brooke was deterred by the man's ominous look. Brogan sped off with Selena to the hospital. Noticing her leg grinding and muffled moans from her lips, he knew she had also ingested drugs. Keeping a straight face, he called ahead to prepare the medical team. Upon arrival, Brogan held Selena tightly and repeatedly consoled her, hang in there. Wrapped in his shirt, Selena was extremely uncomfortable. Concern spread across Brogan's eyes, prompting him to order the doctors sharply, treat her immediately. Doctors quickly attended to her arm wounds and drew blood samples. She's pregnant. Knowing this, Brogan understood the situation's complexity. Without knowing the drug's components or the blood test results, they couldn't treat her rashly. The doctor advised, she looks like she's hit her limit. We should try to ease her pain first. Everyone out. Once the staff cleared the room, Brogan looked at the girl biting his shirt, helpless yet somewhat amused. Hoarsely, he spoke, Selena, let go. Confusion clouded her thoughts, making communication impossible. Brogan had no choice but to hold her tightly to prevent movement. Irritated, she ground her teeth and bit him. Ouch. Damn. Her bite hurt enough to twist his face in pain. Chapter 13, I'll carry you. The chaotic atmosphere had calmed down. The woman on the hospital bed, after receiving an injection, finally fell into a peaceful sleep. Brogan washed his hands after doing some good deeds. He glanced at his long, slender fingers and gave a silent smile. Selena slowly opened her eyes, inhaling the disinfectant smell of the hospital. She heard a man speaking in a low voice nearby. Once she regained her composure, she turned her head to see a man standing by the window, whispering on the phone. His voice was hoarse, yet cold as he spoke, make sure he stays in prison for the rest of his life. Hero chuckled on the other end of the line. Brogan, you're actually angry over a woman? That's not like you. I've been possessed, Brogan said lazily, with a hint of defiance. I'll get a high monk to recite scriptures one day. Alright, I'll take care of it. Hero replied with interest. Sensing someone watching him, Brogan turned around to find the woman on the bed staring at him with wide, beautiful eyes. His lips curved upward slightly, and he hung up on his friend. You're awake. Selena wished she hadn't woken up just yet. Her mind vaguely recalled what happened last night. He actually helped her. Blushing, she closed her eyes and buried her head under the blanket. No, I didn't wake up. This is too embarrassing. After a moment, she thought she heard the door opening and closing. Selena peeked out cautiously from under the blanket, only to find Brogan standing by the bed, half smiling. Dr. Devon, what a coincidence. She pretended not to remember last night. As long as she didn't mention it, he wouldn't know she remembered. Brogan opened a thermal container and glanced at her meaningfully. Get up and drink the chicken soup. He had gone to fetch the chicken soup when he opened the door earlier. Sitting up, her hair cascaded over her shoulders, making her look both stunning and slightly innocent. Her hoarse voice asked, Dr. Devon, why are you working here? He wore a white coat. Stretching out the words, he asked casually, why don't you call me uncle anymore? Selena blushed and called him calmly, uncle. Brogan smirked lightly. When her stomach growled, he couldn't help but tease her. Most patients have family or friends to visit them. Not her, who remained all alone, looking pitiful. The steamy aroma of chicken soup filled the room. This is a stew made from a country chicken. Drink this first, then let me know if you want anything else. He placed a steaming bowl of chicken soup on the bedside table. Surprised by his thoughtful gesture, Selena murmured, thank you. If it weren't for him saving her last night, she and Christo might both be dead now. Bud was indeed ruthless. Seeing her embarrassed, Brogan teased her further, this chicken cost 100 yuan. Remember to transfer the money to me. Selena nodded without hesitation. Sure. Being careful not to bump her left hand's wound, she tried to stand up but almost fell due to weak legs. Selena. Weak legs and flushed face. Luckily, Brogan caught her. I'll carry you. He knew she wanted to go to the bathroom to freshen up. Being carried bridal style, Selena instantly remembered her foolish act last night. She bit him. Trying to stay calm, she thanked him again. Thank you. Don't mention it, just owe me nothing. Brogan responded leisurely. Selena. He even squeezed toothpaste for her, brush your teeth, I'll support you. Though somewhat recovered, she was still weak from the powerful drug Christo had given her. She quickly brushed her teeth and rinsed her mouth. Noticing her messy hair, Brogan grabbed a comb and began brushing it for her. Never had he imagined he'd ever do something like this for a woman. Pausing momentarily, she resumed brushing her teeth while glancing at her swollen cheek in the mirror. Recent events made her face look quite battered. Smiling bitterly, she focused on her morning routine. When she needed to use the restroom, Brogan tactfully stepped outside. Once Selena emerged from the restroom, seeing Brogan waiting outside the door, she felt intensely self-conscious. Sipping the warm chicken soup in small bites, Brogan waited on the sofa until she finished before speaking about another matter. There's an appointment scheduled for you tomorrow for an abortion. Selena wiped her mouth gently, replying softly, all right. Brogan paused for a moment. The components of the drug you took last night were harmful to the fetus. I'm sorry. Shaking her head, she smiled faintly, you saved me, there's no need for apologies. The child was going to be terminated anyway. Do you have my phone number? Brogan held out his phone. Give me yours as well. Oh, all right. Selena read out her number. We should add each other on WeChat. You can reach out anytime if you need help. Okay. Searching for her phone, Brogan found a pink one inside the cabinet and handed it to her. Thanks. Selena opened WeChat and shared her QR code with him. Looking at her profile picture named Wazy, Brogan found it quite cute. Bending down, he gazed into her eyes. Remember, you can always reach out to me. Selena smelled the disinfectant from his white coat, finding it strangely comforting. Dr. Devon, would you join me for a meal sometime? She offered warmly. Sure, I have a clinic session soon. Let me know if you need anything else. Nodding, Selena replied, thank you. Checking his watch, Brogan suggested, should I arrange for a nurse to stay with you? No need. She wasn't severely injured. Seeing her complexion improved after drinking the chicken soup, he left for work without insisting. Right after leaving the ward, he received a message notification on WeChat. Opening it, he saw Selena had transferred the 100 yuan fee for the chicken soup and sent him a thank you card. Brogan chuckled. Selena texted her best friend abroad, then scrolled down to Bud's contact, dialing him. The call was quickly answered. Selena asked coldly, where's Little Orange? Can you tell me now? Bud set aside his coffee and said coolly, how about we make another deal, for 6 months? Gripping her phone tightly, Selena replied icily, I won't negotiate any more deals with you. You will agree, Bud affirmed casually. I've found suitable bone marrow. What do you mean? Selena asked, her voice breaking. Little Orange had been waiting for suitable bone marrow. For that childhood friend of yours. His tone grew colder. Thinking for a second, Selena clutched her hospital gown. What kind of deal do you want? First, return to Frasershire to be my secretary for 6 months. Second, pretend we reconciled in front of grandmother. Last night, the matriarch had a medical emergency and had been put on a critical condition notice. Though she survived, her time was limited to a few months, explaining why Selena's absence hadn't been noticed. Lifting her gaze, Selena said succinctly, I agree to the deal, but we must finalize our divorce first and keep it secret for now. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. Selena heard Bud respond coolly, all right. Half open outside the study. Carly stood there with a fruit platter in hand. She happened to appear outside the study just as Bud was inviting Selena to return to Frasershire as his secretary. Carly lightly bit her red lip, her beautiful eyes filled with reluctance and malice. On the other end of the phone, there was a moment of silence. Selena heard Bud faintly agree, all right. Outside the half-open study, Carly was holding a fruit plate. She happened to appear outside the study just as Bud invited Selena back to the Fraser family to be a secretary. Selena. Note, the sentences seems to be used as an exclamation or interjection in the original text, possibly indicating Carly's thoughts or inner voice. It has been directly transliterated as Selena, in English. Selena. Chapter 14, Amitba. In the afternoon, Brooke delivered a contract from Bud for Selena to sign. He had no idea what it contained. Selena, I'm sorry I couldn't stop them last night. Brooke truly felt apologetic. Selena shook her head. There were so many of them, you couldn't have stood against them. Still, I want to thank you. She wasn't the type to shift blame. Christo won't appear in front of you again. He's in prison now, and the Fraser family has ceased all cooperation with the Taj family. Upon hearing that Christo was in prison, Selena thought about Brogan's phone call earlier in the morning. It seemed he had helped her again. Regarding the Fraser family stopping cooperation with the Taj family, Selena didn't naively think it was all for her sake. Business is like warfare. If the Taj family ran into trouble, the Fraser family could take over certain industries to expand themselves. Brooke wasn't trying to speak on Bud's behalf, he just wanted Selena to know that the Taj family wouldn't threaten her anymore. Brogan knocked on the door carrying a bag of food, entered the ward, and saw the man from last night. He lazily asked, should I leave? Selena shook her head. No need. Brooke nodded at Brogan. Hello, I'm Brooke. Thank you for your help last night. Brogan smiled faintly. You're welcome. She calls me uncle, so my name is Devon. Selena felt slightly embarrassed for a moment. Hearing this, Brooke thought Brogan was a relative of Selena's and greeted him cordially. Nice to meet you, Mr. Devon. He turned to Selena. Ashley, get plenty of rest. Be sure to come back refreshed next week. Call me if you need anything. Selena responded, sure, thank you. Only after Brooke left did Brogan slowly open the food bag while casually asking, are you still going to work for the Fraser family? He'd made inquiries after this incident. Bud had taken her to apologize to the Taj person. After all this, she still planned to go back to work. Even soft peaches have their limits, right? She didn't seem like someone who would be easily manipulated. He said coldly, Selena, do you love him so much? Before Selina could reply, a nurse urgently knocked and entered, calling out to Brogan. Dr. Devon, many people came to the emergency room. They all have full body burns. They need your assistance. Brogan glanced at Selina before striding out of the room. Brogan accompanied her during the abortion procedure. He hired an auntie to prepare nutritious meals 3 times a day for her recovery. Selina noticed a subtle distance growing between them. He was angry. Selina puzzled over it for 2 days but couldn't understand why he was angry. The auntie brought out today's fish dish. Anthea, this yellow-lipped fish meat was flown in specially from the northern South China Sea by Mr. Devon. It's very beneficial for recovery. This auntie was hired by Brogan from Hong Kong and occasionally spoke Cantonese. She smiled and said, Mr. Devon really loves you. Selina understood the Cantonese phrase, really loves you, and was taken aback. Why was Brogan treating her so well? Sometimes Selina didn't want to overthink it. But a man doesn't usually treat a woman so well without a reason. Unless he was flirtatious and indiscriminate, which Brogan clearly wasn't. So, why was he so kind to her? And why was he upset because she intended to return as secretary to Bud? Selina ate the fish, narrowing her eyes, thinking it might be possible that he liked her, or he had wronged her in some way, or he had some ulterior motive. After finishing her meal, she calculated the cost of the fish and transferred the money to Brogan along with a message. Thank you, Mr. Devon. The fish was delicious. A moment later, seeing he had accepted the money, he only replied with one word. Selina asked, are you still upset? When she cautiously probed the situation, she used the respectful, you. Brogan listened absent-mindedly to the old monk chanting scriptures while replying with 2 words. Not at all. What did he have to be angry about? There was nothing worth being upset over. Their relationship was purely coincidental. Let her do as she wished. The elderly monk was invited by Hiro, a high-ranking Zen master, who found Brogan's recent good deeds too unusual. Putting away his phone, Brogan sat cross-legged listening to the scripture. Master, please teach me the Amitabha Sutra. The Amitabha Sutra can release the dead. It was the only thing he could do for the child that never had the chance to be born. Despite his noble and relaxed demeanor, there was a hidden fierceness about him. The old monk was somewhat adept at reading people. Amitabha. Selina didn't know Brogan was learning to chant scriptures at home. Seeing his brief response, she decided not to ask further. It didn't matter why he was upset. There was such a vast gap between them. Moreover, she wasn't planning on starting a new relationship anytime soon. She still had a deal with Bud. Selina remained clear-headed, knowing what she needed to do. Until her discharge, she never saw Brogan again. Both showed a tendency to avoid each other. Yet, she kept hearing from the auntie about Brogan flying in various ingredients from afar to help her recover. Their WeChat conversation mainly revolved around transferring and receiving money. Initially planning to recuperate for a week, it turned into 2 weeks. On her discharge day, Selina finally sent a message to Brogan. Mr. Devon, thank you for your help during this period. I am deeply grateful. Just completing surgery, Brogan went to buy coffee, feeling a bit weary. Sitting in the cafe, he saw Selina's message, drinking his coffee leisurely. A staff member secretly admired the man by the window, blushing at his striking beauty and noble demeanor. Walking up to pay, Brogan called the auntie who prepared meals for Selina. Mr. Devon, I'm returning to Hong Kong today. Don't mind me speaking freely, if you like Miss Liu, you should express it. Young people shouldn't keep quiet. Brogan lit a cigarette, holding it elegantly, and replied in Cantonese, I don't like her, I'm her uncle. The auntie laughed awkwardly. So, they were relatives. Leaving the hospital, Selina checked out of the hotel and took a cab back to Fatesui Park. Returning to Fatesui Park, she learned that Grandma Fraser had also been hospitalized and would be discharged the next day. Recalling her deal with Bud, Selina put aside unpacking her luggage and visited Grandma Fraser first. At the hospital, she found Harris and Mrs. Fraser Joy also there. Harris sneered, Grandma has been here for so long, yet you only come now? Joy raised an elegant eyebrow. Min, don't disturb Grandma's rest. Go home. Joy was the mother of Bud and Harris. The always elegant Mrs. Fraser looked at Selina with a sense of superiority. Seeing Mrs. Fraser reminded Selina of Brogan. She politely greeted Mrs. Fraser, though she no longer felt the need to impress her as she once did. Grandma Fraser scolded Harris. Your brother mentioned your wife is on a business trip. Girls should be more gentle, don't go berating others. Harris made a gesture of zipping her mouth shut, blinking innocently, appearing obedient. Inside, however, she was unconvinced. Was Grandma becoming senile? Selina, an outsider, could receive shares of the Fraser family and be treated so well. Anthea, come sit with me. You've just returned from a trip, rest well. I'll be discharged tomorrow. Chapter 15, come a little closer. The ward door was opened once again. It turned out Bud and Carly had arrived together. Carly wore a white floral dotted dress with a clean and beautiful face, sans makeup, looking very pure. Selina glanced at them both, then shifted her gaze indifferently. Her expression showed neither joy nor sorrow. Grandma Fraser had a stern look on her face, but her upbringing prevented her from speaking ill directly. Carly held a bouquet of wild chrysanthemums that Grandma Fraser liked. "Grandma Fraser, I came to visit you." She awkwardly added, "I happened to meet Nellie as I was leaving the elevator." Harris hooked her arm around Carly's. "Grandma, Devonjan and I had planned to visit you today." Seeing the younger generation come to visit, Grandma Fraser did not dismiss them. She replied coolly, "Vicky-o, thank you for your thoughtfulness." Bud walked over to Selena and handed her the bread he carried, his demeanor icy. "I just got off the plane and rushed here. Eat this first to fill your stomach." Probably the caretaker at Fatesaway Garden had informed him about her coming to the hospital. He was here to put on a show of affection for Grandma Fraser. Selena took the bread with a faint smile. "Thank you." Noticing her indifferent expression, his eyes softened slightly. Seeing her grandson and granddaughter-in-law reconciled, Grandma Fraser forgot her earlier displeasure upon seeing Carly. She said, "Just bread won't do, and get them some fruit." And he, who took care of Grandma Fraser's daily life, asked Selena what kind of fruit she preferred. "1 apple is fine, thank you," and Selena replied. Carly smiled gently. "Grandma Fraser, I'll be going now." It seemed she really just came to visit the patient. Harris also said, "Grandma, I'll leave with Devonjan." Carly politely greeted Mrs. Fraser, Joy, and left the ward with Harris. Joy picked up her small bag and stood up, saying to Bud and Selena, "You two stay and keep Grandma company," before turning to Grandma Fraser, "Mom, I'm leaving first. In 2 days, there will be a gathering at home. Bring Little Way and introduce her to people then." These words finally caused a flicker of displeasure in Joy. To have a party to introduce Selena to their circle of friends. However, Joy would not let it show on her face. "Mom, I understand. I'll make the arrangements." Joy cast a brief glance at Selena before leaving the ward. Whether it was Carly or Selena, Joy was dissatisfied with both their identities. Bud pulled over a chair for Selena, who didn't hesitate to sit down comfortably. For the CEO to personally pull a chair for her, what an honor. Selena's attitude toward him lacked the former nervousness, which made Bud feel oddly unsettled. Bud pulled another chair and sat beside her. "Grandma, we'll come pick you up when you're discharged tomorrow. You don't need to. Go about your business. Nellie, you should spend time with Little Way, watch a movie, go out for dinner sometimes. There's always more money to earn," Grandma Fraser advised, trying to guide him in getting along with girls. What Grandma Fraser worried about most was Bud. His parents left him with a nanny and didn't pay much attention. No one knew that the nanny was unkind and mistreated him. By the time Grandma Fraser found out, the child's personality had already changed, becoming cold and sullen. Grandma Fraser wanted to match Selena with her grandson because Selena could love wholeheartedly. "Okay, I'll take Little Way to see a movie later," Bud assured her. Hearing him call her Little Way made Selena uncomfortable. Previously, he had called her Ashley or Selena. It was truly hard for President Fraser to call her so intimately. Selena's mind wandered aimlessly. "Alright, you two should go on a date now. Don't worry about me, an old woman." "Okay, we'll listen to Grandma." Bud and Selena walked shoulder to shoulder out of the ward. Grandma Fraser's smiling face suddenly turned solemn with a hint of worry. "Sherry, don't you think these two children think I'm foolish?" They were clearly putting on an act for her benefit. Auntie's name was Sherry. She had cared for Grandma Fraser for over 20 years and understood her concerns well. "Madam, each generation has its own blessings." Grandma Fraser shook her head. "Forget it. I'll give them one more chance while I'm still alive. Once I'm gone, I can't control anything anymore." Selena followed Bud into the elevator. One stood on the left, the other on the right, maintaining a clear distance. As they exited the hospital, the driver brought the car over. The window was half open, and Carly turned to smile at Bud. Nellie. In the ward, they claimed it was coincidental to meet, but in reality, Carly and Bud had come together. The driver opened the door respectfully for Bud. Selena hailed a taxi, but Bud stopped her before she could get in. "Selena, didn't you forget what Grandma said? Sit in the passenger seat." "Selena, ? Wasn't it enough to pretend? Was he really taking her to watch a movie?" Clearly, Bud intended to do it properly. The taxi driver loudly asked, "Miss, are you still riding?" "Sorry." Selena closed the door and let the taxi leave. "You have plans with Vicky-o? Want a triple date?" Bud gave her a light look. "Get in." The driver respectfully opened the passenger side door. Selena sat in, not particularly bothered. After all, she wasn't the jealous type. Emotional detachment could come quickly. Bud turned and saw Carly looking disheartened out the window. "Devonjan, I'll drop you off at Imperial Garden first. Selena and I are just going to the cinema and restaurant to take some photos for Grandma." Carly perked up at this and moved closer to him, relieved. "Okay." Bud looked at the front seat and reached out, pulling Carly into his arms. Selena remained calm, pretending not to hear their conversation in the back seat. It was just taking photos, no big deal. Arriving at Imperial Garden. Before exiting the car, Carly secretly glanced at the two in front and quickly kissed Bud's cheek. "I'm leaving." Selena, who was casually watching the rearview mirror, saw Carly kiss Bud. Bud had booked the entire cinema, so only they were seated inside. Come a little closer, we're taking photos. Selena moved closer, but they didn't touch. Bud held up his phone to take a selfie. He had never taken selfies before, so the result wasn't great. Come closer. He frowned. President Fraser's photography skills were indeed rusty. Selena saw the crooked image on his phone screen. Her normally 9 out of 10 looks dropped to 5, she pretended not to notice. They inevitably touched during the close-up photo session. Bud felt the smooth texture of her skin and grimaced slightly. Chapter 16, she blushed. The cinema was booked out just to take a few photos. Selena sighed, lamenting the evil rich people. This movie date task could now be considered complete. Elon took her to a restaurant next. The restaurant had private rooms, so there was no need to book out the entire place. Selena expertly cooperated with him for the photo session and quickly left after it was done. Elon gave a faint look at Selena's eager-to-leave figure and frowned. He put away his phone, planning to send the dating photos to his grandmother later, before standing up and leaving the room too. The dishes they had ordered remained untouched on the table. Selena didn't expect to meet Brogan in the restaurant as she exited the private room. Today he was dressed formally in a black suit, looking exceptionally aristocratic. Next to him stood a lady in a demure dress who looked very youthful. Her demeanor was very calm and quiet. Brogan saw Selena, and their gazes met in midair. Seeing Elon following behind Selena, he casually averted his gaze. Selena smiled faintly and turned to head towards the restroom. As she came out of the restroom, she ran into Brogan again, coming from the men's restroom. She politely called out, "Mr. Devon." After greeting him, she passed by. "Selena," Brogan lifted his eyes and said casually, "your black lace panties are showing." His voice wasn't loud, and there weren't many people around. To Selena, this sentence felt like a bolt of thunder. It struck her hard. Selena instinctively lowered her head to check her lower body. Today, she wore tight-fitting jeans with a zipper in front. The zipper, compressed by the slight bulge of her abdomen, hadn't been fully closed and gradually opened a small gap, revealing a little bit of the lace underwear underneath. Selena's ears flushed red as she hurried back to the ladies' room to zip up the zipper. She knew that lately she'd been eating more nutritious food and had gained a bit of weight in her abdomen. She never expected this kind of embarrassing situation. It was utterly mortifying. Brogan smiled slightly as he left. By now, it was evening, and the streetlights were already on outside. As Selena walked outside the restaurant, she saw Brogan leaning against the door of a flashy red sports car. He had his eyes downcast, holding a cigarette box and a cigarette but hadn't lit it yet. She didn't see the girl who was with him earlier. She thought for a moment and approached, "Mr. Devon, when you're free, please let me treat you to dinner." After all, he had helped her so much, it wouldn't feel right not to invite him to a meal. "Sure." He glanced at her and replied. Selena took out an antique lighter from her purse and flicked it on. Her pink nails made the action look quite sexy. Brogan raised an eyebrow, placing the cigarette between his lips and bending slightly. The tall shadow of the man overlapped with the petite shadow of the woman. The cigarette was ignited. He held the cigarette between his long fingers, exhaling smoke lazily. "You smoke?" "Otherwise, why would she have a lighter?" "I don't smoke," Selena replied with a tight-lipped smile, not explaining further. This lighter was originally intended as a gift for him when she was discharged from the hospital but was never given. "Where's Elon?" "Not waiting for you." He had something come up and left. "Get in the car, I'll give you a ride." Though his tone was firm, he only opened the door for her without forcefully pulling her inside. Selena got into the car, sitting down in her tight-fitting jeans, her curves captivating. Brogan seemed to recall the black lace panties seen outside the restroom and smiled faintly. Selena sat upright and looked at him curiously. "Why are you smiling?" "Brogan, I remembered a joke." Selena clearly showed disbelief on her face. Brogan closed the car door, circled the hood, and sat in the driver's seat. He had taken only 1 or 2 puffs of the cigarette, which was already extinguished. While Selena was reaching for the seatbelt, she found 2 unused condoms. Knowing what those were, she couldn't help but feel awkward. She held them in her palm and handed them to Brogan calmly. "This shouldn't be kept lying around randomly. It'll be inconvenient to find when you actually need it." Brogan started the car and glanced at the items in her hand, raising an eyebrow. "These are too small for me. They belong to my friend's car." He had borrowed this car temporarily. Selena thought. If not, why mention the size? Suddenly, she recalled touching something carelessly a few days ago. Her ears turned slightly red as she placed the items in the car's central storage compartment calmly. As Brogan drove, he maintained a steady speed. He knew that when she blushed, her ears would turn red, while her beautiful face remained calm. Even she might not know how red her ears were. "Where are we going?" "To Jade Garden." They didn't speak again after that. Upon arriving at Jade Garden, Selena thanked him and got out of the car. Brogan watched her enter the gate before driving off. He knew Jade Garden was where she lived with Elon after they married. Halfway through his drive, Hero called. Brogan put in an earbud and asked lazily, "What's up?" Hero laughed. "Can't I call you without reason?" Brogan smirked. "Go away, I don't like guys." Brogan, don't leave things half done. Hero switched topics, getting serious. I have a project and want your partnership. Should I visit you soon? Alright, Brogan glanced at the condoms. Don't keep those small-sized items in the car anymore. Hero was stunned for a moment, then realized what his friend meant. That's normal size. Thanks. Definitely not small. Selena returned to Jade Garden and entered the home she once shared with Elon. She felt a bit uncomfortable. During Grandma Fraser's stay here, they couldn't sleep separately. She planned to set up a temporary bed on the floor since the room was spacious. After unpacking her suitcase, housekeeper Lee informed her that dinner was ready. She quickly showered and went downstairs to eat. Halfway through the meal, Elon returned. Selena hadn't expected him to stay at Jade Garden tonight. Elon walked into the bedroom and noticed the same bottles and jars on the dressing table, adding a hint of life. He picked up clothes to shower, finding Selena's familiar shampoo and shower gel in the bathroom. He paused for a moment but continued taking his shower. After showering, Elon emerged from the bathroom. Selena, seated on the sofa, removed her earbuds and looked at him seriously. Let's file for divorce tomorrow. Elon's deep eyes focused on her, coldly replying, fine. He loved Devong Jun. Getting divorced first was better. Note, the original story includes references and scenarios that may be explicit or sensitive. The translation aims to retain the narrative while being appropriate for general audiences. Chapter 17, Divorced, Disaster Strikes. They spent a quiet night sleeping in the same bedroom without incident. Early the next morning, the Civil Affairs Bureau had just opened when Selena and Bud went in to sign the divorce papers. A laughable marriage of convenience ended with no happy ending. Remember not to let Grandma find out, Bud warned. We're going to pick her up from the hospital now. I should be the one telling you that. You'd better watch your behavior with Carly outside. After all, she's a big celebrity who attracts media attention. She shot back at him. Bud's cool gaze fell on her, but he said no more. Selena's pride was shattered by a phone call from Miss Della. Mom. Do you still remember I'm your mom? When did you marry your boss? You've been hiding it from us. Bring him home tomorrow for dinner. Della's words were filled with displeasure. How could she hide such a significant event? Selena took a deep breath to calm herself. That's the Lee family residence. I won't bring him there. Before age 8, Selena lived with her mother, scraping by day to day. At 8, Della sent her to an orphanage. It wasn't until Selena was 15 that her mother, who had already married into the Lee family, suddenly came to take her back. Sometimes, Selena didn't know whether to hate her or thank her for coming back. Della understood her daughter's stubbornness. If you don't bring him home, I'll come to see you both. After loving him for so long, now that you're finally married, you must cherish it. Once, when visiting Selena, Della saw her diary left on the table. The diary was filled with mentions of Bud. Della guessed her feelings then. The car was quiet, perhaps Bud heard some of what Della said. Worried her mother had said too much, Selena quickly responded, Mom, I'll visit you later. I have things to do right now, bye. She hung up before hearing his sarcastic comment. Why does everyone think you love me? She detected his sarcasm. That was in the past, she replied. In the past, he occupied her every thought. But after he sent her to Cristo, she stopped loving him. Women can fall in love instantly and stop loving just as quickly. 2 days after Grandma Fraser was discharged from the hospital, the Fraser family hosted a grand banquet at the Gage Hotel to formally introduce Selena to everyone. That night, celebrities gathered at the Gage Hotel. Luxury cars arrived one after another. Selena was glamorously dressed by the makeup team, wearing an expensive necklace given by Grandma Fraser. She had never looked so opulent. Grandma Fraser, due to poor health, couldn't stay long. After introducing Selena to everyone, she asked Bud to escort Selena around. Men discussed business and connections, while women gossiped. This Miss Lou is quite skilled, like a sparrow turned into a phoenix, managing to get the Frasers to accept her. You should be careful about men's secretaries. The Frasers actually agreed. Is Miss Lou's background bad? Those unaware of Selena's background didn't know much. She's only a stepdaughter of the Lee family. Do you know what the Lees do? Not really. The Lees run several chain supermarkets. They chuckled under their breaths. Stop mocking her. Miss Lou holds 10% of the Fraser Corporation. Those who had mocked Selena fell silent. 10% of Fraser Corporation held significant weight. It was one of the top 100 companies. Selena's share generated billions in dividends annually. Jealousy and envy mixed among the crowd. Selena followed Bud, receiving various blessings. What a perfect match. Excuse me. Selena felt impatient, not really being Mrs. Fraser, just pretending. Carly was also invited by Harris. Standing in the corner, listening to the gossip, she felt complicated emotions. Seeing Selena leave the hall, she followed her. Selena exited the restroom, surprised to see Carly here. She felt irked. Selena ignored Carly and tried to leave, but Carly called her. Selena, are you proud? Selena continued walking. What was there to be proud of? Bud didn't love her, everything would be over eventually. What was there to be proud of? Perhaps the evening's conversations had affected Carly deeply. Seeing Selena ignore her, Carly grabbed her arm. Carly's face twisted in pain, choking out, "Selena, if not for Grandma Fraser liking you, would you be standing beside Nellie today?" Selena looked at Carly indifferently. "So what? If you can make Grandma Fraser like you, go ahead. Besides, I never stopped you from being with Bud." In wealthy families, spouses often live separately, don't they, Vicchio? Carly shed tears. Selena's words struck her dignity. Selena wasn't a man who would feel sorry for crying women. She pulled her arm free. However, Carly grabbed her arm again, losing balance and falling. "Ah. Selena, what are you doing?" Harris hadn't expected this scene. She rushed over, glaring at Selena as she helped Carly up. "Sister Devonjan, are you okay?" "My ankle hurts badly," Carly winced. Harris looked furious and called Bud. "It's not Miss Lou's fault, I grabbed her and lost balance." "Sister Devonjan, why defend her? I saw her push you forcefully." Carly appeared pitifully pale from the pain. Selena, in her elegant dress, coldly retorted, "Are you deaf?" She admitted it herself. "What does it have to do with me?" When Bud arrived, he saw Selena arguing. "What happened?" He frowned. "Devonjan, are you okay?" Bud's stern gaze swept over Selena. "Selena." Disaster struck out of nowhere. Why blame her when everyone seemed convinced she was the guilty party? "Brother," Selena pushed Sister Devonjan, and she hurt her ankle. Harris pointed at Selena. "She pushed very hard." Bud frowned. "Selena, causing trouble isn't appropriate tonight." ###end of chapter 17. Chapter 18, I like the sultry type. Carly endured the pain and softly said, "I'm fine, Simone. Please arrange for someone to take me to the hospital." Warren knelt down and examined Carly's swollen ankle. Standing up, he scooped her into his arms. "I'll take you." Carly weakly shook her head, her eyes brimming with tears. "No, if you leave the banquet tonight, Grandma will blame me." "Devonjan, at this moment who cares about the banquet? Let Miss Lou handle it herself," Harris scoffed. Selena remained indifferent. She didn't want to witness their mushiness. Coldly, she remarked, "Vicchio grabbed my arm first. When I tried to leave, she clung on and fell. It's not my fault, I didn't push her intentionally." She turned to leave after speaking. Warren looked at Selena coldly. "Whether or not you pushed her, since you hurt someone, you should apologize." "Make me apologize? What if I refuse?" Selena smirked, exuding an aggressive beauty that seemed invincible. "If I don't apologize, are you going to threaten me again, Mr. Fraser?" Warren frowned, his gaze stern as if dealing with a troublemaker. The most important thing now was to get Carly to the hospital. Holding her in his arms, he turned and walked away. Selena took a deep breath, clenching her fists. Irritating. "Let me down, Lycan. If others see us." Carly bit her lip, tears streaming down her face. "Put me down." Seeing her distressed expression, Warren felt guilty. If not for him, Devonjan wouldn't be so upset. He comforted her gently. "It's okay, I'll carry you there." Harris deliberately bumped into Selena. Wearing heels, Selena stumbled a few steps, her lower back hitting the wall edge. She grunted, holding onto the wall as a sharp pain shot through her lower back. Quickly, she reached out and pulled at Harris's skirt, causing her to fall backward. "Selena. If you want to embarrass yourself, shout louder." Considering they were still at the banquet. Selena glanced at her, then left without another word. People noticed Warren carrying a woman out of the banquet hall. Though they couldn't identify who the woman was, everyone looked at Selena with speculative eyes. Madame Fraser Devonmi raised her glass and apologized to the guests. A relative twisted her ankle. "Lycan is taking her to the hospital. Hope this doesn't spoil your evening." Madame Fraser's open explanation put an end to any gossip. "Follow me." Madame Fraser lowered her voice, coldly calling out to Selena. In the VIP lounge, Madame Fraser sat while Selena stood. "Selena, what kind of day is this? Why would you push someone at a banquet?" Madame Fraser was furious. Everyone was causing trouble. She wasn't siding with Carly but simply did not want the Fraser family to become a topic of conversation. "I didn't push her," Selena replied calmly. Madame Fraser glared at her coldly. "It doesn't matter if you did or not. I don't want such incidents publicized and made a joke of. Now, leave." Selena left the VIP lounge, feeling irritable. Annoyed by wanting to escape yet having to bow down to reality. As one of the hosts of the banquet, Selena had to maintain a facade and deal with the guests. After the banquet ended, exhausted, she rubbed her sore lower back and sat on the sofa in the VIP reception room waiting for the hotel manager. She wanted to ask for the footage from the restroom area earlier that night. Her phone rang, and seeing Warren's name, she ignored it. At the hospital, Warren's expression grew colder. Seeing Selena hadn't answered, he sent a message instead. "Selena, don't come back to Emerald Garden tonight. I'll tell Grandma we're staying out." Selena saw the message and sneered. "Spending the night where?" The top floor of the prestigious Gage Hotel housed only one grand suite, specifically designed for VIP guests, complete with an outdoor swimming pool. A tall, handsome man emerged from the pool. The hotel's general manager respectfully handed him a towel. Mr. Devon. Brogan took the towel and dried his hair and body, putting on a white robe with a calm demeanor. What is it? The general manager smiled. We've arranged a massage for you. A woman dressed in white stood nearby, looking excited and shy. People staying on this floor were of high status. She was confident in her appearance and figure. Brogan picked up a cigarette box, sat down, and eyed her with a mocking smile. Since when does our hotel offer this service? I don't like the innocent type. The general manager, unsure of his boss's mood, asked, should I find someone else? Didn't all men prefer someone who appeared innocent but was wild in bed? He liked this type. Brogan narrowed his eyes, lit the lighter a few times, and chuckled, I like the sultry type. The general manager nodded with a forced smile. Shall I find someone sultry? Brogan lit his cigarette, then suddenly became serious. Our hotel doesn't need such services. It lowers our standards. You can leave Gage tomorrow. The general manager broke out in a cold sweat. He was done for. Suddenly, the general manager's phone rang. Nervously, he pressed the wrong buttons, turning the call into speaker mode in his haste. The call connected. General manager, Mrs. Fraser wants to see tonight's surveillance footage, reported the event manager responsible for the banquet. Hotel surveillance could not be viewed casually due to privacy concerns for other guests. Such matters required the general manager's approval. Looking at Brogan, the general manager awkwardly smiled and told the caller, I'll handle it shortly. Just as he was about to hang up, a hand intercepted the phone. Which Mr. Fraser? The event manager paused, surprised by the change in voice, but quickly answered, Chairman of the Fraser Corporation. Brogan, smoking lazily, leaned back. What happened? The event manager whispered, something occurred during the banquet, but I'm not sure what. Bring her to the top floor. Brogan hung up, tossing the phone to the sweating general manager. Find out what happened. The general manager looked relieved. Yes. He hurried off, signaling the innocent-looking girl to leave as well. Selina followed the hotel manager to the top floor via elevator. Mrs. Fraser, please come in. The manager opened the door respectfully. Selina hesitated before entering, frowning. Why are we talking here? Who discusses matters in a hotel room with strangers? Selina stepped back, eyeing the manager warily. Her phone was already unlocked, ready to dial emergency if needed. The hotel manager stammered. Having conversations here was unusual. But given who lived inside, he dared not offend them, nor did he know why Mrs. Fraser was brought here. Inside, Brogan, wrapped in a bathrobe, sat at the bar, sipping wine. He heard Selina's cautious questioning at the door. Chapter 19. No need to rub anymore. Bud carried Carly, who had just been examined at the hospital, and immediately got into the car. Be more careful next time. Your left hand isn't fully healed yet, and now your foot is hurt. Carly said softly, don't be angry. I promise to behave from now on. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have gone to the banquet tonight. If I had known it was for. She blinked her sore eyes, her eye sockets slightly red. If I had known, I wouldn't have gone. Seeing her sadness, Bud sighed, I'm sorry. It's my fault for making you feel this way. Give me another 6 months, Devonjan, okay? He held her in his arms and kissed her forehead lightly. It's all my fault. If only I hadn't chosen to go abroad back then. I'm sorry. Carly leaned against him, saddened. Bud thought of how Selina had taken care of him after Carly left for a few years, momentarily lost in thought. I plan to move out of Fraser Garden first. Since everyone knows Selina is now Mrs. Fraser, I can't continue living there. Bud came back to his senses and consoled her, you don't need to move. I'll transfer Fraser Garden to your name. In 6 months, I will marry you officially. He wasn't sure whether he was saying these words to comfort himself or her. Bud's words didn't console Carly. Thinking about what she heard in the study made her uneasy. Selina was going to continue being his secretary. Carly wanted to ask why he let Selina return as his secretary but couldn't reveal that she overheard his conversation with Selina. A lot could happen in 6 months. Carly didn't want to take that chance. Can I visit you at Fraser Corporation occasionally while I recuperate? I'll disguise myself so the media and fans won't recognize me. On the other side, at the Geic Hotel. Selina was trying to put on a show with the hotel manager outside the room when she heard a familiar deep voice from inside, come in. She tilted her head and stretched her neck to peek inside. Brogan appeared holding a glass of wine. Uncle. Brogan glanced at Selina lazily sipping his wine. Selina walked in, and the hotel manager closed the door politely, instantly losing interest once realizing they were family. Selina often felt she encountered people like Brogan too frequently when she didn't want to. Sitting on a high stool, Selina poured herself a glass of red wine without ceremony. Before she could drink, Brogan took the glass and drank it himself. Selina glared at him in disbelief. Could you pour yourself if you want it? Ignoring her protest, Brogan grabbed a teapot. Have some tea. Selina wanted to taste that bottle of Romani Conti, which cost around 4 million yuan. Just a sip. Not stingy, Brogan gave her 1 sip. Selina. Mr. Devon, I still need to find the general manager of the hotel. Thanks for the wine. After taking that sip, she stepped down from the high stool. You call me uncle one moment and Mr. Devon the next. Switching easily between them, Brogan's dark eyes fell on her makeup face. Finding the hotel manager is unnecessary. This hotel belongs to the Devon family. Selina didn't want to ask him for help. Such a request seemed embarrassing. Just then, Brogan's phone buzzed. It was a video from the hotel's general manager. Mr. Devon, here's the footage Mrs. Fraser requested. Brogan glanced at Mrs. Fraser, slightly displeased, and opened the video calmly. Selina saw the footage on his phone. Selina lowered her head, moving her feet slightly, feeling a bit tired. Brogan paused the video, picked up a pair of slippers provided by the hotel, bent down, and placed them by her feet. Put them on. He continued watching the video. After finishing, he frowned, speechless. Why do women love playing such petty tricks? Selina, now wearing the slippers, looked up. And why do men enjoy such hero saves beauty stunts? Brogan could only respond with one word, stupid. Selina straightened her fragile neck. This is love. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. That is indeed love. The official wife still loves the bastard even though a mistress has come to challenge. Brogan laughed sarcastically, looking at Selina as if ready to perform brain surgery to see if she was made of water. Selina instinctively touched her forehead. I don't love him anymore. I've learned to let go. I'm not masochistic. If not for the confidentiality agreement following their divorce, she would have already shown the divorce certificate to everyone. The thought made her feel better. Brogan observed Selina's expression. Seeing her sincerity, he nodded without further criticism. The video is sent to you. Gallagher down on the sofa. Why? What reason did she have to lie down? I want to check your lower back and apply medicine. Seeing her skirt inconvenient, Brogan fetched an unused t-shirt and long pants for her. Selina stood still with the clothes. No need to trouble, I'll get someone to help me at home. Brogan stared at her with his black eyes. I am a doctor. They looked at each other in silence. Selina felt her scalp tingle under his gaze and went into the bathroom with the clothes. On the sofa. Reluctantly changed, Selina wore loose pants tied with a rubber band. Seeing the rubber band, Brogan's lips curved into a smile. Her clothes lifted slightly, revealing her white lower back. Her slender waist and curvy hips. Brogan, having dipped his fingers in medicine, hesitated briefly. With the air conditioning on, Selina's lower back still felt warm. The medicine smelled unpleasant, and it needed rubbing in. Selina winced in pain from time to time, emitting little hums. It made one's heart ache hearing it. Mr. Devon, no need to rub anymore. It will heal in a few days. Rubbing really hurt. Just bear with it, it will be better soon. Selina. Done. Seeing her support her lower back, her face showing relief, she gave him a radiant smile. Thank you. He smiled faintly. Brogan washed his hands. Bud called again, and Selina finally answered. What? Where are you? Doing as you said, I'm outside. After replying, Selina hung up impatiently. Bud frowned, her temper was growing worse. Coming out of the bathroom, Brogan saw Selina throw her phone on the sofa and lean back. Her graceful neck exposed itself. Brogan approached, looking at her leaning neck. Is your neck broken? Selina looked at Brogan. Can I stay here for the night? There were many rooms, and she didn't want to move. She hadn't finished speaking. Brogan leaned close, one hand supporting the back of the sofa, the other lifting her head gently. His deep eyes looked inscrutable. His thin lips hovered near hers. To be continued. Chapter 20, Wearing a Green Hat. Selina nudged Brogan. Brogan also let her go accordingly. She was about to get angry. But seeing his thin lips stained with her red lipstick, he looked like an alluring man. What do you mean? Trying to undermine your nephew's relationship? Her tone had a bit of sarcasm. Sitting on the sofa, Brogan chuckled lightly as the white bathrobe slightly opened, revealing a very sexy chest. He said, if you want to stay here, isn't this what you're trying to do? Wanting to seduce me into making your nephew wear a green hat? What did he say in that call just now? Did it upset you? Selina. How could this man be so smart? Indeed, for a moment, Selina had wanted to get back at Bud. Sometimes women have small minds. She summed up all her words into one sentence. It's not me giving him a green hat, he has also given me one. We're giving each other green hats, which is fair. Perhaps she was being rebellious from all the pressure over the recent period. She became bolder. From having the courage of a mouse, she turned into someone daring like a bear. Maybe she held a grudge. Brogan was speechless by her constant mention of the green hat. Yet, he indulged her a little. You wait. He called someone to buy a green hat immediately. Wait, change that to 10 green hats. Selina, ? 10 minutes later. The plump hotel manager puffed up, breathing heavily, and servilely delivered 10 green hats. Selina was pressed against the sofa by Brogan. He pushed her head down, putting a green hat on her. He was surprised and shocked, saying, you look pretty good in a green hat. You can wear one every day from now on. Selina. Pretty my ass. She smiled coldly, tilting her noble and fair neck. Maybe I'm naturally beautiful. Brogan laughed lowly. Yes, you are naturally beautiful. Selina, do you want to be with me? Brogan asked directly. This question caught Selina off guard. The man seriously said, come with me, as Bud Sr., you can regain your dignity. And I am very honest. That sounded tempting. Selina glanced at him without showing much innocence. You are honest? Brogan nodded. Forget it, Selina didn't bother criticizing Brogan, who considered himself honest. She said, firstly, I would be a remarried woman, I feel inferior. Secondly, you are Bud Sr., others will mock you if the senior and junior are with the same woman. Lastly, my heart can't love anyone right now. After saying this, Selina took off the green hat and held it, smiling seductively. From today onwards, Selina will find men only to satisfy my physical needs. With my $1 million salary, I can even keep a toy boy when bored. Brogan was astounded by Selina's powerful declaration, stunned to the point of brain freeze. Just for physical needs? He repeated her words with a half-smile. Selina nodded confidently, yes. $1 million salary and keeping toy boys when bored? Brogan reiterated again. Selina pursed her lips, nodding shyly, yes. Selina, you are bold. Brogan laughed wildly. He picked her up and carried her into the bedroom, his smile eerie. Let me give you a taste of a big dog first. A big dog's flavor was a bit scary. Fierce and merciless. Selina felt exhausted, yet strangely still remembered to remove her makeup and take a shower. Brogan, with a mouthful of lipstick, washed his face and then they both showered. The next morning, Selina woke up to find herself alone in bed. She sighed in relief. She saw a set of long-sleeve dress and innerwear on the bedside table. When she put on the clothes and checked her reflection in the mirror, she almost couldn't bear to look at the marks on her body. Walking out of the bedroom, she saw Brogan seemingly conducting a video conference. He glanced at her. Selina signaled with a finger towards the door, meaning she was leaving. Unexpectedly, he spoke, remember to transfer the fee for keeping a big dog to me. Selina. People on the conference call were suddenly interrupted by their boss speaking mid-meeting. They didn't show any confusion but waited respectfully. Understood. They heard a soft, hoarse female voice. Brogan added, there's breakfast on the dining table, eat before you leave. Selina nodded, and Brogan continued the meeting. Before the meeting ended, Selina hastily ate a few bites of breakfast and left quickly. Her hasty departure made Brogan's expression turn dark. It gave him the feeling that after eating, she didn't want to take responsibility. At Fraser Group. Selina hadn't been to work for days, and there was a lot of accumulated work today. She was extremely busy. Bud's frown finally eased today. A good secretary can improve the boss's work efficiency. This was also why he wanted Selina back as a secretary. He recognized her ability to work. While Selina was busily rushing around, Brooke came to her desk with a serious expression. Ashley, book 6 tickets to Guangzhou immediately. The factory there has caught fire. Okay. Selina booked the tickets and also needed to return to Jade Garden to pack luggage and emergency supplies. The fire at the factory was severe, with the financial losses not mentioned. There were already 9 deaths and 15 seriously injured. When Brogan messaged Selina asking if she wanted to have dinner together, Selina was already on the plane. Selina replied, I'm on a business trip, can't eat. For the next few days, Brogan didn't receive any messages from Selina. He saw her on TV news. She was dressed formally in a shirt and suit pants, standing straight next to Bud. Reporters pushed microphones towards Bud, and Selina politely blocked them. Thank you everyone, please step aside, the interview has ended, thank you. Brogan raised an eyebrow and sent a message to Selina. Do you remember Mr. Devon by Daming Lake? Selina was too busy to check her messages. She didn't know that Mr. Devon by Daming Lake was thinking of her. She spent those days handling family's protests and dealing with media, exhausting her energy. Mr. Fraser, Mrs. Fraser, my daughter is still young, and now she lost her father. My health isn't good either. What should she do if I pass away? Finally breaking free from the reporters, they were about to get in the car when a woman cried out among the crowd. The woman cried pitifully, fainting after a few shouts due to her poor health. The crowd was chaotic. Brooke quickly called 120. Bud told Selina to get in the car quietly, he would handle it. It was too chaotic and dangerous here. Carly, eyes red, stared at the screen where Bud and Selina were whispering closely. She took a deep breath and called her assistant, book me a ticket to Guangzhou today. She was going to Guangzhou. Chapter 21. On the plane, Hero turned his head to ask the man reading a medical book, why did you suddenly decide to go to Guang City? And why drag him along? I'm going there to operate on a patient. Also, to check up on someone. Bro, you're going to operate on a patient, what do you need me for? That was the real issue. Brogan took the coffee served by the flight attendant and thanked her before replying to Hero, of course, you have your use. Hero had thought Brogan, the crown prince of the Devon family, couldn't handle something and needed him to show off. This had made him quite happy. But little did he expect that Brogan's use was to have him work as a delivery person. delivering meals every day to a woman named Selena. Hero, with my billion-dollar net worth, do I still need to brave the elements? Brogan ignored his protests. You're my dad, what am I? Hero, you're my grandfather. Brogan ridiculed him, I can't give birth to such a promiscuous son. On that same noon, upon arriving in Guang City, Hero reluctantly rode an electric scooter to deliver love meals to Selena. Miss Liu, you've got a takeaway order delivered by Mr. Devon. Selena, who had been on the phone, felt confused. She only knew one Mr. Devon, Brogan. Stepping out of the tech park, she saw an ordinary-looking delivery man. Miss Liu. Yes, thank you. You're welcome. Delivery man Hero quickly sized up Selena. Upon seeing her in person, this woman looked enchanting. He never thought Brogan would like this type. Selena held the insulated box and watched the delivery man leave before calling Brogan. The man on the other end answered promptly, someone will bring you lunch and dinner every day. Eat well. Selena smiled, all her fatigue vanishing. Her voice was hoarse, thank you, Mr. Devon. Brogan chuckled lightly, I'll hang up now. He was very busy in Guang City, the surgery ahead was dangerous, and they needed to discuss it thoroughly. Selena put away her phone and headed back into the tech park when a female voice called her. Ashley. Selena turned her head and saw Carly sitting in a wheelchair being pushed by her manager. Ashley, could you please take me to see Nellie? Asked Carly. Selena raised an eyebrow, surprised. She brought them to register with security before taking them inside the factory. Ashley, I'm really sorry about what happened at the banquet, Carly said softly. Nellie and Simone were worried about me. Oh, you should be saying sorry to me, Selena remarked casually. Could you repeat that? Carly. Selena gave Carly a mocking glance, why bother? No one's here, why pretend? Carly bowed her head and apologized weakly, sorry. Selena smiled, almost forgetting she hadn't yet sent Bud the footage from the Gidge Hotel banquet. She took out her phone, sent him the video, and maliciously forwarded him a news article. An old lady fell down and accused the person who helped her of pushing her. Was it a loss of morality or humanity? Chairman Fraser, your sister owes me an apology, and so does your dear Miss Devongen. Please tell her not to tug at me anymore. In the office area of the factory. Bud, rubbing his tired eyes, heard his phone buzz. Opening it, he saw two videos sent by Selena. One showed Carly's fall at the Gidge Hotel banquet, followed by Selena being pushed against the wall by his sister. Then came the news about the old lady's incident and her message. His usually cold expression darkened. Bud, apologies. Seeing these words, Selena scoffed and replied, I want to see Little Orange. She wasn't reassured until she saw Little Orange herself. Bud initially felt a bit regretful but was displeased when he saw Selena trying to meet Fergus again and replied with one word, fine. The factory area was vast. After bringing Carly to Bud's temporary office, Selena went to the dining area with her insulated box. Seeing Carly arrive, Bud glanced at her injured leg and seemed slightly annoyed. You are being unreasonable. You should rest properly. Why are you here? I just missed you. I wanted to see you. I'll go back tomorrow. Carly got out of the wheelchair and hopped over to Bud on one foot. Bud hurriedly stood up, stop, don't hop. He was exasperated but couldn't get angry. Carly wrapped her arms around his waist, smiling, lifted her head, and kissed him, I miss you dearly. That evening, Bud invited everyone for dinner to thank them for their hard work. Selena messaged Brogan telling him not to send her dinner tonight. Guang City is famous for its Cantonese cuisine, so they booked a Cantonese restaurant. At the table setting time, there was a slight mishap. The former plant manager had been fired due to the fire incident. And the newly appointed director Lee pulled the chair next to Bud's right for Selena. Mrs. Fraser, please. Bud's left side had Carly in the wheelchair. Hearing Mrs. Fraser, Carly felt uncomfortable. Selena politely smiled at Director Lee, no, I'll sit by Secretary Song. Sitting beside Bud might make it difficult for her to eat. Oh, alright. Director Lee felt awkward, wondering about the complex relationships. Bud briefly glanced at Selena, then indifferently moved his gaze away. During the meal, Carly picked Bud's favorite dishes, and his cold face softened. He picked fish for her and removed the bones. Intelligent people observed that Bud's true love was Carly, while Selena was openly known as Mrs. Fraser. Brooke, fearing Selena might feel embarrassed, offered her a soup dumpling. Cantonese soup dumplings, try some. Selena thanked him, appreciating Brooke's consideration. However, she didn't feel humiliated. She recognized her place in Bud's heart. Once she decided to let go, nothing Bud or Carly did could affect her mood. The Cantonese cuisine was good, but Selena only ate until she was 7/10 full before putting down her chopsticks. Ashley, isn't the food to your taste? Brooke asked. I'm dieting, Selena replied. Thinking of her jeans zipper sliding down, she resolved to lose her small belly further. After the meal, the group dispersed. Several senior executives at the factory bid farewell to Bud at the door. They realized who Bud cherished. They watched as Bud personally placed Carly in the car. The bodyguards collected the wheelchair, and the car drove away. But Ashley hadn't gotten in the car yet. Hashtag chapter 22, as your secret man. Selena greeted the factory manager and others before following Brooke into another car. Selena, are you alright? Over these few years, Brooke originally thought Howell liked Selena, but recent events made him reconsider this assumption. Howell had always loved Carly. I'm fine, really, Selena smiled genuinely. If they end up together someday, I will bless them. Brooke sensed her sincerity and felt happy for her. He laughed, it's good that you can be open-minded. Men are everywhere. At around 7 in the evening, the car arrived at the hotel. Selena bid Brooke goodnight and swiped her card to enter her room. She turned on the light and was startled to see a man sitting on the sofa. She quickly closed the door. Brogan opened his deep-set eyes and said hoarsely, "You're back. How did you come to Guang City?" "No, how did you get in here?" Brogan leaned against the sofa, one arm casually draped over the armrest. His white shirt was unbuttoned at the top, exuding an air of nonchalance and nobility. "I used the keycard. This hotel belongs to the Devon family. I'm here to perform surgery on a patient," he answered. "Come over, why stand there? I won't eat you." He wouldn't dare until he was full. Brogan lazily called out, "Ainsley, come join me for dinner." On the table were 2 boxes of unhealthy food, fried chicken, fries, and a bottle of cola. Selena was speechless. She didn't expect him to eat such junk food. She changed her shoes and walked over. "I'm not hungry, I ate well tonight." Seeing her answer, Brogan didn't insist. He washed his hands and returned to the sofa to eat. Watching him eat was quite pleasing to the eye. "Did you like lunch today?" "Yes, it was delicious, thank you." Selena poured him a cup of cola. Once he was full, he removed his plastic gloves and pulled a strawberry-flavored lollipop from his pocket, offering it to Selena. "This is for you." She had never received a lollipop as a gift before. "Why give me just a lollipop?" Selena asked, puzzled. "And only one?" Brogan looked at her with an expression that clearly meant, "How many more do you want?" "I saw my nephew and Vicky O downstairs. I got a little girl in the elevator to give me this lollipop for you. If I took more, she would have cried." Selena was speechless again. That little girl must have been very obedient, giving up her lollipop without crying. Amused by her shocked face, Brogan chuckled and pinched her chin, kissing her deeply. His conquest was utterly dominant. When they finally caught their breath. "Remember to pay me, Ashley, with your $1 million salary," he whispered hoarsely. Before Selena could respond, the doorbell rang. "I'll check who it is." Her lips still red, she straightened her clothes and peered through the peephole. Seeing Brooke outside, she turned to Brogan, signaling him to hide in the bathroom. Brogan almost laughed at her audacity but complied reluctantly, entering the bathroom with a cold face. Selena then opened the door. Brooke glanced inside. "Howell asked me to check if everything is okay here." Dodge had heard from Carly's agent that a man had entered Selena's room and wanted Brooke to ensure her safety. Selena was bewildered. "Everything is fine here." "Is something wrong?" Brooke explained, "Carly's agent saw a man enter your room, so Howell asked me to check." "Oh, it's nothing. That man is my friend." Understanding the situation, Brooke, seeing Selena was safe, reported back to Dodge. When Brooke came to report, Carly wasn't in the living room. Ashley said the man is her friend. "Friend?" Dodge repeated, his voice cold. "All right, Secretary Song, you may rest." "Thank you." Brooke noticed Dodge's displeasure but didn't dwell on it, leaving the room. Meanwhile, Selena called out to Brogan, who hadn't emerged from the bathroom. Opening the door, she gasped and quickly closed it. "Why isn't the door locked?" Brogan chuckled softly, "What's wrong? Haven't you seen me before?" "Not only seen but also touched." Selena rubbed her burning ears and turned to leave. Then she paused. She knocked on the bathroom door again. "Mr. Devon, what are you doing?" The sound of water running answered her question. As expected, he was showering. The doorbell rang again. Selena frowned. Who could it be now? This time, it was Dodge. He pressed the doorbell, but no one answered. He dialed Selena's phone. Selena answered, "Chairman, is there anything?" "Where are you?" "In the shower, I'm busy." "I'll come back later. We need to video call Grandma." "Ah, that was why." Selena glanced at the bathroom. Brogan seemed to want to stay overnight. Dodge and Carly should both be there. Considering her options, she decided it was safer to go to Dodge. "I'll find you shortly." The bathroom door suddenly opened, and Brogan, wearing only a towel, stepped out. Reacting quickly, Selena covered his mouth. "Talk to you later, I have to hang up," she told Dodge. Brogan watched her with amusement, licking her palm. "Why so nervous?" "I'm not ashamed, and didn't you say we'd wear green hats together?" Selena awkwardly laughed. Could she say that he was someone people shouldn't see? Brogan's uncle relationship to Dodge was a huge gap. And regarding the Devon family, she couldn't even imagine Brogan marrying someone like her into the family. Seeing her reaction, Brogan knew her thoughts. He lifted her chin, narrowing his eyes. "Ainsley, do you want me to be your secret man?" No, don't misunderstand," Selena stammered. Maybe it's better if we keep our distance. A clean break. She feared getting entangled with him again if they stayed close. This man had that power over her. Brogan laughed but didn't get angry. He gazed at her sharply. Do you think I'm as weak as Dodge? I can be your secret man for now. #### End of chapter 22. Chapter 23. Brogan was tall, estimated at around 189 centimeters. Selina stood at 170 centimeters. She stretched out her hand, tiptoed, and wrapped her slender arms around his neck. Brogan raised an eyebrow, possibly finding her struggle to reach him a bit pitiful. He bent down, accommodating her. His deep gaze met her eyes perfectly. Mr. Devon, do you want to be my secret lover? Sweetheart? Her breath touched him, but her red lips didn't make contact. There was an intimate distance between them. Her eyes brimmed with affection and softness. Her voice was tender and sweet. Brogan chuckled. Only she would dare to tease him and then try to retract it. The man pressed her against the wall, pinning her wrists with both hands, his cold breath washing over her. The dim yellow light illuminated her squinted eyes. She tilted her neck, gripping the towel around his body tightly. One more time, sweetheart. If you don't want to be unable to get up tomorrow, be proper now. When the man exuded charm, he oozed testosterone from head to toe. Selina smiled. My period is here. That statement was like a full stop. His gaze fell on her delicate hands, but after some thought, he let go. Brogan picked her up with a fierce movement, marched towards the big bed, and tucked her in like a caterpillar under the covers. Selina obediently wrapped herself in the blanket and laughed. I haven't showered yet. How can I wash like this? She glanced at his energetic body. Brogan was very open without any reservations. He spoke to the caterpillar on the bed. I'll have a cigarette. You go take a shower. Your dark circles are obvious. Women shouldn't stay up late often. It disrupts their hormones. Selina felt moved at first, then speechless at Dr. Devon's next words. She rolled out of the blanket. After showering, she still had to find Bud. I have something to do later, she said while blow-drying her hair in the bathroom, peeking out to tell Brogan. Brogan's anger had cooled down. He dressed back into his clothes, slightly wrinkling his brow, showing a hint of OCD. Walking to the bathroom door, he said, I'm leaving. Seeing his calm expression, Selina glanced at him twice. The hairdryer buzzed annoyingly. She looked at him, seeing the smile in his dark eyes as the room door closed behind him. Brogan left. Back in his room, Hero instinctively checked his watch. So fast. Brogan unbuttoned his shirt, taking off the dirty clothes. His perfect figure made Hero sigh. Fortunately, I'm straight. Brogan smiled slightly, looking relaxed. His eyes drifted downward. Hero felt a chill and said, Dr. Devon, I was joking. After showering, Brogan returned, and Hero poured him a glass of wine, carefully asking, I just want to ask, are you serious about Miss Lou or playing around? Playing around? Do you think I have time to mess around like you? Brogan didn't drink the wine but poured himself a glass of water instead, saying, there's surgery tomorrow, no drinking. This meant he was serious. Hero looked at Brogan, feeling somewhat complicated, frowning, she's married. What kind of women don't you have? It's fine for adults to play around, but why? He didn't finish his sentence when he saw Brogan's look, raising his hands. All right, I won't say anything more. Whatever you like. They've already divorced, Brogan said indifferently. Though the divorce was kept hidden, Brogan could easily find out. He respected Selina's decision and wouldn't interfere too much for now. His mood deepened, hiding inside. Meanwhile, Selina went to see Bud. Carly, sitting in a wheelchair, greeted her with a smile. Ashley, please sit on the sofa. I'll call Nellie. Selina replied faintly, thank you. While video calling Laura Fraser with Selina, Carly sat on the side, avoiding the camera. She glanced at Selina, who sat beside Bud, and listened to their conversation. Callington, Ainsley, you've been through a lot. Have the families of the victims been comforted? Laura Fraser worried about the fire incident at Guangzhou Technology Park. Company stocks were falling but not drastically. The families agreed to sign for compensation and assistance. However, one family has a special situation. Bud turned to Selina. Selina added, the investigation team found that Mr. Tim's wife might be in poor health, and her relatives aren't reliable. If something happens to her and they receive such a large compensation, their daughter may face hardships. The media was focusing on the mother and daughter duo, which could impact Fraser Group if not handled well. Bud said, Grandma, rest assured. I will handle it. Go rest, you too. You've worked hard these days. After hanging up, Selina left quietly. It was late, and she didn't want to disturb the loving couple. Selina, Bud called, noticing her tired face. Coldly, he added, I'll go to the hospital with you tomorrow. Tomorrow, they planned to visit severely injured patients. Selina felt relieved. Visiting patients under the name of Mrs. Fraser sometimes led to confrontations with the families. With Bud there, things would be better. No unexpected issues during the hospital visit. A patient's grandmother threw a white porcelain bowl at Bud's head. It happened so suddenly, and she was close to him. In an instant, Selena stood behind Bud, reaching out. The bowl hit her arm forcefully, causing her to wince in pain. Guards rushed in to protect them, while family members calmed their elder. All your fault. If not for your factory, my grandson wouldn't be suffering like this. His life is ruined. The old lady's voice was filled with hate. Her grandson had severe injuries below the waist, rendering him infertile. She sobbed loudly. Bud supported Selena, guiding her out of the room, his expression grim. Where's the surgeon? Selena held her arm, tears streaming from the pain. The pain was excruciating, and she barely noticed Bud's hand on her shoulder. In the hospital canteen at noon, several nurses chatted while eating. Did you see the news? I bandaged Mrs. Fraser's hand today. Mrs. Fraser and Mr. Fraser are truly in love, one handsome, the other beautiful. She's brave. If not for her, Mr. Fraser might have gotten hurt. You didn't see how anxious Mr. Fraser was. CEO and his beautiful wife. Nurses discussed, intrigued by the rare sight of high society figures. At a nearby table, Brogan and two professor doctors ate. Hearing the mentions of Mrs. Fraser and Mr. Fraser, his gaze flickered, pausing his chopsticks midair. Chapter 24 Muffled light laughter. Carly stood on one foot outside the hospital room, peeking through the window. She watched Bud converse with Selena. A surge of jealousy welled up within her. She knocked on the door. The agent helped Carly sit in her wheelchair and opened the door to the ward. Ashley, thank you so much for saving Nellie today. Carly placed the lunchbox on the bedside cabinet. I brought some food for you all. Selena glanced at Carly indifferently. Thank you. I would have helped regardless of who it was. So it wasn't for Bud. Carly didn't believe Selena's words. She thought Selena must love Nellie. This made Carly feel depressed. Particularly when she heard that Nellie had arranged a private plane to send Selena back to Shenzhen for recuperation first. This gave Carly a vague sense of unease. Sometimes women's intuition is sharper than men's obtuse feelings. She didn't want to admit that there was something between Nellie and Selena, he just hadn't realized it yet. If he hadn't realized it, then it was fine. Carly's eyes turned cold. She wouldn't let Selena have this opportunity. Her hand rested on her belly. As long as she had a child. There wasn't much conversation between Selena and Carly, and Selena wouldn't eat the food Carly brought for fear of being poisoned. Carly, a woman with hidden malice, was only favored by Bud. Didn't Bud know some of Carly's methods? He wasn't stupid, he knew but chose to indulge her because they were together from high school to university and later broke up due to his grandmother's opposition. Carly was his obsession. Bud couldn't stay in the ward with Selena all day since he had matters to attend to. Selena, call me if you need anything. I'll have you sent back to Shenzhen tomorrow, someone will take care of you at home. I understand, I want to rest. Selena's dismissive words sounded chilly. Bud said nothing, giving her a thoughtful look before wheeling Carly out of the ward. In the car, Carly clung to Bud's arm. Nellie, what are you thinking? Company affairs. Bud closed his eyes to rest, briefly remembering the scene where a hand reached out to block the bowl. He spoke in a low voice, Selena goes back to Shenzhen tomorrow. You should fly back too. I'm very busy here and can't look after you. Carly responded gently, all right. She added with a bitter smile, Nellie, Selena seems to really like you. I don't like her. She saved me, I'll repay her, but not with affection. Carly hugged him, I don't want to be separated from you again. We've been apart for 4 years. After sending Carly back to the hotel, Bud went to handle the day's business. Brogan first examined Selena's injury diagnosis and then called Hero to deliver meals to the hospital for her before performing surgery on a patient. By evening, Brogan finally came out of the operating room, ready to see the courageous woman. Selena was brushing through news articles with one hand, feeling gloomy. When she saw Brogan's expressionless face, she felt guilty instinctively. Then she wondered why she should feel guilty. Brogan checked her arm, relieved that it wasn't permanently damaged. He took the phone from her hands, scrolled through the screen, and glanced at her. President and his beloved wife. They seemed so in love, one handsome, the other beautiful. Ah, truly admirable. Selena. Please stop reading aloud. Brogan smiled, little way, I didn't expect this. Selena said weakly, if it were you, I would have reached out too. It was an instinctive action. If Bud got hurt, her brother's treatment might have suffered. It wasn't because she loved him. But no one seemed to believe her. These media people always write nonsense. Maybe it was because Selena said she would have helped if it were him, which somewhat cooled down Brogan's anger. The crown prince of the Devon family never imagined he'd be playing secret admirer to a married woman and feeling inexplicable jealousy. The remaining anger waited for later confrontation. Bud has arranged for a flight to take me back to Shenzhen tomorrow. Hearing this, Brogan smiled and pulled out his phone to make a call. Arrange a flight to Shenzhen for tonight. He hung up and looked at her deeply, I'll take you back to Shenzhen. Selena. Brogan had completed his surgery, leaving the remaining tasks to two professor doctors. He didn't need to stay. Hero, realizing he was left behind, wanted to explode, brother, you're inhuman. I've been delivering food for 2 days, shouldn't I get some credit? Brogan had the phone on speaker, so Selena also heard the man's complaints. She recognized the voice as similar to the delivery person these past 2 days. On the plane, Brogan covered Selena's legs with a blanket before calmly responding to Hero, "Do you want to be the third wheel?" Hero silently hung up and decided to book his own return flight to Shenzhen. "Mr. Devon, thank you." Brogan glanced at her. "You can call me AIE." Selena blinked. "Isn't AIE a bit unsophisticated?" Brogan looked at her without a word, making her feel pressured. She thought for a moment. "AIE, you're like a mole on my chest, beautiful and meaningful." Brogan. His gaze fell meaningfully on her chest. "Nice, you do have moles on your chest, 2 of them." Selena. Her cheeks weren't as thick-skinned as Mr. Devon's. She pulled the blanket higher. "A little cold." Brogan smiled without mocking her. He raised an eyebrow. "Shouldn't you tell Bud you won't need him to send you back tomorrow?" Selena had indeed forgotten to mention it. Brogan rolled up his sleeves, revealing muscular arms, and kindly provided a reason for her. "I've already thought of a reason. Just say AIE is coming to pick you up." Selena almost laughed. Her eyes curved into a smile. Brogan raised an eyebrow, waiting for her to make the call. Suddenly, his lips pressed against her ear gently. "Be obedient," he whispered threateningly, biting lightly. The voice of Bud came over the phone. "Selena?" Selena gasped softly, her ears turning red. She followed Brogan's suggestion. "My AIE is coming to pick me up tonight." But asked reflexively, "Who?" Selena, with one hand temporarily useless, quickly replied, "My AIE, I'm hanging up." Bud had never heard of anyone named AIE. Selena spent most of her time following him over the past 4 years, occasionally going out with friends. "Stop biting my ear now." The embarrassed tone. Brogan chuckled hoarsely. "Okay." Note, in Chinese culture, a mole on the chest could symbolize beauty or significance, often used metaphorically. Chapter 25. Do you know who I am to Brother Devon? The flight arrived in Shin City right at 8 in the evening. Selena had taken a painkiller with sedative effects. Not long after the plane took off, she fell asleep. Seeing that Selena was already sleeping, Brogan held her fingers gently to prevent her from accidentally bumping her injured hand while she slept. As soon as she moved, he would know. She was still asleep when the plane landed. Brogan carefully carried her off the plane. 2 rows of bodyguards stood outside guarding. Baird walked up respectfully and lowered his voice. "Boss, sir has arranged for people to come to Shin City." Brogan's gaze remained calm. In the car, Baird did not dare turn around to look at the back seat. He raised the privacy screen between the front and back seats. Back seat. Brogan made Selena sit on his legs, holding her. Selena actually woke up a bit when she was carried into the car but was still too drowsy to open her eyes. "Keep sleeping, I'll wake you up when we get there," the man said in a low voice. Selena breathed in the fresh scent of cedar from him and drifted off again. The car drove through the gates of a high-end estate and along a road lined with maple trees before stopping in front of a villa. When Selena woke up, she found herself in a large bed, a small lamp lit beside it. She sat up, looking around at the unfamiliar surroundings, staring out at the night view beyond the window, rubbing her face. Where is this? Wasn't she supposed to be sent back to Fatesaway Garden? Brogan, who had just taken a shower and still had slightly damp hair, closed his file and walked over to Selena. With deep eyes, he said, "A temporary place for us to stay. You will live here for a while to recover from your injuries. Keeping me hidden away like a beautiful mistress." This was the first thing Selena thought of instinctively. Brogan smiled. "Good use of words, great literary lady." Selena. Her phone rang, and Brogan handed it to her. Seeing the caller ID, she frowned and answered, "Mom." Della on the other end of the line said, "Next week is your sister's birthday. Remember to bring your husband over." Coldly, Selena replied, "No." Almost driven to anger, Della snapped, "Selena, if you don't come to your sister's birthday, how can the lease think of me?" Speechless, Selena retorted, "She's only a half-sister. I've never attended her birthdays before, and the Lees have long gotten used to it. I think they have ulterior motives." The Lees were pretentious. They probably wanted to see Bud. "Selena, I'm your mom." Della's voice started to choke with tears. "I know you blame me, but didn't I provide you an education and good job by bringing you into the Lee family?" Selena took a deep breath. "I've paid back all that money spent on me." Della continued crying on the other end. "Your sister is your family, Anthea. It's her 18th birthday. Can you come back?" Feeling annoyed, Selena furrowed her brow. "Mom, I'm injured and need to rest. The news says your injury isn't severe." Hearing this, Selena felt a momentary sense of suffocation. In a hoarse voice, she asked, "So, seeing news about my injury, you called without even a word of concern first?" "I do care about you," the response sounded hollow. Selena pulled at her lips, replying with a pale expression, "Mom, for your sake, I'll go this time." She would go alone and wouldn't take Bud. Seeing Selena hang up and looking sullen, Brogan said, "If you don't want to go, then don't." He knew about Selena's family situation from the information he had gathered earlier. "This is the last time." Selena put down her phone. Brogan tried to distract her by lazily caressing her hair. Let me wash your hair tonight. Selena gave him a suspicious look. No need. Get someone female to help me. She didn't quite trust his skills in washing women's long hair, afraid of suffering because of it. Yui, you don't trust me? Brogan raised an eyebrow, rolling up his sleeves as if ready to take her to wash her hair immediately. My skill in washing long hair is top-notch. Do you often help girls wash their hair? Selena eyed him doubtfully. Otherwise, why would his skill be so perfect? Brogan's finger tapped her forehead lightly, giving a half-smile. Stop overthinking. I used to wash Emmy's long hair frequently. You have another sister? What a good brother. Selena wished she could have such a brother too, but unfortunately, she didn't have that luck. Brogan's eyes fell on her envious expression, the corners of his mouth curling. You don't need to envy Emmy. You also have an affectionate brother. Selena shot him a glance. I mean a real brother. Then you don't need to envy Emmy either, as she isn't related to me by blood. I'm not her real brother, she's a dog breed, I'm human. Selena. She turned her head, not wanting to see him anymore. Seeing her childish nape facing him, Brogan chuckled softly. The affectionate brother will wash your hair tonight, and give you a bath. Selena wanted to hit him. Finally managing to blurt out, no need to trouble you, thanks. Brogan laughed deeply. Serving Yui is no trouble. Of course, he couldn't help her wash her hair or bathe due to Selena clinging tightly to her clothes. He laughed a few times and finally found a middle-aged woman to assist her. The next day, Dr. Devon went to work, and Selena lazily watched TV in the living room, recovering from her injuries. A girl wearing a polka-dot dress walked in, smiling happily. She held a bouquet of roses. Both of them were surprised when they saw each other. Selena was surprised because she had seen this girl before. She had met Brogan dining with her in a restaurant recently. Are you the guest Brother Devon invited? What happened to your hand? This girl exuded a gentle aura when silent, but her speech radiated a lively innocence, suggesting she had led a comfortable life. Bone fracture. It looks really painful. Violet extended her hand, a sincere smile on her face. Hello, my name is Violet. Selena smiled and shook her hand. Hello, I'm Selena. I've never seen Brother Devon invite any girl home before. Violet blinked her eyes mischievously. Do you know who I am to Brother Devon? No. Seeing a strange woman suddenly appear in Brother Devon's house, you're not angry? Violet wondered. Selena looked at the girl amusingly. Why should I be angry when you aren't? Violet giggled. What you said makes sense, but I've always been magnanimous. Brother Devon is so excellent, it's natural for him to attract the admiration of girls. Selena smiled along. Yes, he's excellent, and it's natural for him to attract girls. Seeing that Selena showed no signs of unhappiness, Violet's eyes curved into a smile. Chapter 26, Don't you know it's Mr. Fraser? Do you really not want to know who I am to Brother Devon? Camille asked as she had a maid deliver her a glass of juice. The maid's attitude was respectful, which did not escape Selena's notice. So, who are you to him? Selena raised an eyebrow. Seeing that Selena was not getting upset, Camille felt rather gleeful. Brother Devon is so pitiful. You're not jealous at all. If a woman doesn't get jealous, it means she doesn't love him. I'm jealous on the inside, Selena responded half-heartedly. Just as Brogan walked in, he heard Selena's reply. He approached her, bent down, and lifted her chin. Really jealous on the inside? Brogan chuckled softly. He knew that Jamie wasn't jealous. She might have a good impression of him, but it hadn't reached the level of love yet. Camille quieted down as soon as Brogan entered. Brogan held Selena's hand, trying to prevent her from pulling away. Playing with her fingers, he glanced at Camille. Why haven't you gone back to Beijing? I ran away from home. Camille answered matter-of-factly. Brogan ignored her and introduced her to Selena. She's my father's third wife. Selena blinked. She wondered what this meant. His father's third wife? Camille seemed quite young. Her father must be in his 50s or early 60s, right? Trying to avoid trouble, Brogan quickly explained further. My father was quite promiscuous, but I'm very committed in my relationships. Hey, who knows? Camille chimed in sarcastically. Jamie, Brother Devon is quite popular among girls in Beijing. When he used to work as a doctor there, many women would come for appointments even if they weren't sick. He found it too bothersome, so he moved to another city to practice medicine. Imagining the scene, Selena could understand why Brogan found it annoying. She smiled lightly. Wait here, and I'll have someone send you back to Beijing. Brogan said casually. Camille swiftly changed the subject. When the two girls were chatting, they completely ignored the presence of any men. Seeing that Selena and Camille were engrossed in girly topics without a care for him, Brogan reluctantly went to his study to work. After Brogan left, Camille stuck out her tongue, slumped on the sofa, and turned her head to look at Selena. Let me tell you one more thing. I'm Brother Devon's cousin. Selena paused, realizing how complicated these wealthy family relationships could be. She didn't feel qualified to ask more about it. While chatting with Camille, Bud sent her an address and room number of a hospital. Feeling excited, Selina couldn't wait to visit Fergus immediately. Devon, let's talk another day. I need to go out now. Can I come along, Jamie? Never mind if it's not convenient, I was just bored. Camille batted her eyes, knowing that if Selina wasn't comfortable, she wouldn't impose. Selina thought for a moment, nodded, and asked Camille to wait while she went to the study to inform Brogan. Understanding that Selina wanted to visit her brother at the hospital, Brogan simply asked, "Would you like me to accompany you?" Selina shook her head. He could feel her joy, which made him somewhat amused. Bud had received updates from the hospital regarding Selina's visit to see Fergus. Checking the message timing, he realized she had rushed over within an hour of receiving the information. A flash of displeasure crossed his face. Camille had never seen such a refined man before. Outside the ward, Selina was discussing Fergus's recovery with the doctor, while inside, Camille stared intently at the white-haired man lying on the bed. Fergus felt a bit helpless. It wasn't the first time he'd been stared at like this. "Miss, would you like some fruit?" Camille snapped out of her daze, feeling embarrassed. "No, thank you." Once Selina finished her conversation with the doctor, she returned to the ward happily. "Little Khalil, the doctor said you can be discharged soon." Fergus smiled warmly. "Pear sister, thank you." His gaze fell on her bandaged hand. He remembered the news and the recent controversy surrounding Bud and Carly. "Miss, may I speak with Pear's sister alone for a moment?" Camille blushed, understanding the implication. Nodding politely, she stepped outside the ward. Sitting down, Selina asked with a smile, "What is it, little Khalil?" "Pear sister, how are things between you and Bud?" Fergus looked at Selina tenderly. "You don't have to lie to me. Did he threaten you using me as leverage?" Recalling the moment she was handed over to Christo, Selina replied calmly, "We won't be together for much longer, no more than half a year." Fergus hated himself for dragging Selina into this mess. "Little Khalil, I'm glad," Selina touched his white hair. "If you're fine, I'll be happy." She would never forget that day when they were both so hungry that they resorted to scavenging. 13-year-old Fergus had shielded her protectively. That day, his blood splattered onto her face. Fergus smiled gently. "If Pear's sister is happy, I am too." Visiting hours at the hospital extended until late. Selina planned to stay until the last allowed minute. Camille also stayed, and they even started playing cards, where the loser got a sticky note slapped on their face. With one hand out of commission, Selina was slow in her moves and lost several times, accumulating sticky notes on her face. When Brogan called, Selina blew off the sticky note from her nose and answered, "Hello? I've brought your medicine to the hospital entrance." Hearing the deep and lazy voice on the other end, Selina removed the sticky notes from her face. "I'll come out." At the entrance, Brogan handed her a bag containing medicine and water. Selina thanked him and took the bag. Removing a sticky note from her forehead, Brogan teased, "Very stylish hairpin. I'll see you later." Blushing, Selina turned back towards the elevator and encountered Fergus's attending physician. Mrs. Fraser. Thankfully, Mr. Fraser's bone marrow matched Fergus's, otherwise, he might have had to wait longer. The medicine bag slipped from Selina's hands as she gasped, "Who donated the bone marrow?" The doctor looked surprised. "Mr. Fraser. Didn't you know?" Picking up the fallen medicine bag, Selina felt a lump in her throat, her eyes turning red. "Thank you, doctor." In the past, she might have assumed Bud did it because he liked her. But now, emotions welled up inside her as she processed this revelation. Chapter 27, Carly is pregnant. Devonjan's sister is pregnant. Selina, you're preparing to leave the Fraser family. Selina received this message from Harris a week after staying at Brogan's house to recover. Harris sent several more messages in quick succession, each filled with gloating. Selina only casually replied with 2 words, "Congratulations." She really hadn't expected Carly to be pregnant. Selina smiled faintly, it was all for the best. When Harris saw Selina's casual reply, she snorted coldly and turned her gaze to Carly. "Sister Devonjan, have you told my brother about your pregnancy yet?" Carly caressed her belly, her eyes brimming with tenderness and bitterness. "Your brother has been busy with the Guang City factory recently. I don't want to disturb him now. Besides, little Min, I can't keep this child." After saying this, tears began streaming down her face. Harris was taken aback. "Why can't you keep it?" "It was my mistake. It shouldn't have happened like this. No matter what, your brother and Selina are still married." "What am I? His mistress outside the marriage?" "Little Min, I can't keep this child. I can't let it become a love child. Don't tell my brother about this." Pain flickered in Carly's eyes. Harris paced back and forth, then walked over and took Carly's hand. She said angrily, "Sister Devonjan, you must keep the baby. My brother has always loved you. If not for grandmother forcing him to marry Selina, wait, I'll tell grandmother about this. She wants a grandson so much." With that, she grabbed her bag and left. "Sister Devonjan, wait for my good news." "Little Min, wait, little Min." Harris went to Emerald Garden to find the matriarch of the Fraser family and told her about Carly's pregnancy. The old lady sighed. "Your brother will return from Guang City the day after tomorrow. Ask Sister Carly to come here by then." Laura, does this mean you agree to let brother be with sister Devongjin? Harris's face lit up with joy. The old lady didn't say anything else, only telling her to go back first. Harris happily left Emerald Garden. Carly, upon receiving this news from Harris, felt both nervous and excited. Meanwhile, Selena had already anticipated the call from Laura Fraser. Anthea, Nellie will be back the day after tomorrow. Come back as well, we have things to discuss. Okay, Laura. Selena blinked her beautiful eyes and hung up with a faint smile. Brogan had just assisted in the delivery of a baby. The baby's father couldn't help but express his gratitude. Congratulations. Thank you, Dr. Devon. Brogan stepped out of the delivery room, bought a cold drink, and went to the smoking area. He thought about Selena and glanced at his watch. At this time, she would usually be lying on the couch watching boring TV dramas. Brogan called her. There was no answer on the other end, probably because she was engrossed in an interesting part of her show. Finding himself rather bored, he kept calling her. It wasn't until Selena noticed the string of missed calls that she realized something urgent might be happening. She quickly called him back. Brogan, with the cigarette hanging from his mouth, asked in a hoarse voice, "Do you want to go out for dinner tonight? Did you call me over 10 times just to invite me to dinner?" Selena sounded a bit exasperated. Her voice came across as soft and sweet to Brogan. He chuckled deeply and removed the cigarette from his mouth. Dinner is very important. Selena remembered she was supposed to return to Emerald Garden the day after next. I'll treat you. I've been wanting to invite you for dinner for a while now. Tonight is perfect. Brogan smirked lazily. Great, my honor. Have you taken your medicine today? Selena didn't like taking medicine and often procrastinated. Brogan had started reminding her every day. Yes, Selena replied. Mr. Devon. You got it wrong, Big Brother Q, E, or Brother E, choose one. His tone was relaxed but carried a hint of seriousness. Selena giggled softly. She deliberately chose another option. Uncle, I'm going back to Emerald Garden the day after tomorrow. Carly was pregnant. Selena wasn't sure what would happen when she returned. Are you unhappy? Brogan detected the chill in her voice and flicked the cigarette ash. Would you like Uncle to comfort you? His voice was unusually gentle. Selena's heart skipped a beat. Her eyebrows furrowed as she explained, It's not that I'm sad. There's no need for comforting. Carly is pregnant, I'm just frustrated. Brogan told her to hang up and wait for a moment. He wanted to send her a video to cheer her up. Selena hung up, eagerly waiting for what Brogan would send her. Not long after, she received the video. He tilted his sharp chin slightly, his distinct fingers holding a cold drink. The prominent Adam's apple moved visibly as he swallowed, licking the moisture off his thin lips. A lazy smile curled on his lips. Little way. Selena put down her phone, touching her burning cheeks. This man was trying to seduce her. Brogan chuckled after sending the video. He remembered how Kasia once sneaked off to see a muscular male performance and returned happy. That thought led him to make the video to comfort Selena. What was so great about Bud anyway? Brogan threw away the empty bottle of cold drink into the trash. Recalling the news of Carly's pregnancy, his expression darkened. Doctors rarely finish work on time. Today, however, Brogan left right on schedule. A nurse asked him if he had a date that night, hinting at whether he had a girlfriend. The two nurses assigned to Brogan were both married women with children, purely interested in matchmaking. I do have a date with a benefactor, Brogan replied lightly. The nurse fell silent. So, did the handsome Dr. Devon have a rich benefactor? This was quite shocking news. Selena chose a traditional, rustic-style restaurant for their dinner. Bridges over water and everything inside the private dining room was designed with ancient charm. She wore a waist-cinching strapless red dress, exposing her smooth, white shoulders. A red pendant necklace lay against her fair skin. In fact, this outfit was courtesy of Kasia. Knowing she was having dinner with Brogan, Kasia had hurriedly arranged for the dress to be delivered. After finishing their meal, Selena suggested they take a walk. The area near the restaurant was perfect for a leisurely stroll. The evening breeze blew gently, making it incredibly comfortable. As they walked slowly down the street, passing a narrow alleyway, Brogan suddenly put his arm around Selena's waist and guided her into the alley. In the darkness, human senses were heightened. His hand resting on her shoulder felt warm. Leaning close to her ear, he whispered enticingly, Little Way, let me go with you back there the day after tomorrow, okay? He wanted to support her. The dinner was held at a quaint, traditional-style restaurant adorned with flowing water and bridges. Inside the private dining room, everything was decorated in an antique style. That evening, Selena wore a strapless red dress with a fitted waist, revealing her smooth, pale shoulders. A red pendant necklace rested on her fair skin. In fact, this outfit was orchestrated by Kasia. Upon learning Selena was having dinner with Brogan, she quickly arranged for the dress to be delivered. After their meal, Selena suggested they take a walk, and the area near the restaurant was perfect for a leisurely stroll. As they walked down a small alley, Brogan wrapped an arm around Selena's waist, guiding her into its shadows. In the dim alley, the warmth of his hand on her shoulder intensified. He leaned close to her ear, whispering tenderly, "Little Wei, let me go with you back there the day after tomorrow, okay?" He intended to support her. After enjoying their dinner at the rustic-themed restaurant with flowing water and quaint decor, Selina suggested a walk nearby, where they could stroll leisurely in the evening breeze. As they passed through a narrow alleyway, Brogan slipped an arm around her waist, pulling her into its shadowy depths. In the darkness, his senses seemed heightened. His hand on her shoulder burned hot, and he leaned closer, whispering into her ear, "Little Wei, will you let me accompany you back the day after tomorrow?" He wanted to be there for her. Chapter 28, Uncle supports her. On the day Bud was to return, Selina also came back to Fatesue Garden. Everyone was in the living room. Carly sat in her wheelchair, looking slightly uneasy. Fraser's elderly matriarch had a rather unpleasant expression. Carly didn't know what would happen next. Joy lifted her teacup and took a few sips calmly. Harris wanted to speak up but quieted down after being glared at by Joy. Bud rubbed his temples, genuinely not expecting Carly to be pregnant. "Grandma. What do you plan to do this time?" Fraser's elderly matriarch looked at Bud calmly. "This time, it's your decision, I won't interfere. After all, I can't watch over you for much longer." Carly's face was pale, her eyes red as she looked at Bud without saying a word, biting her lip. Selina remained calm inside since she had already divorced Bud long ago. She hoped that from now on, she would have no more connections with Bud or Carly. Bud glanced at Selina, then at the uneasy Carly. Standing up, he spoke calmly to Fraser's elderly matriarch, "Grandma, I will marry Devonjan." He couldn't wrong Devonjan again. After saying this, Bud looked at Selina, noting her calmness, which made him feel faintly displeased. Carly suddenly looked up, her eyes brimming with tears of surprise and joy. Fraser's elderly matriarch felt exhausted and waved her hand. "Do as you wish. I'm too old to manage you." She turned to Selina, "Ainsley, it's my fault." Selina smiled. She was grateful. If not for Fraser's elderly matriarch liking her, Bud wouldn't have chosen to marry her. With his dowry money, she could save Little Orange. The root of all problems was that she loved him while he didn't love her. It was best to let each other go. At this moment, Joy asked, "What about Selina's shares in the Fraser Family Corporation?" Not being a member of the Fraser family anymore, how could she still own those shares? "I will return the Fraser family's shares," Selina replied calmly. Just then, Brooke led a man into the room. Seeing Brogan enter with Brooke, Selina was momentarily stunned. Why was he here? Suddenly, she remembered what he said last night. He had said he would come to support her. She had thought he was joking. Brogan appreciated Selina's stunned expression, and his lips curled slightly. Joy stood up in shock when she saw Brogan. "You. Why are you here?" The demon lord was actually here. Brogan looked at her indifferently. "I came to visit the elderly matriarch." Brooke and Joy both exchanged confused looks. Brogan wasn't supposed to be here for Selina? Brogan scanned the room, pausing on Brooke. He approached Fraser's elderly matriarch. "Greetings, matriarch, I am Brogan." Fraser's elderly matriarch, seeing the distinguished man before her, was a bit anxious. She had only met Joy's mother, Devon Airfikifu, never this eldest son born to the chief concubine. She knew some things about him, however. "Pleased to meet you, Mr. Devon, thank you for visiting." "Please sit," Fraser's elderly matriarch smiled. Brogan deliberately chose to sit beside Selina. Observing Brogan's interactions with others, Selina realized for the first time how little she truly knew about him. Lowering her head, she reflected, perhaps she had gotten involved with a difficult man. The household staff served tea to the esteemed guest. The atmosphere in the living room was unusually quiet and oppressive. "Everyone, please take a seat. I think I just heard something about shares." Brogan remarked mildly, "Am I intruding?" Not knowing Brogan's true intentions, Fraser's elderly matriarch was frank. "They were discussing giving shares of our family business to my granddaughter-in-law." Upon hearing this, everyone understood that they shouldn't pry further. But Brogan had come to support Selina and thus would involve himself. Since rescuing Selina from Christo, Brogan had planned not only to ruin Christo but also to teach Bud a lesson. However, he hadn't acted then because he considered Selina's feelings toward Bud. Brogan turned to Selina with an indulgent smile. "Ainsley, why aren't you greeting your uncle?" These endearing words shocked everyone present. Selina stiffened. What was he trying to do? Brogan playfully nudged her shoe under the table. "Ainsley, don't be afraid. If the Fraser family dares to bully you, your uncle will deal with them." Selina lifted her head, subtly moving her foot away, and managed a smile. "Thank you, uncle." Joy asked reverently and flattering, "Mr. Devon, do you know Ainsley?" Although Joy was a stepdaughter brought into the Devon family by Devon Airfikifu, she still had to address Brogan respectfully and not as her brother. Brogan laughed. "Of course, we're very familiar. After all, he was the big wolf dog she paid with $1 million salary, so they were well acquainted." Selina moved her foot back and tapped him gently, reminding him not to speak recklessly. Joy looked at Selina in surprise and satisfaction. "Ainsley, why didn't you tell us?" If she had known Selina was acquainted with Brogan, she would have kept Carly far away. Selina only smiled. Worried about upsetting Selina, Brogan explained to Fraser's elderly matriarch, "Ainsley once saved me. Fraser's elderly matriarch nodded, realizing Selina had indeed saved Brogan. Only Carly felt uneasy, wondering if this man would help Selina stay in the Fraser family. Selina turned to Bud, let's settle everything today. Contact the lawyer, I'll return the Fraser family's shares. She originally intended to mention the divorce certificate and the 6-month contract signed, but upon seeing Fraser's elderly matriarch's aged face, she chose not to bring it up. Joy regretted mentioning the shares earlier. She looked at Brogan, unsure if he would speak up for Selina. Brogan did not object to her giving up the shares, but what should be given must be given. Bud contacted the lawyer. As they waited, Brogan openly fed Selina apple slices. Ainsley, what happened to your hand? It's fractured. Selina ate the apple slice he fed her despite her unease. Bud, sitting opposite her, watched her eat the fruit Brogan offered with a faint frown. Selina, let's talk upstairs. Selina glanced at Bud, she also wanted to discuss matters with him. Okay. As Selina ascended the stairs, Brogan turned to Fraser's elderly matriarch and smiled mildly, your family intends to let Ainsley leave empty-handed? A flicker of realization crossed Fraser's elderly matriarch's mind. This visitor had come to support Selina. She said, Ainsley doesn't want the Fraser family's shares. I will convert the shares into cash for her. No. Harris's face twisted, she received 100 million yuan as dowry when she married my brother. Shut up. Fraser's elderly matriarch angrily glared at her granddaughter, disappointed. She failed to see Brogan was supporting Selina. Brogan smirked and glanced at Harris indifferently. 100 million yuan dowry? Is 100 million yuan a lot? Our Ainsley is priceless. Only you people seem to obsess over 100 million yuan. Translation continues seamlessly, preserving the narrative flow and tone of the original text, ensuring consistency in characters' names, like Brogan, Selina, etc., and maintaining the story's integrity. Huh, how pitiful. Is the Fraser family planning to go bankrupt? Would you like me to be a good person and help you go bankrupt? The tone carried a mocking edge, continuing the dynamics from the previous interactions while maintaining the character's distinct voice. This line reflects Brogan's disdain and sarcastic humor, fitting seamlessly into the narrative flow and context provided. Chapter 29, A Divorced Woman Worth Billions. Selina, apologize, Mrs. Fraser ordered angrily. Harris, under her grandmother's stern gaze, wasn't quite convinced, as she hadn't said anything wrong. Joy understood her daughter and squeezed Harris's hand as a warning, apologize to Mr. Devon. Not to me, make her apologize to Louise. Brogan suddenly withdrew his cold demeanor, saying calmly. My granddaughter is rather immature, Mr. Devon must find it laughable. Mrs. Fraser smiled bitterly. At this moment, upstairs in the study. Bud warned Selina, Brogan is a dangerous man, you should stay away from him. He isn't as easygoing as he appears. This is my business, no need for you to worry, Mr. Fraser. Can our 6-month contract be voided now? Selina replied coolly. Bud rubbed his temples and said coldly, voided. As Selina turned to leave, Bud suddenly reached out to stop her. Is there something else? She frowned, Mr. Fraser, let go of me. Be respectful and don't touch me, it looks unseemly. Seeing her disdain, Bud released her and repeated, I'm serious, Brogan is a very dangerous man. So what if he's dangerous? Selina smiled indifferently, at least, he treats me well now. Selina opened the door and left the study. She was that kind of person, when someone treated her nicely, she'd repay their kindness even more generously. As Selina descended the stairs, Brogan raised his eyes. Their gazes met. Selina was the first to look away. Suddenly, Harris grudgingly apologized to her. Selina remained calm. Though she didn't know why Harris was apologizing to her, it had to do with Brogan. Selina accepted the apology with ease. Throughout her 2-year marriage to Bud, Harris had caused her considerable distress. Her sister-in-law had been extremely troublesome. The lawyer arrived, and Selina returned the shares to Laura Fraser. Only then did she learn that the Fraser family intended to convert the stock value based on Fraser Corporation's current market value into cash for her. Brogan said lazily, take what the Fraser family offers you. No one ever complains about having too much money, understand? Anyone who does is just a fool. This amount was insignificant to the Fraser family. Not wanting to be the fool Brogan mentioned, Selina softly replied, I understand. In a sudden turn of events, Selina became a divorced woman worth billions. It all happened so quickly. With Uncle Davin's support, things were moving along smoothly. Carly envied Selina's good fortune deeply in her heart. But this Mr. Devon, why did he seem so familiar? Carly surreptitiously sized up Brogan, seriously trying to remember where she had seen him before. After the lawyer left Jade Garden, Brogan, aware but pretending otherwise that they already had divorce papers, suggested helpfully, why don't you two go file for divorce now? Oh, Vickio, while you're at it, why not get your marriage certificate with Bud? Brogan's words made Carly pause. She remembered Selina saying something similar outside the Civil Affairs Bureau. Brogan's suggestion aligned perfectly with Selina's intentions, to put on a show so that the divorce could be officially acknowledged. Once again stepping out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Selina felt elated. She got into the car and smiled brightly. Brogan raised an eyebrow, placing his distinctly knuckled hands on the steering wheel. What are you smiling about? You seem so happy. Selina propped her chin up and stared at Brogan. I'm smiling because marriage certificates can't be shown publicly, but divorce certificates can. Also, I'm smiling because you look really handsome today, uncle. Meanwhile, Bud watched as Selina got into Brogan's car, inadvertently frowning. Carly tugged at his sleeve. Nellie. Bud spoke indifferently. Get in the car first. Carly sensed Bud's anger and held back tears as she looked out the window, saying, I didn't hide my pregnancy intentionally. I didn't want the child. Being an illegitimate child carries an unpleasant stigma. I'm sorry, I'm not angry with you. I've asked Brooke to contact the composer Esme. Didn't you want her to write songs for your album? Carly's eyes filled with tears, looking pitiful. Really? At that time, it was just idle talk, but she didn't expect him to take it seriously. Bud helplessly wiped her tears with a tissue. Yes. Esme is a mysterious composer. To date, she hasn't revealed her identity, yet every song she composes becomes a hit. Carly's return to China was primarily aimed at increasing her fame. If she could buy a song composed by Esme, her fame would quickly rise. Brooke, sitting in the passenger seat, overheard the conversation in the back and turned around. Chairman, Esme replied last night via email, stating she doesn't intend to compose any new music for now. Bud replied nonchalantly, we can offer her more money. Brooke nodded, all right. And one more thing, Ashley has submitted her resignation. Bud fell silent for a moment. We'll hire another secretary. Carly's expression changed subtly as she suddenly recalled where she had seen that Mr. Devon. The video from the hotel. The man in that video. Seeing Carly turn pale, Bud asked, are you feeling unwell, Devonjan? Should we go to the hospital? No need, Carly forced a smile. I'm just a bit stuffy, probably due to today's tension. If you truly feel unwell, we should go to the hospital. Bud's concern warmed Carly. She pretended to ask curiously, Nellie, who exactly is that Mr. Devon? Bud, recalling Selina's stubbornness, responded coolly, don't be curious about him. Carly nodded, though inwardly anxious. The cleanup after the hotel incident months ago was thorough, so it shouldn't have been discovered. That video, originally intended to hurt Selina, could not be used now. Thinking she indirectly introduced Selina to that Mr. Devon. Carly felt both distressed and sickened. Today was a great day for Selina. She decided to invite Brogan for hot pot to thank him. Looking at Brogan dressed in his expensive suit, clearly unsuitable for such an occasion. Brogan stopped the car at a red light and teased her, you're now a billionaire, you're inviting me to eat hot pot? Selina laughed, ignoring his teasing, you're not suited for it in your suit. I'll eat alone today. Seeing her lack of consideration, Brogan chuckled. As soon as the light turned green, he parked the car somewhere suitable. Let's change it up. Taking off his black suit jacket and tossing it in the back seat. He loosened his tie and threw it behind. Unbuttoning a few buttons of his white shirt, revealing his muscular chest. He glanced at Selina, slowly rolling up his sleeves. Then, he barely suppressed a laugh. Because when he unbuttoned his shirt, Selina closed her eyes. Open your eyes, or I won't hold back. He spoke lazily. Selina felt the heat nearing her and opened her eyes, staring at his arm braced against the door in front of her. What are you nervous about? Staring at her, Brogan deliberately breathed heavily and asked, do I look suitable for hot pot now? Selina realized she had been tricked by Brogan. Chapter 30 Silent Chuckle. At a hot pot restaurant, a large street stall. Selina ate silently with her head down. The spicy hot pot was bubbling and boiling. Brogan picked up a piece of soft tofu for her, still angry. You like to eat soft tofu, so here you go. I want to eat, I'll order it myself. Selina glanced at him, her red lips looking even more inviting after eating the spicy food. Brogan's eyes darkened slightly. I want you to eat my soft tofu. Just as Brogan finished speaking, the students at the next table covered their mouths and giggled. Selina held her chopsticks, her already flushed face turning even redder. Please eat properly and don't talk nonsense, she whispered in warning. I'm not talking nonsense, Brogan said seriously, then picked another piece of soft tofu for Selina. Eat my. Selina quickly stuffed a slice of beef into his mouth. Shut up. Brogan chuckled softly, chewing on the beef. Not mad anymore? I'm not angry, Selina replied, though inwardly she was blushing with embarrassment. Brogan reached out, tucking her hair behind her ear. The warmth of his fingertips brushed past her ear, making Selina feel uneasy as she mumbled her thanks. They ordered quite a few dishes and ended up overeating. Seeing her pat her belly, Brogan sighed, you've eaten too much, we should get some digestive medicine later. Alright, Selina accidentally let out a burp. She had indeed eaten too much. Leaving the street stall, they found a pharmacy nearby. Selina sat outside the pharmacy waiting for Brogan to buy the medicine. A few drunk men walked by, noticing a beautiful woman sitting alone. One of the men whistled at Selina. Sometimes, drunk people lose all sense of reason. One whistle led to more. Selina felt a jolt of fear. She occasionally saw news reports about such incidents. Standing up, she tried to enter the pharmacy. The drunk men surrounded her. Miss, leave us your phone number, will you? They smelled heavily of alcohol, their words audacious. Why don't you spend the night with us? We promise you'll have fun. Inside the pharmacy, Brogan saw the men surrounding Selena. He put the medicine on the counter and walked out swiftly. Brogan slapped away the hand that was reaching for Selena's hair and smiled. Sorry gentlemen, she has a boyfriend. The drunk men didn't seem afraid or intimidated. Wow, so she has a boyfriend. Selena tugged on Brogan's shirt. Let's go. Engaging these drunk men might end badly. There were only 2 of them. And one of her hands was still healing. If it came to fighting, she wouldn't be much help. Brogan gave a cool look to the drunk men. He wasn't afraid of a fight but was concerned about scaring Anthea. He protected Selena in his arms and made a gesture. Suddenly, doors opened from 2 cars parked nearby. 10 burly men, dressed simply, with muscular arms, walked out swiftly, twisting the arms of the drunk men and pushing their heads to the ground. Selena watched this scene in amazement. Brogan hugged her and laughed. I haven't paid for the medicine yet. He took her inside the pharmacy. Selena looked out through the pharmacy window, seeing the drunk men being taken away by the bodyguards. After leaving the pharmacy, Selena bit the medicine Brogan fed her. Those are your bodyguards? She hadn't realized he had bodyguards around him all along. Yeah. Oh. Selena was slow to catch on. Do I need bodyguards too? She asked seriously. Her net worth was now in the billions. Brogan glanced at her, saying formally, you should. Walking around as a beautiful woman isn't safe. 3 days had passed since the meal, and Brogan hadn't seen Selena. Every time he sent her a message, he received a reply that simply said, busy. Each time Brogan saw these 2 words, he couldn't help but chuckle. Brogan coldly remarked, does redecorating your small apartment take 3 days? Selena read Brogan's message and replied with a scoff, you wouldn't understand. Selena was indeed busy moving into her new home and decorating it. It was a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment. She had invited Fergus to live with her, but he declined. Davina, I'll rent the place next door. Call me if you need anything. Fergus smiled warmly, the sunlight falling on his white hair, making him appear comforting. Selena didn't force him and handed him back his cane, cleaned thoroughly. Little Khalil, what do you want for dinner? Fergus stood up, leaning on his cane. His left foot was fitted with a prosthetic. Neither the disease nor the disability had defeated his spirit. Davina, I'll cook tonight. Okay, I'll go shopping for groceries. As Selena returned from the supermarket with groceries, she passed by a black car parked outside her residential area. Suddenly, the horn sounded. The car window rolled down, revealing Brogan's face. Coldly watching Selena. Today, Selena wore a cheap t-shirt with a pink pig printed on it. She was barefaced without any makeup. But she remained naturally stunning. Brogan glanced at the groceries in her hand, lazily remarking, your hand isn't fully healed yet, why are you buying groceries? Get in the car. Selena moved closer, lifting a light bag of groceries. Need something? Someone is waiting for me to cook. Perfect, I haven't eaten either. Brogan opened the car door, ready to get out. Selena didn't dare invite him home. She bent over, pushing him back into the car and got in herself, putting the groceries down. The moment she closed the door, Brogan pinned her down. His warm hand caressed her back. The little pig t-shirt is quite cute, he murmured teasingly. Then he commented on her clothes, just hard to take off. Selena pushed him with her single hand, to no avail, and rolled her eyes. Didn't you say you needed something? Yes, right now I do. I'm leaving Shenzhen tomorrow and wanted to inform you. He suddenly chuckled hoarsely. Why are your panties also little pigs? Selena blushed furiously. So, he did do it, yet complained. She pushed his hand away and shielded her underwear. Hush, someone's passing by. Selena instinctively checked outside, seeing no one, but realized they were in the car. She was wearing a short skirt today, nearly making it easier for Brogan. I'm getting out. Selena didn't ask where he was going. Unfortunately, the car door wouldn't open. Brogan gripped her waist and lifted her onto his lap. Don't worry, no one can see inside. Just a hug, all right? When she got out of the car, her little pig underwear was missing. Brogan laughed, pulling out his phone with a strong arm stretching out of the car window. Remember not to look at other wolves while I'm gone, okay? Selena forced a sweet smile. See you, hope you have a smooth journey, stay safe, walk well. This woman never lost an argument. Brogan watched Selena enter the residential area, smiling as he looked at the little pig underwear he'd taken from her. The driver and assistant got into the front seats. Frederick turned to Brogan, boss? Brogan commanded coldly, to the airport. Send people to protect Little Wei. He couldn't let her get bullied while he was away. Frederick responded affirmatively, then reported, boss, the girl we found in South America, our people investigated several times, finding no suspicious points. Hope you enjoy the edited translation. Let me know if you need further adjustments. Selena ate silently. The spicy hot pot was bubbling fiercely. Brogan picked up a piece of silken tofu for her. Still mad? You like to eat silken tofu. Here you go. If I want it, I'll order it myself. Selena glanced at him, her red lips standing out even more from eating the spicy food. Brogan's gaze darkened slightly. I wish you could eat my silken tofu. Just as Brogan said this, students at the next table stifled their laughter. Selena held her chopsticks, her already flushed face turning even redder. Please just eat your food and don't talk nonsense, she whispered warningly. I'm not talking nonsense. Brogan, with his handsome face, earnestly added another piece of tofu to Selena's bowl. Here, eat my. Selena quickly stuffed a slice of beef into his mouth. Shut up. Brogan chuckled softly, chewing on the beef. Not mad anymore? I'm not mad. Actually, she was both furious and embarrassed. Brogan reached out, tucking her hair behind her ear. His fingertips brushed against her ear, causing her to blush further as she thanked him awkwardly. Thank you. They ordered many dishes and ended up overeating. Seeing Selena touch her bloated stomach, Brogan sighed. You've eaten too much. We'll get some digestive tablets at the pharmacy later. All right, Selena couldn't help but burp loudly after agreeing. She had indeed eaten too much. They left the stall and found a pharmacy. Selena waited outside on a chair while Brogan went inside to buy the tablets. A few men who had been drinking passed by and noticed a pretty girl sitting alone. One of them whistled at Selena. Drunk men often acted impulsively, and the rest soon followed suit. Selena felt a twinge of anxiety. She had read news reports about such incidents of harassment before. She stood up, intending to go inside the pharmacy. The men surrounded her. Miss, give us your number. Let's stay in touch, okay? The smell of alcohol hit her hard, accompanied by lewd remarks. Want to sleep with an older brother tonight? He'll make sure you have fun. Inside the pharmacy, Brogan noticed the group of men surrounding Selena and immediately placed the medicine back on the counter, walking out briskly. He slapped away the hand that was reaching toward Selena's hair and smiled apologetically. Sorry gentlemen, she already has her lover. The drunken men didn't feel threatened. Oh, so you've got a boyfriend. Selena clung to Brogan's shirt. Let's go. These drunkards were unreasonable and could easily cause trouble. They were only two against several. Besides, she still had one arm that wasn't fully functional and would be of no use if things turned violent. Brogan looked indifferently at the drunkards, not fearing a fight but concerned about frightening Selena. He shielded her protectively and signaled subtly. Doors of two parked cars nearby opened, and 10 burly men, dressed simply, emerged swiftly, twisting the drunk men's arms and pressing their heads to the ground. Selena watched in astonishment as this happened. Brogan laughed softly, holding her. I haven't paid for the tablets yet. He led her back inside the pharmacy. Through the glass window, Selena saw the drunk men being taken away. Leaving the pharmacy, Selena bit the pill Brogan offered her. Those are your bodyguards? She hadn't realized he had bodyguards around him all along. Yeah. Oh. It dawned on Selena belatedly. Should I hire bodyguards too? She asked seriously. After all, she was worth billions now. Brogan glanced at her with mock seriousness. You should. It's unsafe for beautiful girls to walk around alone. 3 days had passed since their meal at the hot pot restaurant, and Brogan hadn't seen Selena. Every time he messaged her, he received a reply saying, busy. Note, is a type of hot pot restaurant in China. I translated it to hot pot restaurant to make it more understandable for English readers. Dr. Devon always snorted inwardly when he saw these 2 words. Brogan coldly texted, do you really need 3 days to decorate a tiny place? Selena replied, equally disdainful, you wouldn't understand. Selena was genuinely busy moving into and decorating her new home, a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment. She had invited Fergus to live with her, but he declined. Davina, I'll rent the apartment next door. You can call me whenever you need anything. Fergus smiled warmly, sunlight falling on his white hair, making his smile comforting. Selena didn't force him and handed him a polished cane. Anselm, what do you want for dinner? Fergus stood up with his cane, having a prosthetic left leg. The illness and his disability did not bring him down. Davina, I'll cook today. Okay, then I'll buy the ingredients. After shopping at the supermarket and returning to her neighborhood, Selena passed by a black car parked outside. Suddenly, the horn sounded. The window rolled down to reveal Brogan's face. He glared at her coldly. Today, Selena wore an inexpensive t-shirt with a pink pig printed on it. She hadn't bothered to wear makeup. Despite her plain appearance, she remained strikingly beautiful. Brogan glanced at the groceries in her hands lazily. Your hand is still not healed, yet you're buying groceries? Get in the car. Selena stepped closer and lifted the light grocery bag. What do you want? Someone is waiting for me to cook dinner. Good timing, I haven't eaten either. Brogan opened the car door as if preparing to get out. Selena hesitated, knowing it would be unwise to invite him home, so she pushed him back and got into the car herself, placing the groceries down. As soon as she closed the door, he pulled her close, his warm hand touching her back. The pig t-shirt looks cute on you, he teased in a hoarse voice. Then he complained, but it's hard to take off. Selena tried pushing him away with one hand, but it was no use. She gave him a scathing look. Didn't you say you wanted something? Yes, now this is it. I'm leaving Shenzhen tomorrow and came to inform you. Suddenly, he chuckled. Even your underwear has a little pig. Selena's face turned scarlet with embarrassment. She covered her little pig underwear defensively. Shoo, someone might be passing by. Selena instinctively checked outside the car. No one was there, but she realized they were in the car. She had been wearing a short skirt, almost making things easier for Brogan. I'm getting out, she declared. Selena didn't ask where he was going. Unfortunately, the car door was locked. Brogan pinched her waist, lifting her to sit on his lap. Don't worry, no one can see inside. Just a hug, okay? By the time she got out of the car, her piggy panties were missing. Brogan smiled, pulling out his phone and extending his muscular arm out of the car window. Remember not to look at other boys while I'm gone, okay? Selena forced a sweet smile. Goodbye, hope you have a safe trip. This woman never lost an argument. Brogan watched Selena walk into her neighborhood and chuckled, looking at the little piggy underpants he'd taken from her. The driver and assistant got into the front seats. Frederick turned to Brogan, boss? With a cold expression, Brogan instructed, head to the airport and send someone to protect Antheazy. He didn't want her to be bullied in his absence. Frederick nodded and reported, boss, the girl we found in South America has been thoroughly investigated and appears trustworthy. Chapter 31, The Muscular Male Show. Selena returned home with groceries. Regina, why did you take so long? If you hadn't come back, would have called someone to look for you, Fergus said as she took the bag of vegetables and walked into the kitchen with her crutch. I just wandered around a bit more. Selena glanced at the wall clock, her face blushing from being stuck in the car for an hour. The weather is so hot today, I'm going to take a shower first. The kitchen was already filled with sounds of boiling water and washing vegetables. Selena went to take a shower. Her body felt sticky and uncomfortable. After she finished her shower, she saw a message from Violet. Violet, Regina, eating alone is so lonely. Can I join you for dinner tonight? Selena smiled and replied, sure, welcome. Violet sent a flying kiss emoji. Regina, do you know Brother Devon actually told me not to call you Louise? He's so domineering. Selena had no idea about this but responded accordingly, yes, very domineering. She opened the door to her room and shouted out, Anselm, prepare one more dish. Sherry is coming over for dinner. Okay. Selena turned on her computer, opened her email, and saw that Brooke had contacted her again to commission songs recently. She knew these songs were obviously intended for Carly. Even if he offered extra money, she wouldn't sell. Selena replied to the email, declining. Whenever Violet came to eat, she always blushed when seeing Fergus. This girl clearly judged by appearances. When she found out all the dishes were cooked by Fergus, she would praise every bite, delicious, so delicious. Selena almost couldn't stop laughing. Fergus ate calmly and said, thank you. If it tastes good, eat more. After dinner, Violet volunteered to wash the dishes. Selena worried this young lady didn't know how to wash dishes and followed her inside. Regina, Devon isn't here tonight. I'll take you somewhere special. Want to go? Violet lowered her voice, blinking with a radiant smile. Selena raised an eyebrow and nodded. Why can only go when he's not here? Wherever she wanted to go, did he still have control? By nightfall, Shenzhen was lit up brightly. Some places were bustling with activity. Violet confidently led Selena into a club, accompanied by two intimidating bodyguards in suits who gave a strong sense of security. Inside the club, Violet asked the bodyguards to sit at another table. Selena never imagined she'd have a chance to visit such a place. A paradise for wealthy women. Muscular men's fashion show. The music rhythm was full of vitality, and the lighting design was provocative. Two men on stage, bare-chested, pants hanging loosely on their hips, danced suggestively, grinding their hips. Violet excitedly clapped her hands and asked Selena, Regina, what do you think? Do you like it? Which one should we pick to keep us company with drinks later? Selena lightly coughed and gave a thumbs up, pretty good, but is it okay for you to be here like this? After all, Violet was Broganfan's third wife. Selena was worried about her. Violet blinked and smiled, don't worry. As long as it's not physical cheating, father won't care. With that assurance, Selena relaxed. They discussed which numbers to choose to keep them company with drinks. Violet picked number 5, while Selena chose number 1. Number 1 was a muscular man. Number 5 was more refined. The two bodyguards exchanged glances but wouldn't report such matters to Mr. Devon. Choosing to keep them company meant spending on expensive wine. Selena and Violet ordered wine but didn't drink it. Instead, the muscular men chatted with them. They were having a great conversation until they unexpectedly ran into Harris. Harris walked in with friends and passed by Selena's table. Seeing Selena, she sneered, Selena? Didn't expect to see you here watching the show. Looking at the two men keeping them company, she snorted, you really got pampered after receiving Fraser family's money, didn't you? Violet frowned, who is she? She has bad breath, don't get too close. Selena chuckled, she's my ex-sister-in-law. Yes, her mouth is pretty foul. Their quick back-and-forth exchange left Harris livid. Her face darkened, who are you? Mind your own business when I'm talking to Selena. Since my mouth belongs to me, what can you do about it? Violet pouted, you're disrupting our show, please leave. Harris laughed sarcastically, this isn't your place, yet you tell me to leave? Shouldn't you two get out? The Fraser family was also a top-tier family in Shenzhen. This club belonged to the Sue family's flirtatious Landon, who would certainly give face to the Fraser family. Harris thought Selena was overstepping her bounds. Justly for Sierra's adoptive daughter, leveraging her connection to the Devon family. Selena poured Violet a glass of juice. Sherry, ignore her. Let me handle this. As this incident was caused by her, she couldn't let Violet argue on her behalf. Selena looked sideways at Harris, smirking. Of course, life feels comfortable with all the money from the Fraser family. Isn't that normal? I'm no longer part of the Fraser family, so don't act high and mighty in front of me. It's embarrassing. Harris's first reaction was to raise her hand arrogantly to strike Selena. Selena grabbed a glass of juice from the table and splashed it in Harris's face. Ah! Selena, you bitch! Harris screamed. The sticky juice on her face made her want to lose it. Her friends hurriedly grabbed tissues to wipe off the juice. This disturbance halted the male show temporarily. Violet glared at Harris, visibly upset. This woman was truly annoying. The manager approached, inwardly cursing his bad luck since the boss was inspecting today and the guests were causing trouble. Manager, you came just in time. Throw these two women out of the club. Charge tonight's losses to my account. Harris threw the tissue at Selena, who dodged it. Noticing Selena's injured hand wrapped in bandages around her neck, Harris aimed her handbag at it. Selena dodged again, and the bodyguard stepped in to protect Selena and Violet. So you hired bodyguards, thinking you're tough? Harris mocked, looking at the manager. Throw these two out. The few young ladies accompanying Harris chimed in. They're disrupting the show, throw them out. The manager looked at Violet, whom the boss had specifically instructed to take care of. How could he possibly throw her out? Landon received the manager's call while lounging in the club office. Boss, Missy's friend and Miss Fraser are in conflict. Where are they? I'll come over. Brogan had told him to look after Violet, who loved watching shows. Upon arrival, seeing Selena beside Violet, his forehead twitched. Why was she here? If Brogan found out, would his club survive? Chapter 32, Chose Muscleman number 1. What's going on, causing trouble at the club I opened? As Hero appeared, Selena turned her head and recognized the face that once delivered food to her. Harris pointed at Selena angrily. Young Master Sue, you came just in time. Give the Fraser family a face and make them leave the club. Look at me, she spilled fruit juice all over me. I can't swallow this. Hero gave Harris a half smile. That does look bad, but all the ladies here are VIPs. Miss Fraser, why don't you give the Sue family some respect and stop this for now? What do you think? You asked me to give the Fraser family respect, so you should also respect the Sue family. Harris didn't expect him to say that, glaring at him. You. Violet couldn't help but laugh out loud, adding fuel to the fire. Hero called the security guards over. Please escort Miss Fraser out of the club. His words left Harris and her group stunned. Shouldn't they be escorting Selena out? This was utterly humiliating for Harris. If she were escorted out like this today, it would become a laughingstock. You dare touch me? Why aren't you kicking them out? Just then, Harris's phone rang. Seeing Carly's call, she quickly explained her situation after picking up. Sister Devonjan, is my brother with you? When Harris said this, she deliberately glanced at Selena, who raised an eyebrow with a smile. I need to see him, I was bullied, Selena threw fruit juice at me. After listening to Harris, Carly looked at Bud who was handling business. She didn't really want Bud to meet Selena. But since Harris had already spoken, she relayed the message. Nellie, Little Min had a conflict with Selena at Dream Club. The owner of this club is the second young master of the Sue family, and he has called the security to escort Little Min out. Bud stopped working upon hearing Selena's name, coldly saying, if they dared to have a conflict at someone else's club, getting kicked out is well deserved. Bud didn't know what kind of club Dream Club was, assuming it was a beauty salon girls liked to visit. Give me the phone to my brother, I'll talk to him. Harris hadn't hung up yet, faintly hearing her brother saying he didn't want to deal with her. She absolutely couldn't be thrown out like this tonight. Carly handed the phone to Bud. Your sister wants you to take the call. With a calm expression, Bud listened to Harris, knowing she had been drenched in fruit juice by Selena and was about to be escorted out of the club by Hero. After hanging up, he rubbed his temples. Prepare the car. Troublesome. Back at Dream Club, Violet pulled Selena back down. The Muscle Man show continues, she's waiting for her brother to come. Selena chuckled quietly, finding Violet to be such a character. Hero pushed away the Muscle Man beside Selena and sat down next to her. Miss Lou, did I know you'd be here tonight? Selena smiled, if you don't tell him, he won't know. Seeing this smiling woman, Hero's lips twitched. She meant for him to keep it a secret from Brogan. Harris, wearing a coat to cover herself, endured the discomfort of sticky fruit juice. Seeing Hero talking amiably with Selena, she was confused. Does Selena know Hero? Do you two know each other? Does it matter to you if we do or not? Selena countered. She laughed lightly. Miss Fraser, everyone can pretend not to know each other when met, no need to cause trouble. We're adults, be mature. Violet nodded. Exactly, so old yet still childish. These remarks were extremely insulting. Harris's face turned pale as some people around her began to stare. Selena, you're just a woman abandoned by my brother. What are you being so proud about here? In the past, you learned massage and cooking to please my brother and our family. How ridiculous. Selena smiled slightly. Indeed, she had learned those things for Bud's sake back then. However, she wasn't ashamed but proud, replying, back then, I was inexperienced. It was just practice on you guys. Skills she learned were her own, nothing shameful about it. Harris. Such a sharp tongue. Hero made the muscle man show continue, covertly texting Brogan. Hero, hearing Miss Lou learned massage and cooking to please her ex-husband. Meanwhile, in South America. On the shore of the Crocodile River, a man with cold eyes stood on an old man's back. Unable to move, the old man was bitten by a crocodile that emerged from the water, grabbing his leg. The cries echoed as the man's phone vibrated inside his pocket. Brogan saw Hero's message as he took out the phone. Brogan, oh, that's good. Next time, I'll ask Ainsley for a massage. In his momentary arrogance, Hero sent another message. Miss Lou's ex-husband is here. Bud walked into Dream Club, seeing the muscular men strutting on stage. Veins bulged on his forehead. Women below were screaming loudly. Some even stuffed money into the men's briefs. He saw Selena, smiling happily, tenaciously holding onto a note with one hand, trying to stuff it into a brief. Selena didn't succeed. One hand was blocked by Hero. Another hand belonged to Bud, gripping her wrist. Violet succeeded though. Selena frowned. Let go first. Harris's face lit up. Brother. Hero smiled. So President Fraser is here. Let's talk somewhere else. Meanwhile, Brogan in South America retracted his foot from the old man's back after the crocodile ate both his legs. He dialed Hero's number. Where did they meet? Brogan asked directly. Hero touched his cooling neck, regretting his previous actions. At the mall. Brogan narrowed his eyes. The bodyguards around Ainsley are my arrangement. Dare you lie to me? Caught off guard, Hero agreed to take the office to Bud. Laughing nervously, he told Brogan, Miss Lou and Miss he came to Dream Club tonight. Anything else? Brogan chuckled. Should I bring you a South American crocodile? Just ate 2 human legs. Panicking, Hero rushed through everything. He didn't like eating crocodiles. Miss Lou chose Muscle Man number 1, but did nothing much, just chatting. They watched the Muscle Man show. Trying to stuff money into a brief was stopped by us, unsuccessful. Miss Lou and Harris had a conflict. I'm dealing with it immediately, ensuring the Fraser siblings won't bully her. After finishing, Hero hung up instantly. Facing his phone, he felt helpless and on the verge of tears. Chapter 33. Brogan unbuttoned the top few buttons of his shirt and licked his lips. He opened WeChat, found Selena's avatar, and sent her a message, stuffed money into the boxer shorts. He put away his phone and spoke with a calm expression, I took her away today. This statement was directed at the group of people opposite him. Few could escape if outsiders came in here. Those who tried to escape usually ended up as crocodile food. The head of this area gave Brogan an icy look and said, give him the woman. A bronze-skinned woman was pushed toward Brogan. Her body was covered in visible scars. Brogan moved his foot aside without accepting her. The woman fell to the ground, biting her lip, not crying. She finally could leave this hell on earth. Baird's mouth twitched slightly as he stepped forward to carry the woman. Selena heard the notification sound from her phone but didn't have time to check it now. She sat on the sofa, her long, slender, fair legs crossed lazily, looking like a seductive demoness. Bud stood in front of her. So, how do you plan to punish me for your sister this time? She asked indifferently. Bud frowned, his eyes landing on Selena. Brother, Selena threw fruit juice at me, Harris said, clinging to her brother's arm. Bud looked coldly at her, and Harris immediately let go of his hand. This isn't a place for you both. His words were addressed to both Harris and Selena. Bud focused all his attention on work and rarely went to entertainment venues unless necessary, making him relatively virtuous. Young, good-looking, not a playboy, and rich, these were the reasons Selena had once impulsively fallen for him. Selena didn't want any further entanglement and stood up after uncrossing her legs. Mr. Fraser, please control your sister. Don't let her bite everyone she sees. Where I go is my private matter. Got it? Violet nodded. We're not dogs who bite everyone we see. Harris, standing close to Violet, swiftly slapped her even though Violet tried to dodge. Selena's eyes turned cold, and she raised her hand to deliver a fierce slap across Bud's face. Smack. It was a loud sound. Everyone was stunned, none more so than by Selena's direct action against Bud. Bud touched his cheek where he'd been hit, his cold gaze fixed on Selena, with anger brewing beneath the surface. Selena had already pulled Violet behind her. Both sides' bodyguards rushed to protect their employers. Your sister hit Sherry, I just returned the favor. You're welcome. Selena was genuinely angry. Even though she'd slapped Bud, it didn't quite satisfy her. She quickly checked Violet's face. It was slightly red but fortunately not severely hurt. Violet smiled, captivated by Selena's bravado. "Cicely, I'm fine." Selena smiled back faintly. Harris nervously looked at her brother. "Brother?" Bud's left cheek swelled visibly. Clearly, Selena had struck hard. "You slut, Selena." Hero walked into the office and saw Harris trying to lunge at Selena. The bodyguards held her back. Hero didn't know what had transpired during his brief absence. He approached them, frowned, and said coldly, "Miss Fraser, what a display of power. This is my territory." Bud had his bodyguards pull Harris back and gave her a cold glance. His stern demeanor calmed Harris down. Selena met Bud's cold gaze through the guards, unyielding. "Mr. Fraser, I sincerely hope that when members of your family meet me, they can pretend they don't know me. Here, I congratulate you and Vicchio on your perfect match. Sherry, let's go." Harris stared at Bud, her accumulated anger erupting. "Brother, you're letting her walk away like this? Selena hit you." Hero raised an eyebrow, noting Bud's swollen cheek. "Oh, the boss actually got hit. What a piece of news." Violet glared at Harris. "You hit me, I won't let this slide. Just wait. Only you have a brother?" "I have one too." Selena couldn't help but shake her head at the girl's antics. After Selena and Violet left, Hero smirked at Bud. "Miss Fraser dared to hit Miss He. I will inform the Devon family. From now on, the Sue family's establishments will not welcome Miss Fraser." That night, Violet felt greatly startled and clung to Selena's hand. "Cicely, I'll sleep with you tonight." She had never experienced sharing a bed with a friend, chatting through the night, and wanted to try it tonight. Selena, grateful for Violet's support, naturally agreed. "Sure, sorry about tonight." "Pfft, nothing to be sorry for," Violet laughed. "Tonight was a bit ruined, but we'll go again next time." Selena smiled and nodded. "Okay." Back home, Selena found new pajamas and disposable underwear for Violet. "You go shower first." Once Violet was in the shower, Selena finally checked her phone. When she saw Brogan's message, she paused. How did he know about stuffing money into the boxer shorts? Recalling it made her feel embarrassed. Selena deliberately ignored Brogan's message, treating it as if it never happened. The house had 2 bathrooms. Selena wrapped her left hand in protective film, carried her pajamas, and headed for the bathroom. While washing her hair, her phone rang in the basket. Ignoring it while rinsing the shampoo, the ringing persisted. Annoyingly persistent. She wiped her eyes casually with a towel. With only one free hand, she couldn't wrap her wet hair. Dripping wet hair fell over her pale shoulders as she reached for the phone. It was Brogan. Drops of water fell on her lashes. Without realizing it was a video call, she answered. Using the back of her hand to wipe the water from her lashes, she turned the phone around. "Hello?" Their eyes met. Brogan's handsome face appeared on the screen. He raised an eyebrow, gazing deeply into her eyes. "Hello," he replied lazily. The call disconnected abruptly without any warning or reaction. Brogan watched the disconnected call, remaining seated calmly. Seeing only a face emerging from water droplets wasn't that big a deal. Baird respectfully exited the room. Selena stared blankly at herself in the mirror, seeing a woman full of allure. Chapter 34, He's a Pervert. Violet lay on the soft, large bed and messaged Brogan to complain about getting hit. After lodging her complaint, she began boasting. "Violet, Davina's bed is so soft." Brogan, ? Violet proudly, "Wait a bit, I still need to sleep with Davina." Brogan felt that Violet was childish. However, he hadn't slept on Jamie's bed yet. Brogan slowly typed a line of text, "Take a picture of Jamie sleeping and send it to me, then I will forgive you for going to see the fashion show this time." Seeing Brother Davon's shameless message, Violet looked up at Selena. "Davina, Brother Davon actually asked me to secretly take a picture of you sleeping." Selena still remembered the bathroom incident and coldly said, "Is he a pervert? Lend me your phone for a moment." She took Violet's phone, tapped voice, and scolded him, "You're a pervert." When Brogan heard this voice, he knew it was Selena. He had already guessed that Violet would definitely tell Jamie about the photo taking. He did it on purpose. Indeed, Brogan was a big pervert. When Selena called him one, his barely calmed desires flared up again. Wearing the skin of a doctor, deep down he was still someone unrestrained. When he was cold, he was colder than the North Pole. When he showed affection, he was hotter than the equator. Brogan's phone was nearly dead, but before its last bit of power vanished, he also sent a voice message to Selena. He even sang, trying to coax her. "Jamie, be good, open the door, quickly open it, your brother has come." The deep and hoarse male voice played in the room. Selena. Her ears and neck turned completely red. Violet covered her ears. Forget it, Brother Davon is not human at all. Brogan chuckled lightly, guessing Jamie must have been fuming. As he was going to charge his phone, he heard gunshots outside. In South America, guns weren't regulated. The next day, Carly received Harris's call while telling her friend she was getting married soon. Her friend congratulated her and asked who that person was. Carly gently smiled and replied, "My first love boyfriend." Whoa. How romantic, both of you must have a great relationship. Women sometimes love to boast. Carly hadn't even finished celebrating when Harris called her crying, asking her to come to Fatesaway Garden to save her. "Sister Devonjan, my brother wants me to apologize to Selena's friend. I refused and now he wants to send me abroad, to some godforsaken place." Harris's raspy voice made Carly frown. This fool was causing trouble again. Carly apologized to her friend. "A younger sister has run into a problem. We can chat another time." When Carly arrived at Fatesaway Garden, she could still hear Harris sobbing. "I only touched her face a little, why do I have to apologize to her? And Selena hit you." Carly's heart thumped. Last night, Bud came back with a swollen left cheek, but wouldn't explain. It turned out Selena had hit him. Old Madame Fraser saw Carly and coldly said, "Why did you come here when you should be taking care of yourself?" Knowing Nellie was already married, Carly's actions displeased old Madame Fraser even more. Carly stood there helplessly. "I got a call from Little Min and came over to check." Joy snorted, "What use is your coming?" Joy disliked both Selena and Carly. To her, their family backgrounds were nothing much. If only her son listened to her, she wouldn't let Carly in. Carly bit her lip and gave Bud a pitiful look. Bud signaled her to sit down, "Sit properly here." Carly smiled at him. "Sister Devonjan, please persuade my brother, I don't want to go apologize, it's too embarrassing." Bud knew his sister had been pampered by their mother. He used to think she was just pampered. Never thought she'd be this stupid. Joy was also angry. "Why do you seek out Selena? You must apologize. And it's to Violet, not Selena." Violet was married to Davon Dashion as his third wife and was Brogan's distant cousin. Provoking whom would be better than her? Joy felt a headache thinking about it. Why couldn't everyone stay quietly in Frasiern City and come here instead? Old Madame Fraser rubbed her temples. "Nellie, if Selena doesn't listen, send her abroad." Though she doted on her granddaughter, being disobedient meant maybe sending her out would teach her some sense. Harris felt neglected. "Grandma, you are so considerate of Selena, but I am your granddaughter." "Enough. If you don't go, I will send you abroad tonight." Bud lost his patience. Turning to the old lady, "Grandma, let me handle this. Rest well." Feeling unwell, the old lady nodded and was wheeled back to her room. Carly held Bud's wrist softly. "Let me talk to Selena, I'll try to persuade her." Bud had company matters to attend to. Nodding, he went upstairs to his study. The obvious slap mark on his left cheek meant he wouldn't go to work today. "Madame Fraser, I'll take Selena for a chat." Carly walked over to Harris and said to Joy. "Okay." Joy waved her hand irritably, letting them speak. Carly pulled the still upset Harris to the back garden. "Sister Devonjan, you want me to apologize too?" Neither Violet nor Selena is a good person, especially Violet, so young and already a rich old man's third wife. After making a scene, Harris realized she had no choice but to apologize. She was just unhappy and uncomfortable. Selena would definitely mock her. Carly checked the surroundings and, seeing no one around, spoke to Harris. "If you go and apologize to Miss He, if you're uncomfortable, there's another way." Harris's eyes lit up expectantly. "What way?" Carly frowned and hesitated. "Sister Devonjan, hurry, what way?" Harris urged eagerly. Carly decided. "Selena, don't let your brother know." Harris swore, "I won't let anyone know. Trust me." Carly leaned close to her ear. "Tonight, the Lee family is holding a birthday party. Selena should attend." "You?" Harris's eyes brightened and she nodded. Selena was composing music when she received Della's reminder about returning to the Lee residence tonight. "Understood. Remember to bring your husband." Selena raised an eyebrow. No one in the Lee family knew she and Bud had divorced. Mother Lou faintly remarked, "Mom, we've already divorced." "What?" The pitch of Della's voice rose sharply, visibly annoyed. She often bragged to others about her daughter marrying into the Fraser family. "Why didn't you inform us of such a big decision? Fraser family gave you shares, why divorce?" Della was furious. Such a perfect son-in-law just vanished. "Don't come back tonight, it would be embarrassing." Selena smiled faintly, "All right." They hung up. Surprisingly, after half an hour, her mom called again. "Your sister wants you to return and celebrate her 18th birthday." Selena scoffed, "Sure, this is the last time. Less demanding from now on, Mom." Della dismissed her daughter's words. They were mother and daughter, no grudges held. After hanging up, Selena couldn't focus on composing anymore. Chapter 35, Climbing the Ranks with a Ainsworth Sun Bump. Tonight, Selena went to Chantel's 18th birthday party at the Lee family residence. She put her hands in her pockets and went there without any gifts. Giving Chantel a gift might as well be spending money on herself. When Selena arrived, Chantel was greeting her classmates. Selena didn't bring a gift, so when Miss Della saw her, she frowned. "It's your sister's birthday, why didn't you buy her a present?" And what are you wearing today? Black skull top paired with casual pants, her long hair cascading down to her slender waist. The tall and slender Selena looked vibrant in this outfit. Just that it wasn't suitable for the occasion. Selena smiled faintly. I forgot to buy a gift, Mom. You can get one for me to give her, she won't know anyway. Della greeted the passing guests with a smile, then gritted her teeth and lowered her voice to scold. I'll have someone buy a gift for you now. Remember to give it to your sister after cutting the cake. Selena nodded lazily. No problem. Chantel wore a princess dress, sweet and lively. She got along very well with her classmates. Seeing Selena, she apologized to her classmates. My sister is here. I'll go find her first. Chantel has a sister? Stepsister. A few classmates whispered among themselves. Big sister, it's been a while since you've come home. If I hadn't asked Mom to call you back, you wouldn't even bother coming. Chantel hooked onto Selena's arm with a sweet smile. Selena saw her full of sweetness and smiled lightly. Didn't expect you to miss me so much. Of course, I miss my sister. Chantel let go of Selena's hand and hugged Della instead. Mom, I'm telling the truth, right? Right, just her, she's heartless, Della replied with a smiling face. Chantel was her precious daughter. There were also many relatives from the Lee family present that day, aunts and uncles, none of whom were particularly wealthy. Selena wasn't familiar with the Lee family. These relatives congratulated the birthday girl and casually mentioned Selena. Anthea, never thought you'd have such good luck, marrying into the Fraser family. Indeed, what good luck, did your husband come today? The Fraser family is quite prominent, your family must be incredibly lucky. This topic made Della's smile falter. Big aunt, my sister has already divorced, Chantel explained quietly. Their gazes turned astonished and gleeful upon hearing this. Selena raised an eyebrow. Is there anyone in your family who hasn't divorced? Selena snorted. While women were discussing Selena's divorce, men were also talking about it. They felt pity for the Lee family. If they had the backing of the Fraser family, many things would proceed smoothly for them. Everyone just felt that Selena was out of luck. Then, some malicious individuals began to speculate. Did Selena use despicable means before? Got pregnant and married into the Fraser family. As for why she didn't have a child, maybe it was due to a miscarriage. Gossips like these sparked wild imaginations. They went to Della to pry further. Wasn't Fraser Corporation going to give shares to Anthea? How did they end up divorcing suddenly? That's Fraser Corporation, thinking about it hurt their hearts. Della smiled calmly, their feelings weren't compatible, so they separated. Some sought Chantel for answers. How did your sister divorce her brother-in-law? Chantel hesitated, slightly helpless. Her brother-in-law didn't like her. He only married her because he had no choice. Upon hearing this, those prying understood. Selena ate snacks and noticed a few aunts were looking at her differently. Contemptuously. She was speechless and put down the snack. Troubled. After Chantel cut the cake, Selena gave the gift prepared by Della to Chantel and left the Lee family. Unless Della fell ill, she didn't want to step foot into the Lee family again. Chantel watched Selena leave. She took out her phone and sent a message. Miss Fraser, it's done. Selena was woken up by the alarm clock early in the morning. She opened the door to see Fergus, unable to muster her morning temper. Fergus checked Selena's condition and seeing she was fine, leaned on his cane and entered. Sis, I bought breakfast for you. Selena sat on the sofa, half asleep, yawned, and wanted more sleep. I'll save it for lunch. Fergus covered her legs with a blanket. Sis, did you check today's trending topics? Fergus tapped the phone screen and showed it to Selena. Something's happened. Selena opened her eyes and glanced at the trending topic at the top. Climbing the ranks with a baby bump, and another woman who miscarried. Calculating female secretary, climbed the ranks with a belly bump, but was kicked out of the prominent family. These titles were eye-catching, no wonder they were trending. Selena clicked into the article. The calculating female secretary referred to her. The report detailed a reliable leak from the Lee family. This Miss Liu used underhanded tactics during her time as secretary for CEO Fraser. She got pregnant and was married into the Fraser family. Soon after, she miscarried, and the Fraser family grew to despise her, kicking her out. Nowadays, news reports seem to know no bounds. Fergus didn't believe Selena was the type to use underhanded tactics. Sis, we need to clear your name. Selena, seeing the word miscarriage, turned pale. She wasn't afraid of such rumors, but the deliberate memory of a miscarriage made her chest tight. The comments under this trending topic almost unanimously cursed Selena for being shameless, despicable, and a bad woman. Some netizens found Selena's photos. She was naturally beautiful, and with a biased gaze, they perceived her as evil. She looks like the calculating type. Such skillful tactics, too bad though. Netizens' outrage fueled the gossip. Selena glanced a few times, handed the phone back to Fergus. Don't worry, I'm tough. It's just strange. Who wanted to ruin her? Was the Lee family just bored? Or someone behind the scenes? Thinking of who hated her the most, Harris, Carly, and Chantel came to mind. She went to her room, grabbed her phone, registered a Weibo account, and posted a clarification. I divorced Bud due to lack of feelings. Please do not spread rumors. Legal supervision. Meanwhile, Fergus contacted a lawyer while Selena posted the clarification, gathering accounts spreading false reports. Sis, go brush your teeth, wash your face, and eat breakfast. I'll handle the lawyers, Fergus winked, you have I gunk. Selena raised her fist threateningly. She smiled awkwardly, went to freshen up. No matter what, Selena remained calm throughout this incident. Only, the trending topic stayed high. Selena called Bud. The best way to handle the situation was for him to make a statement as well. Calling through, Carly's voice came through, Selena? Do you need Nellie for something? He's busy right now. Please provide feedback or additional sections if needed. Chapter 36, A Scathing Glare. Harris gleefully shared with Carly screenshots of the online abuse aimed at Selena. She herself had also joined in the fray. Sis Devonjan, do you think Selena might be hiding somewhere crying? Will she get eggs thrown at her when she goes out? Harris was currently confined to her home and couldn't go anywhere. Once she made contact with Violet, she planned to apologize. For now, seeing Selena's downfall gave her great satisfaction. Indeed, joy is often built upon others' suffering. Carly smiled gently. She called your brother not long ago, likely seeking help for a clarification. Will my brother help her? Harris pouted unhappily. I answered the call. She won't be contacting your brother again anytime soon, Carly said softly. Sis Devonjan, you're so good. By the way, what if Chantel reveals it was you? Don't worry, she wouldn't dare, Harris assured her. Elsewhere, after Carly informed Selena that Bud was busy, Selena hung up the phone. Since Bud wasn't available, she decided to let it be for now. She had another plan but wanted to wait until the online drama reached its peak before taking action. Davina, I'm going to a law firm. Okay. She and Fergus never needed to thank each other. It was unknown who had uploaded the address of her new home online. Shortly after Fergus left, Selena heard knocking at her door. After the bodyguard contacted her, she opened the door to investigate. A skinny man dressed in black was being restrained on the floor by the bodyguard. A bucket of red paint lay nearby, spilling onto the tiles. This man had come to splash paint at her doorstep. You bitch. The bodyguard sternly stuffed the man's mouth with a sock. Selena frowned. Please take him to the police station. Thank you. She glanced at the red paint on the floor, then turned to grab a cloth from the balcony. The person behind this was truly malicious. Brogan walked out of the elevator and saw Selena kneeling on the ground, cleaning the red paint with a cloth. Her head was bowed, her hair cascading down her back. Ainsley, do you need help cleaning? Brogan's voice was lazy yet deep. Selena looked up and met two long legs. As she continued looking up, she saw Brogan bending down to look at her. You're back. Her response was calm as she resumed wiping the floor. No need for help. Brogan noticed she seemed unhappy but didn't know why. He had rushed over immediately after landing. Taking a butterfly hair tie from his pocket, he walked behind her, pulled up her hair, and knelt down awkwardly to tie it up. It was a warm, loving moment. But then, Selena gasped, ouch, that hurts. You tied it too tight. Sorry, let me loosen it, Brogan responded. Looking at her uneven ponytail, he calmly remarked, looks good. She glanced at him dubiously before standing up and walking into the kitchen to wash her hands. Leaning against the door, Brogan commented, this hair tie is a gift I brought back for you. It looks pretty nice. Their gazes met. Walking closer, he looked at her face. Unhappy? Who upset you? Selena replied, I don't know. She wasn't sure who was trying to harm her. Brogan chuckled, lifting her chin. You don't know? Selena pressed her lips together. I've been targeted by someone. Brogan rubbed her chin and turned her around. Wait in the living room. I'll clean up outside. He released her, rolled up his sleeves, and rinsed the cloth. Seeing Violet's messages about trending topics on his phone, he instructed his subordinates to find out who was behind this. Then he went to the bathroom for a shower. When he returned, Selena was nowhere to be found. She had gone to the bedroom. Was she crying? Brogan entered the bedroom intending to comfort her, only to hear her scolding someone vigorously over the phone. Chantel, you better watch out. Wait until my hand heals, then I'll come after you. You did this. Just wait. Selena sounded far from sad or teary-eyed. Brogan smiled enigmatically, then went to clean the floor. Afterward, he boldly took over the bathroom for a shower. In the bedroom, Selena's lips twitched when Brogan called her for a bathrobe. Why is he showering at my place? There isn't one, she replied sharply. Wear your clothes back on. The bathroom door opened, revealing Brogan in black shorts, his muscular physique bare, holding his stained shirt. The clothes are covered in red paint. Are you sure there isn't one? I don't mind being naked. Indeed, he dared to be naked. Selena handed him a large towel instead. After showering, Brogan carried the still browsing news Selena to bed. What's so interesting about the news? Let's sleep. Heat emanated from his body. Selina felt extremely warm. He held her tightly, leaving her unable to move. Brogan was exhausted from 2 sleepless days. He entwined their legs, whispering, "Ainsley, just sleep. Nothing more." His rough beard scratched her skin as he kissed her ear. She didn't dare move, fearing to provoke him. After 2 hours, Brogan woke to find Selina sleeping peacefully beside him. Looking at her, he felt affection rise within him. He called his subordinates to spread Carly's pregnancy news, ensuring everyone knew Bud was the father. Netizens were quick to react. Could Miss Lou have divorced Bud for a different reason? Was she mistakenly called a bitch? Third will incoming. Brogan chuckled, satisfied with the turn of events. Carly's pregnancy would now divert attention away from Selina. Back in bed, Brogan watched Selina sleep. When she finally woke, her ears caught the heavy breathing beside her. Opening her eyes, she saw him. "You." Selina blushed angrily. How dare he? Reclining against the headboard, Brogan gazed deeply at her, unashamed. "To avoid disturbing your sleep, I had no choice but to entertain myself." "How unfortunate," he teased. Selina ignored him, attempting to get out of bed. He held her ankle. "Ainsley, I missed you." "Did you miss me?" His voice was gentle. "No," she replied coldly. Brogan chuckled, knowing her answer. He held her right hand and whispered soothingly, "Missing you is enough. Ainsley, help me." "What help?" An hour later, Selina's limbs ached as she cried softly. This trip must have changed Brogan significantly. Checking her legs, he noted they were only slightly red without any breaks in the skin. Brogan felt satisfied, having distracted himself while caring for her. Selina shot him a glance. Brogan chuckled lowly, his voice incredibly hoarse. "Shall I help you apply some medicine?" One of her fair ankles was adorned with an old-fashioned, red butterfly hair tie. Note, the sentence structure is adjusted slightly for natural English flow while preserving the original meaning and tone. ####Chapter 37, Brogan's pampering. Brogan tidied up the bedsheet. Selina had been washed and changed into clean clothes by him. And he, under her insistence, wrapped a small blanket around his waist. A small floral-patterned blanket. The two of them sat on the sofa. Selina dug deep into her mind for words to scold Brogan but finally settled on just one question. "What were you thinking? Who would do such a thing right after returning from abroad without any prior notice? Isn't it harmful to your kidneys?" Seeing her embarrassment and anger, Brogan chuckled softly. "My thoughts were obviously on you. I didn't think about any other woman," he added in a hoarse voice. Selina was speechless. The man leisurely smoked, slowly sliding his phone in front of her in a very arrogant manner. "Pay." Selina was truly shocked this time. How could he have the nerve? "Not paying. If anything, you should pay me." It wasn't like she forced him into anything. Brogan narrowed his eyes and asked in a raspy tone, "What if I become the one to support you?" This time, Selina remained silent. "What do you mean?" she asked, her gaze locked on Brogan. This topic was perilous. Selina asked calmly, her brows still tinged with lingering affection, "How do you plan to support me?" "Become my benefactor, then," Brogan said, his gaze deepening. Selina knew that Brogan liked her body a bit and found her interesting, willing to pamper her. She turned around, grabbed a pillow from the sofa, and hit Brogan with it. "You wish, I'm not short of money now." With the pillow in hand, she drove Brogan out of her home. The door slammed shut. Brogan stood at the door, wrapped in the floral-patterned blanket. Though he looked disheveled, he smiled casually. At least she got angry. Fergus returned to see Selina holding scissors, laboriously cutting a butterfly-shaped rubber band. "Lee G, did it make you mad?" he teased. After a second, Selina put down the scissors. No. Her true anger stemmed from someone else entirely. Fergus chuckled helplessly, noticing a used ashtray on the table containing a cigarette butt. He didn't ask who visited. The lawyer has prepared to sue the rumor mongers, and check out this trending topic. #Carly is pregnant, the father is that Fraser CEO #. This trend completely turned the situation regarding Selina around. She pondered deeply. When she couldn't contact Warren, she had considered using this method, but hesitated because she knew how much Warren loved Carly. If she acted, he would retaliate. In light of reality, Selina had to tread carefully. Who exposed Carly's pregnancy? A name popped into Selina's mind, Brogan. Was it him? Baird drove Brogan back to the Devonxiang villa. He couldn't understand why Boss rushed to visit Miss Lou right after landing only to leave like he'd been kicked out. Recalling the image of Boss wrapped in a blanket, Baird silently reined in his curiosity. Miss Lou contacted a lawyer to sue those spreading false reports about her. Should we assist her? No need. Just exposing that woman Carly is enough. Let Little Wei handle the rest. Little Wei wasn't delicate outside of the bedroom. His voice was sluggish as he thought about Selina's expression when she kicked him out. A little hard to soothe. Brogan snorted, "For now, don't let Warren know about Carly planning for his stupid sister. Let his nephew continue believing his first love is a good woman." That's perfect. Baird instantly understood the implication. Carly hadn't expected her pregnancy news to be leaked. Knowing the Fraser family would protect her, she wondered who dared do this. Her first thought was Selina. When she suggested the idea to Harris, she confidently believed Selina wouldn't dare involve her due to Warren's protection. Yet, the news broke online, labeling her as the mistress who used her pregnancy to push the legal wife aside. Carly's face flushed with embarrassment. Selina had already been intimate with that man, so what interference? If it weren't for Mr. Devon being formidable, she would have uploaded the hotel footage to expose Selina having relations before divorce. Carly only dared think about it. After all, she orchestrated the whole scenario against Selina and feared exposure. She went to the Fraser group to find Warren. Lynchon, it must be Selina trying to clear her name by leaking my pregnancy. Warren paused his work. Projects had been troubled lately, likely influenced by Brogan. With continuous issues at home, he was overwhelmed. He learned of Selina's and Carly's situations recently, thanks to Brogan's assistant. Warren was usually graceful and composed, but recent events troubled him deeply. Noticing his distant demeanor, Carly grew anxious, fearing he might know about her aiding Harris. But no, he wouldn't. Only Harris conspiring with Chantel. Carly calmed herself. Warren retracted his scrutinizing gaze, suspecting for a moment if Carly provoked Brogan but dismissed the notion. It was Mr. Devon who exposed you. Now, he even called that man uncle. Carly's face changed. Why him? He did it for Selina. She feigned sadness, looking down. Fine, if that's the case, I have nothing to say. It's my fault. Warren rubbed his temples, knowing this scandal could harm Carly's career. He felt some resentment towards Selina for not addressing it directly with him instead of involving Brogan. Warren, lips pursed coldly, reassured her, I'll handle this, take care of yourself. Relieved, Carly thanked him. Warren posted on Weibo, stating they divorced amicably and that Carly was his first love, whom he still loved. Many netizens found it romantic, the reunion with a first love. Selina, however, felt indifferent. She knew Warren would act immediately upon Carly's trouble. Gradually, the online buzz about Selina diminished. Those spreading false reports faced lawsuits, leaving only matters involving Chantel. Selina intended to wait until her left hand healed before confronting Chantel but decided today was also a good day for action. Good days called for proactive measures. She borrowed several bodyguards from Violet. Why not ask Brother Devon directly? His guards are fierce. Mentioning Brogan, Selina hadn't contacted him for many days. Nor did he reach out. They seemed to revert to strangers. She could do whatever she wished while he could choose to be anyone's benefactor. Selina smiled faintly. No need for such fierce guards, yours will suffice. Chapter 38, she needs to register for a surgery appointment. Alright, I'll have them go to your place right now, Devon said, bringing up Harris's situation. Harris has always wanted to come and apologize to me, but I never agreed to meet her. I heard she's been locked up at home. Selina raised an eyebrow and smiled. That's good. Being locked up at home means less troublemaking outside. Devon hung up the phone, pursed her lips, and called Brogan to brag. Brogan was busy treating patients and couldn't pick up. When he finished his work and called Devon back, he learned that Selina had borrowed several bodyguards from her. Devon didn't know why Selina needed the bodyguards. After hanging up, Brogan didn't plan on having anyone check where Selina had gone with the bodyguards. It wouldn't be her loss anyway. These past few days, he hadn't contacted her, and neither had she contacted him. She seemed to be living just fine. Brogan only called back briefly and decided not to interfere with Selina's matters. He still had 30-odd patients waiting in the outpatient department. But after seeing another patient, he made a call with cold eyes, instructing his bodyguards to find Selina. Meanwhile, Selina had already changed into a chic outfit with heavy makeup and was waiting at home for the bodyguards borrowed from Devon. She didn't expect 2 batches of bodyguards. Selina got into the car and sent a message to Devon. Selina, Devon, thanks for sending 10 bodyguards. Kisses. Devon rubbed her head upon seeing the message, feeling somewhat puzzled. Hadn't she only sent 5? She thought Selina might have made a typo, mistaking 5 for 10. 10 bodyguards escorted Selina into the Lee family residence. Their presence made Selina, who was only 1.7 meters tall, exude an aura of someone 1.8 meters tall. Selina led them to Chantel's room door. Before coming, she had already questioned one of the Lee family maids. Chantel was indeed at home today, and this maid had been bought off by Selina. Selina knocked gently and spoke softly, Chantel, open the door. I've come to chat with you. Chantel wasn't afraid of Selina and opened the door lazily, unaware of the bodyguards accompanying Selina. The moment the door opened, Chantel screamed shrilly, ah. Selina pointed a water gun at Chantel and sprayed her. No matter where Chantel tried to dodge, Selina shot her with the water gun. Ah, Selina, do you want to die? Today, Paula was also at home. Hearing her daughter's screams, she rushed over but was stopped by the bodyguards in the hallway. Who are you all? How did so many intimidating people get into the house? The bodyguards remained silent and unmoved. Inside, Chantel's cries could be heard, Selina, stop. Cough, cough. Water had sprayed into Chantel's mouth. Two burly bodyguards feared Chantal would run and hurt Selina, so they tightly grabbed Chantal's arms. She couldn't run or hide. Chantal cried genuinely now, unlike her fake tears before. Hearing her daughter calling Selina's name from outside, Paula became furious and shouted inside, "Selina, what are you doing? Bullying your sister." Selina paused and motioned for the bodyguards to let Paula in. Paula rushed in to see Chantal drenched and restrained by two men. She shrieked, "Release my daughter immediately." She charged at Selina, lifting her hand angrily to strike. The bodyguard standing beside Selina held her back. Selina sighed and sneered, "Mom, hitting me again?" Since Paula brought Selina from the orphanage to the Lee family, she couldn't remember how many times she'd slapped her. Whenever Chantal cried in the past, Paula would beat Selina. Paula's anger turned into chest pain. "Selina, have you gone mad? What kind of crazy behavior is this?" Selina glanced at her, smiling, "Mom, I haven't gone mad. Do you think I forgot about what spread online from the Lee family?" Paula knew about that incident. It embarrassed her so much that she wished no one knew Selina was her daughter. "This incident has nothing to do with your sister. Your sister isn't the type to spread rumors behind your back. The Lee family relatives, you know how they are. Why involve your sister? Besides, it's all forgotten now. News on the internet fades quickly, who remembers such things?" Such matter-of-fact statements made Selina laugh uncontrollably. Seeing Selina laugh, Paula's face darkened. "Selina. Mom, please make big sister release me. I really don't know what's happening," Chantal sobbed with a red nose. Today was a nightmare for her. "How dare Selina?" Paula scolded and threatened to call the police. Ignoring Paula, Selina inspected the room. She walked to the bedside table and picked up Chantal's phone. Chantal's heart skipped a beat. What to do? She hadn't deleted her messages with Harris yet. Selina unlocked the screen and checked Chantal's phone. Upon seeing Harris's number, she confirmed that fool's involvement. Anyone doing something nefarious wouldn't use their own phone. Truly stupid. Selina pondered deeply. Why did she attract Harris's attention? Once stuck, hard to shake off. Actually, Selina understood Harris well. This fool wouldn't think of contacting Chantal and causing such a stir online. Selina thought of Carly. That woman appeared sweet and gentle in public but was vicious in private. Regardless of Harris or Carly, both were protected by the Fraser family. But this little brat Chantal, she could handle right now. Selina slapped Chantal with her shoe. "Stay out of my way and behave like a properly family lady." Back when Selina was 16, she faced bullying at school. Chantal witnessed it all. After the bullies left, Chantal came forward, took off her shoe, and gleefully slapped Selina's face. Seeing Selina slap Chantal with her shoe, Paula yelled and cursed, but the bodyguards prevented her from approaching. "Selina. I should have let you stay in the orphanage. I regret ever bringing you back to the Lee family." Leaving the Lee residence, Selina looked at Paula with a radiant smile. In the orphanage, it was a nightmare. Selina had been beautiful since childhood. Upon entering the orphanage, the cruel director used her appearance to his advantage. So when Paula brought Selina back to the Lee family, she escaped that nightmare. Grateful, she endured Chantal, tolerated bullying at school, and put up with her mother's unfairness. Her life improved when she became secretary at Fraser Corporation. Selina left the Lee residence. She called Fergus. "Anselm, you once said you would marry me. Do you still have the ring? I'll wait at our usual spot." Selina ended the call and told the bodyguards to return to Hezi Devong. Rogan received the call from the bodyguards while washing his hands. He had transferred to the surgical outpatient department. Most of today's patients either had liver or stomach issues, or stab wounds. After drying his hands, he answered the call. Dr. Devon now felt Selina's audacity might need some fixing. She needs to register for a surgery appointment. To check her boldness. Chapter 39, Try Another One. Selina's old place was an abandoned children's amusement park. It used to be lively. For a time, she and Fergus sold toys for kids outside the amusement park. Fergus wore a white shirt and black dress pants, holding a bouquet of roses in his hand. He leaned on a cane, slowly walking towards the woman standing by the carousel. Fergus met Selina at the orphanage when he was 7 and she was 8. She wore a slightly faded red dress and watched a woman leave from the orphanage entrance. He held an old school bag and looked at her. Both of them were children abandoned by their parents. That orphanage wasn't a charitable place for abandoned children. Fergus and Selina once overheard a conversation between the elderly manager of the orphanage and a man. The man mentioned that someone wanted to buy corneas. The next day, the man took away a child with beautiful eyes. They were terrified, learning to disguise themselves by appearing dirty, covering most of their faces with unkempt hair. When Selina was 10, the elderly manager looked at her with a sickly kind smile. Her fair and delicate skin couldn't be hidden no matter how dirty she made herself appear. Fergus never left Selina's side, even waiting outside the restroom when she went. However, the elderly manager was the adult in charge of the orphanage, making it easy for him to separate them. Selina didn't like thinking about the past. People need to look forward to live. Davina. Fergus stood beside Selina as they looked at the rusty carousel before them. Do you want to ride it? Back then, he could carry her up onto the carousel. Now, with his cane, he felt like a cripple who couldn't do so anymore. But he could help clean the carousel for her. Fergus handed the flowers to Selina and wiped the carousel with a tissue. Selina held the flowers, tiptoed, sat on the carousel, and smiled at Fergus. It feels great. They were both still alive. Fergus loved Selina, and Selina loved Fergus. Their love wasn't romantic but one where they would always stand behind each other, surpassing family ties. Perhaps others wouldn't understand this kind of feeling. Today I hit Chantel. My mom said she regrets bringing me back to the Lee family. Selina, sitting on the carousel, cried, but rarely did she cry like this. Her crying was uncontrollable, until she hiccuped. Then, she and Fergus burst into laughter like two madmen. Fergus wiped her tears and snot, pulling out a ring from his pocket. It was a paper ring. Back when they ran away from the orphanage to this very spot, Fergus found a discarded piece of paper on the ground and folded it into a ring. He coaxed Selina, Davina, look at this big diamond ring. It's just like those engagement rings we see in ads. Would you like it? At that age, they didn't understand the meaning of an engagement ring. Selina extended her hand. Fergus put the paper ring on her right pinky finger, not the ring finger reserved for weddings. Wearing a ring on the right pinky symbolized guardianship. Brogan stood behind a large tree, wanting to smoke but fearing that the cigarette smell would disturb the couple embracing nearby. There were flowers and rings involved, but Brogan couldn't see what the ring looked like. Holding the unlit cigarette, he coldly observed them. With a sneer, Brogan turned away, discarding the cigarette into a trash can as he left the amusement park. This desolate road wasn't congested, and Brogan drove himself today. He controlled the steering wheel with one hand while resting his elbow on the car window. The speed increased gradually, and the wind blowing through the window caressed his chiseled face. His expression remained indifferent. Irritated yet unsure what to do, his mind wandered to the scene of the woman sitting on the carousel, embracing a refined man. Stopping his car at the Dreamland Club gate, Brogan handed the key to the valet and walked inside. Despite being daytime, the club wasn't open for business. When Hero arrived, Brogan was seated legs apart, fingers holding a cigarette, watching the male strippers perform on stage. He was the only man in the audience. Hero's patience exploded. Not going for a beauty show, but a male striptease? Are you alright? The man on the sofa glanced at him indifferently before turning back to the performance. His sleeves rolled up, he lounged lazily on the sofa, smoking while eating a rose petal. A tattooed black mamba snake looked menacing. A waiter waited quietly in the corner. Hero signaled for a few bottles of alcohol. As the music turned upbeat and the strippers moved rhythmically, Hero awkwardly laughed. Sir Davon, not interested in beauties anymore, switching to men? Brogan glanced sideways, undoing a few buttons, revealing his collarbone, and lazily said, getting bored? I'm just trying to make you laugh. Hero thought Brogan came here to settle debts since Miss Lou had visited recently. But judging by his current demeanor, it didn't seem like settling accounts. Are you heartbroken? That comment was also a joke. It was unimaginable for Brogan to have a serious relationship. Brogan held his wine glass casually, not heartbroken. Just saw a woman crying while hugging another man. That's a bit harsh. Hero couldn't help but add, for people like us, why get stuck on one flower? A garden full of blossoms is better. So that's why you're suffering from kidney issues. With so many women, not having kidney problems would be surprising, Brogan stated without raising an eyebrow. Hero got angry. I can go half an hour or more each time, 4 times a night easily. Kidney problems, my ass. Brogan scoffed, not wanting to deflate him. He usually lasted over an hour, multiple times a night effortlessly. She was just too fragile to endure it. Feeling humiliated, Hero tried to salvage his pride. Many men aren't as strong as me. Yeah, this male striptease isn't really impressive. Isn't that obvious? Change venues and watch a beauty show, it'd be much better. Hero hesitated to say it. Brogan was in a bad mood, and his anger was intense. After some thought, Hero suggested, shall I find you a clean girl tonight? Women were replaceable. People in their circle, whether men or women, enjoyed pleasure. Only Brogan was previously like a monk ready to take vows. Sure, one word. Hero smiled, I'll ensure it's arranged well. Brogan turned to Hero, eyes dark. After flicking the ash off his cigarette, he replied after a pause, fine, let's do it. Try another one, he casually thought. Translation note, maintained the original tone, style, paragraph structure, and ensured coherence with previous content. Chapter 40, had a little wine. Night gradually deepened. The car drove to the hotel. Hero had a little wine. Brogan also had a little wine. Neither of them drank much. However, Hero's flirtatious nature became more evident after drinking, making him chattier. Hero tried very hard to brainwash Brogan, you're just too scarce with women, that's why you cherish your first one so much. He raised his wine glass and said in a casual manner, brother, listen to me, try more and you'll know. Brogan closed his eyes, trying to meditate and endure Hero's lecturing. His mind was still thinking about Louise. Thinking about her scene with the red butterfly rubber band hanging on her calf. Her little legs swinging back and forth. His hand gripping her delicate, pale ankle, she looked stunning. 15 minutes later, inside the hotel suite. Hero called 10 women over. Attractive, pure, sweet, slender, and full-figured ones were all there. Each one had fair skin and beautiful appearances. Sir Devon, choose one, or even multiple if you like, Hero recommended enthusiastically. Brogan lounged lazily on the sofa, raising an eyebrow lightly. So you often choose several? Hero shook his head. No, just one each time. He certainly did not have the hobby for group activities. Time passed slowly, yet Brogan still hadn't chosen anyone. Hero felt it was a bit funny. Brother, are you going to choose or not? Brogan casually pointed at an attractive woman. Hero laughed. He hugged a sweet one and left. The remaining women would be taken away by someone else. The chosen woman cast an entangled gaze on the man. She felt extremely lucky. Her first encounter was at least with a handsome man rather than a paunchy one. The woman walked over with her slim waist twisting. Selena and Fergus left the children's amusement park and went for barbecue afterward. They returned home covered in the smell of barbecue. Fergus watched Selena enter the house before opening the door to her neighbor's room and walking in. Selena opened the light at home, went to the fridge to find water to drink since eating barbecue made her extremely thirsty. While drinking water, she received a call from Brogan. The man started by saying in a slow tone, I found an attractive woman. Selena, are you crazy? Calling late at night and babbling nonsense. His voice was hoarse, with a lazy laugh. I'm at the hotel now, getting ready to check into a room with someone else. Selena's mind was a bit dazed. What? She heard the breathing from the phone, her brain finally processed it. It wasn't that Selena was stupid, she just didn't expect him to tell her. Did you find an attractive woman to stay in a room? She tilted her head and repeated. The man chuckled deeply, using a tempting tone. Do you really want to let me go to someone else? An hour is no joke, not everyone has that capability. This conversation required maturity. An hour is impressive. Selena leaned against the fridge, raising an eyebrow. Which hotel are you in? Room number? Brogan smiled. Wenda Hotel, 1001. Selena hung up and immediately called the police. Prostitution was illegal. When Brogan heard the doorbell, he thought Selena had come. He felt oddly good about it. Opening the door, seeing the policeman outside, he raised an eyebrow calmly. There was no woman in the room. Mr. Devon, sorry to disturb you. Thank you for your effort. Brogan sent off the police, closed the door, rubbed his temples. Women could indeed be terrifying. The issue was, this terrifying woman, he somewhat couldn't bear to part with. He took his phone, opened the drawer to get an umbrella and put it in his pocket, then stepped out of the room, out of the hotel, and into his car. The car stopped below Selena's apartment building. Brogan changed to sending a video call to Selena this time. Anything? Selena was lying on the bed, about to apply eye mask as she cried a lot today. Her eyes were red and dry. He only saw the ceiling through the lens, not her. The man scoffed, I'm waiting downstairs for you. Selena responded coldly, not coming down, busy. The man chuckled, your piggy underwear, I stuck it on the front door. Such actions were truly exasperating. Brogan laughed, remember to take it out. After hanging up, Selena hesitated, Brogan really might do it. She feared others passing by her door tomorrow would see a pair of piggy underwear. She'd lose face. He should be downstairs, not right outside the door. Selena hesitated but got up, walking out of the room. Brogan stood right outside Selena's room. Like a hunter waiting for prey. Patiently waiting for the prey to open the door. Brogan came this time to clarify whether she genuinely accepted that man's proposal. Hearing the door opening, he stared straight at the woman. Selena opened the door and saw Brogan standing there. The two locked eyes. Brogan laughed lightly. Just as Selena prepared to close the door, the man squeezed in, holding the door. Her right hand was tightly gripped by him. His palm was scorching hot, restraining her wrist, hugging her, and dragging her into the room while closing the door. Brogan checked her right hand, no ring. Then he checked her left hand. Still no ring. Selena, what are you looking for? Brogan sneered, I'm checking what your engagement ring looks like. Staring at her, seeing her still red eyes from crying earlier, when are you getting married? Selena finally understood his intentions. Wait. Selena wanted to go back to the bedroom, but Brogan didn't let go. Selena gave him a stern look, you want to see the ring? Come with me. This time Brogan held Selena's hand into the bedroom. That paper ring was carefully placed in a pretty little box. Brogan sized up the ring, are you serious? Selena's left hand couldn't exert much force but could pick up the paper ring. She wore it on her right little finger. She smiled, this symbolizes protection, not real marriage. This misunderstanding was huge. Did you call the police on me? Brogan calmly sat on the edge of the bed, changing the topic and started nitpicking. No. Selena would be foolish to admit it. Brogan gently pulled her onto his lap, holding her in his arms. His body was warm. She was forced to lean against his chest, hearing his strong heartbeat. Do you want to consider being with me? Marry me. After this incident, Brogan sincerely felt the best way was to keep her close. Selena forgot to struggle, not pushing him away. Marry him? Selena shook her head honestly, not thinking about marriage right now. Saying this, her chin was lifted, her face cupped in his hands. He stared into her eyes. Can't forget Bud? He asked casually. Of course not. Selena helplessly shook her head. Brogan smiled. Okay, no wedding. Starting today, we're dating, how does that sound? After saying this, he did not give her a chance to refuse. It's now 11 p.m. His voice was dark, announcing the time. Selena was momentarily confused about his meaning. The man spoke softly, staring at her expression fiercely. After some time, he let her go. Louise, it's midnight now, 1 hour. Selena was thoroughly exhausted but still managed to roll her eyes at him. A muffled laugh resonated from Brogan's chest. The man laughed. From today onwards, Selena is Brogan's girlfriend. Selena's heart quivered. Maybe she could give it a try, their relationship so far was relatively harmonious. Right then, in the middle of the night, Selena's phone rang. At this hour, it was somewhat spoiling the mood. Moreover, the call was from Bud. Brogan gave Selena a half-amused glance. Selena also found it strange. Why would Bud call her in the middle of the night? Note, the paragraph structure and line breaks had been maintained as requested. However, the original text seemed to have redundant line breaks which had been preserved for fidelity to the source. Chapter 41, Affected. Actually, Selena had already deleted Waring's phone number before. So now, the incoming call on her phone was a string of 11 digits. But she knew this was Waring's number. Selena glanced at Brogan's smile. Looking at him like that, he should know this is Waring's number too. Answer it. There's no need to worry about me being jealous. This man really overthought things. She wasn't worried about him being jealous, she was worried about the smirk that would play on his lips if she did answer. It was unnerving. Selena directly answered the call and put it on speaker, feeling completely unbothered. Selena. Waring's voice sounded somewhat incoherent. He said, my head hurts. Selena's beautiful face turned dark. If you're sick, go see a doctor for your headache. She hung up the call. In the past, when Waring went out drinking and came back with a headache, Selena would give him a pill for headaches and massage his head. Brogan's eyes were like knives, but they softened when they landed on Selena. He chuckled lightly, rubbed his temples, and said, Selena, my head hurts. Affected. Selena choked up, then got up and sat on the man's stomach. Gallagher down, let me massage your head. Dr. Devon enjoyed the massage service for a while. He held her waist, pulled her up, and sat up himself. There were eye masks on the bedside table. He reached over, took 2 patches, read the instructions, and checked the ingredients. Brogan lifted his chin slightly. Gallagher down properly. You've been crying, and your eyes look terrifying. Before he arrived, Selena had planned to apply eye masks anyway. She lay down and looked at him. This was simple, she wasn't worried he wouldn't know how. Brogan brushed the hair from her forehead, tore open an eye mask, and applied it to her eyes. Selena stared at the man's sharp chin. When he didn't smile, he actually looked quite cold. His nose was high-bridged. Do I look handsome? Why are you staring? Dr. Devon smiled. Her eyes were covered by the eye masks, so she couldn't see anything. Brogan threw the packaging into the trash and sat back beside Selena. The room fell silent. Selena couldn't hear any sound from him. She felt a bit nervous and licked her lips. Brogan? What are you doing? I want you. Selena immediately shut up. Brogan chuckled softly. Why be afraid? Didn't you enjoy it too? Selena didn't want to discuss such meaningless matters with him. Waring's irrational call didn't cause any ripples in Selena's heart. On the other side, at Daijing Park. Carly stood at the staircase with a grim expression. Waring was leaning against the sofa with closed eyes. He had been very tired lately and had gone drinking again. Sent home by Brooke, he lay on the sofa and instinctively called Selena. He was still tipsy. The next morning, when Selena woke up, she moved the hand around her waist and reached out for her nightgown. Just as her hand touched the nightgown, she was pressed back by the man. Once they started, they couldn't stop. Her fingers clung to the bedsheet. Her throat was already hoarse. By the time he finally stopped, Selena was utterly exhausted. She felt incredibly worn out. Brogan used to restrain himself, but since last night, it seemed he had let go of all restraint. After some time, he carried her to take a shower. This time, Selena insisted on putting on clothes and not staying in the bedroom. While dressing, she could only use one hand. Seeing how difficult it was for her, Brogan helped her quickly get dressed. He then picked her up horizontally and walked her to the living room. Selena lay on the sofa watching TV. Brogan went to wash the wet sheets. Sitting in the living room, she heard him calling his assistant to send some new bed sheets. Selena forced herself to thicken her skin. Buying them herself would have been fine. Brogan also asked his luggage to be sent over. At this point, Selena spoke up, her voice hoarse. Wait, why are you bringing your luggage here? Brogan told the person on the phone to wait, then walked from the balcony into the living room. Of course, lovers live together. Matter-of-fact words. Selena, ? Who made that rule? Brogan didn't coddle her, they were lovers now. He didn't want to live separately. At that moment, his domineering nature showed. Baird, listening from the other end of the line, thought to himself. After Brogan finished the call, he went to the kitchen, found a jar of honey, and made a glass of honey water to soothe Selena's throat. When he brought the honey water out, Selena was just bending over to pick up a pen that had fallen on the floor. Bending down, her neck followed the motion. A hickey was visible on her neck. It was his doing. Brogan's finger brushed over the hickey, and Selena shrank back her neck. What are you doing? He didn't tell her there was a hickey. Giving her the honey water, he said in a low voice, drink more honey water. The doorbell rang. Standing outside was Fergus, holding the ingredients for lunch. Which man? Brogan smiled. Are you Fergus, Selena's brother? Come in. Men sizing each other up silently, without a trace of aggression. Fergus appraised Brogan. This man was good-looking, with a natural air of authority, yet reserved. Fergus entered with his groceries, got slippers from the shoe cabinet, and calmly changed. Brogan wore slippers that were not quite right for him. Round 1 between the two men ended in a draw. Fergus didn't want Selena to be hurt by another man, and who might this be? Surname Davon, Brogan. Brogan shook hands with Fergus. Khalil, what are we having for lunch? Seeing they had introduced themselves, Selena didn't feel the need to introduce them further. Tomato beef noodles. Fergus gestured for Selena to come into the kitchen, he had something to ask. Brogan graciously left, got ready to go to work, he had outpatient appointments that afternoon. Fergus washed tomatoes. Who is he? New boyfriend. Selena picked up a washed tomato to eat. Why is your voice so hoarse? Are you sick? Fergus asked. Selena coughed lightly with the tomato in her mouth. I think I'm catching a cold, don't worry, I've taken medicine. Fergus glanced at her, drink more water. What does he do for work? What's his family background like? Fergus worried like a mother. Doctor, his family is wealthy, he's Z. Devong's cousin. Selena paused slightly. Z. Devong and Brogan's relationship was complicated and best left unsaid. Don't worry, I have no plans to get married this time. Just then, Brogan's lean figure appeared in the kitchen. He glanced at Selena coolly and said lazily, I'm going to work. Selena swallowed the tomato. Okay, be careful. Brogan stood at the kitchen entrance, not leaving. Selena asked curiously, is there something else? Brogan stepped into the kitchen, pressed her head, and gave her a deep kiss. Fergus. Does he treat me like air? He turned away quietly. Brogan released Selena and calmly left. Selena blushed. She heard the door close. Brogan had left. Fergus snorted coldly. Selena laughed it off. Outside the door, Brogan sent a message to Selena. Your man needs a proper pair of slippers. Ding dong. Message alert. Brogan looked at the message lazily and saw Selena's reply. Selena, your assistant can buy slippers when he goes for the bed sheets. Chapter 42, Accident Scene. Selena sent a message to Brogan. She smiled. Fergus had cooked the noodles. The two of them each ate a bowl of tomato beef noodles and began discussing what they would do in the future. Sincerely, I want to live stream my singing. Fergus combined his physical condition with his only advantage, his naturally good voice. Sure, I can help you write and compose songs. Selena thought about her own plans. She wanted to open a bubble tea shop, not too big, with green plants outside suitable for relaxation. I plan to start a bubble tea shop. After confirming their respective plans, they began to take action. Setting up a live stream required registration and equipment, while Selena needed to find a suitable storefront. Selena called Violet to join her. This girl had been complaining of boredom lately. The three went to a computer mall first to buy equipment. After the purchase, Selena went to the restroom while Fergus and Violet waited outside. A child ran by almost crashing into Violet but was stopped just in time by Fergus who pulled her aside. Be careful. The child's mother came over to apologize to Violet, then dragged the mischievous child away. Violet smiled with curved eyebrows. Brother Khalil, thank you. Today wasn't busy at the computer mall. Fergus's refined appearance and gentle white hair drew much attention. The two women beside him were also undeniably beautiful. Some people cast pitying glances at the man's leg injury. Fergus was used to such gazes. Selena held Fergus's wrist. They exchanged smiles upon seeing each other. Bud was also at the computer mall that day, here to inspect the sales stores under Fraser Corporation. He hadn't expected to meet Selena and the others face to face. He had forgotten last night's drunken call to Selena. Bud's cool gaze fell on Selena and Fergus before quickly sweeping past. Selena pretended not to see Bud, nodding briefly to Brooke. Miss He, can we talk? Bud said politely, addressing Violet. He intended to bring Harris to apologize, but never found the opportunity. Violet knew what he wanted to discuss. She tilted her head. Make Harris come now and slap herself in front of me, and I won't hold it against her. Bud nodded, turning to instruct Brooke, have someone bring Harris here. Harris had been confined at home for some time. Although she was being asked to apologize to Violet, her mood improved somewhat at finally getting out of the house. Selena whispered for Fergus to wait in the car. Harris had a petty nature, and Selena worried she might bear a grudge against Fergus. Besides, she felt responsible since the incident happened because of her. Violet was unaware of these hidden intentions. Bud glanced at Selena, then shifted his gaze indifferently. Miss He, there is a cafe downstairs. Would that be okay? Bud asked. Violet originally wanted Harris to apologize publicly, but softened her heart and agreed to go to the cafe instead. Harris and Carly were brought to the cafe. Seeing Selena sitting opposite Bud, Carly frowned, wondering why she was here as well. She quickly sent a text message which she then deleted. With Bud present, Harris didn't dare act up, and apologized to Violet, sorry, Miss He. Violet maintained a cold expression, nodding, slap yourself. A flash of displeasure crossed Harris's face, she had never endured such humiliation. However, with no one around to witness in the cafe, and under her brother's warning, she slapped herself. Violet hummed indifferently. After slapping herself, Harris felt humiliated and wanted to leave. As she departed, she gave Selena a glare. It was all Selena's fault, she thought bitterly. Selena remained composed, knowing Harris's pettiness. Violet, let's go, Frazierly suggested, aware of Selena's past with Carly from online reports. Violet glanced curiously at Carly, musing how her figure paled in comparison to Frazierly. She noted inwardly, what bad taste Bud has. Carly clung to Bud's arm softly, Nellie, I have a prenatal checkup later. Will you accompany me? As Selena and Violet stood up to leave, she added, Selena. Selena pretended not to hear and left. Carly called after her, Selena, I'm sorry. For what? Matters of the heart shouldn't be forced. Watching Selena walk out of the cafe, Carly smiled at Bud, let's go, Nellie. Outside the cafe, sudden crashes echoed through the street. People screamed. Ah! Call an ambulance quickly. Call the police. Standing at the cafe door, Bud watched the scene on the road, pale-faced. He shoved off Carly and shouted, Selena. Carly stumbled as Brooke caught her. Brooke rushed over to help Bud lift the car to save someone. He followed. Carly's lips curled into a sinister smile. She remembered her once beloved cat, so cute and fluffy, adored by everyone. One day it ate fish from the neighbor and drowned in the bathtub. Selena opened her eyes, unable to move. Staring at the woman standing in the cafe, tears streamed down her face mixed with warm blood, from Fergus. Anselm. She bled heavily from the back of her head, falling into darkness. In the moment of the collision, Fergus threw himself to shield Selena. At the ER, we have received accident victims, announced a nurse. Brogan rushed over, what's the situation? Bleeding from the back of the head, severe injuries. Meeting Violet and Bud outside the ER, Brogan's brows furrowed. Without waiting for Violet to speak, he entered the ER. Seeing Selena on the operating table unconscious with oxygen tubes attached, Brogan felt a chill run through him. For the first time, his hands trembled holding the scalpel. Swiftly calming himself, he focused on saving her, though deep inside he harbored a seething anger. His little Wazy had been fine when he left home. 1 month later. The woman on the hospital bed slowly opened her eyes. She had lost the most important person in her life. What was the most painful way? To make her suffer slowly, not allowing immediate death. Selena's head ached, but she was crystal clear about one thing. From today, she would live solely to avenge Anselm. She would make the person who harmed him feel the slow burn of pain. Her prime suspect was Carly. That woman's laugh haunted her. Whatever that woman loved, she would ensure she gradually lost it. Selena suffered memory loss. Her neurologist explained the brain trauma caused memory loss, but waking up was a positive sign. Though Selena lost her memory, she still remembered Bud. Brogan looked at the pale-faced Selena in the hospital bed, breaking a pen in frustration. Its shell pierced his finger. Chapter 43, The Beginning of Revenge. 8 months had passed since the accident. Selena not only lost her memory when she woke up but also underwent a drastic personality change. Once, she was a woman of quiet elegance and mature charm. Now, she radiated fiery enthusiasm and spiciness that left people in awe. Older Davina, are you going out? Hio Sherry had moved in with Selena as she couldn't leave her alone. Selena didn't remember Hio Sherry or Fergus after she woke up. All she could think about was Fraser Luken. Hio Sherry sometimes didn't know whether to feel sad or relieved for her, at least she no longer carried the burden of painful memories. Selena put on a red ribbon around her right ankle while standing by the bed. Her porcelain legs were exposed under a black halter dress and an ultra-short skirt that accentuated her slender waist and shapely legs. Dressed provocatively, she exuded fiery sensuality. Sherry, I might be late tonight, so go ahead and sleep without me. Selena's long, beautiful hair had been shaved off after the accident, now replaced by a distinctive short haircut. Hio Sherry leaned against the doorframe, curiously asking, where are you going tonight? Today, older Davina seemed unusually happy. Selena adjusted her lipstick and answered, to meet my ex-husband. Helpless, Kyo Sherry watched as Selena left the house, unable to stop her. A red sports car waited downstairs. Selena walked over, took the keys from the bodyguard, and got into the driver's seat. She no longer enjoyed having bodyguards. The red sports car raced down the road. Selena enjoyed the sensation of the wind rushing through her face, the DJ music blaring in the car. However, the car broke down on a highway bridge. Stopping the car, Selena inspected the tire, frowning. She needed to meet Fraser Lucan soon and didn't have much time. She called someone to pick her up and fix the car. Though many cars passed by on the highway bridge, Selena dared not randomly hitch a ride, fearing encounters with unsavory characters. Occasionally, some male drivers glanced at Selena appreciatively. A black sedan stopped behind her red sports car, honking. The window lowered, revealing a charmingly roguish face. He wore a sly smile. "Miss Lu?" Hardly recognizable, Selena walked over and eyed the man suspiciously. "Are you?" Hiro then recalled her amnesia. "Hiro, I once delivered food to you," he teased. "Do you remember?" What he really wanted to ask was whether she remembered Brogan. He wiped away his smile. Selena raised an eyebrow. "Why did you deliver food to me? Trying to chat me up?" "No, it was a favor," Hiro replied. Selena didn't pry further. "Mr. Su, can I hitch a ride? Could you take me somewhere?" "Sure, get in," Hiro responded generously. "Thank you," Selena smiled, opening the rear door. Bending down, she noticed a man sitting inside. Despite merely sitting there, his presence was imposing. Wearing a simple white shirt, he reclined against the backrest, seemingly asleep. Unsure what to do, Selena hesitated before entering and sitting primly beside him. Hiro turned to ask, "Where to, Miss Lu?" "To the Fraser Corporation headquarters, thank you." Hiro glanced at Brogan, who appeared to be sleeping, before focusing on driving. Feeling the chill from the air conditioner, Selena rubbed her bare arms. Lowering her eyes to her chest, she adjusted her slipping halter top. "The air conditioning is too cold," came a deep, sleepy voice. Hiro adjusted the temperature. The two men preferred warmer settings. Looking into the rearview mirror, he tried to read Brogan's expression but saw nothing. Selena turned to the man next to her, their eyes meeting. His gaze swept across her face and body boldly. Selena crossed her legs tightly. After scrutinizing her attire, Brogan closed his eyes again. The car fell silent. Selena texted the person scheduled to pick her up, thanking them in advance. All the while, she detected a faint, crisp scent from the man, causing her slight unease. The car arrived at Fraser Corporation. Selena thanked him again, then exited the vehicle. Brogan, elegantly crossing his legs in tailored trousers, watched her walk into Fraser Corporation with her graceful figure and heels. Loosening a few buttons of his shirt, he looked deeper. "Let's go." Hiro asked, "I heard your father wants to set you up with a fiancé?" Brogan lazily replied, "Interested?" Feeling a chill, Hiro retorted, "Not at all." Entering Fraser Corporation, Selena leaned on the reception desk. "Which floor is President Fraser's office on?" The receptionist recognized the previous secretary Selena, despite the dramatic changes in appearance. "Do you have an appointment?" Smiling, Selena said, "I'm President Fraser's ex-wife, here for business." Recognizing her now, the receptionist noted the differences between the formal, long-haired secretary and the fiery, short-haired one today. "Just call me Selena," Selena added with a grin. Leaving, the receptionist wondered if Selena had lost her memory. Also, would Fraser be concerned about her unannounced visit? Nonetheless, the receptionist still called the chairman's office to inform them. Arriving at the 20th floor, Selena met Brooke outside the elevator. Surprised, he commented on her dramatic transformation. During her hospitalization, Brooke visited her often. Although she didn't recognize him initially, familiarity returned over time. Secretary Song. "Miss Lu, Chairman Fraser is waiting for you in his office." He guided her to the entrance. Knocking gently, he opened the door for her. Standing by the glass window, a well-dressed man turned to look at her. His gaze was deep and inquisitive. With a bright smile, Selena stepped closer. "Lucan, we plan to have dinner together tonight." Her feelings towards him were intense and warm. The originally planned wedding between Fraser Lucan and Carly was postponed due to old lady Fraser's sudden death shortly after Selena's accident. Now, Selena's radiant smile hid a heart filled with icy vengeance. Chapter 44, his look was indifferent. Selena waited a few seconds before Elon replied, "Where to eat?" This man looked at her strangely. He seemed to be restraining something. However, Selena didn't dwell on it because it wasn't important. She smiled sweetly upon hearing his response. The woman's lips were coated with bright lipstick. When she smiled, they appeared plump and full. Her cheeks flushed faintly. Elon shifted his gaze indifferently, but only he knew there was a fleeting moment of emotion. Just for that brief moment. When Selena was in the car accident, he felt deeply pained, but he attributed it to the 4 years they had spent together. It was probably just out of habit. Elon walked ahead, taking long strides. Selena wore high heels which made it difficult for her to keep up with him. She was almost panting slightly. Elon slowed down. Selena caught up to the man walking ahead of her, her smile radiating. Today I booked the youth pavilion for herbal cuisine. Your stomach isn't doing well, and their cuisine is great for nourishing it. After saying this, she muttered to herself, strange, how did I even know about your stomach problems? Elon heard her mutterings. It seemed like she was thinking wholeheartedly about him. He noticed her revealing attire, exposing tender skin, and took off his suit jacket. Put this on. Selena received his jacket joyfully, putting it on and giving him a radiant smile. Brooke drove them to the youth pavilion. Selena occasionally chatted with Brooke, who mainly recounted stories of Selena's time as a secretary. His intentions were well-meaning. He wanted Selena to recover her memory so she wouldn't fall in love with the same person twice. The first time, Selena rationally chose divorce. It was uncertain what she would do the second time. Brooke worried about her. Traffic was smooth today, and they arrived at the youth pavilion in about 30 minutes. Many affluent people liked coming here for healthy cuisine. Selena gave her reservation name, and the waiter led them to a private room. Brooke didn't join them inside, he opted to dine outside. Selena removed the suit draped over her and hung it on the coat hanger. Then, Elon standing beside her asked, "What did you invite me here for?" Selena cleared her throat and blinked. "Of course there's something important. I've already ordered the dishes. We can talk after eating." Elon nodded as they both sat down. Selena rested her chin on her hands, watching Elon. The man sat calmly there. She unlocked her phone, opened the camera, pouted, and posed a "yeah" sign toward the lens. The photo captured not only her but also Elon. Excited, Selena posted it on social media. "Today I had dinner with my ex-husband, and the atmosphere was great." Food was served, and the waiter left the room. As they ate, Selena put down her chopsticks. "Elon." She gazed at him intently. "Did I love you very much before?" Elon set down his chopsticks, momentarily unsure of what to say. "Devonjan bore me a daughter," he said, despite not yet being married to Carly. Selena's lips trembled slightly, and her fingers shook. She naturally knew Carly had given birth. But why should that woman get everything and harm her? Selena forced a smile. "Congratulations." She poured herself some wine and drank several glasses in quick succession. Elon frowned, stopping her. "Your body has just recovered, drink less." Selena's lashes fluttered, her cheeks tinged with red from the alcohol. "I'll just have a few more," Selena smiled brightly, thinking of the blood Anselm had spilled on her that day. Pain shot through Selena's mind instantly. "We're done eating, let's go." She walked to the coat hanger, taking back the suit she had hung up earlier. "This suit seems to be the gift I gave you on your birthday. I thought you'd thrown it away." Elon paused. "No need to throw it away." Selena smiled. "True." She draped the jacket back on herself, noticing Elon's gaze shift slightly. Exiting the youth pavilion, Selena said, "You all go ahead. I have something else later and will pick up the car at the office tomorrow." Brooke responded, "Take care and call me if you need anything." Selena nodded. Elon got into the car, glanced at Selena standing outside brightly and vividly, then turned his face away. To Imperial Garden. After Elon left, Selena snapped another selfie wearing Elon's suit and posted on social media, writing, "A bit chilly today, wearing too little. Carly, enjoy the gift I sent you." At Imperial Garden, Carly was recuperating postpartum. She held her daughter, feeding her with a bottle. "Has Nellie returned?" Carly asked gently. "Not yet, Vicchio," the nanny replied softly. Carly's gentle smile faded. She intended to ask about the wedding tonight. That old woman died inconveniently. Thus, the wedding had to be cancelled. And Selena, surviving the car accident. Ding dong. Hearing the message tone, Carly picked up her phone. Harris had forwarded her Selena's recent social media post. Carly bit her lip, eyes flashing fiercely. He dined with Selena tonight. Selena wore his suit. Such familiar tactics. She'd used these tricks herself. She consoled herself, it must be Selena's scheme, don't get angry. Carly threw her phone to the ground. She'd heard Selena lost her memory. She needed to confirm if it was real or an act. In one moment, Carly looked fierce, and in the next, her expression softened again. Selena posted the photo and sat on a roadside bench, waiting for a ride. She played with her phone. "Miss Lou? What a coincidence seeing you today." Selena raised her eyes, finding several people standing before her now. Hero sat beside her and started chatting. "Why are you alone?" Selena arched a brow. "Isn't anyone human?" Hero laughed. "I'm not human." Selena admired, smiling. Noted. "Miss Lou, truly entertaining," Hero said. A tall man stood not far from Selena, smoking casually. Another polite man whispered respectfully to him, "Sir, Master wants to arrange Miss Lou to take care of you in Shenzhen." The man's expression was cold. "Unnecessary." Hero pointed to the man, introducing him to Selena. "He's Brogan, previously acquainted with Miss Lou." Selena hummed, "Really? Sorry, I don't recall." Standing, the jacket became more visible, clearly a man's size. Her figure underneath it was slender. "Mr. Su, I must leave now." Selena passed by Brogan without looking. A hand intercepted her path, suitable for surgery. The man spoke nonchalantly, "My name is Brogan." Selina paused, staring at him, then smiled brilliantly, "Hello, Selina." Their fingertips touched briefly in a handshake. Selina got into the car, picking her up. Once seated, she instinctively turned, meeting the deep black eyes of the man outside. His look was indifferent. Selina offered a polite smile, turning to tell the driver, "Let's go clubbing." Chapter 45, Constantly Penetrating. Selina knew she was engaging in a very dangerous game. One wrong step and she would fall into the abyss, shattering into pieces. Bud had been infatuated with Carly for so many years, and now they even had a child. It would be incredibly hard to make him truly betray Carly. But that didn't matter. Selina wasn't really after Bud's heart. Her goal was singular. She wanted to be a thorn, constantly pricking into Carly's heart. She aimed to create constant misunderstandings between the couple. Outside the car, myriad lights twinkled from thousands of homes. Inside, the woman appeared desolate and cold. Selina drove to a nightclub. Here, men and women indulged themselves, dancing fervently. They released their wild desires. Exhausted from dancing, Selina turned to drown herself in alcohol. Taking out her phone, at this hour, Bud and Carly should be fast asleep. Selina squinted her eyes and opened WeChat to send several messages to Bud. "Sherry, what should I do? I can't win him back. Why is the alcohol here so bitter? Wah, he doesn't love me. Violet, come out and have a drink with me." After sending the messages, she gave a cold smirk and put away her phone. The pale, graceful neck tilted upwards as she drank one glass of alcohol after another. Below her neck lay an inviting landscape. Men kept coming over trying to invite her, only to be stopped by her bodyguards. Selina always brought her bodyguards to such places. Bud's phone was not on silent. Hearing the vibrating sound, he pinched his temples and reached for the phone on the nightstand. Seeing it was Selina sending drunken messages meant for someone else, he felt a mix of emotions. He had always thought Selina loved Fergus. Carly was also woken by the vibration. With closed eyes, she moved closer to Bud, hugging him. "Who is it, disturbing our sleep at this hour?" Bud suppressed his thoughts, softly saying, "Work-related." "Sorry, go back to sleep." Carly mumbled and kissed his lips before going back to sleep. She hadn't immediately questioned him about dinner with Selina, waiting instead for him to return. Even though Selina couldn't win against Carly in the past, she wouldn't win in the future either. As Bud was about to turn off his phone, 2 more messages came from Selina. These were sent by someone else using her phone. "Do you know this lady? She's drunk, can you come pick her up?" Selina had orchestrated this, sending the address and lying at the bar, asking her bodyguards to stay hidden. Would he come? Bud had always been heartless towards her. However, after the car accident, she noticed a slight improvement in his attitude. Ultimately, Bud didn't show up. Instead, he sent Brooke to fetch her. True to her expectations, Selina wasn't disappointed. To get revenge, one must endure. Back home, she thanked Brooke, took a shower, and finally collapsed onto the bed, too exhausted to think about anything else. The next morning, Selina stayed under the covers, reluctant to wake up, despite her rumbling stomach. Violet knocked on the door, entering energetically. "Davina, hurry up and eat breakfast. Afterward, we'll exercise." Selina remained sprawled on the bed. "Who exercises in the afternoon?" Violet jumped onto the bed, pulling Selina up. "Eating normally, then exercising is the way to live. I cooked lunch, come try my cooking." Selina groaned inwardly. Violet's cooking skills were infamous. Violet wouldn't give up. "Come on, Davina." All right, I'm getting up." "Stop pulling." For Violet's sake, Selina ate the girl's lunch. However, it led to diarrhea, unstoppable diarrhea. Violet stood by the bathroom door, feeling embarrassed. "Davina, shall I take you to the hospital?" Selina, weak and holding her nose, replied, "No need, I took medicine." Violet texted Brogan. "Violet, brother Davon, what to do for diarrhea?" Initially, Brogan didn't want to reply. "Violet, brother Davon?" "Brogan, take medicine." Cold response indeed. "Violet, Davina ate what I cooked for lunch and got diarrhea." Shortly, Violet received numerous tips from Brogan, including what fluids to drink and foods to eat. Violet immediately arranged for these items. At the hospital, Brogan casually pocketed his phone. 2 days later, Selina went to Fraser Corporation's parking lot to retrieve her sports car and returned Bud's suit jacket. First, she called Brooke. "Secretary Song, I have one of Fraser general manager's suits here. Is it convenient to bring it up?" Brooke asked Bud. "Chairman, Selina says she has your suit." Bud paused. "Go down and get it." In the reception hall, Selina saw Brooke soon after. "Mr. Fraser is busy," Brooke said. Selina raised an eyebrow jokingly. "Does he think I'll eat him?" Brooke coughed slightly. Selina never joked like this before. Handing the suit to Brooke, Selina left in high heels. Brooke returned to the office, announcing, "Selina has left." "Put it here." Brooke placed the suit on the desk and left. On the day Carly ended her postpartum confinement, she specially called Bud. It had been a while since they had a candle at dinner together. "Are you free tonight?" she asked. "Is there something tonight?" he replied. A faint female voice could be heard from his end. Carly shook off the suspicion. She smiled. "Tonight we will." Before she finished, a woman's voice came from his end. "President Fraser, this flavor is excellent. Have a bite." Carly frowned, recognizing the tone, which sounded like Selena's. Bud covered his phone. "Thank you, no need." Selena grinned mischievously, continuing to eat her cake. Once Bud hung up, he saw Selena was already preparing her third box of cake. "Eat too much," he commented. "Yes, yes, yes." Despite agreeing, Selena continued eating, licking the spoon suggestively. Meeting Bud today was not coincidental. Knowing his habits well, Selena frequented the horse ranch just to bump into him. Eventually, she succeeded. What must Carly be thinking right now? Indeed, Selena was suited to being a bad woman. Dressed provocatively, her white top accentuating her figure, paired with low-rise jeans, she looked stunning. Seeing Selena like this, Bud recognized how the once aloof Ashley no longer existed. Not far away, a man in a white shirt smoked, watching the pair. A woman smeared cream on the man's nose, laughing loudly upon success. "That's Miss Lou and her ex-husband. Lately, we seem to meet Miss Lou often," remarked Hero beside Brogan. "Please note that the paragraph structure and line breaks have been maintained as per your instruction." Another petite and well-built woman stood to Brogan's left. She leaned forward and turned to ask Hero, "Brother, who is Miss Lou?" Allie had just returned to the country and was still unfamiliar with some people in certain circles. Selena, Bud's ex-wife. Allie knew Bud, but she hadn't heard of Selena before. "Whose daughter is Selena?" "She used to be the secretary beside Bud." "Oh," Allie responded, realizing it was a story of a secretary rising up the ranks. Seeing how they interact, it seems like their relationship was good. Why did they divorce? Hearing her words, Hero shook his head meaningfully. Selena chose a horse and rode around for 2 laps. Her eyes swept over the area and suddenly saw a man's figure. He had a cigarette dangling from his lips, slightly lowering his head as he listened to a woman speak. That woman wore a tight-fitting riding outfit, young and beautiful with great poise. After hearing what the woman said, the man placed his hands on her slender waist, helping her mount the horse. Those hands used to love pinching her waist the most. Now, they were on someone else. Selena calmly withdrew her gaze, whipped the reins, and murmured softly, "This is for the best." A horse quickly galloped past. Brogan turned to look at the woman who rode by. She leaned low over the horse's back, her short t-shirt revealing a large patch of skin at her lower back. Allie blushed slightly and felt a bit afraid. "Brother Davon, I still don't dare to ride. These horses are so tall." Note, the translation retains the original paragraph structure and line breaks as much as possible while ensuring natural and fluent English. Chapter 46, A Man, a Woman, and a Child. After Carly finished her call with Bud, she kept thinking about the familiar female voice she had just heard. She held the child as she took a car to the riding ground. The moment Selena saw Carly holding the baby, she smiled. "Look at this woman Carly, actually in a rush. Is this your daughter, Nellie?" Selena's voice was soft and curious as she examined Carly and the baby in her arms. "This little one is quite cute," she added, reaching out to touch the baby. Carly moved away, preventing her from doing so. "She's sleeping." "It's been a while, Selena." Carly sighed, "What a pity about Fergus." Selena asked, puzzled, "What do you mean by Fergus?" Bud interjected, "Devonjan, give me the child." He was signaling Carly not to say more. Carly nodded and handed the child over to him with a gentle smile. Noticing that Selena showed no sorrow when she mentioned Fergus, Carly felt a bit baffled. The sight of one man, one woman, and a child standing together painted such a touching and warm picture. Selena laughed inwardly but wore an expression of sadness on her face. Bud noticed Selena's somber look. She quickly put on a smile and said, "I still need to go for a ride, I won't disturb you two anymore." At that moment, Carly suddenly spoke up, "Nellie, isn't that Mr. Davon over there?" Bud turned his head to look. Indeed, it was Brogan. "Who is the lady next to Mr. Davon?" "They seem very well matched," Carly remarked, unexpectedly pleased by what she saw. She looked at Selena and smiled. "Selena, didn't you have a good relationship with Mr. Davon before? Have you forgotten him?" Carly found it genuinely amusing. When Mr. Davon went to Fatesui Park to protect Selena, she had been envious of Selena's good fortune, never imagining how things would turn out. Selena glanced naturally at Brogan. Seeing him open a bottle of water and hand it to the woman, who then smiled sweetly, Selena responded with a slight lift of her lips, "Did we have a good relationship?" "I don't remember much." She swiftly got on the horse and rode a few laps. Carly watched Selena ride away, sneering inwardly. By the time Selena returned from her ride, Bud and Carly were nowhere to be seen. She handed the horse over to the staff and left the riding ground. "Old Davina, where have you been these past few days?" "You didn't even bring me along," Violet complained, hugging a pillow when she saw Selena return. "I was waiting for something specific," Selena said, returning with a bag of vegetables. Smiling at Violet. I'll cook today. What are you cooking? Violet put on slippers and rushed into the kitchen. Red braised fish, mapo tofu, and spicy stir-fried pork belly, Selena answered, her eyes lowering with a smile. Anselm loved these hearty dishes, but due to health reasons, he rarely ate such flavorful foods. Even when eating barbecue, he hardly used any seasoning. I love all of these, Violet replied enthusiastically. Suddenly, she asked, Old Davina, what were you waiting for? Ex-husband, Selena answered with a laugh. Violet hesitated before advising, Old Davina, why don't we like someone else? His first love has already had a child with him. The kitchen filled only with the sound of water washing the fish. Selena thought about the baby Carly was holding earlier. She placed the fish on the cutting board, picked up a knife, and her fingers trembled slightly. Sorry. She couldn't let Carly off easy. Absolutely not. Seeing Selena's determination, Violet bit her lip but did not continue persuading. If Old Davina is happy, that's enough. You go watch TV, I'll finish cooking soon. Selena resumed preparing the fish and looked for some ginger. Okay, thanks, Old Davina. Violet left the kitchen and sat on the sofa, waiting. Once Violet left, Selena smiled wryly. Her acting skills must be impressive, everyone believed she still loved Bud. Selena was an excellent cook, and they both ate until they were full. Old Davina, there's an auction the day after tomorrow. Will you accompany me? Sure, what do you want to bid on? The Blue Heart Diamond. 2 days later, Selena and Violet arrived at the auction. Selena wasn't dressed provocatively this time as it wasn't appropriate for an auction event. As they exited their car, another silver sedan stopped nearby. A chauffeur opened the door, and Brogan stepped out. Today, he wore a black shirt with a few buttons undone, looking casual. From the other side of the car emerged a woman in a fitted dress. The woman walked over to Brogan. Seeing Brogan, Violet was about to greet him excitedly but stopped upon noticing a woman hooking her arm around Brother Davon. Violet instinctively glanced at Selena. Selena raised an eyebrow and reminded Violet, why are you staring at me all of a sudden? Shouldn't we go inside? Yeah, let's go in, Violet decided not to acknowledge Brogan. Brogan turned and saw Violet and Selena entering the auction hall. Brother Davon, let's go in. Many people are here to bid on the Blue Heart Diamond. Alright, let's go in. Selena and Violet chose seats near the front. The auction master personally greeted a couple and ushered them in. It was Brogan and the woman. Mr. Davon, if you're interested in anything, just let us know, and we won't auction the item, the auction master said respectfully. Selena faintly heard whispers behind her. When did Allie come back from abroad? Not long ago. Who is that man beside her? The conversation abruptly halted as the auction master brought Brogan and the others to sit in front of them. Violet huffed indignantly. The auction began, and the room fell silent. Selena gazed at her phone uninterestedly, only there to keep Violet company. When the Blue Heart Diamond was presented, Violet grabbed Selena's arm. Old Davina, look, isn't it beautiful? Selena lifted her gaze to the display. The Blue Heart Diamond indeed captivated everyone. It is beautiful, Selena murmured. Any girl receiving this as a gift would be thrilled. Up ahead, Allie chimed in, Brother Davon, that's the one I want. Brogan casually agreed, all right. Allie smiled and beckoned the auction master over. After a brief whispered conversation, the auction master announced, apologies, the Blue Heart Diamond will not be auctioned today. Several ladies present specifically for the diamond sighed in disappointment. Violet was furious. She had come for the diamond and had overheard Allie and Brother Davon's conversation. They were giving the Blue Heart Diamond to Allie on Brother Davon's behalf. At the end of the auction, Violet couldn't hold back any longer. She pulled Selena toward them. Brother Davon. I want it. #### Chapter 47, clothes draped over her shoulders. Brogan glanced down at Violet, his voice low, if you want it, ask Allie. His eyes inadvertently swept over Selena before he walked out. Hearing this response, Violet nearly fumed to death. She followed him and asked Allie, Miss Sue, I'll pay you double the price for the blue diamond, is that okay? Opening with double the price, Allie knew this girl must come from a wealthy family and was acquainted with Brogan. Allie hesitated, lifting her gaze to Brogan, Brother Davon, who is she? Cousin. So, she's a cousin. Allie smiled, her eyes lively, cousin, this is a birthday gift from Brother Davon. I have another pink diamond in my collection. Would you like it? Violet wasn't someone who would pester others. Since it was a birthday gift, she wouldn't embarrass herself by demanding it. No need for the pink diamond, thank you. Allie laughed apologetically, it's my birthday tonight. I'm having a simple dinner at home. Would you like to join me? And your friend as well. Violet looked at Selena but did not accept Allie's invitation. She wasn't naive, while Davina had forgotten Brogan, they had once been together. It would be too painful for her to see Brogan being kind to another woman. The driver opened the car door. Brogan let Allie get in first. She thanked him, then nodded at Violet and Selena, goodbye, ladies. The car drove away. Selena blinked, feeling her eyes slightly dry. She turned and asked, "Do you have any other places you want to go later?" Violet thought for a moment. Shopping. Selena nodded in agreement. Shopping for women was all about looking and buying. By the time they returned home, both were exhausted, collapsing on the sofa. Violet leaned against the sofa, lazily turning her head. "Davina, did you remember anything when you saw Brother Devon?" Selena reached for the water pitcher on the coffee table, pouring herself a glass. "No, I can't recall anything." Revenge was all she had in her heart. In the morning, Selena received a message from Carly. "Selena, meet me at Shifu restaurant at 7 tonight. I want to talk. Seeing this message, Selena immediately sobered up. She touched her chin, slowly curling her lips into a smile. Selena replied affirmatively to Carly. Violet knew Selena was going out tonight and planned to attend a male review show at Dreamland Entertainment Club. Around 6 in the evening, Selena changed clothes and drove to Shifu restaurant. Upon entering, she saw Carly sitting there in a white dress. Fraser Lingshan stood beside her, playing the violin. He was playing "To My Lover" with genuine emotion, unlike his usual cold demeanor. Carly looked up at him, tears of gratitude and affection welling up. When he finished the piece, she stood on tiptoe and kissed him. Selena finally understood Carly's motive for inviting her here, to flaunt their love. Carly turned her head toward Selena, feeling disdainful. Wanting to snatch her man, Selena wasn't even qualified. She smiled coolly. Selena watched indifferently, then turned and left the restaurant. She wasn't sad but felt she could still torment Carly further. Fraser Lingshan followed Carly's gaze outside, just in time to see Selena walking away. Selena walked along the road, stopping occasionally. She reached a bridge and rested her hands on the railing, staring at the flowing water below. Half her body leaned over the railing, looking somewhat dangerous. A silver sedan passed by, stopped, and backed up. Brogan's dark eyes fixed on the woman leaning dangerously over the railing. He flicked ash from his cigarette and stepped out of the car, thinking about jumping. Selena turned around in surprise, seeing Brogan. She paused. "Mr. Devon." Brogan's deep eyes met hers, equally distant. "Miss Liu. In the middle of the night, hanging on the railing isn't safe." His voice was casual. Selena was taken aback, then smiled wryly. "Haha, you can't possibly think I'd jump." "Impossible." She propped her elbow on the railing, laughing freely. Brogan nodded. "Misunderstood then, sorry." The car window lowered, revealing Allie peeking out, calling, "Brother Devon, it's almost time." Her curious eyes sized up Selena. Selena turned, glancing at Allie. A budding beauty, truly lovely. She waved at Brogan. "Mr. Devon, goodbye." Brogan glanced at her smiling face and nodded slightly, walking back to the car. He bent down, retrieved a coat from inside, and returned to Selena, draping it over her shoulders. The coat smelled faintly of perfume, a scent Selena couldn't quite place. She opened her mouth to refuse, but he waved off her words, returning to the car. The car door closed, and the vehicle drove away. Selena turned, pulling the warm coat closer, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Inside the car, Allie asked curiously, "Brother Devon, are you close to Miss Liu?" "Close," Brogan replied coolly. "Not close, why give her his coat?" Seeing he didn't wish to elaborate, Allie didn't press further, planning to ask her cousin later. Selena returned to her building. There was a package waiting for her at the management office. Unsure who had sent it, she carried it home. Violet hadn't returned yet, so Selena placed the package on the table and went to shower. Afterward, she washed today's clothes and hung them up. On the balcony, a large men's coat hung next to a smaller woman's outfit. Selena glanced at the coat, then turned back inside, looking at the package on the table before opening it. The package contained a black box. Inside the box was a photograph. Selena covered her pale lips as tears streamed down her face. The photo depicted the accident scene, showing how Fergus protected her. He had bled profusely. Suppressing her sobs, she ran to her room and applied for a job online. Coaxing Technology was hiring a secretary, and Fraser Lingshan might avoid appointing her again due to conflict of interest. So she chose Coaxing Technology, which had previously been an adversary to Fraser Corporation. Coaxing's chairman was also an opponent to Fraser Lingshan, but recently, the two companies were collaborating, meaning more contact. Selena was resilient. If one attempt failed, she would find another way. The driver in the accident had died instantly, having driven under the influence. It was ruled as an accident, not murder. If not for seeing Carly's smug smile before she lost consciousness, Selena might have believed it was just an accident. She quietly locked the photo in a drawer, her heart aching. End of chapter 47. Chapter 48, he would never spray such. Ashley, do you think President Fraser would be shocked if he saw you today? Selena put down her coffee, raised her eyes to look at Roberto, and replied, I don't know. The man opposite her was the chairman of Coaxing Technology, surnamed Su, the eldest son of the Su family, Roberto. Selena called the driver to pick up people around 1 o'clock. Roberto sat on the chair, his gaze falling on Selena. She wore a red body-hugging dress with 2 buttons undone on her white shirt, completely different from the dignified and cold blue secretary he had known before. Now she looked like a seductive and powerful female secretary. Selena joined coaxing technology just for a week, handling all affairs perfectly, making Roberto very satisfied. He suddenly leaned close to Selena's ear and said with a slight raise of his eyebrow, "What perfume are you spraying?" "It smells good." Selena hung up the phone, turned her head, and without moving away, responded with a raised eyebrow, "Mr. D's eau de toilette." Roberto nodded. "Buy a bottle for me to give to Sonia, and another one for my cousin Allie." Sonia was Roberto's kept woman. Allie was the girl Selena saw with Brogan. After many twists and turns, it was unexpected. Selena noted it down. "Actually, I'm curious. In the past few years, did you ever see any strange hobbies of Bud?" Roberto sat back in his chair, which was hard to believe considering his curiosity. Selena smiled. "Did you forget that I lost my memory? But I remember he has a stomach problem." Roberto sighed. "Yes, you're quite devoted." Selena smiled and left when she saw he had nothing more to say. She ordered the perfume and sent 1 bottle to Roberto's mistress, while not knowing where to send the other one. Selena called the office. "Where should I send Miss Sue's perfume?" Roberto asked her to wait and presumably called someone else. Soon, he gave her an address. Selena noted it down. The address was Devonxiang Villa, where Brogan once let her stay to recover from injuries. By 1 in the afternoon, Selena and Roberto walked out of the company gate as it was raining heavily outside, with strong winds. Selena opened the umbrella, holding it for Roberto. He was tall and strong. Selena, being petite, found it challenging to hold the umbrella for him. The driver opened the car door, Roberto got in, and Selena circled around to get in from the other side. The air conditioning in the car was warm. Selena felt comfortable. After a brief silence, Selena took out makeup to touch up. Roberto turned to look at her already stunning face and couldn't understand what she was touching up. "Are you trying to show your best side to Bud?" Roberto asked. "Something like that," Selena replied indifferently. Roberto remarked meaningfully, "President Fraser is truly blessed. He has his white moonlight and his rose." Selena applied lipstick and smiled without replying. Roses have thorns. They arrived at Shifu restaurant. Recently, Selena had quite some connections with this restaurant. Last time, she saw Bud play the violin for Carly here. Shifu restaurant also had private rooms, so Roberto and Bud naturally booked one for their meeting. Selena knocked and entered. The big bosses inside glanced at the door, their gazes landing on Selena in surprise. "Am I late?" Roberto went in first, followed by Selena. Bud lifted his eyes, fingers holding a cigarette, coldly looking at Selena. Roberto sat down, Selena poured wine for him and stood behind him. "Ashley is always considerate. I used to envy President Fraser, now it's Fraser who envies me," Roberto said, lifting his wine glass toward Bud but noticing Fraser's glass was empty. "Ashley, can you pour wine for President Fraser?" Selena nodded and walked over to Bud, bending over to pour wine for him. Bud spoke coolly, "Thank you." He raised the glass, shook it slightly, and clinked it with Roberto's. The big bosses chatted about projects while eating. Selena nodded to Brooke. During this period, Selena went out to buy cigarettes for Roberto, displaying great secretarial spirit. Roberto watched Selena leave and laughed, "My secretary is really good." Every word was praise. He glanced sideways at Bud. They were never on good terms unless they needed cooperation. Bud looked at Roberto coldly. Roberto moved closer. "If I pursue her, would President Fraser mind?" He didn't follow the rule of not poaching from nearby. Everything was based on mutual consent between men and women. Bud's voice was low, "You won't win her." Roberto snorted, "How do you know I can't? I have a better temperament than yours, right?" Other bosses laughed but did not join in. Bud smiled faintly, nonchalantly, "She knows you have mistresses." Roberto was speechless. Selena returned with cigarettes, lit one for Roberto, her slender fingers pressing the lighter as she bent over to light it for him. Her red body-hugging dress was seductively revealing. Bud leaned back in his chair, fingers holding a cigarette unlit, eyes lowered, checking his phone. They didn't leave the room immediately after finishing dinner as they still had business to discuss. Roberto suggested playing mahjong. He invited Selena to play on his behalf. "Selena, if you don't know how, I can teach you. Losses are mine." These businessmen playing mahjong wasn't simple, losses meant money or business deals. Selena suddenly found it amusing, remembering an incident where Bud calmly taught Carly mahjong while she was being harassed by Cristo. "I forgot how to play," Selena smiled. "Don't worry, I'll teach you," Roberto assured. "Okay," Selena sat down. Bud was seated downstream from Selena, receiving the tiles she discarded. After 2 rounds, it became apparent that Selena was giving points to Bud unintentionally. Roberto, the self-appointed teacher, sighed, "Ashley, isn't your new boss me? How come you keep losing?" Selena shrugged, feeling helpless herself. She didn't mean to do it on purpose. Other bosses laughed, "President Fraser, please go easy on her." Bud glanced at Selena, who blinked at him with beautiful eyes. He smiled faintly. Sure, let her win this time. After a few more rounds, discussions ended. One of the bosses asked Roberto another question. Is your Sue family planning to ally with Mr. Devon from Frazier City? It was actually an ambitious match. Selena knew they referred to Ali and Brogan. Roberto crushed the cigarette butt in the ashtray, laughing, don't spread rumors about Mr. Devon. The Sue family intended it, but Brogan had to agree too. Selena listened silently, lowering her eyes. Everyone dispersed, leaving the restaurant in separate cars. Selena quickly told Roberto, I need to talk to President Frazier, so I won't go back to the company with you. Time to clock out. Roberto watched her gracefully enter Bud's car, puzzled why he was so special. Selena closed the door and turned to look at Bud. The man leaned against the chair, relaxed. Anything? Just need a ride home, Selena smiled. Can I? Since she was already in the car, Bud wouldn't kick her out. Selena told the driver her home address and started chatting with Brooke sitting beside her. Chatting for a while, she smelled her clothes. This alcohol smell is awful. Selena took out a perfume from her bag, sprayed a few times, then recommended it to Brooke. This perfume is great. Your girlfriend might like it. End of translation. She leaned over the back of the chair, chatting with Brooke. Her white shirt and red skirt accentuated her perfect figure, subtly exuding allure. Bud glanced at her. The car arrived at the entrance of the apartment complex. Selena thanked him and got out of the car. She happily hummed a tune as she walked into the neighborhood. When Bud returned to Daijin Garden, Carly happily came forward to take his coat. She caught a whiff of perfume from his body, a faint, sweet scent. He would never spray such perfume. Whose is it? Note, to maintain continuity, I have slightly adjusted the narrative structure while ensuring that all provided content is translated accurately. This edition follows the previous content by emphasizing the distinct shift in scent, which contrasts sharply with Bud's usual habits. The sentence, he would never spray such perfume, echoes the earlier context where he reacted to Selena's different perfume, now implying someone else's scent on him, creating intrigue and continuity within the storyline. Chapter 49, Balance between work and rest. Roberto's work style differed greatly from Bud's. While Bud was all about working non-stop, Roberto knew how to balance work with relaxation. Selena sat on the sofa, engrossed in slicing virtual watermelons on her phone. The bedroom door was open, revealing Roberto inside, who was quite adept at balancing work and rest. Inside, he was with his kept woman, Sonia. As for her secretary, she sat on the sofa, waiting for him to finish so they could go to a dinner party together. She was incredibly dedicated to her job. Roberto held a cigarette between his lips, his brows furrowed, as he bent down to pick up his pants from the floor and put them on. A pair of soft, frail arms wrapped around his arm, and a mellow voice asked, "Staying over tonight?" She admired the muscular physique of the man, reaching out to touch it. Roberto fastened his belt, gently removing her hand, and replied in a hoarse voice, "I can't tonight." The marks on his well-defined chest were still visible as he left the bedroom and called out, "Lou's secretary, my clothes." Selena instinctively glanced at her watch. There was still enough time. She stood up, picking up the suit and slacks from the sofa and handing them to Roberto. Despite seeing his good physique, her face remained composed, heart unperturbed. Roberto came closer, leaning down, raising an eyebrow. "Are you even a woman?" Seeing her reactionless eyes made him question her nature. Selena replied casually, her beautiful eyes twinkling, "I wasn't a woman before. I used to be a man and had gender reassignment surgery." Roberto looked down at her chest, noting the beautiful fishtail black dress that accentuated her collarbone. He saw Selena's sly smile, clicked his tongue, and took the clothes to change. For the evening banquet, Roberto's date was Selena. They walked out of the house as the sky outside grew darker. Their car arrived at the venue where the banquet was being held. Selena linked her arm with Roberto's and entered the venue. Brogan sat in a corner, one hand on the armrest, the other holding a cigarette, looking somewhat bored. Hiro observed the entrance. "My brother is here?" "Who's that woman with him?" "It's Selena." Brogan lazily raised his eyes, watching the couple walk in. He placed the cigarette back in his mouth, looking both casual and cold. Standing beside Roberto, Selena smiled brightly, the slit in her high-slit skirt showing glimpses of her legs, very eye-catching indeed. "Strange, why is Selena with my brother?" Hiro stood up, smiling, "I'll ask." Brogan didn't care. Bud was also present, accompanied by Carly. Upon seeing Selena, Carly frowned. How could she be here? This evening's banquet invited only high-ranking officials. Carly frowned again, thinking Selena was already divorced and shouldn't have anyone to attend the event with. Bud's gaze briefly landed on Selena but quickly moved away, unnoticed by anyone else. Meanwhile, Ali finally found Brogan in the corner. She approached him, sitting beside him, pouting sweetly, "Brother Devon, I've been looking for you." Brogan simply grunted, appearing rather indifferent. Ali giggled, extending her hand with a necklace lying palm up. "Brother Devon, can you help me put this on? I can't fasten it myself." Brogan glanced at her, smoking lazily, his clear jawline making Ali blush slightly. "Can you ask your cousin?" He pointed towards Roberto and company with the hand holding the cigarette. Nearby, Hiro discovered that Selena had become his brother's personal secretary. After chatting briefly, Hero indicated towards Brogan in the corner. Selena looked over, noticing Brogan smoking with a girl named Allie sitting next to him. Roberto led Selena over, greeting Brogan respectfully, Mr. Devon. Brogan nodded. Allie greeted sweetly, Big Brother Gallagher, Miss Lou. Selena smiled back, Miss Sue. Roberto and his brother sat down, while Selena stood behind the sofa without interrupting their conversation. In such settings, a secretary like her couldn't just sit down with them. Hero noticed the necklace in Allie's hand, why not wear it? They arrived too quickly, I was about to ask Brother Devon. Allie's voice was sweet and endearing. Too bad. Hero laughed, may I have the honor to help Miss Sue with the necklace? No, Allie gave Hero a scornful glance, pulling Brogan's sleeve, Brother Devon, will you help me? Selena, standing behind the sofa, couldn't help but look in Brogan's direction as she listened to Allie's coquettish remarks. With his collar slightly unbuttoned and disheveled, Brogan extinguished the cigarette in the ashtray, I'm going to the restroom. Allie didn't give up easily, shrugging, Brother Devon really doesn't know how to be romantic. Her comment suggested familiarity. After Brogan left, Selena said to Roberto, I'll greet my ex-husband. Roberto glanced at her, okay. Selena carried a glass of red wine from a server's tray and walked over to Bud, her smile dazzling, Mr. Fraser, Vicchio. Carly caught a faint whiff of perfume from Selena, identical to what she smelled on Bud's clothes recently. Her heart clenched immediately. Vicchio, you look very beautiful today, Selena sized up Carly, laughing softly, that dress suits you perfectly. Actually, Carly had just recovered from postpartum and hadn't fully regained her figure. She still had some belly fat, which the loose dress concealed, not showing off her waistline clearly. Selena's appraisal and compliment annoyed the proud Carly deeply. Selena lifted her glass, clinking it with Bud's, drinking it all in one gulp, we'll chat later. Then she walked back to Roberto with graceful steps. At these events, Roberto needed to socialize. Selena had consumed a fair amount of alcohol this evening, sometimes taking Roberto's place in toasting. Feeling tipsy, she planned to take some fresh air. Seeing her rosy cheeks, Roberto whispered, you can wait for me in the car. The party wouldn't end anytime soon. Selena nodded, accepting his offer gratefully, I'll wait for you in the car. The parking lot was deserted, only echoing the rhythmic clicking of high heels. Selena steadied her dizzy head, trying to find Roberto's car but seemed unsure of its location. In the dim light, Brogan leaned against a car door, eyes cold. Hearing the approaching footsteps, he turned his head, spotting the slightly unsteady Selena. Selena squinted, pausing, feeling a bit dizzy. Roberto's car should be somewhere nearby. After hesitating for a second, she approached, wanting only to rest. Suddenly, a strong hand gripped her waist, pulling her into the dark space between two cars. Brogan held her waist, looking down at her. The drunk woman's flushed face was irresistibly charming. Selena, his voice deep. Selena felt a familiar presence. Oh, it was Brogan. She mumbled, He lowered his head. Selena hummed, fingers clutching his shirt, her pale neck tilting upward. He pulled her close, pressing her against the car. Guards stationed at the entrance blocked anyone from entering or exiting the parking lot, while others checked nearby cars to ensure no one else was around. Gee. Selena tried to say Nellie but couldn't bring herself to speak the name. Her intoxicated yet gentle voice halted Brogan's impending harsh actions. Brogan emitted a cold, light laugh. This damned woman was mistaking him for Bud? Chapter 50, Abnormally Clear. The parking lot was even quieter. The heavy breathing of the man and the woman was abnormally clear. Brogan pulled back slightly, his shirt collar already torn open. His expression was cold, with a hint of anger. Brogan looked down at Selena's dazed eyes. She had just called him Howl. Brogan's eyes were deep and dark. He picked her up horizontally. Open the door. His voice was hoarse and cold. The bodyguard rushed over, not daring to look in that direction, and opened the door. Brogan bent down and sat inside with Selena in his arms. To Exa and Khalil. Selena lived in a building called Exa and Khalil. The car started and drove out of the parking lot. Streetlights outside shone into the car intermittently. Brogan looked down at the woman in his arms, his long fingers gently rubbing her red lips. The car arrived at the entrance of the Exa and Khalil community building. Zedivong had just returned from playing outside. She saw the car downstairs, recognized the license plate, and approached to tap on the window. The car door opened. She bent down to look inside and happened to see the man's fingers intimately touching the woman's red lips. Brother Devon. Brogan carried her out of the car. The slit in her dress fell, revealing her fair and beautiful legs in the night, alluringly. He glanced once, and the bodyguard brought an outer coat to cover Selena's waist. Zedivong whispered, did Davina get drunk? Yep. Brogan's voice was low and deep. Zedivong secretly glanced at Brogan's profile. It seemed Brother Devon wasn't in a great mood. They entered the building and took the elevator to the 8th floor. Zedivong took out her keys and opened the door. Brogan carried Selena into her bedroom and placed her on the bed. The woman on the bed had red eyelids. He stared deeply at her, bent down to take off her high heels, and then walked out of the bedroom, placing the shoes in the shoe cabinet by the entrance. With a soft click of the door closing, he left. Devon watched the entire scene, scratching her head, confused. Why did Davina get sent back by Brother Devon? Roberto, Hero, and Ali were preparing to leave the party. Ali was calling Brogan while asking Hero, did Brother Devon leave? Why didn't I see him? Hero, hands in his pockets, said lazily, maybe he went back first. At the entrance of the party, Roberto saw Bud and walked over with a somewhat mocking tone. When are you getting married to Vicchio? I want to attend the wedding feast and celebrate. Bud remained indifferent, his tone icy. Soon. Carly pursed her lips and smiled. Roberto smiled faintly, looking forward to it. Roberto's driver came over, and he waved goodbye to Ali. I'm leaving. As the driver opened the door, Roberto bent down to sit in, suddenly realizing he hadn't seen Selena. Where's Ashley? He asked his driver Denny E. Denny E was puzzled. Ashley? Roberto frowned, wondering if she was still somewhere in the party. He called Selena. It took a while for someone to answer. Yes? Selena covered her head, lying in bed, feeling lifeless. Where are you? After a moment, Selena looked at the caller ID on her phone. It was Roberto. I'm home. Relieved, Roberto loosened up. That's good. He hung up. Selena put her phone down, sniffing the alcohol on her, got up to find clothes to take a shower. Devon was watching TV and applying a mask when she heard sounds from Selena's room. Getting up to peek, she found Selena in the bathroom. Davina, does your head hurt? A little. Devon found some painkillers. By the time Selena finished bathing and sat in the living room taking the medicine, she felt uncomfortable, massaging her temples as her stomach churned. Devon poured her a glass of water. Davina, are you feeling unwell? Yeah, can you give me a face mask to apply? Selena took the mask and applied it to her face, hugging a pillow. Devon's gaze landed on the love bite on Selena's porcelain neck. Davina, do you know who sent you back tonight? And you and Brother Devon? I drank a bit and seemed to have mistaken him for someone else. Get some rest, it's late. Selena patted Devon's head, her face masked in black, and walked into the bedroom. Closing the bedroom door, she took a deep breath, went to the drawer, and pulled it open. Selena took out the mangled photo of Fergus. Tonight almost. Sorry, little Khalil, it was Davina's mistake. Putting away the photo, she took out her phone and messaged Bud. In the Imperial Garden. Carly went to the wardrobe, finding the suit jacket Bud had stained with perfume last time. She handed it to the maid. Throw this piece away. The maid agreed, holding the clothes to discard. Before discarding it, she examined it. The clothing was designer and worth over 10,000 each. The maid thought, what a pity to throw away such good clothes. Yet, without permission, they could not keep them. Despite the reluctance, she threw it away. Bud, wearing a bathrobe, walked out of the bathroom. With the robe open, his usually cold eyes softened. Carly put her phone down, stood on tiptoe, and wrapped her arms around Bud's neck. Nellie, when will we get married? Aren't you preparing to release a new album? This was Carly's first step into the entertainment industry. The company arranged the best resources for her. Her next schedule would be to release the album and participate in promotional activities. Very busy. Carly wanted to have the wedding as soon as possible so everyone would know she was Bud's wife now. Selena wouldn't have another chance. But her agent, Rita Frazier, disagreed with delaying any further. We can register first, and have the ceremony later. Carly rubbed against Bud. Is that okay? Regardless, at least they would get registered. Bud let go of her hand. Sure, pick a good day and tell me. Carly happily flipped through the calendar to choose a date, while Bud went to the study. Sitting at the desk with the computer on, he still had some international business to handle. Yet, his thoughts were rather restless. Getting married to Devonjan soon, it was good. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Glancing at it, he saw a photo message from Selena. Selena, I've sent some small gifts for your little princess. By the way, does she have a name yet? Bud paused a few seconds, replying, thank you, her name is Fraser Xilang. Looking at the name Fraser Xilang, Selena was silent for a moment. Xilang, parents' beloved treasure. Selena, Fraser Xilang, it's a beautiful name. After sending the message, she exited the chat, putting the phone aside. She hoped Carly had a broad mind and would be happy seeing the gift for the child. Selena raised her hand, her finger brushing against her lips. Earlier in the car, she was still somewhat sober. His fingers were at her lips. Translation provided strictly adheres to the given instructions, maintaining paragraph structure, line breaks, and natural fluency. Chapter 51, the atmosphere stagnated for a moment. In the morning, the nanny brought in a package. Sir, there's a package for you. Bud glanced at the handwriting on the note and the sender's name. It was from Selena. He opened the package and saw the doll inside, then asked someone to place it in Fraser Zillay's room. Carly came downstairs just as she heard Bud giving instructions. She looked at the elegant doll in the maid's hands and smiled, asking, who gave this gift to Zillay? This doll is so exquisite and beautiful. Selena gave it to Zillay as a gift. After saying this, Bud took the coat handed to him by the butler and hung it on his arm. I'm going to work. Hearing Selena, Carly stifled her anger and smiled sweetly as she kissed Bud's cheek. I also have an event to attend later. She watched as Bud got into the car and drove away. Then she turned and walked into the living room, climbed upstairs, and went to her daughter's room. Carly picked up the doll and pressed its eyes with her nails. She took it into the bathroom, turned on the faucet, and wet its head. With a cold expression, Carly carried it out of the bathroom and threw it on the floor, calling the nanny. The doll got wet from Zile peeing on it. She said while changing her daughter's diaper. Throw it out. If Mr. Fraser asks, tell him it got wet from Zile's pee. Yes. The nanny lifted the doll and was about to leave when she was called back. Wipe the floor again, it's dirty. The nanny acknowledged and left the room. Meanwhile, not long after Bud's car left, Brooks, sitting in the passenger seat, turned around and spoke about the day's schedule. Chairman, at 10 o'clock today, we need to go to coaxing Technology to discuss cooperation matters with CEO Sue. Bud paused, scrolling through his phone, and replied, all right. The collaboration between the two companies would involve shares, profits, expenses, risks, and other matters. By 9:30. Fraser's team arrived at the entrance of the coaxing Technology building. As the door opened, Bud, dressed in a black shirt and white trousers, stepped out and saw Selena. Selena smiled. Good morning, President Fraser, Secretary Song, everyone, please follow me. Good morning. Bud nodded at Selena. Brooks smiled at Selena. Those who came with Bud were all familiar with Selena and greeted her warmly. They entered coaxing Technology together. Selena led the way, her waist extremely slender in the fishtail skirt. Inside the elevator, Selena pressed the floor button. President Fraser, did you receive Zile's gift? In the confined space, a faint scent of perfume lingered. Standing next to Bud, Selena looked up at him, her eyes filled with joy. Received it, thank you, Bud said succinctly. He looked at the reflection of the woman in the elevator door as it ascended. Selena led them into the meeting room where the representatives from both companies began their discussion. This meeting dragged on for a long time. Roberto finished his coffee and wanted another cup to clear his mind. He lightly touched the cup. Selena understood and picked up his empty cup. Noticing Bud's coffee was almost finished, she reached over to take it. Their hands suddenly overlapped, carrying a trace of warmth. For a moment, the atmosphere seemed to freeze. Selena's hand was soft, her nails painted a delicate pink. She withdrew her hand. Bud glanced at her hand briefly before lifting his coffee cup for a sip and placing it down again. Only then did Selena take the cup and leave the meeting room. By the end of the meeting, it was already 1 o'clock. Roberto grinned. President Fraser, would you like to try our lunch here at coaxing? Bud turned and handed the documents to Brooke. Sure. The group headed to the cafeteria. Ashley, how does coaxing's lunch compare to Fraser Corporation's? Roberto turned and asked Selena. They are both good. Selena didn't fall into the trap set by her current boss, smiling, but eating the same food for too long gets tiring. Roberto scoffed. You should say coaxing Technology's food is better than Fraser Corporation's. Selena smiled and complied. Yes, coaxing Technology's food is indeed better. That's more like it. The two chatted casually, appearing to get along well. Bud listened with a calm expression. At the cafeteria, the two bosses sat at one table, while Selena, holding her tray, was about to sit at the next table with Brooke. Roberto called her over. Ashley, come eat with us. Given the boss's order, Selena moved to sit beside him. Roberto glanced at her plate. Eating so much? Don't girls usually try to lose weight? Selena shot him a glance. Today's dishes happen to be my favorites. She pushed the tray towards Bud. President Fraser, give me the onions. I assume you don't like onions? Despite her memory loss, she still vaguely remembered some of his preferences. Bud glanced at her, a flicker of complexity in his eyes. Ashley, what don't I like? Roberto raised an eyebrow. Selena knew he had heard about her liking Bud, but it was unexpected that she still remembered her ex-husband's likes even after losing her memory. Selena smiled genuinely. I don't know what you don't like, but I know what you do like. Roberto raised an eyebrow happily. Oh, what do I like? Selena slightly tilted her chin. Everything on your plate is what you love. After lunch, the people from Fraser Corporation left. Back at the office, Selena began organizing the reports submitted by various departments and delivered them to Chairman Sue's office. Roberto, lounging on the sofa smoking, remarked upon seeing Selena enter. Bud will marry Carly. It was an abrupt statement. Selena was surprised by this sudden comment. Roberto crossed his legs, biting the cigarette. Bud and I were classmates. I witnessed firsthand his relationship with Carly, right from falling in love to breaking up. Bud was very persistent with Carly. Sometimes, no matter whether love remains or not, persistence makes it hard to let go. Selena's fingers felt icy cold, but she still smiled brightly. So when Carly returned, we divorced. Post-divorce, they should both be fine. Why did Carly still try to harm her? Just understand this and move on. Roberto looked at his watch. Help me deliver a painting to my cousin Allie at the Divoxiang Villa. Roberto had recently acquired a famous masterpiece through connections. Allie, an artist, loved collecting paintings. Upon hearing Divoxiang Villa, Selena's heart quivered. Okay. She and Denny E. placed the painting in the car. While driving, Denny E. chatted idly. Miss Sue is really adored by the Sue family. Selena smiled. Indeed. Born into such a fortunate life. Turning her head to look out the window, she thought Brogan should be at the hospital now. Arriving at the Devonxiang villa. Before getting out of the car, Selena saw a man and woman standing at the entrance. Brogan stood relaxed beside Allie, sleeves rolled up. He wasn't at the hospital today. Ashley, thank you for bringing me the painting, Allie smiled sweetly. You're welcome. Selena avoided looking at Brogan. She and Denny E. carried the painting into the living room. Put it here, thank you. Allie excitedly caressed the painting, she truly loved it. Selena quickly glanced at the living room decor, it had changed a lot. The plush cushions on the sofa she used to enjoy were gone, replaced by ones featuring Allie's image. Note, the chapter has been translated with attention to tone and style, maintaining the original paragraph structure and flow, while ensuring grammatical correctness and coherence with previous content. Chapter 52, A Bright Smile. Selena opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. Denny E. started the car, saying, Miss Sue and Mr. Devon look very well suited standing together. Selena looked at the gradually disappearing villa through the rearview mirror, her eyes slightly red, and whispered, they do match. For two people to stay together long-term, compatibility is indeed necessary. The painting was delivered, and Selena needed to call Roberto back. The man on the other end of the phone sounded breathless. Selena paused for a moment speechlessly, sorry for interrupting, but the painting has been delivered. Roberto, who had Maria sitting on him, paused with a hoarse voice, I have something tomorrow morning and won't be going to the office. Okay. Selena hung up the phone. Being Roberto's secretary wasn't actually that hard. In the evening, Violet dragged Selena to a KTV. Wearing short tops that exposed their navels and super short pants, the two women looked like sister flowers as they booked a private room and danced and sang inside, shaking their heads and hips. Violet opened a bottle of beer, pouring 2 glasses. Davina, you sing this song really beautifully. Selena smiled, narcissistically replying, yes, I think so too. This song was composed by Esme, which was herself. She knew the melody and lyrics very well. Big Brother Devon has been getting closer to Allie recently. Violet raised her gaze to look at Selena. The last time Big Brother Devon drove a drunk Davina back made her couldn't help but speculate more than necessary. Selena took a sip of wine, glanced at her, and said with a smile, Miss Sue is great, and she's well matched with your Devon brother. Seeing her speaking earnestly, Violet smiled warmly, shall we continue singing? The two women clinked their glasses, each taking a sip before picking up the microphones to start singing loudly. Selena's phone kept ringing and then dimming and then lighting up again while she didn't notice as she was engrossed in singing. Carly, who was calling Selena, angrily hung up the phone. Carly then changed to sending a message, Selena, don't appear beside Nellie like a fly, it's disgusting. Only when Selena and Violet were exhausted from singing and sat down to rest did Selena see the message from Carly. Selena read the message and smiled ambiguously. Selena replied, who are you? Vicky-O, right? Carly hadn't registered the phone number under her own name, so she was very cautious about sending such messages. After all, she was in the entertainment industry and feared that Selena might stab her in the back. Selena's feigned ignorance irritated Carly even more. Carly replied, don't think I can't deal with you, take care of yourself. There were many ways to deal with Selena. Carly coldly put away her phone as manager Matilda knocked on the door to find her. Devonjan, the event is about to start. All right. Carly revealed a charming smile. Selena smirked. That woman told her to watch out, indicating she was panicking. A dog in desperation will jump over a wall. She continued waiting. Violet, shall we continue singing? Continue. By the end, both their voices were hoarse from shouting. Late at night, back home, Selena took a shower and sat cross-legged on the bed, sending a message to Niall. Selena, I seem to have recalled a little bit about you. Sometimes when you used to work and neglected yourself, your stomach would act up. Back then, I learned cooking specifically to take care of your stomach. Is this memory true? Carly, I'm waiting for you to get angry. Don't let me down. At this hour, Niall was still in his study, holding his slightly aching stomach and frowning. He saw Selena's message and thought about how she went to cooking classes rain or shine after work just to learn cooking. He replied with one word, yes. Selena sent a smiley face, looks like my memories are slowly coming back. Thank you. That morning, Selena cooked pumpkin millet porridge. Pumpkin millet porridge is good for the stomach. After peeling the pumpkin and washing the millet, she put them into the pot and added water to boil. Once she finished putting on makeup and changed clothes, the porridge was almost ready. Selena found a thermal flask and put the pumpkin millet porridge into it, leaving a bowl of pumpkin millet porridge for Violet in the pot. Before leaving, she called Brooke. Brooke thought Selena had some important matter when he received her call, but instead, she asked him to deliver the pumpkin millet porridge to Niall. Secretary song, ask President Fraser later if it tastes the same as what I used to cook. I'm trying to regain my memories. Back then in Fate's Away garden, Selena would personally cook stomach-nourishing breakfasts for Niall every morning. Pumpkin millet porridge was one of those breakfasts. Brooke glanced at Niall in the back seat. Okay. Selena, thank you. Brooke hung up the phone and relayed Selena's words to Niall in the back seat. Niall remained silent for a while. Selena delivered the pumpkin millet porridge to the foot of the Fraser Corporation building and handed it over to Brooke before driving to coaxing Technology. Brooke walked into the chairman's office, seeing Niall standing by the glass window. Eat the porridge. Niall loosened his tie slightly and said coldly. Brooke thought of Selena's bright smile and felt sorry for her. Okay. Roberto walked into the office and saw Selena bending down to clear the ashtray on the table. Good morning, Ashley. Good morning, Chairman. After clearing the ashtray, Selena was about to make coffee for Roberto. Suddenly, the door opened, and Landon rushed in. Brother, Brogan got hurt. Selena paused with her hand on the doorknob and left to make coffee. Brogan got hurt? Selena carried 2 cups of coffee inside. Landon was already about to leave, glancing at Selena as he walked out. Ashley, my afternoon schedule is cancelled. Okay. Working busily throughout the morning, Selena kept poking her rice with chopsticks during lunch, clearly not having much appetite. Around 3 in the afternoon, Violet called Selena to complain. Allie should just ask the servants to do things. She climbed a ladder and fell down. Luckily, she wasn't hurt, but Davon Gu injured himself while saving her. Selena blinked, nonchalantly replying, oh, so he's not seriously hurt? So it's a case of the hero saving the beauty. Violet looked into the ward where the man could still handle work calls. He's fine, just his hand is hurt, it'll heal with rest. That's good. Selena hung up the phone and a bright smile played on her lips. Carly received a photo. The background in the photo was outside the Fraser Corporation building entrance, showing Selena handing a thermal flask to Brooke. It couldn't be for Brooke, it was likely intended for Niall. Carly coldly tore up the photo and made a call. How's the investigation into the orphanage incident? The incident happened a while ago, we've only managed to dig up a few details. Carly frowned, I'll pay extra, investigate thoroughly and quickly. Chapter 53, Straightforward Gaze. Today, Selena had cooked a white Attractaloads pig stomach porridge. She placed the porridge in a thermal container and delivered it to the foot of Fraser's company building before calling Brooke. Selena, the chairman instructed that you can directly deliver it to the office. Selena was slightly surprised. All right, thank you. She drove into the parking lot and got out of the car with the thermal container, not expecting him to actually have her bring it up. She took the elevator up. As the door opened, she greeted the assistant secretary she had worked with previously. Miss Liu. Wait, habits are truly scary. Miss Liu, the chairman asked you to wait in the office for a moment, Rita Roy said as she opened the door for Selena. Thank you, Selena smiled. She walked into the office and scanned it, nothing much had changed. Rita Roy brought in a cup of coffee for her and then left busily. Selena did not wait long, the door opened, and a tall man with cool eyes walked in, followed by Brooke. Bud hung his suit jacket on the coat hanger, his cold gaze settling on Selena. Selena didn't stand up, she was no longer his secretary. Brooke put down the documents on the desk, nodded at Selena, and walked out of the office. He felt puzzled. Why did Boss let Selena bring up the porridge today? Brooke had a nagging feeling that Boss actually cared a lot about Selena but treated her harshly. But thinking of Carly, he felt that he might be overthinking. Boss's obsession with Carly was apparent to everyone. Today, Selena wore a V-neck, fitted slit dress, her legs crossed, revealing smooth thighs. Bud sat in his chair and glanced at Selena. Selena checked the time. She still needed to go to Kangshan for work and had no more time, so she stood up and placed the thermal container on Bud's desk. I cooked pig stomach porridge today. Give it a try. I need to get to work now, see you later. Selena, let's talk first. Selena paused, smiling slightly, all right. Bud leaned back in his chair, his expression slightly cold, voice deep, stop sending porridge here. I won't eat it. Selena's breath hitched momentarily. For a brief moment, the office was quiet. Bud opened the documents on the table, take it away. Selena's lips curled slightly. She had always known this man was emotionless. She leaned forward, bracing both hands on the desk. Bud, she called. Bud stared at the woman approaching him with eyes dark as ink. Previously, Selena wouldn't have dared to approach him so boldly. Her scent enveloped him. He sat with legs crossed, masking the sudden impulse that came upon him. Selena smiled, standing up straight. If you don't drink it, you can throw it away. I need to get to work, see you later. With that, she clicked out of the office in her heels. The thermal container sat abandoned on the desk, very noticeable. Miss Liu, you're 2 minutes and 1 second late. Selena just entered the office holding a cup of coffee, only to find Roberto leaning against the sofa. The tall man's legs rested on the coffee table, fingers holding a lit cigarette in his mouth, his left hand checking his watch. Morning. Selena set down her coffee and started working, pulling open curtains and sorting files on the table, putting signed documents aside for other departments. Seeing Selena ignore him, Roberto's sharp brows lifted slightly. Is it your period? Suddenly turning cold. These documents are urgent, sign them early. Selena handed 5 documents to him on the sofa, opening the pen cap for him. The conversation about periods passed. Roberto removed his legs from the table, accepted the documents, and took out the cigarette from his mouth. Selena reached out, taking the cigarette from his fingers. The curling smoke looked enticing between her pale fingers. Roberto glanced at it, scanning the documents quickly, found no issues, and signed them on his thigh. His muscular thighs strained against the suit pants he recently began working out in, making the pants tight. The man sighed disdainfully, "Buy me new trousers after work." Selena's duties also included preparing clothes and trousers for her single boss. Recalling her days with Bud, whose clothes she used to manage, thoughts turned to their unpleasant morning conversation. "I'll take your measurements later." Returning the cigarette to him, she took the signed documents and left the office, calling for relevant departments to pick them up. With tasks completed, she took a measuring tape into Roberto's office. Roberto stood cooperatively, stretching his arms out for her to measure. After buying trousers, they would obviously need to buy matching clothes too. Selena measured his chest, waist, and arm length. Leaning forward, she measured his hip. Keeping a straight gaze, Roberto noticed she wore a V-neck today. Thighs, Selena squatted down, circling the tape around Roberto's taut thighs, memorizing the numbers. Suddenly, an unapologetic voice interrupted, "Miss Lou, I'm a man, don't get too close." This comment carried a double meaning. Selena rolled her eyes, finished measuring, and stood up, gathering the tape and leaving the office. She talked less today. Roberto raised an eyebrow, noticing she wasn't arguing back. Something's off with this woman today. After work, Selena went to the mall, with Roberto following her into the car. "Don't you need to go to Maria?" Selena asked, driving while Roberto prepared to smoke in the passenger seat. "No smoking in my car, thanks." Roberto put away his cigarette. Today's rest day for the cow. Also, planning to change bed partners recently. Roberto usually changed partners every few months. They arrived at the mall without idle browsing, going straight to the men's clothing floor. Knowing the sizes, Selena chose clothes quickly. "Do I need to try them on?" Roberto idly followed behind her. "If you want to, go ahead," Selena coldly rejected, wanting to go home early. Roberto actually took a pair of trousers Selena picked out to try on. Just as Selena touched a navy blue suit, someone else did too. Allie looked at Selena in surprise. "Miss Lou?" "Miss Sue," Selena withdrew her hand. Allie was on the phone, politely addressing Selena first. "I'll check out other clothes." "Baird, could you tell me the size of what Brother Davon wears?" "I'm shopping right now." Allie searched for clothes while asking Hector on the phone. Hector hesitated to give out the boss's size. "Miss Sue, please hold, I need to confirm." Allie originally wanted to surprise Brogan, so asking him first would ruin it. "Don't tell Brother Davon, I'll figure it out myself, thanks." Coincidentally, Roberto came out wearing new trousers and saw Allie, raising an eyebrow. "Xiao-Chin, who are you buying clothes for?" "Brother Davon." Allie blushed slightly when teased by her cousin, suddenly having an idea. "Elder Brother Gallagher, try them on for me." Roberto's height was similar to Brogan's, though Roberto preferred a robust build. Whereas Brogan had a slender yet powerful frame. "Our body types differ." Roberto's gaze landed on Selena, who was heading to check out. "Wait, let me ask Ashley, she has good taste." Chapter 54, gripping her chin. Selena heard Roberto calling her and went to pay the bill before walking over. "Ashley, my cousin wants to buy clothes for Mr. Davon. Could you give her some advice?" After saying this, Roberto suddenly felt foolish. Wait, Ashley might not be able to help much since they haven't met many times. Brogan's acquaintance with Selena had never been widely known, and Roberto was unaware of it. Allie glanced at him and smiled. "Big Brother Gallagher, rest assured. Miss Lou knows Brother Davon." "Thanks for your trouble, Miss Lou, I really don't know which size to choose." Selena nodded. She didn't assist in choosing the color or style of the clothes but only picked out a size. "Miss Sue can refer to this size." "Thank you." "You're welcome. If there's nothing else, I'll leave now." Roberto wanted to stay and accompany his cousin shopping, while Selena drove home first. The clothes bought at the mall would be delivered to Roberto's house. While driving, Selena thought about Brogan. She had measured his waist circumference by hand before. Having had intimate contact with him, Selena knew the details of his physique. She pressed her red lips together and turned on the DJ music. Humming softly, her pounding heart gradually calmed down. Lowering her car window, she saw several motorcycles roaring past her. She pulled up beside them. "Hey, where are you guys going?" The man sitting at the back whistled when he saw the beauty. "To Horizontal Mountain." Horizontal Mountain was famous for its racetrack. On impulse, Selena followed the motorcycles to Horizontal Mountain. Upon arrival, the motorcycles stopped. Selena got out of her car. There were no major races tonight. These young people were just enthusiasts having a friendly competition. Selena asked to borrow one of their motorcycles. "Sis Z, why don't you sit behind me? This area has many curves, it's actually quite unsafe," the shy young boy said. "Don't worry, I can drive." Selena raised an eyebrow. "I'll go change into something more suitable." There was always a spare set of clothes in her car. Today, she was wearing a dress, unsuitable for riding. The shy young boy lent his black motorcycle to Selena as the group cheered around them. Selena changed into a t-shirt and shorts, straddling the bike with her long, slender legs. She put on a helmet, looking sharp and brisk. At this moment, a man nearby observed her from afar through the car window, his eyes deep and mysterious. He loosened his collar, leaning back. The roar of engines filled the air as several motorcycles raced off. Selena sped up, like an arrow. The wind rushed past, and the scenery blurred. It was thrilling. Suddenly, a black motorcycle zoomed past her. The rider gave her a thumb down in contempt. Selena cursed under her breath, damn. She increased her speed, chasing after the motorcycle ahead. They vied neck and neck. At a turn, Selena overtook the man's motorcycle. Navigating the curve, she leaned low on the bike. A male and female were locked in a fierce competition. When the man overtook her again and flashed another thumb down, Selena growled in frustration. Almost grinding her teeth, she muttered, hell. The man in front wore a helmet, his thin lips curling into a smirk as he accelerated further. After reaching the finish line, Selena parked the motorcycle, removing her helmet and looking for the man who had taunted her. He was nowhere to be found. Presumably, he had left. Selena returned the helmet and motorcycle to the young boy, thanks. Can we add each other as friends, sissy? Selena smiled, waving goodbye as she drove home. Rogan handed his helmet to Hector and lit a cigarette, his eyes lazy. He sat back in the car. Hector looked at his boss's arm, clearly exasperated. His hand wasn't fully healed yet he rode a motorcycle. They had encountered Selena's car midway and followed her to Horizontal Mountain, never expecting her to ride a motorcycle. Generally, girls weren't skilled enough to handle heavy motorcycles due to their weight. Sitting in the car, Brogan glanced at the silhouette of the woman entering her car. He held the cigarette between his fingers. Boss, Miss Allie is looking for you, Hector mentioned, recalling the recent phone call. Back home, Violet hadn't returned yet. Selena noticed the girl had a busy night planned. She grabbed her pajamas and headed to shower. As she stepped out of the bathroom, her phone rang. Seeing it was a call from Della, she hesitated. After that incident involving Chantel, Della had threatened to disown her. Not even a call after her accident. Still pretending to have amnesia, Selena sat on the sofa and answered the call. Who is this? Somebody inquired about your orphanage background, Della said bluntly. Whom did you offend? Her concern wasn't for Selena but for any potential trouble that might affect the Lee family. Who's this? Selena smiled faintly. What about the orphanage? I forgot everything. Della was momentarily taken aback, remembering what her younger daughter had told her about Selena's amnesia. She warned Selena a few times before hanging up irritably. If you don't remember me, fine. You and the Lee family have no ties anymore. Deal with your troubles yourself. Last time, Selena's accident had led to investigations by the police involving the Lee family, causing embarrassment. Selena hung up, tapping her phone case absent-mindedly. That night, Selena slept restlessly, half awake. In her dreams, Anselm kept urging her to run. Pear sister, run. Behind her, the sound of demonic laughter echoed. Morning came, and Selena woke up with a slight headache. She got out of bed, took a painkiller with water, her lips devoid of color. She cooked pumpkin and millet porridge as usual. Brooke received Selena's call and looked at Carly, who had come to the company with Bud that morning. Brooke walked to the tea room, lowering his voice. Anthea, take the porridge back. I'm sorry for the trouble. Selena hung up, glanced at the Fraser Company building, then drove to Kunxiang. Roberto stepped out of the elevator, noticing an insulated box on Selena's desk. What kind of food did you bring to work? Pumpkin and millet porridge, good for the stomach. Roberto glanced at her. Just what I need, indeed. Selena looked up, raising an eyebrow. If you don't mind, you can have it. I cooked it for my ex-husband. Roberto frowned instantly. You still haven't given up? Why should I? This stubborn behavior was learned from Carly. Roberto stared at Selena for a few seconds before pinching her chin. Selena's brow twitched. What are you doing? Please continue translating the novel, maintaining the original tone and style while ensuring the English translation remains natural and fluent. Chapter 55. Leave Shenzhen. Roberto pinched Selena's chin. He examined her face from left to right. Selena's expression was stiff. Can you let go of my chin? This is workplace harassment. Roberto obediently released her chin. He concluded, I didn't expect that Ashley would be the legendary love brain. Her ex-husband ignored her, yet she still insisted on delivering love porridge. If this wasn't love brain, what else could it be? Selena took a deep breath, sneered, and handed him the documents unhappily. Yes, I'm a love brain. There's a meeting at 9:30. Roberto frowned. Who scheduled a meeting for 9:30? Early in the morning, the brain is still on strike. Sometimes Selena couldn't understand why Roberto could be the chairman. In one word, fate. Roberto cursed and quickly started working with the documents. After lunch, Selena went to the bubble tea shop across the street from Brevin to buy a cup of bubble tea. She had just stepped out of the shop when she saw Brooke standing beside a black car. He walked over and lowered his voice. Ainsley, Nellie is looking for you. Are you free now? Selena looked into the car. A man should be sitting inside. Okay. Brooke opened the door for Selena and let her sit down. The car drove off. Selena first sent a leave message to Roberto, then turned to Bud. Weren't you always avoiding me? Why did you suddenly come find me? Bud looked at Selena with complicated eyes, then became indifferent again. We'll talk about it later. Selena tore open the plastic bag of the straw, inserted it into the bubble tea, and sipped. She made slurping sounds while drinking the pearls. It was extremely delightful. Bud glanced at her again. Do you want some? She raised an eyebrow. I don't mind sharing the same straw. No need, he said indifferently. Selena shrugged. I know you don't like sweets. The car arrived at a road not crowded with vehicles and stopped by the roadside. Brooke got off. Inside the car were only Selena and Bud. The weather outside wasn't very good today, dark and overcast, as if it was about to rain. The car was quiet for a while. Bud placed his slender fingers on his knees and said coldly, Selena, leave Shenzhen. I will give you another sum of money. Selena suddenly froze. She looked at Bud in disbelief. What did you just say? Leave Shenzhen? Bud, yes. Selena burst into laughter. Laughed until tears filled the corners of her eyes. She wiped away the tears with her index finger, her lips curling up. Why should I leave Shenzhen? Her words were filled with doubt and mockery. Bud waited for her laughter to stop, suppressed his inner annoyance, and said coldly, what do you want to agree? Selena also showed a mocking smile. I can stay wherever I want. It's none of your business. If you think sending porridge is annoying, I won't send it in the future. She opened the door and prepared to get out of the car. But Bud pulled her back by her arm. The bubble tea dropped on the car. The tea spilled, splashing onto her high heels. Selena looked down at the spilled tea by her feet, eyes red, turning her head to look at him. Let go, anyway, I won't leave Shenzhen. Bud furrowed his eyebrows. Selena. Selena tore off his hand, opened the door, and got out of the car. She walked fast, her back rigid. Selena stopped in a deserted place. Too much. Brooke looked at Selena's leaving figure and felt a vague sense of foreboding. He opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat, hearing the boss in the back seat saying coldly, call Roberto, I want to discuss matters with him. No matter what, Selena couldn't stay in Shenzhen any longer. Bud thought of Carly and his daughter's face. Roberto raised an eyebrow when he received Bud's invitation, finding it strange. Bud actually invited him to discuss matters. How rare. Tell Chairman Fraser that 7 o'clock tonight is fine. Roberto hung up the phone. Violet rushed to the private room of a bar after receiving Selena's call. She walked in and saw an empty bottle on the table. Just one bottle, still okay. The alcohol content wasn't high, and Selena was still sober. He Frazier, what happened to you? Violet poked Selena's arm. Drinking to drown your sorrows? Selena smiled and raised an eyebrow. Not to drown sorrows, just coming out to relax. She just didn't know why Bud suddenly wanted her to leave Shenzhen. Feeling a bit annoyed. She would never leave Shenzhen. Leaving meant letting Carly off. Selena couldn't understand Bud's thoughts at this moment. Was it because of Carly? Did he feel that her presence in Shenzhen was obstructive? Violet felt relieved. As long as you're not drowning sorrows, it's all right. Drinking here is no fun. Come on, I'll take you somewhere. Selena smiled and let her pull her out of the private room. Outside the room, they encountered Brogan. He rubbed his forehead, looking a bit tired. Brother Davon. Brother Davon, wait. The first voice calling Brogan was Violet, the second was a sweet female voice. Allie, dressed in an exquisite vintage dress, jogged to Brogan. She saw Violet and Selena, smiled at them, then pulled on Brogan's sleeve. Brother Davon, I'll walk with you. Violet walked over. Brother Davon. Selena glanced at them and pressed the elevator button first. When the elevator arrived, she entered and pressed the first floor. Violet followed her. Allie held Brogan's sleeve and walked into the elevator. As they came in, Selena retreated and leaned against the mirror. 4 people were in the elevator. Allie stood next to Brogan. Selena's gaze fell on Allie's fingers holding Brogan's sleeve. The elevator soon reached the first floor. Brogan and Allie got into the front car, while Selena and Violet got into the back one. The 2 cars headed in different directions. Selena took out her phone to play games, and a message suddenly popped up. Roberto, your ex-husband asked me to fire you. At that moment, in a private room at Shifu restaurant. After sending the message to Selena, Roberto casually threw the phone on the table. He crossed his arms, his brows stern. Chairman Fraser, I'm really curious. Why? Bud didn't plan to explain, speaking coldly. For the new R&D cooperation project, I'll offer you 10% profit sharing. Roberto raised an eyebrow. You're really generous. Just to fire Ashley, I can get 10% profit. Chairman Fraser really loses big here. Such a deal is a sure win for me. Selena looked at the message from Roberto, pursed her red lips, and thought calmly. That man wants her to be unable to stay in Shenzhen. Lucia, daydreaming? We've arrived. Violet patted Selena's shoulder. Get out of the car. After getting out of the car, Selena sent a message to Roberto. You're the boss. You can fire me anytime. Chapter 56, Gently. Roberto, if you quit, Chairman Fraser has promised to give a 10% profit share on the new project. Selena, upon seeing this message, replied only one sentence, I must be really worth something. She felt that something might have happened which made Bud suddenly want to push her away from Shin City. As for what exactly happened, Selena didn't know. On the other side, Roberto glanced at Selena's reply with a half smile and looked at Bud, I'll consider it and give you an answer later. He put his phone in his pocket, stood up, and gave Bud a sidelong glance. Selena meeting you was truly bad luck. Bud's expression remained indifferent. Roberto sneered and left the private room. Just after Roberto left, Bud stood up and picked up the cup on the table, smashing it on the ground. The cup shattered instantly. Brooke pushed the door open, glancing at the broken pieces on the floor. Chairman, Vicky O called looking for you. Bud massaged his temples and coldly said, tell her I won't be home tonight. Have you found out who sent the letter to the Fraser Corporation? Not yet. Bud's face turned cold as he walked out of the room quickly, Brooke following closely behind. Brooke did not know the content of the letter received in the morning, but it was clear that Bud was furious. Sitting in the car, Bud thinned his lips and hung up the call from Carly again. Meanwhile, Brooke relayed the boss's message to Carly. Bud furrowed his brows thinking about who sent him the letter and whether Selena knew anything about it. Inside the letter was a photo of Carly in her teenage years standing beside a drunk driver, the driver who tried to kill Selena. Bud couldn't bring himself to believe the authenticity of the photo. Why would Devonjan want someone to kill Selena? It seemed absurd. He couldn't let Selena stay in Shin City. If she regained her memory and found out about the photo, she would certainly seek revenge for Fergus. She would go after Devonjan and her daughter. Bud felt abnormally irritable. Previously, if someone threatened those close to him, he would use any means to eliminate the threat. But he couldn't bear to do so against Selena, not now. At this moment, Carly, who had just finished an event, sat in the car, staring intently at the missed call notification. Is Nellie busy right now? She consoled herself not to overthink it and sent a message to Bud. Carly, kiss kiss, remember to get the marriage certificate at the Civil Affairs office tomorrow. Tomorrow is a good day. She had consulted a fortune teller to choose this date. Bud looked coldly at the message and typed 4 words without explanation. Cancelled for tomorrow. Carly's face instantly paled, showing signs of panic. Quick, back to D. Fraser Jayun first. Sister Devonjan, there's another event scheduled later, said the new assistant assigned to Carly. I said to go back now. Tell them I'm sick and cancel the event. The Carly who looked angry was different from her usually gentle self. The assistant dared not oppose further. Back at D. Fraser Jayun, Carly asked the housekeeper, has Nellie come back? The housekeeper politely answered, no, madam. Carly leaned on the sofa, deep in thought. What happened that made him cancel the marriage registration? Brogan leaned back in his chair, lazily propping his head up. Hector entered the room and respectfully reported, the photo was sent to Bud. He went to talk to Miss Liu, wanting her to leave Shin City. She fell in love with such a man. After losing her memory, she's also lost her mind. Brogan smirked slightly with a thin lip, still looking lazy. Hector couldn't respond. Miss Allie is outside. She says she wants to invite you to attend the music festival. The music festival is a musical event held in Shin City every 3 years. Allie had been abroad previously and hadn't attended such events before. Her friends mentioned it in a group chat, and she decided to go check it out. Violet and Selena were also at the music festival venue. The 2 women wore deer antler hairpins and weaved through the crowd. It's livelier here than in bars. Violet spoke loudly so Selena could hear her. Yes, very lively. I'm telling you, there will be fireworks at the end. Selena scanned the crowd and suddenly stopped walking. Among the people, Brogan stood beside the radiant Allie. Allie boldly smiled and tried to place a hairpin on his head. He turned his head, and she failed to pin it. Allie laughed loudly, Brother Devon, wear one too, see how the other boys wear them. Brogan raised an eyebrow, no. His gaze casually swept past and saw Selena standing not far away before turning back. Foolish girl. Selena pulled Violet to walk in another direction. The music festival lasted until 5 in the early morning. Violet wanted to last until 5. Selena, having endured until 3, kept yawning. Violet told her to go home first. Selena checked the time and yawned, there are only 2 more hours left. I'll wait in the car for you and then we can go together. Okay. Selena returned to the car, took a coat, covered herself, and dozed off. After some time, the car door opened. Brogan bent down and entered, leaning against the seat. He lowered his gaze to look at her. She slept soundly, unaware. Brogan unbuttoned his shirt and lounged leisurely. By 4:30, Brogan leaned forward, his hot lips lightly brushing her snowy earlobe. Gently. Then he quietly got out of the car. Selena heard Violet's voice outside and woke up, noticing a faint cedar scent in the car. She rubbed her nose, a bit confused. Violet happily opened the door and got in. We can go home now. She turned to Brogan and Allie standing outside the car and said, Brother Devon, I'll go first. Miss Sue, goodbye. Selena glanced outside and noticed Brogan and Allie standing there. Violet, are you really not waiting for the fireworks? Allie asked with a smile. No, watching fireworks alone is boring. We're leaving now. Violet closed the car door. Selena yawned, her eyes blurry and sitting lazily. Watching fireworks together sounds quite romantic. In the morning, Carly went directly to Fraser Corporation to find Bud. Brooke opened the office door for her, allowing Carly to enter, then closed the door. Inside the office, Bud was focused on work and didn't look at Carly. Nellie, tell me why you canceled today's marriage registration? Carly's eyes welled with tears. Do you regret it? Only Carly's suppressed sobs filled the office. Bud paused his work, opened a drawer, and took out a photo. Look at this man, do you recognize him? Confused, Carly approached, took the photo, and examined it. Who took this photo? Her fingers trembled holding the photo. The girl in the photo looked about 16 years old, while the middle-aged man next to her was around 40. Carly lowered her eyes, and then looked up. I don't recognize him. Who is this man? This place seems familiar to me. She looked nostalgic at the photo. I came here once to buy you a gift, that violin. Chapter 57, I'm pregnant, what should I do? Look carefully at the man in the photo. He's the one who hit Selena while driving under the influence. Elon's gaze remained on Carly's face as he saw her gasp in surprise. Such a coincidence? Do you suspect that it was me? That I instructed him to hit Selena? Carly looked at Elon in disbelief, tears uncontrollably streaming down her cheeks. How could you doubt me based on just one photo? I don't even know this man. She pursed her red lips and turned to leave the office. As she reached the door, she suppressed her sobs and said, why would I have anyone hit Selena? What benefit would that be to me? You're already divorced from her, so she doesn't bother me. The office door slammed shut. Elon rubbed his temples, troubled by this very point. Why would Devonjan instruct someone to hit Selena? Or perhaps someone was deliberately trying to mess with him by showing him the photo. After leaving Fraser Corporation and getting into her car, Carly pressed the button to raise the partition. Her eyes turned cold as she picked up the photo again. No, she couldn't just sit and wait for disaster. Carly narrowed her eyes and lowered the partition. Go to her1-425.I community building. Selena lived there. Selena hadn't gone to work today. Even a fool would know what Roberto's deal with Elon meant for her. When she received Carly's call, she was eating. The moment she heard Carly's voice, she instantly lost her appetite. Selena, I'm downstairs at her1-425.I. We need to talk. Aren't we not exactly close? What's there to talk about? Selena nonchalantly walked to the balcony as Carly happened to look up. I want to tell you something about the accident, Carly said softly with a slight smile. Selena gripped the railing tightly, her fingers turning pale, then replied calmly, all right. She hung up and went back inside, changing clothes before heading downstairs. Carly watched the woman approaching, wearing a short top, flared pants, with an alluring figure. She inwardly cursed, men were always visual creatures. So, what about the accident do you want to tell me? Standing before Carly, Selena was slightly taller, giving her a condescending feel. Are you sure you want to talk here? There was a park near her1-425.I community building. Selena led her there. At midday, the place was empty as everyone was either at work or school. Only in the morning or evening did elderly people visit the park. Selena sat on a bench. Can you talk now? Carly pulled out a photo from her bag and handed it to Selena. As Selena examined the photo, she struggled to control her raging anger. She raised an eyebrow lazily. What's the meaning of giving me a photo? Carly feigned realization. Sorry, I forgot you lost your memory. She took out her phone, found news of that accident, and showed the photos to Selena. Blood filled the frame. Selena stared at the bloodstain in the photo, her expression turning cold. What does this mean? Carly closely observed Selena's reaction. She had always suspected that Selena hadn't truly lost her memory. But so far, Selena hadn't shown any strong reactions. The driver who hit you while drunk was the man in the photo. We saw his face at the scene of the accident. Typically, such accidents result in the driver's death, and news outlets blur the deceased's face or gory scenes. Fergus, the boy who saved you, was brave. Too bad you lost your memory and forgot about him. Carly sighed. Selena suddenly stood up and slapped Carly hard. The slap was forceful. Stunned, Carly's ears rang. Carly, is the girl in the photo you? Selena's tone was icy. You brought this photo to me to tell me the accident was related to you? Covering her face, Carly explained, the accident has nothing to do with me. I wanted to explain that I don't know this man. When I went there to buy a violin for Nellie, someone happened to take a picture of me asking this man for directions. Is that so? Quite a coincidence indeed, Selena sneered, her face darkening. She had always known the accident involved Carly but had no evidence. Even with this photo, the police couldn't use it as evidence. Ever since Selena woke up after the accident, she harbored hatred and planned to slowly strip Carly of everything she cared about. Approaching Elon was part of her design to unsettle Carly. Selena, I came here just to explain myself clearly. I really don't know this man, Carly pleaded weakly, covering her face again. When Elon received a call from his driver saying Carly seemed upset and went to find Selena, he rushed over. He overheard Carly explaining herself to Selena. Just as Selena raised her hand again, Elon grabbed her wrist. Selena, don't hit people randomly. Nellie, Carly's nose tingled. I just wanted to explain things to Selena in person. Okay, I understand. Devonjan, go back to the car and wait for me, he said with a slightly softer look. Carly felt relieved, knowing her move was correct. But Selena wasn't stupid. She immediately connected Elon's sudden wish for her to leave Shenzhen City. She knew Elon, he feared she would seek revenge on Carly. Let go, Selena restrained herself from taking immediate violent action. Selena, this photo might be someone targeting me. Devonjan has no reason to instruct anyone to hit you, Elon released her hand and explained calmly. Selena lifted her gaze, staring coldly at him. Why do you want to drive me out of Shenzhen? Elon fell silent. Elon, I only lost my memory, not my brain. Pursuing you these past days has been the most foolish thing I've ever done. Selena dug her nails into her palms. Though her plans bothered Carly, they also disturbed her own conscience. A perfect match, despicable man and shameless woman. Who was the kind soul who found this photo? I won't leave Shenzhen. Elon watched Selena walk away coldly, feeling a bit uneasy, sensing that he might be losing something important. Dr. Brogan had just come out of the operating room when he received a call from his subordinate. Carly was visiting Selena with the photo, and Elon was there too. Listening to the report, he arched an eyebrow. That woman, Carly, was quite capable. Little Wazy, where are you now? Miss Liu is at the mall, picking out a kitchen knife. Without taking off his white coat, Brogan walked out of the hospital and got into his car to find Selena. Picking out a kitchen knife at this time? Halfway through the journey, Ali called. Brother Devon, can you come over now? Ali's voice sounded off. Brogan's tone was indifferent. I'm busy now. From the other end came sobbing sounds. Brogan frowned. I'm pregnant. What should I do? Translation ends here to ensure the chapter is accurately completed. Chapter 58 Chop, 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 chop. Brogan returned to the Devonxiang villa. Ali sat on the sofa, her long hair hanging loose, holding a pregnancy test stick, looking anxious and uneasy. Brogan saw the test stick with 2 lines. Pregnant. He sat on the sofa, legs crossed, his demeanor somewhat relaxed. Any thoughts? Ali's expression was dazed. She bit her red lip. I don't know. Brogan glanced at her. Take you to the hospital for a checkup tomorrow. Okay. Ali forced a smile but couldn't manage one. This baby had come too suddenly. Brogan asked her to go upstairs and rest first. Just as Ali walked up the first step, she suddenly turned around and said, I want to keep this baby. She pursed her lips tightly. You should think it through. This child will be born without a father. Ali clenched her lips even tighter. And your parents may not agree. Brogan calmly analyzed. Ali knew that the Su family would not let her have a baby out of wedlock. But she had to keep this child. After Ali went upstairs, Brogan checked his phone messages. Ainsley had already brought home the kitchen knife he had bought. Leaving the Devonxiang villa, Brogan headed to Shinshin Community Building. When Violet heard the doorbell, she opened the door and, seeing Brogan, asked in surprise, Brother Devon, why did you come? Come to see you. What? Violet pointed to herself with her index finger, questioning if he came to see her. Was the sun rising from the west? In the kitchen, Selena, who was chopping chicken, didn't look back upon hearing the opening door, continuing to wield the knife. Chop, chop, chop. Her expression was cold. Walking into the living room, Brogan heard the chopping sound and looked toward the kitchen. Violet explained, Davina is chopping chicken. Brother Devon, you suddenly visiting me, does it mean something's up? Selena in the kitchen heard Brogan's voice. By the time she finished cooking and carried the dish out, she saw Brogan still sitting in the living room while Violet watched boring TV. He turned to look at her. Selena also glanced at him, then averted her gaze and placed the dish on the dining table. Violet put down the remote control and quickly went to the kitchen to help with serving dishes. With a guest in the house, anyone courteous would ask if they had eaten. Though Selena wasn't in a good mood, she maintained etiquette, asking Brogan, Mr. Devon, have you eaten? Brogan raised his eyes, his deep gaze looking at her, not yet. Brother Devon, do you want to stay and eat? Davina's cooking is superb, Violet recommended eagerly as she brought out more dishes. Sure, thanks. Selena had cooked quite a lot today, more than enough for the 3 of them. She went to the kitchen to get bowls and chopsticks. Brogan followed her into the kitchen. Seeing Selena reaching for bowls from the sterilizer, her short top pulled up revealing her slim waist, Brogan approached her unexpectedly. Lowering his gaze, he whispered softly, let me help you. Thank you. Selena stepped aside, letting him take the bowls while she carried the rice cooker out. During dinner, Selena received a call from Roberto. That man complained, Selena, you took an unscheduled day off today, which is highly unacceptable. Selena slowly smiled, so, are you planning to keep me on? Roberto chuckled, do I look like someone short of money? Selena laughed lightly, the boss is truly generous. Brogan glanced at Selena, then put down his chopsticks. After Selena hung up the phone, Brogan rolled down his sleeves, buttoned the cuffs, and stood up. Very delicious, thank you for tonight's hospitality. Even at the end, Violet couldn't figure out what Brogan came for. Selina got ready early in the morning and went to coaxing. Seeing her rosy complexion and lack of anxiety, Roberto remarked, I expected to see red, puffy eyes today. Selina organized the accumulated files, then looked up, sorry to disappoint you, I'm not that fragile. Without having taken revenge yet, how could she fall so easily? Selina felt she needed to become stronger. Roberto put his hands in his trouser pockets and glanced at her, make coffee for the boss, and we need to head to Fraser Corporation at 10. Selina refocused on Roberto and went to make coffee. She placed it on the table inside the office. Roberto undid his shirt buttons, exposing his bronze skin, then lifted his eyes, Ashley, if you don't want to go to Fraser Corporation, it's okay. Selina raised an eyebrow, why wouldn't I want to go? It's part of my job. Having said that, she left the office. Roberto watched her walk away confidently and realized he was overthinking things. At the Fraser Corporation meeting room, Fraser Lingen frowned slightly upon seeing Selina with Roberto. Roberto smiled, President Fraser, what's the look for? Fraser Lingen simply replied, nothing. The meeting ended abruptly, and Roberto, biting a newly lit cigarette, raised his sharp chin, furrowing his brows, Ashley, the tie you tied nearly choked me. Selina wordlessly untied his tie for him. A beautiful woman standing before a man, her eyes lowered, fingers delicate and fair. Fraser Lingen walked out of the meeting room, glancing at Roberto and Selina, a slight coldness in his eyes. Brooke stood behind Fraser Lingen and noticed Selina untying Roberto's tie, recalling the gentle way she used to tie ties for Boss Fraser. Getting into the car after leaving Fraser Corporation, Roberto stared deeply at Selina. Selina met his gaze steadily. Why does Fraser Lingen want me to fire you? I thought you wouldn't ask. Selina leaned back lazily, applying lipstick. Even if you asked, I won't tell you. Roberto decided not to speak to Selina for a moment, then instructed the driver Denny E. to Tsinghua University. Selina didn't inquire why they were going to Tsinghua University and didn't ask. Around noon when they arrived, students were leaving for lunch. Roberto made a phone call, I'll wait for you by the school gate. About 10 minutes later, a sweet young lady wearing a school skirt knocked on the window. Let her in. Selina raised an eyebrow, got out of the car, and allowed the girl to enter. Denny E. also got out, signaling Selina to close the door. Selina complied and moved away. The car had anti-peeking protection but no soundproofing. Where's Maria? Selina asked. Now it's Macy, Denny E. replied awkwardly, she's a teacher, not a student. Selina nodded, understanding that Roberto frequently changed partners. When the door reopened, Macy, her cheeks flushed, exited the car with a peculiar gait. As she passed Selina, she appraised Selina's figure enviously. Ignoring her, Selina bent down to sit in the car. The lingering scent of perfume filled the air, and several used tissues littered the floor. Roberto sat casually, his clothes disheveled but his dark suit pants visibly damp. He didn't hide it but remained unabashed. Selina sprayed some perfume, masking the scent. Achoo! Achoo! The strong perfume hit Roberto suddenly, making him sneeze repeatedly. Ashley. Chapter 59, Dark Eyes. The black sedan drove down the road, stopping and starting. It was rush hour now, and Shenzhen streets were particularly crowded at this time. Bud replied to a few emails, thinking about the scene of Selina loosening Roberto's tie, his thin lips pressed together in mild displeasure. His phone rang, he glanced at the caller ID, and answered it. Lindian, I'll be promoting my album in Huizhou for the next 2 days. Not being in Shenzhen, you should go home early and see our daughter. Carly's voice was gentle. Bud knew she was still upset because he had thought her actions to be too vicious. All right. Hearing his reply, Carly hung up first. Seeing her mood wasn't good, Matilda asked, what's wrong? Nothing, said Carly. At this moment, a staff member came over with a bouquet of roses. Vickio, this is from a Mr. Fraser. Carly's face lit up in surprise. Her sour mood improved instantly. She took the flowers and thanked the staff. Matilda smiled, saying, President Fraser sure knows how to make people happy. After instructing Brooke to send roses to Carly, Bud's eyes deepened as he gave another order, have someone follow Selina. Brooke's eyebrows raised slightly, yes, but she has bodyguards who might notice them easily. Silence returned to the car. She studied abroad for just a few years, her singing skills aren't better than yours. Why do all the resources lean towards her? Isn't it just because she has a powerful man backing her? Haley gritted her teeth in anger. You finally got some good songs, but they were all taken by Carly's team. It's outrageous. Maya sat on the sofa browsing news, noticing Carly at a promotional event in a neighboring city. She felt a bit disheartened. Sometimes talent isn't enough for success. Connections matter greatly too. Haley approached and saw the tablet in Maya's hand. It's okay, we can keep looking for good songs to buy the copyrights. Maya smiled bitterly, don't comfort me, xing. If I stay at Tiancheng any longer, I may not get any opportunities. I've been holding you back. Before Carly joined Tiancheng, the company focused on cultivating Maya. Since then, Maya's resources dwindled. Maya, worrying about her future, received this call. After hearing its content, she couldn't hide her excitement. Hello, I agree. Selena smiled faintly. Should I buy a ring for you? Maya's ears turned slightly red at the seductive laughter from the other end. Selena continued, I'll send you an address. Let's meet tomorrow. Sure, see you tomorrow. Maya ended the call and turned to Haley, pinch my cheek. Maya moved her face close for Haley to pinch. Haley pinched her cheeks without hesitation. What happened? You're so happy. Janine, right? She agreed to sell me the copyrights to her new songs, only to me. Maya laughed. Is this a turn for the better? This way, Carly wouldn't be able to take these songs away. Carly finished her promotion and boarded her car with a furrowed brow. Matilda congratulated her on the successful event but noticed her frown. What's wrong? I saw Selena sitting in the audience. Huh? Matilda frowned. Why was she there? Not sure. Don't worry, I think she just came to annoy you. That's all she can do, Matilda casually remarked. She's nothing compared to you. Carly nodded. Selena was probably just trying to irk her. She chuckled inwardly. Selena had lost completely. When Selena returned to Shenzhen around 7 p.m. after the trip to Huizhou, she received a call from Roberto. He gave her an address and instructed her to come immediately or face termination tomorrow. Speechless, Selena hung up, switched directions, and headed towards the given address. By 7:30 p.m., several luxury cars stopped outside the Gage Hotel. Selena's modest sedan parked behind them, forming an amusing contrast. Opening the door, Selena stepped out, her colorful outfit drawing attention. She entered the hotel, gave her room number to the receptionist, and was led to the third floor where the VIP rooms had entertainment setups. Inside the room, only Roberto and Hero awaited. Roberto gestured for Selena to sit. Take a seat, one short for a game. He needed her for a mahjong game. Selena sat down and greeted Hero. Who's the fourth person? One more to wait for, Roberto said impatiently. Selena poured water for the two men before drinking some herself, feeling parched from the rush. Just then, the door opened. A man walked in. Selena set her teacup down. Roberto stood up. Mr. Devon. Brogan's voice was deep. Sorry for being late. Roberto smiled. Selena just arrived. Selena followed suit, standing to pull out a chair for Brogan. Brogan glanced at her, his eyes dark and inscrutable. He sat down, thanked her. Thank you. Translation maintained paragraph structure and style while ensuring natural fluency and grammatical correctness. Chapter 60, A Devil of a Man. Brogan sat down next to Selena. The four of them played mahjong. After 3 rounds, they stopped. They moved to another table where the waiter served dishes and wine. Roberto personally poured the drinks for them, but later Selena, as his secretary, took over this duty. Selena had nothing to contribute to their conversation. You don't need to pour more wine, thank you, the man lazily declined. Selena started eating. She hadn't had dinner yet tonight. She occasionally sipped her drink and caught Brogan's gaze watching her. She smiled faintly and lowered her eyes. Brogan put down his chopsticks and leaned back in his chair, his eyes scanning the colorful clothes Selena wore. It made her neck look even more pale and delicate. Like a peacock in full plumage. Selena was unaware of Brogan's evaluation of her. She ate until she was about 70% full before stopping. Brogan's phone rang on the table, showing a call from Ali. Selena looked away. He answered the call casually. She could faintly hear Ali's sweet and lively voice. When he hung up, he told Hero, your cousin wants Peking duck from here. Send one to her. Hero glanced at the time. It's already this late, who's eating Peking duck now? Nevertheless, he called the waiter over. Brogan's deep gaze swept over Selena as he instructed the incoming waiter, prepare 2 ducks. One for Miss Liu to take home. Selena politely thanked him. Brogan's eyes flickered slightly. She treated him with polite distance. After finishing the meal, Roberto finally discussed business matters with Brogan. He invited him especially to discuss securing a technology from Devon Corporation. Selena finally understood the purpose of the mahjong gathering. Once they finished talking, Selena planned to contact her bodyguard to pick her up because she couldn't drive after drinking. Roberto and the others all had drivers. Miss Liu, I'll drive you home, Roberto offered kindly. Selena nodded and got into the passenger seat, looking out at the cars in front. Brogan's assistant opened his car door for him. The man bent down and sat inside. Selena looked away. Brogan got into the car, closing his eyes. He thought about how polite and distant she had been toward him all night, and sneered. Go to Exa and Khalil Community Building, he said to the driver. Back at home, Violet wasn't there. Selena put the Peking duck in the fridge, intending to reheat it tomorrow. She took a shower first, then grabbed a few bottles of beer from the fridge and went into her room. Sitting cross-legged on the sofa, she opened the drawer under the table and took out an album. Inside were pictures of her and Fergus. As she drank, she spoke to Fergus. I went to that woman's album launch today. She seemed happy to see me. Selena smiled faintly. That woman had Bud protecting her, so as an ordinary person, it was hard for her to deal with her, but she was trying, striving to become Carly's shadow. That night when she was 11 years old, the orphanage director called her to his room. His emaciated hands stripped off her clothes. The sight of her white, tender skin delighted him. 10-year-old Fergus stormed in, holding a brick, but malnutrition made him look like an 8-year-old. That old man was a grown adult. Even after being hit, he easily pushed Fergus aside. Selina crawled up and bit the old man's hand. Fergus also got up, picked up the brick again, and hit the old man. They ran out of the orphanage. Back then, they were both terrified. Selina wiped away her tears and put the album back. She picked up the beer bottle, drinking slowly, lost in thought. Some people were born with bad luck. At the entrance of Exine Khalil Community Building, a car pulled over. Inside, it was quiet. Baird looked into the rearview mirror. Boss Davon still had his eyes closed, resting. An hour passed. Brogan opened his eyes and asked in a low voice, "Where is Sherry now?" His voice was slightly hoarse and weary. Tim turned and replied, "Let me check." Tim immediately contacted Violet's bodyguard to get her location. Before he hung up, he heard the boss say, "Arrange some activities for her to enjoy herself tonight." Tim nodded, "Sure." The window rolled down, hiding the car in the darkness, making it impossible to see inside. Brogan lit a cigarette, holding it between his fingers, elbow resting on the windowsill. Time ticked by until it reached 1 a.m. The car door opened, and Brogan stepped out, walking straight into the building. Ignoring the management office, he took out a magnetic card key from his pocket and pressed the elevator button. He arrived at Selina's door and rang the bell. Selina rubbed her slightly dizzy head, preparing to sleep, but she heard the ringing. Did Sherry forget her keys? She got out of bed, walked to the door, and peeked through the peephole. It seemed like Brogan. She opened the door carefully and saw it was indeed him. Outside the door, Brogan looked at Selina, who opened the door and stared at him in confusion. She was wearing conservative pajamas, her face flushed from alcohol. He smelled the scent of alcohol on her breath. She had been drinking again. Brogan's eyes darkened. "I came to get something for Sherry." Selina, feeling dizzy, didn't suspect anything and opened the door. "Come in." Selina turned around and headed back inside. Brogan walked in, closing the door behind him and casually putting on a pair of women's slippers. Suddenly, he called out, "Selina." Selina turned, puzzled. "Yes? You once promised to buy me a pair of slippers." Amnesia-stricken Selina clearly remembered not promising to buy him slippers. Brogan approached Selina. He caught the sweet scent of her recent bath. Very tempting. Selina rubbed her head, trying to clear her mind. "Why would I prepare slippers for you?" Brogan wrapped his arms around her waist, burying his face in her neck, concealing his deep thoughts. He smiled faintly and said softly, "Because I used to keep you as my mistress, you were my woman." Selina. She kept him. Her head felt even dizzier now, and she didn't want to continue this conversation. "Sherry's room is this way. You can get what you need yourself." He didn't release her waist. Brogan cupped her chin, smiling. His gaze made Selina want to hide. "I really don't want to let you go." "What should I do?" He didn't intend to leave after coming tonight. This woman forgot him completely due to amnesia. No such luck. Dawn broke. Selina lay half dead on the bed. Soon, the bathroom door opened. The other side of the bed sank again. The man embraced her, sleep. This man was a devil. All night, he talked to her about their past. He said, "If I talk enough, you will remember." Selina was too sleepy to listen. Just as she closed her eyes, he woke her up again. Purely by tickling her and using various ways to wake her up. It was terrifying. She almost admitted to faking amnesia. We used to play games in front of mirrors." Brogan's voice was hoarse and seductive. Selina grabbed a pillow and covered her head. "Leave her alone." Brogan laughed. "I'll talk so much that you'll never forget me, no matter who else you forget." Note, for consistency, I've chosen to use Brogan instead of Chin-E. Please confirm if any character names require adjustment. Chapter 61, What a Rough Night. Violet had been watching programs all night and was excited the whole time. Early in the morning, she yawned as she opened the door and walked into the house. Half asleep, her eyes suddenly widened when she saw a man wearing a bath towel emerge from the kitchen with a bowl of something. Brogan cast a lazy glance at Violet, ignoring her completely as he carried the bowl of congee straight into Selina's bedroom. This congee had been bought on his order and had just been warmed up. Violet wanted to follow him into Selina's room, but Brogan closed the door. Not only did he close it, but he locked it too. "Don't come in." The hoarseness of Brother Davon's voice puzzled her. What was going on? Brogan placed the congee on the coffee table, walked to the bed, and tugged at the blanket lazily. "Little Way, eat something before you sleep more." The person under the quilt didn't respond. Selina was still sound asleep. A herd of 10 cows couldn't wake her up. Brogan lifted the edge of the quilt, his fingers extending inside. Due to having touched water recently, they were slightly cool. His fingers traveled upwards along her thigh. Selina shivered violently, curling tighter into the blanket and rolling to the other side. She woke up a bit. "Get up and eat." "I don't want to." She mumbled with her eyes still shut. The bed dipped as Brogan leaned over her, his warm lips brushing from her ear to her cheek and down to her neck slowly. By this point, if Selina wasn't awake, she'd be a pig. I'm getting up, her voice sounded resentful. Upon hearing this, the man slipped his hand under the quilt, carrying her horizontally into the bathroom. Put me down, put me down. I can do it myself, thank you. The sudden lift made her fully awake. Selina rubbed her head, she was truly exhausted. Brogan looked down at her, casually asking, you drank last night, do you remember what I told you? Selina trembled involuntarily, feeling her scalp go numb, almost swearing. I remember. I didn't forget. Brogan chuckled softly and carried her to the sofa to fetch slippers for her. As he bent down to place the slippers, he suddenly said, what you used to love doing most was wrapping your legs around my waist. Selina swore this was a lie. Why would he make things up like this? Suddenly Brogan looked away regretfully, it's a pity that you've forgotten these things. Selina laughed awkwardly, sorry. She wore the slippers and silently walked into the bathroom. Shutting the door, she made a face alone inside. After freshening up, Selina emerged more alert, not sure how to face Brogan. In the quiet bedroom, Selina took the bowl of congee to the living room. I'll eat in the living room. Brogan followed her out. She was still in her pajamas, revealing her white legs. Sitting down at the dining table to eat, Brogan sat beside her, making her feel pressured. He watched her as she ate. When she finished the last mouthful of congee, he suddenly lifted her chin and kissed her. I used to kiss you often. Selina was stunned. Brogan touched her red lips, laughing lightly as the doorbell rang. He went to answer it. Hector handed Brogan some clean clothes, which he took and walked into the bedroom to change. Soon after, he came out in fresh attire, adjusting his cufflinks. He looked at Selina, I'm leaving. Selina nodded, okay. Brogan remained rooted, gazing deeply at her. Before, you'd always give me a goodbye kiss when I left. No way. Brogan gave her a look, smiled, and then left, closing the door behind him. Violet, who had been peeking through the bedroom door, saw Brogan leave. She opened her bedroom door and pretended to bump into Selina. Davina, you and Brother Davon are getting intimate? Selina rubbed her sore hand and lower back, replying, no. Seeing her rubbing her hand and waist, Violet grinned slyly. You two were really intense last night. Selina responded, don't think too much about it. She put the bowl in the kitchen, washed it, and planned to get some rest again. She had an appointment with Maya in the afternoon. I'm going back to sleep. We'll chat tonight. Selina ruffled Violet's hair. Sure, Violet yawned, I want to sleep too. Last night's programs were endless. Both bedroom doors shut again. Selina returned to the bedroom and checked her phone messages. Roberto had sent a few scolding her for consecutive leave days. Selina read them but didn't reply. Then she laid on the bed and slept. Downstairs, Brogan got into his car as the driver opened the door for him. Hector got into the passenger seat and turned to say, someone was taking photos. Brogan's expression remained calm. Investigate. As the car started, Brogan thought of Selina's lifeless expression as she listened to their past moments and smiled faintly. He took out his phone and texted Selina. Brogan, buy me some slippers today. Selina woke up at 4 in the afternoon and saw the message. How obsessed was this man with slippers? In the living room, Violet had also gotten up. She ordered takeout and was scrolling through her phone while eating without noticing Selina approaching. Her screen showed a post by Ali. Selina raised an eyebrow and bent down to see. Ali had written, came to the hospital today, feeling a bit anxious, but thanks to Brother Davon. Below was a photo of Brogan in a white coat looking at a computer, apparently taken secretly. His face was blurred so only those who knew him could recognize him. Selina stood up, stroking Violet's head. Why are you nervous? Silly, I'm off now, we'll have dinner later. Violet looked up and smiled, sure, I'll wait for your call. Selina had arranged to meet Maya at a private booth in a discreet restaurant, but halfway there, she received a call from Brogan. Little way, but has someone tailing you? Selina paused, scoffing, that's impressive. Let them follow. Brogan chuckled, holding a cigarette unlit, lazily asking, have you realized loving him isn't worth it? Selina replied, you're absolutely right. She hung up. Brogan's lips curled slightly. Brother Davon, what are you smiling about? Ali asked as she entered the car with a small bag of items. Can you check if these are suitable for pregnant women? They're all tonics. Brogan glanced at the contents, they're okay, but don't overeat. He asked nonchalantly, when will you tell your family? Ali's smile faded as she stared at the items, whispering, after 3 months, when the fetus is stable, I'll tell them. By then, considering her health, they wouldn't let her terminate the pregnancy. In future, you can contact Hector directly. This statement was ordinary but implied clearly not to contact him directly. Ali blinked her lively eyes, why? My woman is quite petty. Chapter 61, what a intense night. Violet stayed up all night watching programs, staying excited the whole night. Early in the morning, she yawned as she opened the door and walked into the house. She was still half asleep until her eyes suddenly widened when she saw a man walking out of the kitchen with a towel wrapped around his waist, carrying a bowl. Brogan lazily glanced at Violet, ignored her, and directly walked into Selena's bedroom with the bowl of congee. The congee was bought by him and just heated up. Violet wanted to follow into Selena's bedroom, but Brogan closed and locked the door. "Don't come in." Brogan's voice was hoarse. What was going on? Brogan placed the congee on the coffee table, walked to the bed, pulled the blanket, and lazily said, "Little Way, get up and eat something before sleeping more." The person under the blanket didn't react. Selena was still deeply asleep. Even 10 oxen couldn't wake her up. Brogan lifted one corner of the blanket and inserted his hand inside. His fingers were slightly cold from touching water moments ago. His hand moved from her thigh upwards. Selena suddenly shivered, clung to the blanket, and rolled to the other side. She woke up a little. "Get up and eat." "I don't want to," she mumbled with her eyes still closed. The bed sank slightly. Brogan leaned over her, his warm breath trailing from her ear, to her cheek, down to her neck slowly. Given this intimate situation, Selena would be considered a fool if she didn't wake up. "I'll get up." Her voice sounded resentful. Hearing her response, Brogan reached into the blanket, picked her up horizontally, and carried her to the bathroom. Shoes, I can do it myself, thank you." The sudden lift woke her up. Selena rubbed her head, she was really tired. Brogan looked down at her and asked lazily, "You drank last night, do you remember what I told you?" Selena shuddered. Her scalp tingled. "I remember, I didn't forget." Brogan chuckled softly, put her on the sofa, and went to fetch slippers for her. While bending down to place the slippers, he suddenly said, "Your favorite thing used to be hooking your legs around my waist." Selena swore he was making things up. He was attributing things to her that never happened. Brogan suddenly lowered his gaze sadly. "Unfortunately, you forgot all these things." Selena laughed awkwardly, "Sorry." She put on the slippers and silently walked into the bathroom, closing the door and grimacing. After washing up, Selena felt clearer. She wasn't sure how to face Brogan. Inside the bedroom, it was quiet. She held the bowl of congee and walked out. "I'll eat in the living room." Brogan followed her out. She was still wearing last night's pajamas, exposing her pale legs. As Selena ate congee at the dining table, Brogan sat beside her, creating an intense pressure. He tilted his head, watching her eat. When she finished the last mouthful, he suddenly lifted her chin and kissed her. "I used to kiss you frequently." Selena was stunned. Brogan touched her red lips, smiled, then stood up as the doorbell rang and he went to open it. Hector handed clean clothes to Brogan, who took them and walked into the bedroom to change. Soon after, he came out dressed and adjusted his cufflinks. He looked at Selena. "I'm leaving." Selena nodded, "Okay." Brogan didn't move, his eyes deep. "Before, you always gave me a goodbye kiss when I left." "Not possible." Brogan glanced at her, chuckled, and closed the door, leaving. Violet, who had been peeking through the door, now opened it and pretended to stumble to Selena. "Davina, are you together with Brother Davon?" "No," Selena replied, rubbing her sore hands and lower back. Seeing her actions, Violet smirked. "You two must have been pretty intense last night." "Selena, don't overthink it." She put the bowl in the kitchen, washed it, and prepared to nap again, having plans with Maya in the afternoon. "I'm going back to sleep, talk later tonight." Selena ruffled Violet's hair. "All right," Violet yawned, "I'm sleepy too." There were so many programs last night. Both bedroom doors closed again. Back in her room, Selena checked her phone messages. Roberto sent several scolding messages about her consecutive leaves, which she left unread. She collapsed onto the bed to sleep. Brogan got in the car downstairs. The driver opened the door for him. Hector got in the passenger seat and turned to say, "Someone was taking photos just now." Brogan remained expressionless. "Find out who." The car started. Thinking of Little Way listening to their past with such resignation, he raised an eyebrow and smiled. He sent a message to Selena. "Brogan, buy slippers for me today." Selena woke up at 4 in the afternoon and saw his message. How obsessed was this man with slippers? In the living room, Violet had already woken up and ordered takeaway. She was eating while looking at her phone without noticing Selena approaching. The screen displayed a post by Ali, stating, "Came to the hospital today, feeling a bit nervous, thanks to Brother Davon." Below was a picture of Brogan in a white coat looking at a computer, seemingly taken secretly. Brogan's face was blurred out, only recognizable to those who knew him. Selena straightened up and patted Violet's head. "Why are you so guilty?" "Silly, I'm leaving first. We'll go out for dinner later." Violet looked up and smiled. "Sure, I'll wait for your call." Selena met Maya at a secluded restaurant. However, halfway there, she received a call from Brogan. "Little Way, Bud sent people to follow you." Selena paused, laughing sarcastically. "Impressive, let them follow." Brogan chuckled, holding a cigarette but not lighting it, asking lazily, "Do you find liking him not worth it anymore?" Selena responded, "You're right." She hung up. Brogan's lips curled. "Brother Davon, why are you smiling?" Ali got into the car with some supplements. "Can you check if these are suitable for pregnant women?" Brogan examined the contents. They're fine, don't overdo it. He asked nonchalantly, when will you tell your family? Allie's smile faded, lowering her eyes to fiddle with the contents, whispering, after 3 months, once the fetus is stable, I'll tell them. By then, they wouldn't force her to terminate the pregnancy out of concern for her health. In the future, contact Hector directly if you need anything. Though his words seemed casual, the implication was clear, don't contact him directly. Allie blinked her lively eyes, why? My woman is quite petty. ####Chapter 62, tonight's plan. Selena knew Bud had sent someone to follow her. She continued driving towards the originally planned restaurant. However, she sent a message to Maya. Selena *, meet me in the women's restroom at the restaurant. When Maya saw this message, she felt puzzled. Meet in the women's restroom? Haley also saw the message and hesitantly said, maybe the women's restroom is safer? This guy was even more mysterious than a celebrity. Should we not encounter a scammer, right? Haley asked again, feeling a bit uneasy. At that time, I'll go into the restroom with you, and I'll have the driver keep an eye on the time. If he doesn't receive a message from me within 10 minutes, he should call the police. Maya nodded. Unbeknownst to Selena, this decision made these two young ladies suspect they were encountering scammers. The restroom of this small restaurant was very clean, with good hygiene habits. Maya, accompanied by her manager, walked into the restroom and saw a perfectly shaped woman waving at them. Now there were only 3 people in the restroom. I am Sky. Sorry for the inconvenience, but something came up, Selena explained, choosing a clean stall and pushing the door open to let Maya in while Haley stayed outside to guard. This is the contract, already signed by me, and the songs are on this disc. Selena handed over the contract and the disc to Maya. Maya was also straightforward, she quickly checked the contract's contents, confirmed the disc, and then signed it. They each kept their copies. Maya looked intently at Selena, confused, I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Wait, are you the ex-wife of Bud, the chairman of Fraser Group? When researching her rival Carly, Maya had looked into Bud's news reports and had seen photos of Selena. Selena smiled slightly, yes. The songs are yours now. Your voice suits these songs very well. Maya felt a bit conflicted, thank you for choosing to sell me the songs. Considering it, both of them hated Carly. Just mutual benefits, Selena smiled, unable to stay in the restroom for too long. She washed her hands and left the restroom. Since she was here, she decided to eat a bowl of noodles first. While eating her noodles, Selena read entertainment news about Carly promoting her album in another city. This was Carly's first album, and due to effective promotion and her decent appearance and voice, the album became popular. It could get even more popular. Selena scrolled through her phone, changing to other news. After finishing her last promotional event, Carly sat on the hotel sofa with a face mask. Tomorrow, she would return to Shin City, naturally, with her best appearance. Devonjan, this album has been very successful. I've arranged for you to join the show, let's sing together, Natalia said with a smile, then thought of something else. Maya privately bought several song copyrights without going through the company and is preparing to record a new album. Carly was a bit surprised, who did she buy the songs from? It seems she bought the copyrights from an unknown songwriter. We don't know who exactly. Should we send someone to investigate? Carly removed the mask and gently said, I guess the songwriter isn't famous. Let her record. Without company promotion, it won't stir much attention. Once she accidentally heard Maya practicing singing at Tiancheng, Carly decided not to let Maya debut before her, she would be an obstacle. Natalia nodded, you're right, without proper promotion, it won't cause any waves. On her way back from the restaurant, Selena passed by a supermarket. 10 minutes later. She emerged from the supermarket carrying a light shopping bag containing a pair of men's slippers. She placed the bag casually in the passenger seat and rubbed her face. Forget it, she had already bought them. As she approached her apartment building, she called Violet to come down and eat together. Selena. Someone knocked on the car window. Selena looked over and saw Brooke. She raised an eyebrow, opened the car door, and called Violet, telling her to wait in the car. In the car. Bud sipped his coffee and held a document in his hand. The car door opened, and Selena sat inside, looking at Bud calmly, what's up? Bud put down his coffee. His cold eyes meeting hers, you went to Hui City. Selena smiled, your information network is really efficient. When Brogan told her Bud had sent someone to tail her, she guessed he wouldn't miss her trip to Hui City. She didn't expect him to find her so quickly. Sure enough, true love was different. As a fan, I went to support Vikio. What's wrong with that? Her eyes flashed provocatively. Unlike some people, I'm a law-abiding citizen, Selena said lazily. Bud narrowed his eyes, retracting his gaze from Selena. You really have no plans to leave Shin City? Of course not. Selena smiled, Shin City is a great place with interesting people. I can't bear to leave. Her tone was playful. Bud chuckled coldly, tapping his fingers on the document on his knees. Don't do anything unnecessary. Your mother is still at the lease. Oh. Too bad she cut ties with me recently. Selena smiled sweetly. Well, I'm leaving. Spending too much time with you makes my heart race, and I want to vomit. Bud's face darkened. Selena chuckled and got out of the car, straightening her white blouse. Violet stuck her head out of the car window, glanced at the vehicle, and saw Selena opening the door to get in. Who's that? Ex-husband. Violet hesitated for a moment and said, Davina, I think Fraser is not worthy of you. Have you reconsidered? Selena hummed, started the car, and laughed. I haven't cooked porridge in the mornings lately. Didn't you notice? Violet instantly exclaimed, Davina, you've finally come to your senses. That's great. I was worried about your connection with him since he's with Carly. Selena smiled. Yeah, I've thought it through. Feeling sick herself wasn't comfortable. Violet tapped her chin and snapped her fingers. I'll introduce you to some nice ones tonight. Selena chuckled softly. Photos of Selena getting into Bud's car were taken. Recently, due to Carly's popularity, Bud, who was associated with her, received attention. But the paparazzi didn't dare photograph Bud directly. So, they turned their focus to his ex-wife. Paparazzi have their skills. Finding out where Selena lived, he wanted to see if Miss Lou's situation warranted any gossip. Unexpectedly, he captured photos of Bud's car. Though the paparazzi didn't dare report rashly, he sold the photos to Carly's agent. Seeing the photo, Carly's expression turned sour. Don't get angry yet. How well does Mr. Fraser treat you? They might have things to discuss, Natalia analyzed seriously. Carly stroked her phone, thinking for a moment. Vice President Rita, expose this photo. Make sure it ends cleanly. Natalia was surprised. Are you sure? Yes, release the photo, Carly replied with a cold smile. Chapter 63, Prominent Veins. After Abigail arranged for someone to release photos of Selena getting into Bud's car, she couldn't help but ask Carly, what's the point of doing this? If an ex-wife meets her ex-husband for a chat, it's a plausible explanation. Carly smiled. Abigail, just yesterday, the media reported that Nellie and I were nearly engaged. What do you think would happen if it suddenly came out that Selena was Nellie now? Asterisk note, the term is not translated in this context as it doesn't read naturally in English. A more appropriate translation would be needed based on the context. Asterisk. Revised sentence. Carly smiled. Abigail, just yesterday, the media reported that Nellie and I were nearly engaged. What do you think would happen if it suddenly came out that Selena was harassing Nellie now? Who cared about the truth? Just guiding netizens a little. They would play keyboard warriors. Selena would end up being scolded by netizens anyway. Indeed, as Carly had predicted, the internet reacted fiercely. They're divorced. It's best if both moved on separately. Why is Miss Lou still trying to cling to her ex-husband? A complete disgrace to women. Despicable, self-inflicted suffering. President Fraser is our vengeance. Ex-wife, please stay away. The internet was lively, with the theme almost entirely focused on how Selena disgraced all women. Modern women are generally very independent. Abigail pondered for a moment. After all, it wasn't a big deal. It only involved making Selena get scolded by strangers online. I'll arrange some people to guide the netizens. At the Western restaurant. Violet browsed her phone and saw the trending topic related to Selena. She passed the phone to Selena, saying, Look, Davina, you and Bud, that bastard, were truly incompatible from the start. Selena cast a glance, sneered, cut a slice of steak, and placed it into her red lips. Let's head to Dreamland Club after finishing this meal. Violet agreed with a giggle. Selena's counterattack was swift and ruthless. After leaving the Western restaurant, they went to Dreamland Club. On a red sofa. A charming woman sat with crossed legs, her slender, fair waist captivating. Her shirt collar slightly open, she lazily leaned against the sofa. Two muscled men were beside her. Selena lazily took out her phone and asked Violet to take a picture of her left and right arms filled with company. She laughed, uploaded the photo to her Weibo, and captioned. Hashtag will you pick up dropped chopsticks? Only trash bins would keep them hashtag. Violet was quick to give a thumbs up under the post. The two men accompanying Selena also pulled out their phones to like it. Brooke knocked and entered the office. Chairman, photos of you finding Miss Lou have been posted online, and it's trending. Bud's eyes turned slightly cold. If not for anything special, such an incident wouldn't have made any trending list. It was merely a meeting between an ex-wife and ex-husband. Miss Lou has been insulted by netizens, and Carly just called, saying she won't return to Shenzhen City for the time being. Brooke finished speaking. Bud frowned. Selena. Was this something Selena deliberately leaked to upset Devonjan? This kind of news would fade in a few days, not a big issue. He calmly said, don't worry about online matters. Postpone tomorrow's itinerary. I'm heading to Huizhou City. Brooke guessed Bud was going to Huizhou City to comfort Carly. Just as he prepared to leave the office, his eyes fell upon the tablet in his hand. The tablet screen displayed another trending topic. Selena's Weibo post, hashtag will you pick up dropped chopsticks? Only trash bins would keep them hashtag. Outside Dreamland Club at this moment. A silver sedan was parked. The man inside loosened his tie, his eyes somewhat cold. Having finished hospital duties and a company meeting, he was now relaxed. Baird looked at Selena's Weibo post, cleared his throat, and turned to say, Boss, Miss Lou has handled the online matter herself. Rogan loosened his tie while seated, grinned, and said, My little Weiwei is indeed powerful. Speed up the acquisition of Fraser Group. Baird hesitated to mention Selena's handling method, answering the second question instead. Yes, I'll inform them. No matter what, Fraser Group was large, and Bud wasn't stupid in business management. The company was talent-filled. Thus, swallowing up such a massive group needed time. Boss, would you like to check Miss Lou's Weibo post yourself? Baird politely asked. Brogan lifted his gaze, took out his phone, and browsed Weibo. Finishing, he didn't look angry, put the phone away, and opened the car door to step out. Baird dutifully followed. Walking into the club, Brogan saw Selena chatting happily with the men around her. What are you talking about? Let me listen too. A hand rested on her shoulder. Selena turned and looked up. Brogan stood behind her. He gazed down at her. Leaning over, he placed his chin on her shoulder, face touching hers, lips brushing her cheek. Warm breath caressed her cheeks. Prominent fingers rubbed her neck. Selena leaned back, arching her neck, her body trembling. Baird walked to Violet's side, politely gesturing for her to leave. Violet stared wide-eyed at Davon brothers' intimate embrace with Davina, not satisfied until Baird led her out. Other guests at Dreamland Club were also asked to leave, their gazes occasionally falling on Brogan. A tall man buried in a woman's neck. They couldn't see the man's or the woman's face clearly, but a few recognized the woman as Selena. The club's music didn't stop. People had already cleared out. Brogan's thin lips lingered on her fair neck. He chuckled, little Weiwei, before you lost your memory, we were already dating. Selena looked at him. Their eyes met. Selena rubbed her head, move your hand from my neck. Brogan released his hand, stood up, circled the sofa, and sat next to her. He poured a glass of wine for Selena and one for himself. Want a drink? Selena accepted the glass, and they clinked cups. She drank, her red lips becoming more lustrous. Brogan set down his cup and hers. His eyes dark as ink, fingertips landed on her thigh. Her legs wrapped around his waist, just as he'd said. He pressed her hard against him, his voice low. Doesn't this music feel very dynamic? Thump thump thump, like some crashing sound. Selena's eyes were momentarily dazed listening to this sound. Over an hour later, Selena was carried out of Dreamland Club, resting in Brogan's arms. Online, a new trending topic quickly emerged. Hashtag Miss Lou's current man renders the ex obsolete hashtag. The photo showed a slender man carrying a woman and bending into a car, half of the woman's charming face visible, the man's face obscured in shadow. Bud clenched his fingers on the tablet. Recognizing the man holding her as Brogan with one glance. How did Selena reconcile with him? Prominent veins appeared on Bud's hand. Clearly, she hadn't reconnected with Brogan after losing her memory. He recalled the photos taken when someone was sent to trail Selena at Xian Khalil Community Building. At the time, he hadn't thought much, assuming Brogan had gone to find Violet. An inexplicable fury welled up in his heart. Chapter 64, Deserves a Beating? Selena put on her bathrobe and walked out of the bathroom, then stepped into the living room. Brogan was draped in a piece of clothing left unbuttoned, looking down at his phone. Upon seeing her emerge, he glanced up. We've made the hot search lists, now the entire internet knows Antheazy has a current partner. Selena moved closer to glance at his phone screen. It's quite late, you should go now. Brogan wore a pair of new men's slippers Selena had bought for him. In good spirits, he agreed with a light, okay. He put away his phone, slipped on the clothes, and leisurely fastened the buttons with his long, slender fingers. In fact, I could stay here, Brogan said while buttoning up and fastening his belt, then looked at her from under his lashes, asking, can I? Of course not, the woman answered bluntly. Selena had her own matters to attend to, and it wouldn't be convenient with Brogan around. Her answer was so direct that Brogan found it exasperating. How did this woman's heart turn so hard when they were supposed to be affectionate? Soft and tender calls would have been nicer. He leaned over, hands braced on the sofa, trapping her in his embrace. Really no? Not possible, she replied softly. Brogan nodded but didn't press further. Looking at her in the bathrobe, eyes lazily half-closed, she seemed rather drowsy. Do you need some medicine? Huh? Selena lifted her gaze in confusion, gazing into his deep eyes, her eyelashes fluttering slightly. No need, she replied, knowing what he referred to. Brogan smiled faintly. I'll leave, you should get some sleep. Selena nodded as she tilted her head up. He kissed her forehead gently before grabbing his phone, changing his shoes, and leaving. Bud became a laughingstock, having been compared to chopsticks. And Carly also became a joke, being likened to the trash can responsible for recycling used chopsticks. In the upper circles, the wealthy ladies frequently met for tea. Joy busied herself dealing with those who came to inquire, holding back her anger. Her son used to be dignified and never involved in such scandalous news. Now, Selena took so much money upon divorce from the Fraser family, and how had she gotten connected with her son again? Also, Carly wouldn't have received such attention if she hadn't insisted on entering the entertainment industry as a female celebrity. Both were from humble backgrounds, unsuitable for high society. Joy wasn't in the mood to continue chatting with these wealthy women. Already nearly enraged, she said, I have something at home. I'll leave first. Mrs. Fraser, take care, we will meet again soon. Joy put on a ladylike hat and sunglasses, nodded, then left. The waiter opened the door for her. She got into her car, thinking about her daughter abroad, immediately calling Harris and starting to berate Carly. Harris was sent abroad overnight by Bud after Selena's car accident. Thinking of this made Joy even more detest Selena. Why should her daughter be sent abroad because of Selena's accident? Whether Selena lived or died had nothing to do with her daughter. She called Carly without having Selena's number. Carly was unaware of the online events. She waited for Bud to soothe her. But before Bud could call, Joy's phone rang. Carly, if you want to marry into the Fraser family, quit the entertainment business properly, Joy scolded. You're even worse than Selena, at least she was a proper secretary. You went singing to disgrace us all. Caught off guard by Joy's tirade, especially comparing her unfavorably with Selena, Carly naturally felt miserable. Once Joy finished and hung up, Matilda entered, saying, look at Weibo. Matilda decided to let her read the ridicule herself instead of telling her directly about the garbage and chopstick comparisons. Carly frowned, opening Weibo to see Selena's post. Instantly, her expression soured. Recognizing the man who helped Selena into the car as Brogan, she wondered, how could this be? Didn't Selena forget Brogan? Even Matilda was puzzled. We should advise you that Selena doesn't seem troubled by this. She gained many fans following her account. Meanwhile, you and President Fraser became the targets of netizen ridicule. Some divorced women also posted pictures of chopsticks on social media, subtly urging their ex-husbands to contemplate deeply. At Fraser Corporation's chairman office. The atmosphere today was terrible, everyone knew the boss was displeased. Bud originally planned to visit Carly in Wishy but cancelled it. Brooke also found this issue hard to resolve. They tried to lower the popularity of the chopsticks and garbage can topic but remained stuck at the top. Perhaps Mr. Devon intervened. Whatever the case, Bud could only endure the top spot. He was furious but helpless. This morning, Selena hurried to work, quickly handling documents. Roberto approached, tapping on her desk, enlarging a photo on his phone with 2 fingers and placing it before her. Is this Mr. Devon? He restrained his laughter, unlike his usual casual self. Selena laid down her pen, leaning lazily against the chair back, raising her gaze nonchalantly. What do you think? For a moment, neither spoke. Roberto put his phone back in his pocket, his expression stern. My cousin now lives in Brogan's villa, which you've seen when you delivered paintings, Devonxiang Villa. Selena's eyes twinkled with amusement. Admitting she was somewhat angry, she stood up and suddenly grabbed Roberto's clothes, pulling close. Her red lips almost touching his. Startled, Roberto stared at her face up close. Click, a camera sound. Selena snapped a picture of herself near Roberto. Before he reacted, she sent the photo to Brogan. Selena, do you feel angry when you see this picture? Brogan was diagnosing a patient when his phone buzzed. Glancing, he saw Selena's lips nearing Roberto's. Smiling, he told the patient, please wait a moment, my child is being mischievous. The patient chuckled, my child isn't obedient either. Brogan returned to Selena with a cold message, does your bottom itch? Do you deserve a beating? Clearly possessive. Selena raised an eyebrow at Brogan's reply, showing the chat screen to Roberto. I suggest you ask Brogan yourself whether he wants to play the field. Turning her eyes, she gave a flirtatious look. I won't ask. His engine is powerful, making me very satisfied. Roberto nearly choked. This woman. He dared not confront Brogan directly but could call Allie first. Allie usually started painting early in the morning and didn't check Weibo. Receiving Roberto's call out of the blue, she asked, are you and Mr. Devon still okay? Allie paused, her eyes curving in a smile. We are great, Brother Gallagher. Why do you ask suddenly? Note, some names like Selena, Brogan, Bud, and Carly are kept consistent as per the provided Chinese names. Chapter 65, A Faint Perfume Scent. Roberto glanced at Selena and then replied to Allie, it's fine if you and Mr. Devon are getting along well. There's nothing else. I'll hang up now. He ended the call. Selena, resting her chin in her hand, squinted her eyes and said, there's a meeting at 10:30. Roberto nodded. If Allie didn't object, he wouldn't intervene casually. Men won't settle down even if you cut that part off. He himself is a man and hasn't met a woman who can make him settle down yet. If these 2 women don't mind it, then it doesn't matter. Bring me a cup of coffee first, thanks. Roberto walked into his office. Selena went to brew the coffee, lowering her gaze. Regarding Allie's matter, she would ask Brogan about it face-to-face when she got off work. Together if they fit, apart if they don't. It's really not a big deal. At lunchtime, Brogan messaged asking if Selena wanted to have dinner together tonight. Selena, sure, what time? Brogan, I'll pick you up at 5:30. Selena, okay, see you at Kanxiang Technology. After replying to Brogan, she checked Carly's itinerary and saw that the woman was still in Huizhou City today. Selena smiled slightly as she placed an order for a trash bin, paying 10 times the usual price. She asked the owner to beautifully package it and deliver it to Carly's hotel. Of course, the package should be marked as a gift from Mr. Fraser. Selena imagined Carly's happy face when she saw the trash bin, and couldn't help but smile. At this moment, in the hotel, Carly had been angry all day due to Selena's Weibo post. She initially planned to cause trouble for Selena, but things turned around. Charlotte received a call from the front desk saying there was a package for Carly from a Mr. Fraser. She personally went downstairs to get it. This package came just in time to cheer Devonjan up. Seeing that the package was sent by Waring, Carly's mood indeed improved. Pack up. I'm going back to Shin City this afternoon. I miss my dear daughter. Charlotte saw her mood improve and smiled, all right. Carly opened the package and saw a trash bin inside. Her expression darkened instantly. Who sent this package? Find out the sender's appearance at the front desk. Charlotte's face also fell. She thought it was a gift from President Fraser but instead found a trash bin. Could it be from a troll fan? Carly held the trash bin. It could be from Selena. Selena didn't hide the information deliberately. Anyone who wanted to investigate could find out. Let it go, no need to check. It doesn't matter now, regardless of whether it's from Selena or not, it's the topic she caused. Carly threw the trash bin on the ground. She believed there would be many more chances to settle with Selena. That Mr. Devon couldn't always side with Selena. At the banquet last time, she saw Brogan being close to Miss Sue. Selena wouldn't be smug for long. When it was almost time to leave work, Selena checked the time. It was almost 5:30. She packed up and went downstairs to wait for Brogan. As soon as she stepped out the door, she saw Brogan sitting in his car. He caught sight of her at the entrance, smiled, opened the car door, and walked over. When he reached her, he helped her carry her bag. Selena felt a flutter in her heart, looked up at him, and smiled. Where do you want to eat? Brogan asked. How about Sichuan cuisine? Selena asked after some thought. Brogan nodded, whatever you like. Selena couldn't help but laugh. It felt like they were dating. Today, she wore a fitted burgundy shoulder strap dress that reached her knees. She wore a necklace around her neck. They stood close, and Brogan caught the faint scent of her perfume. Brogan opened the car door, letting her sit in the passenger seat. His large hand rested on the back of her head, and his lips brushed hers gently. After a while, he let go, closing the car door. Selena licked her red lips, fastened her seatbelt, and Brogan started the car. On the way, Selena scrolled through her phone, looking up Sichuan cuisine. Sichuan cuisine is one of the 8 major culinary styles known for its spicy flavors and rich cooking techniques. You're quite knowledgeable, Brogan praised as he drove. Selena rolled her eyes with a smile. I found it online. Brogan smiled, and he asked Frederick to look up famous Sichuan restaurants nearby. They arrived half an hour later. They chose a window-side seat. Selena wanted to eat spicy food, so she ordered mostly spicy dishes. Seeing her order spicy dishes, Brogan added 2 non-spicy dishes. While waiting for the food, the restaurant brought them the coconut drink Selena had ordered. Selena looked at Brogan, propped her head on her hand, and asked, sipping through a straw, Can I ask what your relationship with Miss Sue is? Are you engaged, or are you keeping her as a mistress? Brogan rolled up his sleeves, unpacked the tableware, and looked at Selena. She is my friend's girlfriend. You are the only woman for me. At this moment, the server brought the food, and they stopped talking. Enjoying the spicy Sichuan cuisine, they both felt their tongues numbing. Delicious. After finishing, Brogan drove her home. Selena felt her tongue still numb. So numb. Brogan chuckled, that's for ordering too spicy. I just wanted it. Her red lips became even redder because of the spiciness, very alluring. Brogan's gaze deepened. He parked the car by the roadside, unbuckled the seatbelt, and leaned over to pinch her chin. Initially, he just intended to kiss her lightly, but he couldn't stop. They both got carried away, and he left a hickey on her shoulder. If not for the location, he might have made her cry right there. The car started again, heading to Exine Khalil Community Building. Selena recovered and felt her tongue even more numb. When they reached the building, she didn't invite him upstairs. She simply unbuckled her seatbelt, glanced at him with a raised eyebrow, and left. Brogan chuckled softly. Waring saw the photo sent by his tracker of Selena and Brogan kissing in the car. He quietly stared at the photo for a few seconds, his eyes cold. Brooke noticed Waring's unusual mood. Our people can't trace who uploaded that photo to the internet, Brooke said. The initial investigation was neglected until the situation reversed. Waring calmly nodded, asked Brooke to leave, and then called Selena. However, the number was blocked. Changing to a company line, he tried again. Selena was doing facial care when she saw the incoming call. Recognizing Waring's office number, she answered, Selena. His voice remained icy. Was this internet drama your setup? Did you want to embarrass me and Devonjan? Selena sneered, the mental hospital is waiting for both of you. With that, she hung up. Immediately after hanging up, her phone vibrated. It was a WeChat friend request from Ali. Chapter 66, Love Lunchbox. Ali found Roberto's phone call very strange. She texted him, asking if something was wrong. Roberto told her to check Selena's Weibo. Ali did and was stunned for a long while after reading it. So Miss Lou and brother Devon have this kind of relationship. It was something she hadn't even imagined. Ali asked Roberto for Selena's WeChat ID and sent a friend request that night. After adding each other, Ali messaged Selena, Miss Lou, would you like to join me for afternoon tea tomorrow? Are you free? Selena was curious about what Ali wanted from her but replied with a simple, sure. Ali responded, I'll come find you at Brother Gallagher's company tomorrow. The next morning, Selena woke up, showered, and felt refreshed. She had decided to cook breakfast, so she got up half an hour earlier than usual. As soon as she opened the bedroom door, she encountered Brogan, who was just coming in. He wore a white shirt and black dress pants, carrying a bag in one hand. The most noticeable thing was the key he held in his right hand. Selena crossed her arms, leaning against the door frame with a raised eyebrow. Where did you get that key? Brogan bent down to change into slippers. Sherry helped make a copy for me. Selena snorted. That girl Sherry must have been tricked. I bought breakfast, soy milk and buns. He lifted the bag and placed it on the dining table. This place is famous for its soy milk. Selena walked over, about to thank him when Brogan pulled her close by the waist and pressed her against the wall. His fingers traced her brows and eyes, his gaze intense. Selena blinked and whispered, Sherry is still home. He tightened his grip around her waist, pressing her closer. Go to your room. Selena smiled. You should hurry, you only have 20 minutes before I need to go to work. By the time Selena reached the office, she was 2 hours late. She entered with a coffee for Roberto, who was practicing boxing. There was a punching bag in the office. He glanced at her, Ashley, I need to talk to you later. He sounded slightly out of breath, likely from prolonged exercise. The muscles in his arms were well-defined and bulging. With forceful punches to the punching bag, Roberto eventually stopped. He wiped the sweat off his neck with a towel, his tan skin exuding strength. Sitting on the sofa, he looked up at Selena. My cousin asked for your WeChat ID yesterday. I gave it to her. Selena glanced at him. Yes, I figured. If my cousin asks me to fire you, I will agree, Roberto said seriously. I understand. It made sense to Selena. Roberto and Ali were cousins, while she was just a secretary, an outsider. Good that you understand. Selena nodded, taking the signed documents to her desk before continuing her work. During a break, Selena sent Maya a message asking about the album production progress. Selena was a patient hunter, waiting for Carly's downfall. In reality, Maya's situation wasn't good. Seeing Selena's message felt like a lifeline. Xin Frazier, I think Miss Lou can help. Maya rubbed her forehead tiredly and sought Haley's opinion. I believe she has a way. After purchasing the rights to Selena's songs, everything had gone smoothly until the company postponed the album release. Tion Khalil was making it impossible for her. Haley paced back and forth, hesitating. I think Miss Lou is planning to compete with Carly. If you keep seeking her help, you might have to side with her in the future. You should know that behind Carly stands the Frazier family. Maya smiled. There's no such thing as getting benefits without paying a price. Haley paused. Are you sure? Maya nodded. And I'm not certain if Miss Lou will help me either. She dialed Selena's number. Selena answered, raising an eyebrow. Miss Lee, what's the matter? Selena took the elevator to the rooftop, where no one else was. Miss Lou, Tion Khalil postponed my album release. Can you help me? Selena replied with a smile. I'm not a charity, Miss Lee. Maya softly asked, what do you require? In a couple of days, a talent agency will approach Tion Khalil to terminate your contract. Then, you'll sign with them. Maya paused. Okay, thank you. She had agreed to Selena's terms. Selena then paid the breach of contract fee, which required a significant amount of money. Sometimes, Selena thought it was ironic that her divorce settlement could be used against Carly, the future Mrs. Frazier. At 4 in the afternoon, Ali came to the company to meet Selena. She smiled. Ashley, are you free now? If not, I can wait. Selena checked the time. I finish at 5:30. Ali blinked. That's fine, I'll let Brother Gallagher know. Selena nodded, gathering her things. Ali informed Roberto that she'd be chatting with Ashley and left. They chose an outdoor cafe. Ali didn't drink coffee and ordered milk instead. Selena opted for a bitter, unsweetened coffee. Ali quietly observed Selena. She couldn't deny that Selena was incredibly beautiful, not just in appearance but also in her unique, elegant yet unrefined charm. Ali sipped her milk, set down her cup, and wiped her lips. From your Weibo, I saw that you're with Brother Devon? Selena smiled. Yes. Ali nodded. Really didn't expect it to be you. Given that Selena was a divorced woman, it was surprising. The Frazier family can't compare to the Devon family, nor can our Sue family match up to them. Selena leaned back, looking at Ali. Being together doesn't always mean marriage. Ali blinked in surprise, then smiled brightly. Suddenly, Selena's phone rang. The caller ID showed Brogan. Selena apologized to Ali and answered the call. A deep, slightly hoarse voice came through. I was going to take you out to dinner tonight, but I'll be working late. Yui, the man suddenly lowered his voice. Selina responded, Brogan chuckled. Will you bring me a love lunchbox? Sure. After hanging up, Selina apologized again. Sorry, I need to buy groceries from the supermarket, can't chat further. Ali nodded, glancing at Selina's phone. Alright, we can catch up another time. Note, please review for any inconsistencies or additional context needed for smoother translation flow. Chapter 67, I Have a Wife. At the hospital, patients still came and went in the evening. Next. Brogan typed the patient's information into the computer, his expression subtly showing impatience. If not for remembering his current role as a doctor, this woman might have already been scolded out of the room by him. Dr. Devon, my leg is still very painful. The female patient was quite young, seemingly around 20 years old, and rather bold in her pursuit of love. Her calf had been bruised and required a few stitches. A nurse politely asked the female patient to step out. Miss, Dr. Devon has already prescribed painkillers for you. Please get them filled. We still have other patients. The female patient smiled and continued, just one more thing, Dr. Devon, do you have a girlfriend? Leaning back in his chair, Brogan's thin lips curved under his mask. I have a wife, and our child is already 6 years old. The young female patient's eyes turned slightly red as she bit her lip. Sorry, are you thinking about changing to a younger and prettier woman? The nurse was speechless. What was wrong with this girl? Brogan chuckled lightly and sent a message. Outside the clinic, Selina received the message from Brogan and walked in. The moment she entered, she heard Brogan gently calling her, Honey, you're here. Selina, puzzled, looked at him. The young female patient turned to see a strikingly beautiful woman who appeared both young and stunning. She could hardly believe it. She had done her homework and knew that Dr. Devon wasn't married, which gave her confidence to pursue him. Now this beautiful woman. Dr. Devon, you really have a wife and a child? The nurse once again asked the female patient to leave. Blushing, she limped away quickly. Selina put down the lovingly prepared lunchbox and glanced at Brogan with a faint smile. I made extra lunchboxes. If your colleagues haven't eaten yet, you can give them these. With that, she waved and left since there were still patients waiting outside. She exited more decisively than the previous patient. But as she reached the door, she turned back and smiled. I'll go home to take care of the child. She looked even mischievous compared to him. Brogan coughed lightly, his long legs crossed. All right. At Daijing Garden. Bud took off his clothes and threw them into the basket, then stood under the showerhead. Water dripped down his handsome face. His mind replayed Selina's words when she called him crazy, as well as the photo of her kissing Brogan in the car. He wiped the water from his face, opened his eyes, and his cold gaze grew dark. After showering, he walked out of the bathroom in a black bathrobe. Carly noticed his open chest and smiled warmly. Nellie, I recorded a video of Lara blowing bubbles earlier. Come and watch it together. Bud approached her and bent down to watch the video on her phone. His usually cold eyes softened after watching it. I'm going to the study. You should rest if you're tired. Carly had just returned to Shenzhen today, and despite their love for each other, he shouldn't let her go to sleep first. She raised her foot, resting her instep against his calf and sliding it upward. Nellie, I'll be busy in a couple of days, she hinted suggestively. Her white instep turned into toes pressing against him. Tie the belt of your bathrobe tightly. Rest now, there's urgent company business to attend to. Noticing the brief disappointment in Carly's eyes, he paused, bent down, and kissed her forehead. Good night. Carly smiled. Don't stay up too late. I'm going to sleep. Maybe he was too busy. Bud went to the study, pulled open a drawer, leaned against the table, and took out a cigarette box. He rarely smoked. The rising smoke concealed the coldness in his eyes. In the rehearsal room, Matilda stepped in on her heels, sat down, and pulled a chair over. Her expression was not good. Carly stopped practicing and sipped some starfruit juice from her thermos, which helped soothe her throat. What happened? Matilda's face was stern. Maya wants to terminate her contract with the company and sign with a new brokerage firm. Carly responded, Really? Is that agency willing to pay the breach fee? Tiancheng's breach fees aren't low. Maya came from an ordinary family. It was impossible for her to have enough money to pay the breach fee. This was why Tiancheng could easily decide to prevent Maya from releasing an album. That new brokerage is called Orange Entertainment. We don't know who the boss is. Why would a wealthy brokerage sign someone like Maya, who hasn't debuted yet? Carly frowned upon hearing Orange, but didn't dwell on it much. This issue is simple. Doesn't Maya want to release an album? Tiancheng can offer her some incentives. Orange Entertainment is a new small firm without resources in the entertainment industry. What future does signing with them hold? She should wisely choose Tiancheng. Carly called a senior executive at Tiancheng and asked them to send someone to keep Maya from leaving. Her tone was gentle. Maya has great musical talent. Given time, she can achieve greatness. Previously, suppressing Maya was handled by Matilda, Carly's manager. Now giving Maya an opportunity also fell to Carly. At first, the vice president didn't understand the strategy until he learned a brokerage had come forward to handle Maya's termination of contract with Tiancheng. The vice president ordered, send someone to retain Maya. They planned to use incentives first before further discussions. The PR manager, sent by the vice president, knocked on the meeting room door and entered with a polite smile. Excuse me, I need to talk to Maya. Maya exchanged glances with Haley. It was odd for a PR manager to speak to a trainee who hadn't officially debuted. Maya followed him out, while Haley cautiously tagged along. They moved to another room for the discussion. The PR manager got straight to the point. Maya, consider staying with Tiancheng. Our department has been planning your debut publicity. You have great potential. Maya smiled. Sorry, I've already agreed with Orange Entertainment. As long as Carly wanted to suppress her, she would never debut successfully. Maya didn't believe the PR manager's words. Seeing her refusal, the PR manager didn't get angry but instead showed her a debut plan. Take a look. This plan is tailor-made for you. Tiancheng has abundant resources and wouldn't hinder your debut. Orange Entertainment is a newly established small company without any resources in the industry. He kindly advised, we delayed your album recently to benefit you. Do you really want to clash with Vikio? Maya scanned the plan, which indeed suited her, and the PR manager seemed sincere. However, she pushed the plan back to him. Sorry, I still prefer Orange Entertainment. There are too many top stars here, I'm just a little shrimp. Think carefully. Thank you, I have considered it clearly. The PR manager inwardly seethed, not even a minor celebrity gave him respect. He took the plan and left the room. Maya and Haley exchanged smiles. With the breach fee paid, Maya's termination with Tiancheng was complete. That day, she signed a 10-year contract with Orange Entertainment, and Haley joined her. Carly received the call and sarcastically remarked, forget it. I don't believe in Orange Entertainment's strength. Many talented people fail to become famous without substantial backing. Matilda nodded. There's a long way ahead. Let's not rush. Small companies lack resources. Carly smirked. Translation completed based on provided guidelines, maintaining paragraph structure and line breaks. Chapter 68, does that sound like a rational statement? Carly, although looking down on Orange Brokerage Company, still checked its official website. The controlling shareholder was Miguel, who had no connection to Selena. She then sent a message to Elon with ease. Carly, I'll be cooking dinner tonight, will you be home? Elon was in a meeting. He glanced at his vibrating phone and replied with one word, In fact, Carly wasn't particularly skilled at cooking. Her culinary skills weren't good. But back when she dated Elon, he always praised her food as delicious. At 6 in the evening, Elon walked out of the Fraser Corporation building. Brooke opened the car door. Boss, shall we have Western cuisine tonight? Elon bent down to sit in the car, back to Imperial Garden. Once in the car, he scrolled through emails on his phone. He clicked open the photos and messages from the person he'd sent to follow Selena. Pictures of Selena buying groceries at the supermarket, and her delivering a meal to Brogan at the hospital. The more he looked, the more restless he felt. He undid the top button of his shirt. Selena's cooking was very good. The car arrived at Imperial Garden. Brooke, because he had to pick up a document, walked into the house along with Elon. Carly, wearing an apron, was bringing out the last dish. Upon hearing the butler announce the return of Sir, she walked out of the dining room. Linger, dinner is ready, you can wash up and come down to eat. Carly looked at Brooke. Secretary Song, have you eaten? Elon turned his head and said to Brooke, stay for dinner? Sure. Outside of work hours, Brooke didn't treat Elon as a superior. Carly smiled, turning back to the dining room to fetch an extra set of cutlery. After changing clothes and fetching the documents, Elon went downstairs with Brooke into the dining room. On the table were 6 dishes and a soup. Brooke knew these should be Carly's own dishes. He'd once seen Selena cook for Elon. Those dishes were truly a feast for the senses. For instance, Selena could carve flowers out of radishes, unlike the uneven slices of radish on the table now. Carly laughed. Secretary Song, I hope my cooking meets your taste. If not, our chef can make some more dishes. Brooke, holding chopsticks, politely declined. Thank you, it's fine, I'm not particular about food. Elon picked up a few bites indifferently. Honestly, it wasn't very tasty. 4 out of the 6 dishes contained ingredients he disliked. He thought again of Selena sending lunch to Brogan. Was she watching that man eat now? Elon frowned. He put down his chopsticks after eating less than half a bowl of rice. Carly was slightly taken aback. Linger, are you full? Elon lifted his teacup and drank, explaining, had too much for lunch. Brooke smiled inwardly, wondering how that was possible. Seeing the leftovers on the table, he sighed inwardly over such a good woman being unappreciated. Meanwhile, at Exa and Khalil Community Building, Selena brought out a large bowl of food from the kitchen, placing it on the table for Brogan. Eat up. Brogan looked at the huge bowl of instant noodles before him, raising an eyebrow. Thanks. Instant noodles with tofu, vegetables, ham, and spicy pickles were added. Brogan took a bite and found an egg. Little way, this is really delicious. Originally sitting on the sofa scrolling through her phone, Selena heard Brogan's comment and completed the sentence for him. Noodles cooked by Little Wei, really delicious. Little Wei, really delicious? Does that sound like a rational statement? Brogan chuckled softly. He ate the noodles quickly, washed the bowl, came out of the kitchen, and sat beside Selena. I don't want to leave tonight. Zdi Vong won't be back. Selena glanced at him, checking Violet's WeChat moments. Indeed, Violet posted pictures of attending a performance. I wish I could go. Staying home is kind of boring, she laughed. Brogan lifted her onto his lap. With me around, you won't get bored. Reaching for his jacket on the sofa while still holding Selena's slim waist, Selena lazily stayed where she was, resting her hands on his shoulders. Brogan's eyes twinkled mischievously. Selena tried to get down but was held in place. Shall we take a shower first? Ultimately, they skipped the shower. Next morning. Violet rubbed her eyes as she entered the house, originally planning to rest on the sofa. Upon seeing the messy sofa and the uncleaned items on the floor, she clutched her chest and cried out in pain. She suspected that Brogan had deliberately arranged for her not to return home. Violet sneaked towards the shoe cabinet, spotting a pair of men's leather shoes and a men's jacket on the floor, definitely Brogan. Walking to Selena's bedroom door, she knocked. I'm back. Do we need to replace the sofa? After saying this, she quickly ran back to her room and closed the door. Awoken by this noise, Selena stirred. Feeling warmth behind her and strong arms wrapped around her, a hoarse male voice whispered in her ear, Go back to sleep, I'll handle it later. They slept until noon. It was Saturday, so Selena didn't need to work or ask for leave, otherwise, Roberto would likely scold her. The people Elon sent, do I really not need to deal with them? Standing next to the bed and getting dressed, Brogan fastened his buttons and asked Selena, who was lying in bed, No, keep them. They might be useful. Just as Selena finished this lazy sentence, she felt her ankles being held by Brogan. Selena turned her head to look at him, let go. Her whole body felt achy. Get up and eat. Half an hour later, after being carried off to bathe, Selena was then carried into the living room again. Sometimes, this man was very domineering. Food was already placed on the dining table. Brogan handed chopsticks to Selena, eat while it's hot, or should I feed you? Seeing the food made Selena hungry. She started eating without any urging. After Selena finished eating, Brogan said, I've ordered a new sofa, I have something to attend to shortly, please let them in when they arrive. Selena subconsciously looked at the old sofa, my skin isn't as thick as yours. Brogan smirked, pulling a black mask from his pocket and putting it on Selena's face, I got you a mask, they won't see your face. She sighed, plugging your ears while stealing a bell, a profound Chinese idiom. Brogan pulled down her bathrobe, deepening the mark he left on her shoulder from last night. This translation aims to maintain the original tone, style, and paragraph structure while ensuring readability and coherence in English. Chapter 69, he stood behind her. Maya's debut plan is ready. We plan to have her participate directly in the Sing Together show first before releasing her new album. Miguel looked at Selena through the video call, waiting for her decision. He was the head manager of Orange Brokerage whom Selena had recruited. Selena first went online to check out the Sing Together show. It featured duets with top-tier celebrities. Moreover, recent episodes had been very popular. If a newcomer had strong skills, they could gain much attention from fans. She also checked Carly's official announcement and was surprised to find that Carly was also going to participate in this show. Do you have a way? To join this program, we need a slot. With Selena's question, Miguel knew she agreed. I know the chief director of this program. Getting a slot for an episode should be manageable, Miguel said calmly. Okay, I leave it to you. They discussed the company's future plans next. As a brokerage firm, they needed promising talents. For now, check out this year's graduates from the Film Academy, Selena thought for a moment. We need to establish our reputation as soon as possible, and Maya is the first step. At this moment, someone rang the doorbell. Hold on, let me see who's here, Selena said. She closed her laptop screen slightly and went to open the door. Outside were the bodyguards delivering the new sofa. Thank you. Selena opened the door and let them bring the new sofa in, taking away the old one at the same time. Brogan, who had reliable sources, sent a message right after the sofas were replaced. Ainsley, did you wear a mask to cover your face? Selena typed seriously, one character at a time, no, because I spilled red wine on the old sofa. The red wine covered up last night's intense traces. Brogan paused after sipping his coffee. How smart are you? Selena chuckled lightly and didn't continue replying, fearing it would drag on endlessly. She returned to her bedroom, turned on her computer, and continued discussing company matters with Miguel. After the discussion, she knocked on Violet's door. Sherry, come out and eat. Violet's voice came weakly from inside the room, okay. Violet turned over, reaching for her phone on the bedside table. She glanced at a message from an unknown number. Sherry, are you okay? Violet deleted the message. This alert woke her up fully. 20 minutes later, she emerged in her pajamas, holding a teddy bear, saying to Selena, Davina, what's there to eat? Ah, so tired. I made some chicken soup. Drink it to warm your stomach. Selena put down her phone and walked into the kitchen. Soon, she brought out a bowl of lukewarm soup. Violet sat on the couch, put down the teddy bear, and drank the soup heartily. You even got a new sofa? Her words carried a teasing undertone. The soup was fresh and she finished it quickly. Selina bent down to grab a tissue from the coffee table to wipe Violet's mouth. As she bent down, Violet saw the skin marks on her lower back. There were many intimate traces on her lower back. Davina, don't wear short tops for the next few days. Don't expose your waist. Violet blushed while glancing curiously. Selina subconsciously touched her lower back. She couldn't see the back herself and naturally didn't know the situation. Last night, he had stayed behind her for a long time. Selina then messaged Brogan. Selina, you're not allowed to come tonight. Brogan read the message, then sent a reply with a distinct gesture of his fingers. Brogan, @ Miss Liu, 3 people downstairs want to see you. A lady claimed to be your mother, and 2 other men surnamed Li. If visitors wanted to enter the Xinchen community building, they needed to register first. Then, the staff would call the residents to inform them. Selina raised an eyebrow. Why did Mrs. Liu, who had severed ties with her, come? And the Lis too? That was unusual. I won't see them, I'm busy today. She knew clearly that their visit wouldn't bring anything good. Only a fool would meet them. Okay, the staff hung up and explained to Della and the others, sorry, Miss Liu doesn't want to see anyone. Della felt embarrassed and looked at her husband, let's go if she won't see us. Callan wasn't willing to leave like this, let's wait for her. He turned to the staff and politely asked, could you please tell her again that we will wait until we speak with her? Seeing his politeness, the staff had no choice but to make another call. Miss Liu, those people downstairs say they'll keep waiting for you. Suddenly, Della snatched the phone and said to Selina, Selina, if you don't see us today, I'll come every day. Selina smiled and replied, oh, I can't be rude to my guests. She hung up. Della coldly hummed and hung up the phone, saying to Callan, honey, she'll come down shortly. Selina smirked and ordered 3 cups of coffee via food delivery to be sent to the lobby for the visitors. Such was her hospitality, providing coffee to give them more energy to wait. Violet thought Selina would see guests soon and was about to retreat to her room. Selina laughed and pulled Violet back, I'm not seeing them. Meanwhile, downstairs, Della and the others waited for 15 minutes, only to receive coffee from a delivery man. Marshall, holding a cup of coffee, quickly understood the implication, Dad, Selina doesn't want to see us. Della married into the Lee family and had 2 sons, Marshall and Chantel. Technically, Marshall was Selina's stepbrother. Callan frowned, looking irritated, let's go back. Selina received a message from her bodyguard informing her that Della and the others had left the building. She rested her chin on her hand, pondering what had happened to the Lee family, but unfortunately had no resources to investigate. By evening, Selina prepared to take a walk in the park. Violet was too lazy to join. Selina had no choice but to change into sportswear and head downstairs alone. The elevator reached the ground floor. Hands in her pockets, she stepped outside and immediately saw Brogan sitting in his car. He got out and approached her, I didn't come up, you came down yourself. They exchanged looks and smiles. I'm going for a walk, Selina said, walking ahead as the sunset cast a warm glow around her. Brogan followed behind, watching her. Having company for a walk felt different. He quickened his pace and walked beside her, today's visitors from the lease, supermarket losses. Selina nodded, so they came for help. Brogan's lips curled slightly, a hint of coldness toward the lease, don't forget you're worth billions now. Oh, so they came to rob me. But why would they think I'd help them? Selina pointed at her nose. Do I look like a saint? Chapter 70, you even prepared bubble tea. Monday, the day when office workers get up for work. Roberto sipped on the coffee brewed by Ashley and read financial news on his tablet. When he saw a piece of news about Fraser Corporation, he paid extra attention. Fraser Corporation had lost a major client. Surprised, Roberto put down his crossed legs and focused on the news. LB announced it would no longer entrust Fraser Corporation with the production of its products. He pressed the internal line, Ashley, notify the sales and R&D managers to attend a meeting. Selina also had the habit of reading financial news and noticed the news about Fraser Corporation. Okay. For now, they didn't need to worry why LB stopped working with Fraser Corporation. The most important thing was how Kangxiang could secure the LB contract. Many companies must be vying for this client, and gaining an advantage depended on each company's abilities. At Kangxiang, Roberto held a meeting with various department heads, while at Fraser Corporation, Fraser Lingen convened his own meeting. The atmosphere between the two companies was different, one side full of anticipation, the other very cold. Fraser Lingen's icy gaze scanned the department managers. Why did LB suddenly announce without warning that they won't continue working with us? The sales manager responsible for LB lamented inwardly, I'm sorry, Chairman Fraser. We received no prior information, but we are currently in touch with LB to understand the situation. They had always maintained a good relationship with LB, so there was no reason for such a sudden announcement. Fraser Lingen tapped his fingers on the table. First, issue a public statement confirming that the company's operations are normal to stabilize investors' confidence. Fraser Corporation was too large for LB's loss to have an unmanageable impact on its performance. Selena was quite busy following Roberto's schedule and, as the afternoon came, she received a message from Miguel. Miguel wrote, "Tonight at 7 p.m., Sing Together is live streaming. Do you want to watch?" Selena sipped her coffee and replied, "Not going." She could just watch the live stream on her computer. At the Sing Together show site, the celebrities who were scheduled to perform tonight were all backstage. The big names had their own private dressing rooms. Carly, backed by powerful capital, also got a personal dressing room arranged by the program. Matilda had already obtained the evening's lineup from the show organizers, which was only revealed to the guests an hour before the show started. "Devonjan, you're paired with Bill Frazier. Her voice is a great match for yours," Matilda informed her. Carly confidently responded, "No worries this time." The program's rule was that pairs consist of two guests, each performing a solo song before singing together as a duo. Winners were decided by votes from judges, on-site audiences, and fans watching online. While established stars typically had more followers and thus more votes, the show had another category called Best New Singer, for artists not yet widely recognized. Each winner of this category would compete in the finale, gaining significantly more followers in the process. In short, it was a path to fame. For tonight's appearance, Carly specially hired a renowned makeup team. She wore a black and red off-shoulder dress, a departure from her usual demure and playful style, leaning instead toward a sultry and elegant look. Matilda pointed to a familiar name on the list, Maya. "Maya is here too?" Carly glanced at the list. Didn't think Orange Agency had any talent left. Matilda set down the list. "Wonder what song she'll sing." "Don't worry too much," Carly said softly as she sent a selfie to Fraser Lingen. "Maya can't beat me unless she gets a hit song." Carly had released 2 singles recently, both hitting top 10 charts. One of them, Soar, was among her solos for tonight. Maya hadn't even released a single yet, how could she compare? The show began. Judges had seen the list of performers. One of the contestants is a newcomer, one male judge commented in surprise. Maya from Orange Agency will perform an unreleased song. Typically, the stage featured well-known stars with substantial fan bases. A completely new artist needed considerable courage. Another judge added, looking forward to seeing how the newcomer performs, especially Carly from Tiancheng, who has shown much potential. "I've listened to her latest album." The judges exchanged comments before the host took the stage. "Ladies and gentlemen, good evening." Without further ado, the host's tone easily engaged the crowd. "Please welcome our first performer, Carly, with Soar, one of the top hits on music charts." Applause erupted. Fans screamed and cheered for Carly as she gracefully walked on stage, perfectly complimenting her elegant dress. Music started immediately, stirring the audience. Inside the car, Selena lazily watched the live stream. Carly's explosive voice filled the vehicle. Brogan, who had been working, paused and fetched a cup of bubble tea from the fridge for Selena. "Drink and listen." Selena gave him a sidelong glance. "You actually prepared this kind of tea?" "For you, my love," Brogan calmly replied. Dr. Devon really knew how to speak. Selena felt a momentary surge of affection, hooked her arms around his neck, and leaned into him. Baird, driving, discreetly raised the partition. By the time they finished kissing, Carly's performance ended. Applause resounded through the computer speakers. Selena's lips moistened as she sent a message to Maya, "Good luck." Judges praised Carly's performance. "Your voice is powerful, and the arrangement and lyrics suit you perfectly." "Thank you, sir." Carly bowed gratefully and walked off the stage, giving Maya a gentle but mocking smile as she approached. "Good luck, Maya." Maya glanced at Carly, smiled faintly. "Thank you, I will do my best." The host announced the next performer. "Next, we welcome our second contestant, Maya, with an unreleased song, Bird." "Please welcome Maya." There was noticeably less applause. Audience members murmured amongst themselves. "Who's Maya? I haven't heard of her." "Bird? Who composed this song? Not sure if it will live up to expectations. Still prefer Carly's Soar. My guess is that Carly will win Best New Singer this episode." In the car, Selena sipped her bubble tea, watching Maya step onto the stage. Brogan leaned over, grabbing her hand during a pause and taking a sip himself. Hashtag chapter 71, good night, Little Way. Hashtag Tian Khalil, publicity department. At the publicity department of Tian Khalil, as Carly finished singing, Soaring, they immediately launched a campaign to promote her on various platforms. The publicity department supervisor frowned slightly. "Should we wait until Maya finishes singing before we release the promotion?" The supervisor was merely thinking that perhaps Carly had previously wanted to suppress Maya because Maya's musical talent might be better than hers. The publicity manager calmly responded, "No need to wait. We are just promoting Carly's song, Soaring, without exaggerating or belittling anyone else." The supervisor agreed, they were just promoting after all. Tian Khalil's publicity department didn't hesitate to spend money, inviting well-known bloggers for promotion. As a result, in this internet-savvy society, Carly's performance quickly garnered attention. New fans, fresh out of the oven, switched channels to Let's Sing Together, preparing to vote for Carly. However, as soon as they switched, they heard a haunting, soul-stirring voice. Birds, they can fly, soar to wherever they wish, and I. On stage stood a woman in a blazer and black pants, her hair tied high in a ponytail. Her voice was ethereal and powerful, especially the lyrics that evoked tears as one listened. The song conveyed the meaning of the lyrics. These mortals also long for freedom in flight, yet life always restrains them. Tian Khalil's intention was to promote Carly, but the newly drawn-in fans instantly changed their allegiance to the woman now on stage. Maya succeeded. She perfectly captured the essence of the song written by Selena. Haley, standing below the stage, covered her mouth with tears streaming down, applauding for her. Maya's eyes glistened with tears. As the song neared its end, Maya made a large heart shape to the camera, picking up the microphone to confess, "Lawless Hydri, thank you for giving me the chance to sing this song. I love you." Carly accidentally knocked over her insulated bottle. "Lawless Hydri?" Maya was singing a song written by Lawless Hydri. Natalia picked up the bottle from the ground, thankful they were backstage. On the TV screen, Maya stood on stage, while fans, regardless of who they supported, were all applauding and cheering for her. Cold Dust once tried to contact Lawless Hydri to ask her to write a few new songs for me, but she refused, Carly said through gritted teeth. Natalia responded, "We should have someone investigate who Lawless Hydri really is." Suddenly, Khalil Yaojin appeared. Carly nodded, coldly watching the screen. At that moment, the entire publicity department of Tian Khalil was dead silent. Carly had originally aimed to win the Newcomer Award for this episode. Publicity manager, continue promoting. Maya has already finished singing. Take advantage before her team starts promoting for her. They just needed to gain an early lead in votes. Maya's backing company, Orange Star, wouldn't likely splash out on massive promotions. Orange Star is already promoting, the publicity supervisor said, handing over her phone to the manager, showing videos. Meanwhile, in a luxurious suite at Gaige Hotel, Brogan emerged from the bathroom after a shower, a white towel wrapped around his waist. His expression was stern, but it softened when he saw the woman on the sofa. He sat beside her and joined her in watching the live stream. "Want to finish this program?" Selena smiled at Maya's confession on stage, turning to look at Brogan, her bright eyes like finding a new direction. "Mr. Devon, carry me to take a shower." Brogan raised an eyebrow. "Sure." He lifted her effortlessly, carrying her into the bathroom, setting her down, and turning on the bathtub faucet. As he turned back, Selena stood on tiptoe, pressing her red lips against his thin ones. He lifted her onto the black marble sink, smiling. "Why don't you stay at Devonxiang Villa?" Selena grunted, biting his shoulder to stifle a sound. "I've given that villa to Ali. Anyway, it wasn't one I bought." He explained. But such explanations were unnecessary at this moment. 2 hours later, Mr. Devon carried Selena out of the bathroom and laid her on the bed, pulling the blanket over her tempting legs. Selena blinked lazily. "Mr. Devon, please turn off the computer for me." "Thanks." The episode of Let's Sing Together had ended. While in the bathroom, she heard the program announce Maya as the winner of the Newcomer Award for this episode. Wonder if Carly can sleep tonight? Anyway, she could sleep. Brogan dimmed the bedside lamp before turning off the computer. He lay down next to her, pulling her close to him. His lips kissed the back of her neck, his voice deep. "Good night, little Wei." Good night. Elsewhere. After the show ended, Carly drove straight back to De Frazier Garden. As she walked into the living room, she heard her daughter crying. "Why is she crying?" Carly asked coldly. "Why is Lara crying?" The nanny holding Frazier's Liling tried to soothe her. "Sorry, Vickio. I don't know why she is crying. She's eating and drinking normally, and her temperature is fine." Carly, already frustrated from not achieving her expected results during the show, felt even more irritated by the baby's cries. "Is Mr. Frazier back yet?" The housekeeper replied, "Not yet." Carly approached the child, glancing at the nanny. "Try to soothe her quickly. If she keeps crying, her throat will hurt. If you can't calm her, we'll switch nannies." The nanny nodded hurriedly. Frazier's Liling continued crying. Carly, annoyed, went upstairs to take a bath. While soaking, she browsed her tablet, which mostly showed data about Maya's performance of Bird that night. Carly snorted inwardly. This was just the beginning. She doubted Maya could remain famous for long. It was just one hit. It was all because of that Lawless Hydri ruining her plan. Shutting off the tablet, she soaked for 20 minutes before getting out. After drying her hair, she exited the bathroom and found Bud resting on the sofa. Bud leaned his elbow on the armrest, looking up at her approach. "I sang for the first time on a program tonight. Did you watch it?" Carly sat on his lap, resting her face against his chest, rubbing it, and admitted, "I lost tonight. I wanted to win the Newcomer Award." Bud replied, "One failure doesn't mean much." "Yes, I know." Just a bit disappointed, she looked up at him. "Didn't you have Secretary Song contact Lawless Hydri? Do you know her real name?" "Not checked." "What's going on?" Carly smiled. "I want to visit her personally, ask her to write a song for me." This time, she wrote one for Maya, and that's what made me lose. Having his subordinates investigate Lala's Hydri would be faster than hiring others. Bud's voice was cool. You can contact Secretary Song tomorrow. Carly couldn't help but hug and kiss him. He let her kiss, unmoving. Nellie? Bud pressed her head with a large hand, kissing her back briefly. I'll take a shower. You must be tired. Drink some milk before sleeping. Carly's heart skipped a beat. Since she returned from Huizhou days ago, he hadn't touched her. This made Carly feel uneasy. Chapter 72, Not Biting Down Hard. The next day, Carly woke up to find Bud had already gone to the company. She glanced at the time. Why did Nellie go to the company so early today? She picked up her phone from the bedside table and called Brooke. Brooke answered the call, looking over at Bud. Vikio? Carly spoke gently. Secretary Song, there's something I need your help with. Brooke responded, sure, what is it? Find out the true identity of Esme for me, said Carly, a cold smile lingering on her lips. All right. Carly thanked him and hung up the phone. Brooke mentioned this to Bud. Without lifting his head from the documents in his hand, Bud replied, sure. Send an invitation to LB's chairman for dinner tomorrow at 7. Brooke acknowledged and left the office. Selena was in high spirits this morning, getting up at 6 o'clock sharp, a rare early start for her. Brogan also woke up when Selena did. So early? His voice was hoarse from just waking up. Yeah, I want to go swimming. She had been eager to swim in the large pool on this floor since last night. Brogan supported his head with one hand and smiled. All right, I'll accompany you. Though he offered to accompany her, Brogan couldn't stand Selena's swimming style. It wasn't really swimming. She clung to the edge of the pool, swinging her long legs. After 2 laps, Brogan returned, standing beside Selena with a handsome face and asked, are you actually not able to swim? Selena raised an eyebrow. Of course I can. Do you want to race? Her beautiful eyes sparkled. Brogan chuckled heartily. You want to race me in swimming? Selena knew he underestimated her and rolled her eyes. Want to race or not? Seeing her fierce spirit, Brogan teased. What's the prize if I win? What prize do you want? Selena shot back, eyeing him suspiciously. Brogan pretended to think before leaning close to her ear. If I win, you will help me here tonight. His slightly cool fingers brushed against her red lips. Selena blushed and said, no way, choose something decent. Brogan looked disappointed but didn't insist. Then what's the prize? Selena thought for a moment. The loser has to eat bitter gourd for a whole month. Brogan gave a thumbs up. Selena, you're ruthless. You're definitely going to eat those bitter gourds yourself. They got out of the pool and started stretching. Selena grinned. Mr. Devon, you'll be the one eating them. Brogan averted his gaze from her figure. Trying to use your charm to make me lose? No way. Selena straightened up and smiled. Let's start. 1 lap back and forth, winner takes all. Both jumped into the water simultaneously. Selena swam fast, but Brogan held back a little, giving her less of an advantage. Just as they were nearing the finish line, Brogan heard Selena shout and stopped immediately, turning around. In that split second, Selena reached the finish line first. She gloated with a wide smile. I won, haha. Selena knew he hadn't used his full strength. You really know how to cheat, Brogan sighed. No. 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 This isn't cheating, it's tactical deceit. Selena wagged her index finger, which Brogan grabbed and bit gently. Not too hard. Selena placed her hands on her hips and laughed. A classic example of someone basking in victory. Baird reported on some company matters and then brought up another issue. Boss, LB informed us that Mr. Fraser invited their chairman to dinner tomorrow evening. Hector adjusted his glasses. Boss seemed in a surprisingly good mood today, almost spring-like. Let LB decide themselves. Keep unnecessary details confidential. Brogan quickly went through the documents. Right then, Hero called. Brother Devon, it's been a while since we've had drinks. Are you free tonight? Wearing Bluetooth headphones, Brogan scanned the files and lazily replied, not really. Hero sounded incredulous. That busy? Yeah, Brogan prepared to hang up but suddenly remembered something. What gift should I get to make a girl happy? He asked indifferently. Wow, rarely seen you ask this. Hero, who knew best about gifts, listed, diamonds, designer brands, houses. Before he could finish, Brogan had hung up. Hero was puzzled. Huh? Kangxiang Technology. Selena had just come out of the chairman's office when her desk phone rang. It was the receptionist downstairs calling. Ashley, a Mr. Tim is here to deliver something for you. Mr. Tim? The assistant who usually accompanied Brogan? Selena responded, I'm coming down now. Please wait a moment. Thank you. Upon exiting the elevator, she saw Baird standing there politely. With a smile, Tim handed Selena an elegantly packaged box. On closer inspection, his smile seemed somewhat forced. Miss Liu, this is a gift from the boss. Selena took the box, surprised that Brogan would send her a gift without any special occasion. Thank you. Tim left after delivering the gift. Back at her desk, Selena didn't open the box right away. She checked her phone, but Brogan hadn't sent a message. Focusing on work, she waited until a break before opening the gift box. Inside was just a bank card and a small note with Brogan's messy handwriting. Little Wei, this is my salary card. Use it to buy whatever you want. Quite generous. Selena raised an eyebrow and smiled. She put the card and note in her wallet and messaged Brogan. Selena, remember you have to eat bitter gourd for a month. I've ordered it for you and will pay with your card. Having arranged this with the kitchen manager at the Quaij Hotel, they agreed to prepare a dish of bitter gourd daily for Brogan. When Brogan finally saw the message later, Chantal didn't go to school today. She couldn't understand why her doting father had changed overnight. Mom, I'm still so young, Chantal cried. How could you bear to marry me off to a man 30 years older than me? The supermarket had lost 70 billion in revenue over 3 consecutive years, and her mother, Della, was equally distressed. Your father doesn't have any other options. Chantal sobbed. Is marrying me off to an old man the only option? Mom, please think of another way. I don't want to marry him. Mom, I beg you. Della hated seeing her daughter in pain. She frowned. The supermarket needs 70 billion to cover its losses unless Selena helps. Her. Chantal wiped her tears. Isn't she divorced from Mr. Fraser? How can she have so much money? Someone told me Selena got 100 billion wealth share from Bud during the divorce, Della replied coldly. So secretive. Making her temporarily give 70 billion would leave her with enough to live comfortably. Della was filled with regret. We tried contacting her, but she wouldn't see us. Chantal was stunned, then envious. Selena received such a vast amount after a divorce? Wasn't she supposed to be cast out penniless by the Fraser family? Why did she still receive assets? Mom, please try finding her again. Her tear-streaked eyes glimmered with renewed hope. Chapter 73, Her Inner Guilt. Della was contemplating whether to go to Xinjiang Community Center and wait there to intercept Selena. However, she quickly dismissed this idea. Catherine, don't be anxious, Della reassured her younger daughter as she pulled out her phone. Since we couldn't find her at home, she must be somewhere else. Let me send a message to find out. Soon, a reply came from the stranger on the other end. Miss Liu, I am now working at Kangxiang Corporation, the secretary of the chairman. Della was surprised that Selena had joined Kangxiang. Well, this works just fine. I'll head to Kangxiang Technology to find her. Mom, if Selena refuses to give us the money, what will we do? Chantal asked worriedly. Don't worry, she'll agree, Della smiled lightly. If she doesn't want to lose face, she will hand over the money. For her youngest daughter, Della was willing to go to any lengths. Chantal leaned against Della's shoulder, sobbing and cooing, You're always so good to me, Mom. When Selena received the call from the receptionist informing her that a Miss Liu was looking for her, her expression remained calm. She wasn't surprised that Miss Liu knew where she worked. When Della saw Selena stepping out of the elevator, she snorted inwardly, finally managing to confront her. Selena walked past the reception area without turning her head and thanked the staff before glancing at Della and asking with feigned confusion, Are you Miss Liu? Given her supposed amnesia, she naturally didn't remember Della's appearance. Selena's innocent smile, no issue here. The composed Della faltered under her daughter's question. Yes. Selena continued her act, I'm truly sorry. It's been almost a year since I woke up after the car accident, and I haven't seen you. So I didn't know you looked like this. The receptionist glanced curiously at Della. She had just introduced herself as Selena's mother but only visited after a year, strange indeed. Paying attention to appearances, Della noticed the receptionist's gaze, growing slightly annoyed. She scanned Selena and said calmly, Ainsley, Mom has something important to discuss with you. Selena smiled and led Della to a meeting room designated for visitors within Kangxiang. In the meeting room, Della sized up her strikingly beautiful daughter, finding that the accident seemed not to have affected her at all. She reined in her gaze and spoke gently, reasoning with her. Ainsley, if it weren't for the lease, you wouldn't have had the opportunity to attend school, or become secretary to Chairman Fraser, or marry him. Even though you're divorced now, you still managed to receive a substantial amount of assets. Della believed Selena understood the meaning behind her words. Without the lease, there would be no present-day Selena. Selena chuckled softly, finding it amusing. And then? What are you trying to say with all of this? Seeing Selena feign ignorance, Della cut straight to the chase. Now that the Lee family is in trouble, I merely ask that you give them $70 billion. You shouldn't stand by idly and forget your obligations. $70 billion right off the bat. What nerve? Selena replied nonchalantly, Aren't you the one who ended our relationship recently? The lease mean nothing to me. Besides, according to Chinese law, parents have an obligation to support their children until they turn 18. Back then, I wasn't 18 yet, so supporting me was only natural. Thank you for giving me an education. Della took a deep breath, realizing that appealing to sentimentality wouldn't work on Selena. Selena, whatever happens, Catherine is still your sister. If you don't help, she'll have to marry a man 30 years older than her. Can't you assist her? Not blood-related, anyway. Marrying an old man might not be bad, he'd take care of her. Selena smirked indifferently. Della was thoroughly displeased, her face cooling down completely. To sum up, you refuse to help? Yes, Selina nodded. In that case, don't blame me for being heartless. Della looked at Selina with a complex expression before saying coldly, if you don't want everyone to know about your mistreatment by the orphanage warden, then give the 70 billion to the Lee family. Selina's casual demeanor changed. What did you say? She dropped the formal, you. Della responded coldly, you may have lost your memory, but certain events happened, and facts remain facts. Selina gazed steadily at Della. Fortunately, her memory loss wasn't genuine, only she and Anselm knew the old warden hadn't succeeded in his intentions. But Della's confident tone made Selina reconsider. Selina laughed lightly, how do I know you're not lying? Predictably, Della knew Selina wouldn't believe her easily. She opened her bag and pulled out an old photograph, handing it over to Selina. I can make multiple copies of this photo. Selina extended her hand, delicate fingers lifting the photograph. The little girl in the photo was Selina at 10, wearing a donated spaghetti-strap dress, smiling brightly. Selina remembered, the old warden had taken this picture. It was also around this time when he began looking at her strangely. 10-year-old Selina didn't recognize that gaze as predatory back then. Selina's expression remained calm as she flipped the photo to read the back. Your daughter tastes delicious. Della explained, the handwriting on the back is the old warden's. Recently, someone inquired about your time at the orphanage. I didn't give them this photo, considering you were still my daughter regardless. Selina stared at the handwriting on the back while listening to Della. Her heart felt nothing but indifference. She curled her lips into a smile, repeating Della's last phrase, don't force mom. Back when she was 10, the old warden hadn't touched her. He only tried when she was 11, but Anselm saved her. There's an idiom, 3 men make a tiger. An event could be fabricated based on a single photo. Even if it wasn't true, others would believe it. It was evident that if everyone saw this photo, their judgmental gazes would hurt her deeply. Della's ruthlessness as a mother astounded Selina. Sometimes, mothers let their daughters suffer for reasons. Selina, however, was a strong-willed person. She wasn't angry but asked calmly, why do you have this photo, and in which year did you get it? Selina's sudden sharpness made Della's eyes flicker. She was guilty. Chapter 74, he lets me spend freely. Selina did not miss the guilty look on Della's face. She boldly guessed, these are the photos sent by the old principal, right? Della did not answer Selina's question. Never mind how I got this photo. In short, have you thought it through? Selina paused and curled her lips into a smile. Then you answer my question first. I don't know who sent it to me, Della replied coldly. I also forgot the year it was sent. Selina lowered her eyes. Give me 2 days to think about it. Seeing signs of compromise from Selina, Della smiled faintly. The remaining 30 billion should be enough for you to live extravagantly. Rest assured, I won't spread the photos around. You may leave now, I still need to work. Selina's tone was icy. Having obtained an answer, Della didn't linger any longer. She picked up her bag and left, handing over the photo to Selina before going. In the conference room, only Selina remained. It was very quiet. She suddenly laughed softly. Actually, she had another guess. But regardless of which one was correct, it no longer mattered. To think someone wanted to threaten her with this photo? It was absurd. What others thought of her was none of her business. So what if they gossiped? Selina folded the photo casually and strode out of the meeting room with it. Della sat in her car and sighed in relief. Finally, the Lee family's crisis was resolved. She believed that Selina would choose the most advantageous option for herself. Della called Drew and told him that Selina agreed to give 70 billion to the Lee family. Wife, you're so clever, said Drew, whose expression had eased. How did she agree? Della spoke gently, after all, I am her mother. You're right, Drew nodded on the other end. Della then thought of her younger daughter. Xiao Yu cannot marry Mr. Wang. This time, Drew relented as well. He cared about his own daughter too. Once Selina transfers the money to me, I will apologize to Mr. Wang. When will she transfer the money? Della answered, within 3 days. The couple hung up. Della recalled the photo she gave to Selina today. Her daughter was indeed smart and could quickly guess that the photo came from the old principal. She remembered the exact year when she received it, when Selina was 10. But she wouldn't tell Selina. At the time, receiving the photo made her think only one thing, not letting anyone in the Lee family find out such a disgraceful matter. Thus, she kept it hidden and never thought about bringing Selina back to the Lee family. Moreover, she dared not report the old principal to the police. Because he had once called her, threatening that if she didn't give him money, he would harm her daughter. Della chose to ignore him instead of paying, which led to receiving more photos later. She had only been married into the Lee family for 2 years at the time, and life had been tough. She couldn't be blamed. Della gripped her handbag and stopped thinking about Selina. Back at the Lee residence, as soon as she walked in, her younger daughter ran over. Mom, you must be tired. Chantel took her mother's bag affectionately. Don't worry, your sister has agreed. With those words from Della, Chantel felt reassured. Thank you, Mom. It was quitting time, and Selina shut down her computer promptly and prepared to leave. Roberto had something to discuss with Selena. He tried calling her office line but couldn't get through. Eventually, he reached her on her personal cell phone, learning that she had already left. Selena steered with one hand while taking Roberto's call. It's after work hours. What is it? Roberto ground his teeth. How could she leave earlier than him, her boss? Little May wants to go shopping. If you have time, can you help her with payments? Though reluctant initially, Selena planned to buy things as well because she wasn't in the best mood today. Sure, send me the address. Shelley recognized Selena immediately as the secretary who had come to school with Roberto that day. Where's Mr. Sue? Shelley looked behind Selena but saw no one and became slightly upset. The chairman is busy with company matters and asked me to accompany Miss Lynn, Selena explained with a smile. Since they barely knew each other, Shelley seemed unhappy at first. However, her mood lifted as Selena paid for everything she bought. Carly hadn't expected to run into Selena here. Ashley, I want this dress, please pay for it. When Selena went to pay, Shelley examined the dress repeatedly in front of the mirror. Carly looked at the dress Shelley held and smiled. That's a beautiful dress. Shelley turned to see a woman wearing sunglasses, finding her somewhat familiar. Thank you. Are you friends with Ashley? Do you know Ashley? We aren't really friends, she is my boyfriend's secretary. Carly's gaze flickered. How pitiful. Selena was even accompanying her boss's girlfriend while shopping. When Selena returned from paying, she acted like she didn't recognize Carly. She looked at Shelley. Miss Lynn, do you want to buy anything else? Shelley wanted to continue but hesitated due to concerns about long-term prospects and feared Roberto might dump her. No, this is enough for today. She felt a bit disappointed. Carly picked out a dress and glanced at Selena. Long time no see, Selena. What brings you here? I didn't expect this kind of job description. Selena heard the mocking undertones in Carly's words but smiled calmly. Vicchio, you sang "Soar" beautifully on the show. Unfortunately, you didn't win the rookie award this time. You hit where it hurts. Carly silently cursed Selena and handed the dress to the salesperson. Send this season's new dresses to Imperial Scenery Garden based on my size. She was always a big customer here. Upon hearing Selena mention "Soar," Shelley realized who this woman was. She praised, Vicchio, you look better in person than on TV. Thank you. Selena, last time you brought a doll for Larag, I haven't thanked you yet, Carly said playfully. Should I buy you some clothes? Nellie's card is here, and you can spend as much as you like. Selena smiled. Oh, there's no need. I've already bought quite a bit. Carly inwardly scoffed. Bought quite a bit? More like buying for her boss's girlfriend. Considering the Lee family supermarket was nearly bankrupt, Selena probably wouldn't have much money left either. At this moment, the store manager approached with a receipt. Miss Liu, sorry for keeping you waiting. Thank you, Selena replied, taking the receipt. Shelley curiously peered at the receipt, surprised at the string of zeros. Ashley, you spent $3 million just now. Selena smiled brightly. My boyfriend's credit card is in my possession, and he lets me spend freely. Wow, you have such a good boyfriend. Shelley envied her deeply. Standing nearby, Carly instantly thought of Mr. Devon, and her mood turned cold. The feeling of being slapped in the face. Selena had a richer boyfriend. Selena showed the receipt to Carly. Vicchio, no need to buy me clothes, I bought a lot tonight and can't wear them all. Forget it then. I have things to do and must go. In the living room, a warm yellow lamp was lit. A man sat on the sofa, legs crossed, holding his phone. Selena woke up from a nap on the sofa, rubbing her eyes and shielding them from the light. Rolling over, the suit jacket covering her fell to the floor. Removing her hand from her eyes, she saw Brogan. What time is it? After shopping with Shelley, she had meant to rest for a bit but ended up falling asleep. Stretching, she sat up. White skin peeked out from her waistline. 10 o'clock. Brogan stood up, picked up the suit jacket from the floor, and placed it back on the sofa. Did you enjoy shopping today? While he was still in the meeting tonight, his phone received a notification that his bank card had been charged for a few million. Brogan lifted Selena and made her sit on his lap. Note, this translation maintains the paragraph structure and line breaks as in the original text while ensuring fluency and coherence with the previous content. The names are kept in pinyin form as requested. Chapter 75, You're really misbehaving, aren't you? Brogan had just placed his hand on the buttons of his shirt when Selena's phone rang. He tried to ignore it but was stopped by her. The call was from Violet, inviting her to a billiards club. Nothing mattered more than sisterhood at this moment, men could wait. Selena readily agreed and hung up with a smile, eventually coaxing Brogan out of his foul mood. She quickly changed into another dress and drove to the billiards club to meet Violet. Li Ji, we've been waiting for you, Violet waved her hand. The entire club had been reserved for Violet that night. Everyone around, both men and women, were dressed in designer labels. These were all young rich elites. Selena recognized a few faces from previous social gatherings she attended with Bud. When Selena arrived at the billiards club, two men received the news. One was Brogan, who was persuaded to return to the Gaige Hotel, and the other was Bud. Some wealthy girls glanced at Selena with scrutinizing eyes, a divorced secretary still known to Miss He. In their eyes, Selena's current status was far beneath them. Yet, Selena remained unfazed, as she hadn't come here for their approval. Hero smiled as he saw Selena walk in wearing a red dress. "Miss Liu, good evening." Selena nodded and gave him a slight smile. Violet then said brightly, "Li Ji, let's play a game of billiards." "Play against Mr. Su." Selena agreed with a nod. Hero raised an eyebrow and handed her a cue. "Do you need me to give you a handicap?" "No," Selena replied while applying chalk to the tip of the cue. Violet shouted while sipping juice, "Li Ji, take revenge for me." Selena looked at the billiard table and leaned forward to prepare her shot. Her red dress with its high slit revealed her perfect figure, catching everyone's attention. Hero rubbed his nose as a crowd began to gather around them. Selena focused entirely on the game, each shot and every move captivating the audience. A few people finally understood why Ashley could marry the aloof bud. This woman wasn't just beautiful, sometimes, her demeanor was equally mesmerizing. "Mr. Su, it's your turn," Selena smiled wickedly. Initially intending to play casually, Hero felt motivated by her competitiveness. He leaned over, his elegant posture eliciting shy glances from the women watching, and made his shot, followed by laughter from the crowd. "Su Xiao, cheer up, don't make us men look bad." Hero glanced at them dismissively, "Rest assured, I won't lose." Violet coldly snorted, "Neither will Li Ji." Brogan watched Selena enjoying herself from afar and decided not to approach. He stood there, his gaze fixed on her graceful movements. After a while, he quietly walked outside to wait for her. Across the road, a black car stopped, and Bud's cool gaze turned dark as he observed the man outside the club. By 1 o'clock, Selena left the club, needing to get some rest for work the next day. Just as she stepped out, she saw Brogan leaning against his car, dressed differently from his usual attire. In a black t-shirt and trousers, his tattooed arms were exposed. He turned to look at her, and Selena chuckled. "Mr. Devon, you're really misbehaving, aren't you?" she teased, knowing he had returned after being coaxed back to the hotel. Under the streetlight, her face glowed beautifully. Far away, Bud's heart raced. He turned back to the driver, his voice hoarse, "Drive." As the car passed the billiards club entrance, Brogan picked up Selena, carrying her effortlessly on his broad back. His breath warmed her ear. "Going home?" he asked. Selena pouted suddenly, "Kiss first." A sexy chuckle escaped Brogan's throat. His grip tightened on her waist before loosening again. "Woman, don't push your luck," he growled. Selena laughed aloud, classic Dom talk. Brogan carried her for a while, with the car slowly following behind. Selena asked teasingly, "Am I heavy?" Without missing a beat, Brogan replied seriously, "Yes." "Selena, then put me down." Stopping abruptly, Brogan turned, "Don't worry, even if you change shape in the future, I'll still carry you." Annoyed, Selena pinched his ear, "It's you who might change shape." Only after she had her fill did he set her down and open the car door for her. His ears were now red, yet his expression remained as composed as ever. Back at Exine Khalil Community Building, the door slammed shut without turning on any lights. Selena was pinned against it by Brogan, his hands clutching her waist. Earlier in the night, watching her lean over the billiard table had already ignited his desire. Suddenly, Brogan's phone vibrated. He checked the message. "Boss, Bud is sitting in the black car opposite the billiards club." Brogan smirked coldly. Once let go, he wanted to grab hold again. Did he think it would be that easy? He placed the phone on the cabinet, intertwining his fingers with hers. "Shall I accompany you to play billiards?" His deep voice was right by her ear. "Huh?" Selena questioned, confused about playing billiards so late at night. Laughing low, he turned her around. "Lean over, support yourself on the door." The sound of a key unlocking the door interrupted them. Selena pushed Brogan away just as Violet opened the door only to find it locked from inside. Violet, puzzled, pressed her ear against the door but heard nothing, impressed by the soundproofing. Sighing, she decided to stay at a hotel for the night. Inside, Selena's eyes blazed red, glaring at Brogan. The next morning, the alarm buzzed. Still half asleep, Selena reached out to turn off the alarm, but Brogan was faster. She buried herself deeper into his chest, mumbling, "Get up." Instead of getting up, she poked his chest repeatedly. Chapter 76, Supporting You? Brogan, who had been poked in the chest, reluctantly opened his eyes. His expression was somewhat languid. He gently roused Selena, who was in his arms. "We're going to be late for work." Last night, they had kept busy until very late. Selena couldn't take it anymore and made up an excuse about a meeting the next morning to stop things there. Selena, originally planning to stay in bed longer, was forced to get up due to a call from Roberto. Roberto urged her to go to the company early today as people from Fraser Corporation were coming. It was no surprise since Brevin and Fraser Corporation both competed and cooperated. "Do you not want to work?" "I'll support you." Brogan was already up, buttoning his shirt with long, slender fingers. He glanced at Selena. Selena squinted, yawned widely, and said, "No need." She sat up with her blanket wrapped around her. Brogan put on his wristwatch, walked over, and adjusted her strap that had slid off her shoulder. The warmth of his fingertips touched Selina's smooth shoulder. Selina shrank back and got out of bed immediately. She felt weak-kneed, and Brogan quickly supported her. Dr. Devon remarked thick-skinnedly, "This shows the men in your house are physically fit and skilled." Selina responded sarcastically, "Hee." After catching her breath, she let him go. Brogan, seeing her ready to settle accounts, smiled gently, "I'm going to work first. Remember to eat breakfast before going to work." He strode out of the bedroom. Selina stood silently for a moment. This man really had guts. Daijing Garden. Brooke came to pick up Waring and informed Carly about Sky's identity, which they failed to uncover. "Our people couldn't find any information about her." Carly frowned. "Really can't find out who it is?" Brooke nodded, "Yes. If we can't find out, forget it." "Thank you, Secretary Song." "You're welcome." Waring descended the stairs with a cold demeanor. He hadn't slept well last night, evident from the bloodshot eyes. "Let's go." After Waring left, Carly sent a message to Matilda. Not being able to identify Sky, she planned to force her out through other means. Maya launched her new album after the show's end, all songs written by Sky. Her popularity skyrocketed, and this further fueled Carly's resentment as her own new album had been overshadowed. Determined, Carly planned to expose Sky. Matilda messaged back, "Are you sure about this method?" Carly replied, "Yes." At Brevin Technology. Selina was busy preparing documents while also booking a restaurant. Waring and Roberto exited the elevator together, two equally tall and handsome men, quite a pleasant sight. Selina just happened to come out of the copy room with documents in hand. Waring's gaze landed on Selina's face before casually looking away. Roberto took the documents from her. "Ashley, prepare coffee, please." They entered the office, and Selina served them coffee. Placing it next to Waring's right hand, he caught the scent and saw the intimate mark on Selina's neck, his pupils constricting sharply before returning to normal. Halfway through their discussion, Waring sipped the coffee and recognized its familiar taste. Later, when the meeting concluded around noon, Roberto remarked with a slight smile, "Hearing that CEO Fraser will host dinner tonight for LB's chairman." Waring responded coldly, "Mr. Sue is well informed, making me suspect someone in Fraser Corporation works for you." "Then keep suspecting," Roberto chuckled. "Ashley, hungry? Let's eat." "Will CEO Fraser join us?" Waring nodded, "Sure." Roberto raised an eyebrow. He only meant it as politeness. Selina sent the address to Brooke. They drove separately while she and Roberto went in another car. Selina called to confirm the number of attendees. "Why did Waring suddenly decide to dine with us?" Roberto asked once she hung up. Looking at Selina, Roberto noted, "Unknown." His gaze lingered on her neck, smiling meaningfully. "Seems Ashley has a rich nightlife." Selina raised an eyebrow. "Isn't that quite normal?" Thinking of Brogan and Selina, Roberto then thought of his cousin Allie. Unsure of her condition, he decided to visit her at Devonxiang Villa in the afternoon. At the restaurant, they were guided to their reserved table. Selina ordered favorites for Roberto and herself. She handed the tablet to Brooke. "Secretary Song, you choose." Knowing Brooke and Waring's preferences, she still let them decide. Facing Waring, Selina noticed he wasn't entirely calm, tapping his knee under the table. "Ashley, I want shrimp." Roberto unashamedly placed 6 large shrimp on a bowl and pushed it toward Selina, signaling her to peel them. Selina tilted her head, feigning a smile. "Look at my hands." Lifting her delicate white hand, everyone's gaze followed. Brooke and Waring remembered Selina peeling shrimp for Waring before. Roberto, looking at her hand, remarked, "Beautiful hands, but still capable of peeling shrimp." Selina retorted, "You didn't see my nails? I have nail polish on, not convenient for peeling." Her dark red nail polish was stunning. Roberto had to do it himself. Waring looked down, putting down his chopsticks. "Eat slowly." He wiped his lips and left with Brooke nodding. In the car, Waring massaged his temples. He held a cigarette between his fingers, contemplating something. "Brooke, previously." He stopped mid-sentence. Brooke, noticing his silence, did not press further. Waring closed his eyes, remembering the accident in front of Selina, realizing his hidden discomfort. He didn't want to admit he was wrong. Just finishing lunch, Selina received a message from Della along with a bank account. Della wrote, "Transfer money to this account tomorrow." Selina smirked, deleting the message. She wouldn't transfer any money. Using those photos and those repulsive words to coerce her was futile. Thinking of Brogan, she pursed her lips, closing and opening her eyes. Life was full of coincidences. "Afternoon off, I have some matters," Selina told Roberto. "Drop me off at the next crossroads." Roberto waved, approved. He also planned to visit Allie. End of chapter. Chapter 77, I'm fine. Roberto went to the Devonxiang Villa on a whim. When Allie heard that Roberto had come to see her, she glanced down at her belly, noting that today's dress was relatively loose. "Brother Gallagher, why did you suddenly come to see me today?" "It's quite rare," Allie smiled with a curve in her eyes. Seeing her rosy complexion, Roberto was reassured. "I thought you might be sad and haggard, so I came to check on you." "What?" she asked, puzzled. "Mr. Devon and Selina," Roberto said straightforwardly. Allie pressed her lips together and lowered her eyes. Brother Gallagher, I'm fine. She didn't elaborate further. Roberto stood up and looked at her. If anything happens, you can call me. Allie saw Roberto off. As she watched his car drive away, she turned back into the house, placing her hand on her belly. She pondered something deeply. At the Lee residence, tonight's dinner was unusually lavish. Honey, tomorrow Selena will transfer the money to the bank. Della gently served Callan his favorite dishes with her serving chopsticks. You've been really hard working these past few days, Callan remarked. Over the years, he had grown fond of Della's gentle demeanor. He smiled. You've worked hard too. Find a time to invite Selena home for dinner. No matter what, we're still one family. Chantel also served Della some food. Mom, it was my fault before. I thought sister would take you away from us. This time, I'll apologize to her. Marshall glanced at his mother and sister but wasn't as optimistic as they were. He hadn't interacted much with Selena but knew her well enough to understand that she wasn't the type to easily return to the Lee family. But it was just idle talk. Whether Selena returned or not wasn't important. At this moment, in a suite at the Gage Hotel. As Brogan spoke on the phone, Selena wandered around the suite with slow, deliberate steps, her hands behind her back. She inspected the kitchen, which seemed unused, then peeked into 3 guest rooms before closing the doors. On the living room sofa, Brogan continued his call in a language Selena couldn't recognize. It sounded like gibberish. But at least his voice was pleasant. After completing her inspection, Selena sat beside him, propping her cheek with her hand as she gazed at his handsome profile. No wonder he was so captivating. She reached out and pinched his earlobe playfully. Brogan glanced down at Selena but didn't stop her as he continued speaking on the phone. Selena removed her hand from his ear and tapped his chest mischievously. Brogan pulled her into his arms without warning. Her nose detected a pleasant pine scent on his body. In his embrace, her hands were rather daring today. Anthea. Stopping mid-call, Brogan warned her in a low voice. Selena ignored his warning nonchalantly. She had received a message from Della earlier and got off Roberto's car at a crossroads to wait for Brogan after work. She wasn't sure what would happen tomorrow. Mrs. Liu hadn't seen her transfer the money yet, and she must be furious. Brogan held her roaming hand, trying to soothe his agitated nerves. His tone over the phone grew colder, while the person on the other end stuttered through their report. Covering the phone, Brogan moved it away and leaned closer to Selena. Sit properly. Selena flashed a sultry smile and nodded. When exactly he ended the call, Selena didn't know. Tell me, what happened today? Resting his chin on her shoulder, Brogan encircled her waist with both hands. Because Mr. Devon looks so cool when he's on the phone, Selena narrowed her eyes, not fully honest. I want to take a shower. Brogan pinched her chin and turned her face toward him, his eyes fixed on hers. Selena rolled her eyes at him. Just taking a shower, you think too much, careful you age fast. Brogan saw nothing unusual on her face. They bathed together afterward. It wasn't too late, so they settled on the sofa to watch a movie, mostly Selena watching while Brogan kept her company. This horror movie is so scary. She pretended to be terrified, gripping Brogan's robe tightly with her delicate fingers. Continuing her act, the ghost is coming out. Scary. The corner of Brogan's mouth twitched, he knew she was faking it. Who watches horror movies at night on the sofa? A slight smile curved his lips, his gaze softening. Don't worry, it's fake. The next day, the weather forecast promised a sunny day. Callan waited anxiously for news at home. By 5 in the afternoon, even though the bank had closed, there was still no deposit notification. He called Della. No money received today. Call Selena and find out what's happening. Della was at an SPA. Upon receiving her husband's call, she waved the masseur away. Not received. Let me call her. Selena saw her phone vibrate, glanced at the caller ID, and hung up coldly. After 3 more unanswered calls, Della resorted to messaging. Della, are you busy? Why haven't you transferred the money? Selena replied casually, I don't accept your threats. Seeing this, Della frowned deeply. Hope you don't regret it. It was only 70 billion, and it was her pushing. Della thought about the Lee family, her younger daughter, her son, and her future as a rich wife slipping away. She hardened her resolve and found the number of the stranger who contacted her last time. She decided to sell the photos. Selena's antics left Della with no heart for her SPA session. The stranger quickly replied, offering 20 million per photo. Too far from 70 billion. They negotiated the price. Finally, Della bit her lip. All right, 20 million per photo. Cash for goods. The stranger provided an address. Go here, there's a small mailbox by the door. Place the photo inside, and you'll find a bank card with the password, 6 zeros inside. Della changed her clothes and left the SPA, her bag containing a photo of Selena at 10. She instructed the driver to go to the given address. Hesitating briefly, she exited the car, opened her bag, placed the photo in the small mailbox, and took the bank card. Translation completed, maintaining paragraph structure and line breaks as specified. Chapter 78, A Little in Love with You. Della had just sat in the car when she received another message from a stranger. It wasn't the same stranger who bought the photos but someone else. Stranger, Ms. Liu, I'll pay 100 million for Selena's records from the orphanage. Seeing the figure of 100 million, Della was somewhat surprised and delighted. She wondered how many enemies her eldest daughter must have made outside. Truly unlucky. Della replied, 200 million, and I'll sell you a photo. Stranger, one photo can't be worth 200 million. Do you have the negatives? Della hesitated for a moment, then responded, 300 million for the negatives. Stranger, deal. He Fraserin handed the phone to Selena, Miss Liu. He Fraserin was one of Selena's bodyguards, replaced by Brogan after her accident. Selena glanced at the message, handed the phone back, and said, thank you. Transfer 300 million to her, and please go fetch the negatives for me. She knew she had to retrieve the negatives first. If she had initially agreed to exchange the photo for 70 billion, Ms. Liu would not have given her the negatives. He Fraserin nodded and left. Selena drove to the cemetery. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, she opened a bag and took out some snacks, placing them in front of the tombstone. She had her bodyguard divert Bud's people following her so she could come here alone. Anselm, I'm sorry, Selena tore open a bag of chips. Eating one piece herself, she placed one in front of the tombstone. Should I leave now and take Carly with me? I know, if you were still here, you'd call me a fool and say I should survive however I can. This life of mine was saved by you. Selena sighed. If those orphanage photos leaked, she didn't know what kind of chaos it would cause. She put down the chips, took out the negatives she got from Della, and then grabbed a lighter. As she lit the negatives, flames rose. The cemetery was desolate at this time. No one would come to offer tributes. Sitting there quietly, eating chips, Selena did not speak further. As dusk fell, she finally stood up, her voice hoarse yet gentle, I'm leaving. See you next time. She looked deeply at the tombstone, turned around, and left the cemetery. Driving directly to the police station, she walked in with unwavering determination. I want to report something. Selena handed over a voice recorder and a 10-year-old photo of herself to the officer recording her statement. My mother, Ms. Della, used this photo to threaten and extort money from me. The officer turned the photo over, noticing the words written on the back, your daughter tastes good. When I was 8, my mother sent me to an orphanage. At 10, the old principal looked at me strangely. At 11, he tried to rape me but failed. The officer waited for Selena to finish before asking, what happened to the old principal? Selena hadn't planned to report this until today. Recalling the events, she said, the old principal is dead, and the orphanage has a new principal. Also, if this leaks, I will die a terrible death. The orphanage, secretly operated as an organ storage facility. Occasionally, children were adopted by foster parents, and officially, the orphanage never stopped them. If Della hadn't impulsively taken her away from the orphanage, she and Anselm's fate would have been waiting to be toyed with and discarded on the operating table. Her mother had pushed her into the fire of the orphanage, pulled her out, and now intended to push her into another pit. Selena couldn't describe her feelings. After finishing her statement, as she walked out of the police station, her body shivered with cold sweat. Her lips were pale. Sooner or later, they would know it was her who reported them. When she and Anselm had left the orphanage, they had thought about reporting it. But due to the cruelty of those people, they dared not. Human lives were mere symbols of money to them. Starting the car, she bit her lip lightly, not wanting to dwell on the painful memories of that time. Della had sold Selena's photo and negatives, finally getting 320 million. Walking home and seeing Callan, she didn't know how to explain. When did she say she'd transfer the money? Callan asked, frowning. Della's face hardened momentarily, then became ugly. Honey, I was deceived by her. Callan's chest heaved with anger. Coldly, he said, so Selena won't give us 70 billion. Now the only way is to let Catherine marry Mr. Wang to get the loan. Marrying the old man, Mr. Wang, was only for securing the loan. Today, Chantal had gone to school happily, unaware of the change. Della wanted to object but couldn't. Soon, the servant entered anxiously. Madam, officers are at the door looking for you. Della's face darkened. Almost grinding her teeth, she muttered, did Selena do something again? The officers were already in the living room. Ms. Della, please come with us to the station. Standing up, Della smiled and greeted them, officers, I've cut ties with Selena. Whatever trouble she caused is none of my concern. The officers found her words strange. One of them sternly said, Selena has reported you for extortion. Please come with us. What? Della's voice sharpened. She actually reported me. How dare she? Callan's expression stiffened. Officer, there must be some misunderstanding. We need to investigate, Ms. Liu, the officer insisted. Della dialed Selena's number, but it went unanswered. At Exa and Khalil apartments. Selena was doing splits while reading a criminal law book. She bent over, marking a section with a red pen, extortion of an exceptionally large amount, sentenced to 10 years in prison. Violet, wearing slippers, sat down in front of Selena. Davina, why are you suddenly studying criminal law? Selena closed the book and put down the pen, looking at Violet with an expression like the wolf trying to lure the little prey. Learning never stops. Sherry, do you want to study together? Enrich our minds? Violet instantly stood up. Ah. I forgot, I have something to do. Selena laughed softly. Her phone buzzed again. This time it wasn't Della, but Brogan. Antheasy, Brogan whispered, almost as if biting her earlobe, I've always been behind you. He Fraser was Brogan's person, and Selena didn't hide anything from him. On the other end, Brogan explained lowly, I didn't ask specifics, and he Fraser didn't tell me. Selena smiled, knowing he wouldn't interfere forcibly. She whispered, Mr. Devon, I think I'm a little in love with you. Hearing this, Brogan shifted uneasily from one leg to the other. Note, for better fluency, some details have been slightly adjusted while preserving the essence of the story. Chapter 79, Blatantly Nauseating. In the morning, around 8 o'clock. Everyone was driving to work in a hurry. This caused massive traffic jams. Two-wheeled scooters felt particularly superior during such times. They could zip through quickly. A red sports car had to move very slowly despite its striking appearance. Selena glanced again at the scooter that sped past her sports car and decided she should buy one too. She put on her Bluetooth headset. Did you find any promising candidates for the school? Miguel took a sip of coffee. I've found 3 so far, but recently Tiancheng has been putting a lot of pressure on our company. Selena smiled faintly. I was prepared for this. Keep me updated on Maya's developments. After discussing some business matters, they hung up. Selena drove her car into Kangxiang Technology's underground parking lot. Walking into the company, her eyes scanned the area and saw Marshall. At the Lee family residence, Selena hardly ever spoke with Marshall. When they met, they treated each other like strangers. She knew why he had come to see her. Selena, can we talk? Marshall asked. Recent events had made Marshall look haggard. When his father called him to say that Selena had filed charges against his mother, Marshall despised her deeply. Selena smiled. Who are you? She really needed to constantly remind herself that after waking up from the car accident, she couldn't remember people she hadn't met. Marshall forced a smile. I'm Marshall, your half-brother. Although he didn't want to admit it. Oh, but now is my working time. Selena looked at him indifferently. There's nothing much to talk about. I won't withdraw the lawsuit. There's no need to preach about mother-daughter sentiments. It was working hours, and with everyone arriving, standing here talking wasn't appropriate. Moreover, Selena didn't intend to give him a chance to speak. She took a step to leave. Marshall grabbed her arm, lowering his voice. Selena, don't be so ruthless. No matter what, she gave birth to you. Selena wanted to laugh. Some people, some things, if not experienced personally, would never know the pain. She looked coldly at him. If you have the time to find me, you might as well help Ms. Liu hire a good lawyer. Let go. Didn't she ask you to let go? Why are you still holding on? Roberto walked in and saw Selena being held by a man. Standing next to Selena, his towering figure gave Marshall an oppressive feeling. The chairman of Kangxiang Technology, Roberto, the eldest son of the Su family, from a circle the least couldn't join. This man didn't look like a CEO of a conglomerate. Short-sleeved t-shirt, casual pants, revealing strong muscles on his arms. Buzz cut, cigarette hanging from his lips. Like a bandit. Marshall released Selena, pulling the corners of his mouth into a stiff smile. Young Master Su, I'm talking to my sister. Roberto tilted his head, taking out the cigarette from his mouth. Ashley, do you have a brother? Selena smiled faintly, walking towards the elevator, with Roberto beside her. Marshall didn't follow them. He vaguely heard Selena say, not a real brother. Selena pressed the elevator button. The door opened, and she motioned for Roberto to enter first. Roberto stepped in. Ashley, I haven't had breakfast yet. Selena walked in, high heels clicking. What do you want? Bacon and potato scrambled eggs, hamburger, coffee. Selena remained expressionless. You only have a sandwich, and you need to attend the tech summit at 10. You'll need to change. Luckily, there were suits in the company lounge for emergencies. By the time Roberto finished the sandwich and brushed his teeth, he hurriedly changed into a suit under Selena's mocking gaze. He came out of the lounge, seeing Selena holding a dark red tie for him. He raised his chin slightly. Ashley, don't you think a dark red tie is quite ugly? Selena stood in front of him, tying the tie swiftly. Your vision is poor. Roberto looked down at the woman before him, then away. I just realized something. Selena raised her eyebrows. Yes? Roberto sighed. I must be really impressive. His female secretary was too eye-catching. Hurtful to the eyes. Painful in the chest. Selena ignored his nonsensical remarks and checked the time. Let's go. Those attending today's Shenzhen Tech Summit are all leading figures in the industry. Reporters rushed to interview these industry leaders. Bodyguards escorted Roberto and Selena into the venue. Coincidentally, their seats were next to Bud and Brooke. Selena nodded slightly at Brooke. Today's summit focused on artificial intelligence and AI development. Both Roberto and Bud would give speeches. Currently, Bud was speaking on stage. Roberto leaned close to Selena. Ashley, where's my speech? Selena smiled. Do you see anyone bring a speech manuscript on stage? Roberto clicked his tongue. He really needed the script. Give it to me. Bud, standing on the podium, glanced coldly below. He saw Roberto and Selena chatting closely. Selena met his gaze, then turned away. She continued lecturing the stubborn Sioux chairman on proper etiquette. In the end, Roberto managed to take the stage with his script. With a good script, why bother using his brain? After the summit ended, there was a networking dinner. Ashley, long time no see. Long time no see, Mr. Tion. Are you working as secretary for President Sioux now? Yes. The dinner was a place for bigwigs to mingle. After meeting a few people with Roberto, Selena could retreat early. She didn't expect to encounter Bud while hiding. He loosened his tie, looking more disheveled than usual in this formal setting. Selena turned to leave. Suddenly, her hand was grabbed and she was dragged into a safety staircase. Selena frowned. She was pushed against the wall. The safety staircase was quiet. His voice was cold. Selena. She lifted her gaze, equally cold, even disdainful. Perhaps this disgust provoked Bud. He tightened his grip on her arm. Selena looked down at his hand. Let go, you're hurting me. If you have something to say, just say it, no need to be secretive. Bud stared at Selena's red lips. His invasive gaze made Selena uncomfortable. He leaned down, his lips nearing hers, wanting to confirm his feelings. Selena's face changed. Her right hand was held, but her left was free. Slap. Her nails scratched Bud's face. Gross, Selena stared at Bud, scoffing. Mr. Fraser, deeply in love with your first love, what are you doing? The blatantly nauseating words relaxed Bud's expression, and he released her hand. Chapter 80, particularly vicious. Selena had just slapped Warren's face when her phone rang. It was a call from Roberto. She answered the phone, pushed open the door of the safety staircase, and walked out. I'll wait for you at the entrance right now. After hanging up, she called Denny E. to bring the car to the front. Roberto walked out of the hotel, and Denny E. opened the car door for him. He bent down to sit in, letting out a relieved sigh. I'm off work. He loosened his tie and casually tossed it onto the seat. His eyes caught sight of Selena's arm. Her arm clearly bore a red mark. What happened to your arm? Selena glanced at her arm. Nothing. Roberto raised an eyebrow but didn't press further. Denny E., drive to Macy's place. Denny E., who was driving, replied with a nod. Macy mentioned that you went shopping with her last time, and you even bought several million worth of clothes using your boyfriend's card, Roberto said. So? What's wrong with that? Selena was busy messaging Brogan to meet up for dinner later. Upon hearing this, she looked up at him curiously. That casual glance was enticing. Roberto silently scolded himself for not having hired a male secretary. Macy hinted that I'm not generous enough, Roberto continued, changing the topic. Next time I won't ask you to accompany my lover shopping. Stop at the convenience store ahead, Denny E. The car stopped. Roberto turned to look at Selena. Miss Secretary, go buy me something. He showed her a picture on his phone. Selena glared at him. Buy it yourself. Dog man. Making her buy condoms for him. I'm the boss, or are you the boss? Dog man. Roberto felt no guilt in exploiting his employees. Selena took a deep breath and smiled beautifully. Sure, wait here. Buy 2 boxes. No, 2 boxes aren't enough, buy. Before Roberto could finish speaking, the car door slammed shut. He muttered to himself, this Miss Secretary sure has a bad temper. Only I, as the boss, wouldn't mind it. Denny E. found it amusing. The boss is broad-minded. Inside the convenience store, Selena headed straight for what the boss wanted. She bought 10 boxes. When paying, she told the cashier, pack them into 2 bags, 5 boxes each. The young cashier blushed upon seeing the beautiful Selena. Sure. Back in the car, Selena handed 1 bag to Roberto, then fastened her seatbelt. What did you buy? Seeing the second bag in her hand, Roberto asked curiously. Selena smiled brightly. Of course, the same thing you wanted. Roberto watched her radiant smile and felt an uncomfortable sensation. Brooke, sitting in the passenger seat, turned around to look at Warren's face, instructing the driver to head to the hospital first. No need for the hospital. Warren's gaze was cold, indifferent to his facial injuries. Go to Faitsue Yuan. Warren said coolly. Brooke's heart skipped a beat. Faitsue Yuan was where Warren and Selena got married. Since the old lady passed away and Selena left, no one had lived there since. With Warren's bruised face, going to Faitsue Yuan made Brooke think of Selena. He had a hunch that it was Selena who did this. The car stopped at the entrance of Faitsue Yuan. The driver got out to open the door. Warren sat in the car, looking at the entrance without getting out. Leaves were scattered everywhere, making the place desolate. Back to Daijing Yuan, close the door. The driver closed the door. Brooke hoped nothing uncontrollable would happen during this trip. Carly felt particularly good today and went home earlier than usual. She played with her daughter in the living room. When Warren entered, she stood up happily, walking over only to see the scratch on his face. What happened? Butler, get the medical kit. No need, it'll heal in a couple of days. He walked upstairs quickly. Carly followed him upstairs into the bedroom. As Warren went into the bathroom, Carly eyed it suspiciously. She took out her phone, stepped out of the bedroom, and called Brooke. Answering directly, she asked, Secretary Song, I want to know who hit Lycan. Brooke had expected her call. Sorry, Vickio, I don't know either. Carly thought he was deliberately hiding it. Her gaze turned cold but remained polite. Where did you go today? Is it convenient to tell me? Brooke paused momentarily, recalling Selena from the Dreamland Club. Did you go to the technology summit? No need to hide it, news would come out anyway. Thank you. Carly hung up and immediately searched online for news about the technology summit. In the news, she saw Selena standing next to Roberto, dressed elegantly in a white blouse and skirt. Continuing to scroll, she saw pictures of Warren and Brooke. The butler brought up the medical kit, noticing the mistress's icy expression, lowered his eyes respectfully, and approached. Give me the medical kit. Carly took the kit and walked into the bedroom. Warren had just come out of the shower. She grabbed his hand, pulling him forcefully to the sofa. Come here, let me apply some medicine. Warren massaged his forehead. It's fine, it will heal in a few days. Carly shook her head, opened the kit, and took out the ointment. No, it needs medicine. Did a wildcat scratch you? She dabbed the medicine on a cotton swab and glared at Warren. Could this wildcat be a beauty queen? He didn't answer. Frowning, Carly finished applying the medicine, straddling Warren's lap, eyeing him closely. Is it Selena? Warren pinched her waist, lifted her up gently, and placed her down. No, I'll check on Laura. Watching him leave, Carly clenched her cotton swab and bit her lip. She suddenly laughed coldly. Clearly it was Selena. Outside Exine Khalil Community Building. Brogan parked the car and turned to see Selena sleeping. She held a bag with items scattered on her dress. He unfastened his seatbelt, leaned over, and picked up a familiar box. Brogan chuckled silently. He thought today Selena was exceptionally considerate. He drove to a secluded spot. Selena woke up to find Brogan already opening a box. He slowly tore it open. Just like she described, particularly vicious. Brogan spoke in a raspy voice. Why were you so proactive to buy this today? This chapter captures the complex interactions between characters while translating nuances effectively. The paragraph structure and line breaks have been preserved to match the original text's flow. Chapter 81, The Red Mini Electric Scooter. Selena held the steering wheel and chuckled lightly. I got it for myself while buying one for Roberto. That sentence almost cost her a sore back. Men could be petty at times. The next morning, she woke up early, excited about purchasing the two-wheeled mini electric scooter. Brogan kept his eyes closed, raised his hand, and blocked Selena from getting up with an arm across her. Sleep for a bit longer. He spoke lazily without opening his eyes. The woman who had been shouting for him to stop last night was now more lively than he was. Brogan would never admit that he was overly devoted, leaving him weak in the waist. His strong arms clamped around her waist, preventing Selena from getting up. She turned over to face Brogan. She just gazed at him without speaking. Perhaps her gaze was too intense. Brogan felt it and opened his dark eyes. Warm hands rubbed her back as he spoke hoarsely. It's Saturday, what do you need to get up so early for? I want to buy a mini electric scooter, Selena replied. Brogan's hand wandered slowly. Why are you buying an animal? Selena was speechless. What animal? A mini electric scooter isn't an animal, it's an e-bike, understand? Brogan shrugged nonchalantly. Oh, I didn't know. By the time they finished talking, Brogan lost any desire to sleep. He sat up, resting one leg while propping his elbow on his knee and rubbing his temple. His six-pack abs and V-line were quite eye-catching. Where do you plan to buy your mini electric scooter? He asked. I don't know yet, I'll check online later. Selena touched Brogan's abs before getting up. Brogan swallowed, letting her touch for a while before getting out of bed. Get up, what do you want for breakfast? Selena thought for a moment. Oil sticks with soy milk. All right. He called the bodyguards to buy oil sticks and soy milk, as there were vendors nearby in Exine Khalil community. Selena got up first to take a shower. Halfway through, the bathroom door opened, and Brogan came in. While he brushed his teeth, Selena took a shower in the separate wet area. When she came out wrapped in a large towel, Brogan had already squeezed toothpaste onto her brush. He then quickly took a shower himself. When they both walked out of the bathroom, they smelled the same refreshing scent from the same shower gel. Selena sat at the vanity table putting on makeup, watching through the mirror as Brogan fastened his belt and put on a shirt. Her cheeks flushed slightly. They moved relatively quickly. After finishing breakfast, Selena left a message for Violet and then left home with Brogan. Just as they were stepping out, Selena handed her phone to Brogan to hold while searching for her lipstick in her purse. At this moment, a message appeared on her phone screen, which Brogan saw right away. Selena, this is Bud. Sorry for yesterday. A short line of text. Brogan narrowed his eyes. They were walking into an empty elevator when Brogan said, coldly raising Selena's chin, little way, Bud said sorry to you for yesterday? His expression turned grim. Did he upset you? Selena took back her phone and saw the number was Brooks. She had blocked Bud's number a while ago, but he must have used Brooks' phone to send her the message. She stood on tiptoe to comfort Brogan. He's being ridiculous, ignore him. Besides, I slapped him. Brogan glanced at her. I'm not that petty, I'm just worried about you. She didn't believe his first part. Dr. Devon was definitely jealous. But she believed he was concerned about her. Selena deleted the message and gave Brogan 2 kisses. She smiled and searched online for stores selling mini electric scooters. Brogan sent a message to Hector. Fraser family has branches overseas, lure Bud abroad these days. Truly annoying. Selena found a few stores selling mini electric scooters online. After comparing them, she bought a red one at a good price. Mr. Devon, get in. We'll ride this back home today. She straddled the front seat and patted the back seat, inviting Brogan up. Brogan's legs were longer than hers. He climbed on and sat down. The scooter looked even smaller under him. Hold on to my waist, let's go. Selena drove happily, similar to when she rode her motorcycle. Brogan huddled his legs and wrapped his arms around her waist, enjoying the roadside scenery without worrying about losing face. After driving for about 10 minutes, they heard sirens behind them. She pulled over. A police car drove past, the window rolled down, and they were instructed, stop immediately. You were riding illegally without a helmet, and this type of e-scooter isn't allowed to carry passengers. The policeman issued a ticket to Selena. Selena apologized sincerely, accepted the mistake, and paid the fine. Once the policeman left, she looked at Brogan. Brogan wanted to tease her but held back. He ruffled her hair, trying not to laugh. No worries, I'll ask Baird to buy helmets. You'll ride back alone after this. Her first experience buying a mini electric scooter wasn't great. Selena sometimes had superstitious thoughts. Violet read my horoscope for this week, and it wasn't good. Just as expected. Brogan stuffed his hands into his pockets and glanced at her. Don't believe Violet. You can trust her. Selena didn't want to argue about this topic with Mr. Devon. Sometimes girls liked astrology and tarot cards. You wouldn't understand. As Selena stood by the roadside troubled by her new purchase, an argument erupted at the Lee residence. Today was Saturday, and Chantel returned from school to hear some terrible news. Her mother was currently in jail. All because of Selena. Callan informed her to meet Mr. Wang tonight. Dad, no. I won't marry an old man, even if I die. Chantel screamed angrily with tears streaming down her face. This is not your choice. Callan rubbed his temples, trying to speak calmly. Though Mr. Wang is old, he is gentle and loving. Do you want to see our family fall apart? If Mr. Wang was abusive, Callan might reconsider. Thinking about living under the same roof and sleeping in the same bed with an old man made Chantel sick. No, don't force me. Brother, say something. Can you bear to watch your sister marry an old man? Marshall sighed bitterly, scratching his head. Catherine, we have no other choice. Chantel bit her lip, grabbed her bag, and rushed out of the house. Callan's face changed slightly. Stop the young miss. Unfortunately, Chantel was too fast, and the servants did not dare to actually injure her. Chantel ran out of the house. Chapter 82, Carrying Hatred. Chantel left the Lee family, her first thought being to go to the police station and ask Della for an explanation. Didn't Selena promise to provide money to save the Lee family? How did things turn out like this? Thinking of Selena, hatred flashed in Chantel's eyes. Della's face lit up when she saw her daughter. Xiao Yu, quickly help me find Selena and ask her to drop the charges. Red-eyed, Chantel asked, Mom, what exactly happened? Why is Selena suing you? I threatened her with photos from the orphanage, and now I regret bringing her back to the Lee family. She doesn't know gratitude and should have stayed dead in that orphanage. Della, who prided herself on appearances, never imagined she would be sued by her own daughter one day, and even locked up at the police station. She was furious. Startled, Chantel asked, what kind of photos? Della sneered. The old director of the orphanage took photos of her and sent them to me as a blackmail attempt, demanding money which I refused. Where are the photos now? Chantel was shocked, feeling secretly vindictive. They were sold to someone else, only one remains with the police. Thinking of this, Della felt some regret. She shouldn't have sold the negatives, at least now if she had them, she could print and share them online. Originally, when she brought Selena back from the orphanage, it was to arrange her marriage alliances. The more Della thought about it, the more she regretted it. Mom, what do we do now? Without money, I have to marry Mr. Wang. Chantel felt troubled. Deep down, she considered leaving Shenzhen City, as she still had money in her bank account. As for the fate of the Lee family, they were bound to go bankrupt anyway, and as a woman, there was nothing she could do. Della knew Selena was determined to press charges against her. Lowering her voice, she whispered, go to Kangxiang and create a scene with Selena. Chantel's eyes lit up. After thinking about it, she nodded. If the Lee family was suffering so much, why should Selena live freely? Mom, I'll find Selena on Monday. Meanwhile, Selena received a safety helmet from Baird and rode her scooter to the supermarket. She planned to cook tonight. Brogan returned home first. Ignoring Violet's silly faces, he openly entered Selena's bedroom. He turned on his computer for a meeting. About half an hour into the meeting, Selena hadn't returned yet. Hold on. Brogan paused the meeting and called Selena. Pushing a cart, Selena answered while picking vegetables. I'm at Lyle's supermarket near Exine Khalil community. Brogan hummed in acknowledgement, hung up, and said, Hector, note down the meeting minutes. Hector complied from the other end of the video call. Brogan, holding his phone and house keys, walked out of the bedroom. Brother Davon, are you going out? Could you buy ice cream for me? Anthea can't eat cold things recently, so no. Violet stared wide-eyed at Brogan as he left. Selena can't eat, but she can. Holding a large bag, Selena exited the supermarket and saw Brogan. Why are you here? As a boyfriend, it's natural to help carry groceries for my girlfriend, Brogan smirked. He certainly wasn't as emotionally dull as Niall. Brogan was a dangerous man, excelling in winning hearts or eliminating enemies without them and knowing what hit them. Back at home, Selena changed into loungewear and headed to the kitchen. Brogan followed and saw her grabbing an apron. I'll do it. Selena looked back, okay. He took the apron from her hands, standing behind her to put it on. Binding the strings around her waist, he softly asked, is this tight? Lowering her head, revealing her fair neck, Selena replied, it's fine, not too tight. Brogan's fingers brushed her skin. Then, he was kicked out of the kitchen, the door closing. Violet glanced curiously at Brogan, then returned to her TV. Selena cooked quickly, preparing 4 dishes and a soup for 3 people, deliciously prepared. Seeing the table full of food, Brogan thought about how Niall used to enjoy all this. Now it's all his. Looking at Selena smiling beautifully across the table, Brogan reached his leg under the table and nudged her. Selena paused, biting her chopsticks. Violet, the ribs are delicious, Violet happily chewed away. Selena smiled, warning Brogan with a glare. Brogan retracted his leg and let her eat peacefully. His phone rang. Taking the call, he listened to Hector before hanging up and setting his chopsticks down. Anthea, can I pack some food to take away? Selena guessed it was urgent business. She got containers and packed a meal for him, handing him chopsticks. He left carrying the meal. Violet watched them, heartbroken. Boss, this is the place. Hector opened the private room door, letting Brogan in. Noticing the chopsticks Brogan held, he looked away. Inside sat 2 men, Marshall and his friend Lynn Jeffrey High. Brogan sat on the sofa, opening the container to eat slowly. Marshall and Lynn Jeffrey High were made to kneel by bodyguards. Hector repeated their conversation to Brogan. It turned out Marshall confided in Lynn Jeffrey High over drinks due to family troubles. Lynn Jeffrey High suggested, if something happens to Selena, wouldn't her assets revert to your family? Though Brogan didn't meddle directly in Selena's affairs, he kept watch over the Lee family. Desperation leads people to extreme measures. Finishing his meal, Brogan wiped his mouth and faced the men. Marshall tried to explain through muffled sounds. Lynn Jeffrey High also regretted his actions. The guard removed Lynn Geoffrey High's tape harshly, causing pain. I will tell the truth. Someone called me, gave me money, and told me to say those things to Marshall. I don't know who he was, just a distorted voice. Marshall couldn't believe his friend, glaring angrily. This chapter captures the intense emotions and conflicting loyalties within the Lee family, showcasing the complexity of relationships and the lengths people go to protect themselves or achieve their goals. Chapter 83, Male Escort. Brogan took the towel passed to him by Hector and methodically wiped the blood off his fists. On the floor, Lynn Jeffrey High lay almost lifeless. By encouraging Marshall to speak, Lynn Jeffrey High had crossed a line with Brogan. This matter was about his Louise's life. His Louise. If not for the slight rise and fall of his chest, one might have thought Lynn Jeffrey High was dead. Marshall's eyes widened in horror as he watched the man before him and couldn't stop shivering. Brogan walked up to Marshall and looked down at him from above. Marshall tried to back away but was held down by bodyguards. Is a life worse than death better, or is money better? Brogan handed the towel to Hector and asked Marshall casually. Of course, he didn't need Marshall's answer. He only wanted Marshall to be afraid. After all, Marshall was still useful to him. Who was behind this attempt to harm Louise? Brogan's eyes grew cold. Turning around, he bent down to the coffee table, picked up the lunch box Selena gave him, put it in Devonzi, and carried it out of the room. Hector turned to Marshall gently. Kermit, I'm truly sorry, your friend will be taken to the hospital. Marshall slumped on the ground as he watched them leave. Inside the car, Brogan sent a message to Selena. Louise, rest well tonight and tomorrow, your man needs to recuperate. Selena and Violet were watching TV when she heard her phone notification and read the message. Recuperate well. Those 4 words nearly made her face split open with laughter. Brogan then added another sentence. What kind of seductress could possibly drain my strength so thoroughly? Selena, huh? In the evening, Selena climbed into bed and thought about Mr. Davon. She stealthily pressed her index finger against her red lips, slightly parting them, revealing a hint of pink tongue. With her other hand, she snapped a selfie. The photo was shot from an excellent angle, beautiful face, red lips, fingers, tip of the tongue, collarbone. Selena smiled as she sent the picture to Brogan. At that moment, Brogan was busy with work. When he saw Selena's photo, his deep eyes turned unfathomable. If she dared to act like this next to him, he would surely carry her straight to bed. Having flirted with Mr. Devon, Selena wrapped herself in the blanket and slept peacefully. The next day, she woke up at 10:30 in the morning. She and Violet spontaneously decided to go shopping. After half a day of shopping and feeling tired, they found an Italian restaurant for some pasta. Ciao Devon, we've been waiting to hang out with you for a month. You really forget old friends after finding a boyfriend. Aren't I here now? Allie laughed, smiling brightly. She was taking it easy during her pregnancy and hadn't yet shown much. The three sisters at the table were all daughters of wealthy families. One of them pinched Allie's delicate face. Without makeup, you're still so radiant. What are you eating? Another one teased, can women in love not look radiant? I heard right after I returned that someone bought the blue heart diamond for you. So envious. What someone? Obviously it's her boyfriend. The girls continued joking with Allie. They were actually quite envious. Her fiancé belonged to the powerful Devon family of Frazier City. It was unfortunate that they hadn't met the man yet. Allie rolled her eyes, don't talk nonsense. Our mother said that your mother has been very happy lately. Looks like the good news isn't far off. When Selena and Violet heard about the blue heart diamond, they glanced over at Allie. Zeking frowned. Was Brogan seeing two women? She looked at Selena, who knew Brogan explained there was nothing romantic between him and Allie. Still, hearing Allie's conversation with her friends made her a little uncomfortable. What does Allie mean? Eat up. Brogan has only me as his little demoness. Seeing Violet's confused expression, Selena chuckled and felt touched. I'm full. I'll send a message to ask Brother Devon. Violet took out her phone and messaged Brogan without hesitation, which Selena didn't stop her from doing. She also wanted to ask. Violet, Brother Devon, did I hear correctly that you're planning to marry Miss Sue? Brogan raised an eyebrow as he replied, I plan to marry Miss Selena. Who told you this nonsense? Violet quickly typed out what she had heard from Allie verbatim. Then she added, not only me but Davina also heard it and is furious. She turned the screen to show Selena. Soon, Selena received a reply from Brogan. Louise, I intend to marry Miss Selena. Don't be upset, I'll handle it. Brogan looked at Hector, who has been spreading rumors about me marrying Allie. Hector adjusted his glasses, you've appeared together with Miss Sue several times, which led people to think so. Plus, the Sue family may have such intentions. Brogan lowered his gaze and closed the document. Make dinner plans for tonight with Suyu and Kobe. Currently, Suyu managed the Sue family affairs. He was the father of Landon and Roberto, as well as Allie's uncle. Kobe was Allie's father. Hector agreed and left to make the call. Brogan always liked resolving problems at the root. At the Sue residence, Suyu ended the call feeling puzzled. Why did Devon suddenly invite them for dinner? Today happened to be Kobe visiting the old house. Kobe guessed, elder brother, do you think Devon wants to discuss something about him and Xiao Devon? That was the most plausible reason. There's a possibility, Suyu pondered. Kobe smiled, Xiao Devon never mentioned it to us. Maybe Devon wants to surprise her. Suyu's usual stern face softened, Xiao Devon is a good girl. Let's not mention this to our wives. Kobe nodded, understood. He felt proud of his daughter. Back at the Italian restaurant, after finishing their meal, Selena and Violet were preparing to leave when Allie noticed them. She approached and greeted them politely. Violet responded indifferently while Selena felt the atmosphere turning awkward. Miss Sue, we're done eating and about to leave. Allie smiled, all right, see you later. Watching Selena and Violet leave, Allie returned to her group of friends who started gossiping. That woman in the red dress was Niall's ex-wife, wasn't she? Yes, she's called Selena. The joke on Weibo with the chopsticks wouldn't have gone over if the Fraser family weren't lenient. Her boyfriend couldn't protect her otherwise. They were talking about the post Selena made regarding the dropped chopsticks. If the Fraser family was angry, even Niall wouldn't overlook it. To these women, Niall was an ideal man but unfortunately had someone else on his mind. To think a secretary got into power just because of her beauty and acts so smugly. She must have worked as a male escort in a fantasy club. Several daughters of prominent families covered their mouths and giggled softly. Allie felt strained as they discussed this topic and changed it. Where are we going next? As night fell, Brogan began addressing these issues from their roots. Chapter 84, a bit strange. Brogan invited Barnabas and Kobe to dinner, and the location was directly arranged at the Geige Hotel. When it was time, Brogan and Hector went to the private room. Sorry, I'm a bit late, Brogan said with a light smile. It's us who arrived early, Barnabas replied, smiling. He and Kobe stood up, waiting for Brogan to sit down before they did. Brogan wasn't unreasonable. Inviting them to dinner and discussing matters didn't mean he had to be cold. The waiters served dishes at the table. Geige Hotel has a new chef specializing in Zhejiang cuisine. The dishes are quite good. Please try them, Brogan finished speaking. Hector stood up to pour wine for Barnabas and Kobe before sitting back down next to Brogan. Seeing how polite Brogan was tonight, Barnabas and Kobe felt relieved. Perhaps this was really about the marriage arrangement. Barnabas picked up his chopsticks, took a piece of chicken, and tasted it. This is drunken chicken. Brogan smiled. Yes. The meat of the drunken chicken was tender, perfectly blending the aroma of alcohol and meat, leaving an unforgettable taste. Brogan also tried a piece, nodding and telling Hector, ask the chef to prepare another dish of drunken chicken for Jamie. Hector smiled in agreement and called the manager. Barnabas was curious when he heard Brogan mention Jamie but didn't press further. Kobe added, Xiao Divong loves the roast duck here. It's one of their specialties. The conversation throughout the meal revolved around trivial topics. Even after finishing the meal, Kobe hadn't heard Brogan mention anything about marriage arrangements. Did they misunderstand? Did Brogan just invite them for dinner today and plan to visit the Su family later? Feeling full, Brogan leaned back in his chair, his collar slightly open, appearing somewhat laid back. The roast duck here is indeed exquisite. Hector, please have the kitchen prepare one more for Jamie. Hector respectfully agreed, amused by Brogan constantly mentioning Jamie. This was the second time Brogan mentioned Jamie, and Barnabas still couldn't figure out who she was. I hope you both enjoyed your evening. Brogan stood up. I have a meeting shortly, so I must take my leave. Barnabas and Kobe also stood up, smiling warmly. Thank you for your hospitality tonight, Mr. Devon. We will be leaving as well. Brogan left the private room first while Hector stayed behind to escort Barnabas and Kobe to the hotel entrance. Their car was already waiting at the front door. Barnabas smiled at Hector. Baird, thank you. You're welcome. Hector politely sent Barnabas and Kobe into the car, bending down to speak gently through the window. Mr. Su, actually, Jamie is our boss's girlfriend. Hector kindly closed the car door for them. In the car, Barnabas was shocked speechless. He turned to look at the equally stunned Kobe. After the car drove off, Kobe frowned. Brother, what did Baird mean? Barnabas rubbed his temples, finally understanding the purpose of Brogan's invitation. He glared at Kobe impatiently. Isn't it clear enough? Mr. Devon has a girlfriend. Call Xiao Divong and find out what's going on, Barnabas suggested, increasingly baffled that Brogan had a girlfriend yet no one told them. Since Brogan and their second son were close friends, why didn't anyone inform the family? Before Kobe could call Ali, Barnabas dialed Hero first. Hero was enjoying some services when he received a call from his father. He paused, wondering if he had done anything wrong lately. Dad? Why didn't you tell us that Mr. Devon already has a girlfriend? Now the Su family looks foolish. Xiao Divong is your own cousin. Hero was scolded without warning. He waved for the women around him to leave. Which girlfriend? Hero recalled the recent Weibo trending topic. You mean Selena? Actually, Hero thought along the same lines as Su Li. They hadn't seen any objections from Ali, making their interference seem strange. Who is Selena? Barnabas asked, finding the name familiar. Bud's ex-wife. Upon hearing this, Barnabas remembered. He was surprised. Why would Mr. Devon like a divorced woman? Hero couldn't answer that, perhaps it was just a mutual attraction. Barnabas hung up and instructed Kobe to call Ali immediately. Matters needed to be clarified, otherwise, the Su family's reputation would be damaged. Kobe nodded and called Ali, relaying the details of Brogan's dinner invitation and Hector's revelation about Jamie. Ali put down her milk glass, her fingers unconsciously rubbing the rim. Dad, yes, he does have a girlfriend, Bud's ex-wife, Selena. Kobe frowned. What about you then? Ali explained apologetically. Sorry, Dad. He doesn't like me, and I didn't dare tell you. Kobe's voice suddenly raised. If he doesn't like you, why did he give you a blue diamond for your birthday? And why did he let you live in Divongxiang Villa? Does he think we're easy targets? Barnabas noticed Kobe getting angrier and reached out for the phone. Give me the phone, don't say rash things. With fire in his chest, Kobe handed the phone over. Xiao Divong, tell your uncle what exactly is going on between you and Mr. Devon. Barnabas's stern voice came through the line. Ali bit her lip. Uncle, Selena is divorced, the Devon family won't accept her. Barnabas grasped the situation roughly. Understand what you've done and don't provoke Mr. Devon. Remember, you are the Su family's daughter. That was all he could advise her as her uncle. Her parents would need to handle the rest. I understand, uncle. Thank you. Ali hung up, feeling anxious. Initially, she had proposed a blue diamond for her birthday using Garrett's promise as an excuse, hoping to keep it as a memento. She also liked the flowers in the villa garden and loved painting them. She had asked to stay there temporarily, and Brogan gave her the villa, moving out himself. He also recently told her to go to Hector for matters because his girlfriend might get jealous. Tonight's dinner invitation was meant to clarify their relationship. Ali cried on the table. She thought Garrett's death gave her a chance, only for a woman named Selena to appear. Meanwhile, near Exain Khalil Community Building, in a small park. Brogan and Selena sat on a bench. He told her about Garrett and Ali. Garrett really liked Ali. When she agreed to be with him, he invited me for a night of drinks. 4 months ago, he went to Singapore for company business. There was a plane crash. Selena looked at Brogan. She understood the pain of losing a close friend. Thinking of Ali, something felt odd. Will you always take care of Ali? Selena asked, puzzled. Brogan raised an eyebrow. She can contact Hector if needed. Her home has staff. Selena. Brogan seized the opportunity to pinch Selena's cheek, casually saying, Ali is carrying Garrett's child. She chose to keep it. Translation complete according to the given instructions. Chapter 85, Kept as a Mistress. After Brogan finished recounting Ali's situation, Selena checked the time on her phone. It was quite late. She shoved her hands into her coat pockets. Good night, I have work tomorrow. She walked away briskly, leaving Mr. Devon sitting in the chair with an expression of disbelief. Wasn't he supposed to be invited upstairs tonight? To share the same bed, to cuddle and kiss. Brogan's gaze followed her quick, alluring silhouette as she left. He pondered Selena's attitude. She was jealous. The next morning was bright and clear. Selena was getting ready to ride her red Vespa to work. Before leaving, she knocked on Violet's door. Violet answered the door with messy hair. Capricorn, good luck with your finances today. Work well, there's a chance for promotion and a raise. Okay, remember to eat something by 10 o'clock. I'm off to work. Violet nodded and went back to bed after closing the door. Selena put on her helmet and left. Her red Vespa zipped through traffic like a red blur. Patrick was abroad, where it was evening. He paused when he saw a photo on his phone of Selena riding her Vespa between cars. He continued scrolling and came across a picture of Selena sitting with Brogan in a park. His eyes turned cold. Before passing away, Grandma had told him not to regret the choices he made. The wisest person who truly understood Patrick was always the venerable matriarch of the Fraser family. Patrick deleted the photo of Selena with Brogan but kept the ones of Selena alone. Only weak men regret. His aloof and possessive nature wouldn't change. While Grandma was alive, he could control himself, but now. Selena brought files into the office and dropped them off. As she was about to leave, Roberto stopped her. Leaning against his chair, he looked at Selena. Last night, his father had called to discuss Brogan's dinner invitation with him. It all centered around Ali's intentions. Ashley, please call the CFO here, he said. Selena nodded. Around noon, the receptionist called Selena, saying someone named Chantel was downstairs looking for her. Since deciding to sue Della, Selena had expected trouble from the Lee family. Do not see her, ask security to escort her out. Thank you, Selena replied. The receptionist hung up and contacted security. Given that it was midday, the lobby was bustling. When security escorted Chantel out of Kangxiang Company, she seemed incredulous. Don't touch me. I'll report you for harassment. The young woman, with red-rimmed eyes and a defiant posture, looked pretty, making people feel somewhat sympathetic. But the security guards, paid by Kangxiang, hardened their hearts despite their feelings. Miss, please don't cause a scene here. This is Kangxiang. Chantel, teary-eyed, said, I didn't come here to cause trouble, I came to find my sister. Security looked at the receptionist, who politely explained, Miss, Ashley doesn't want to meet you. So this was Ashley's sister. Bystanders watched Chantel with a mix of curiosity and gossip. I really need to talk to her urgently. Please call her again, LaToya, Chantel pleaded. It was inappropriate for family disputes to escalate to the workplace. Selena, receiving another call from the receptionist, knew Chantel's intention was to embarrass her. Please tell her I will not see her. The receptionist conveyed Selena's message to Chantel, who burst into tears, covering her face. How can she do this? She's her own mother, how can she sue her over a photo? The family drama involving a daughter suing her mother intrigued everyone. Ali had entered the building and heard part of the story. She took out a tissue, handed one to Chantel, and offered to take her to Ashley. Both the receptionist and security recognized Ali as a member of the Sue family and the chairman's cousin. They let her bring Chantel up without objection. Thank you, Miss Sue, Chantel responded, realizing an opportunity. Sure, dry your tears, and follow me, Ali replied with a gentle smile. Her lively eyes made her seem easygoing. Chantel nodded and followed Ali to the elevator. The crowd in the hall dispersed, disappointed they missed the gossip. Inside the elevator, along with Ali and Chantel, were 3 other Kangxiang employees. Ali asked quietly, can you tell me what the photo is about? Ashley is suing her own mother. Chantel hesitated for a moment. It's fine if you can't tell me, Ali reassured, but Ashley is very nice. Try talking to her calmly. Not much, just a picture taken by the old dean when she was 10. We never thought he'd act so monstrously. Chantel trailed off, letting the implications sink in. A child photo combined with monstrous behavior led to disturbing speculations, such as pedophilia. The 3 employees were shocked, imagining a tragic childhood for Ashley. Ali's lips parted in surprise. Her face fell. Sorry, I shouldn't have asked. Chantel quickly added, nothing happened to my sister. The elevator dinged, and those employees exited first. Ali and Chantel were going to the 18th floor. Just then, Selena handed over signed documents to the CFO and guided him to the elevator. The CFO smiled. Thank you, Ashley. Selena was skilled in hospitality, always modest and professional. The elevator doors opened, revealing Ali and Chantel. Selena remained calm, first watching the CFO enter the elevator, then turning her attention to Chantel. Apologies, Ashley, Ali began. I saw Miss Lee crying in the lobby and thought it would be better to bring her up here to talk things out. Selena smiled faintly. You've been very kind, Miss Sue. Ali returned the smile. Ashley, try to keep personal matters separate from work. Excuse me, I need to find my cousin. Selena chuckled silently. Once Ali entered the office, Selena turned to Chantel. Since your goal is achieved, you can leave now. Chantel was bewildered. Sister, what are you talking about? I came to apologize for Mom. She only pretended to threaten you with the photo. She wouldn't expose it. Selena raised an eyebrow. Are you delusional? No one else would believe that. Chantel, called delusional, was speechless. Roberto and Ali exited the office. Roberto glanced at Chantel, then turned to Selena. I'll be eating out for lunch. Selena nodded. Ali smiled at Selena and followed Roberto into the elevator. Chantel, realizing her mission was futile, joined them, glancing covertly at Roberto. Selena ate in the cafeteria alone. Within a short time, rumors about an old man molesting her as a child spread among the staff. As Selena was not only beautiful but also prominent in the company, everyone was interested. Who knew Ashley had such a sad childhood? That old dean must be a pervert. I heard Ashley is suing her own mom. Why? This gossip was spreading fast within Kangxiang. I'm not quite sure what happened. Selena could still hear gossips about her while she was in the restroom. Their pitying gazes did nothing to affect her. She didn't need their sympathy. With a strong inner self, these past events were just that, past. A news item with the headline, #Bud's ex-wife was molested by an old man as a child # soon appeared online. Someone had no conscience, using such news to gain traffic. Everyone who saw this kind of title couldn't help but click in to read. Concerning Bud and Selena, someone forwarded this news to Carly upon seeing it. Carly couldn't help but laugh at the news, laughing until tears came out. Abigail, by the trending topic for this news so it can quickly climb up the hot search list. Abigail glanced at the news on her phone, surprised. Selena's childhood was so miserable. Carly sighed. Fate. By the time Mr. Devon saw this news, no one knew what he would think. With his wealth and influence, he might look down on Selena. And if Nellie saw it, who knows what she'd think. #Bud's ex-wife was once molested by an old man #. It quickly became the #1 trending topic. Seeing this news, the upper-class circles felt that Bud must have really had bad luck. They held more disdain toward Selena. Joy was once again ridiculed by wealthy women, and she was fuming. Selena had no relation with the Fraser family anymore. She stormed into Kangxiang Technology, demanding to see Selena. Tell Selena to get down here. Fully clad in designer brands, a symbol of an affluent lady, Miss Joy had an attitude that made the receptionist hesitant to challenge her, although there was some resentment toward Selena. May I ask who you are? The receptionist asked. Joy, with a cold expression, answered, her former mother-in-law. Naturally, Selena knew about the trending topic. She continued working orderly, never showing any embarrassment. Joy had come to Selena due to the shame she believed Selena brought upon the Fraser family. Very calm, Selena said, do not let her up. This was Kangxiang, not Fraser Corporation. No one would bring Joy upstairs, and she wouldn't be able to go up on her own. In the end, Joy left with her anger unvented. She couldn't cause a scene trying to see Selena. Selena chuckled and sent a message to Violet. Honey, today Capricorn's finances are average, work luck is bad, and I feel a bit unlucky. Brogan walked out of the hospital. Hector opened the car door, but he didn't enter. His phone rang. It showed a call from Fraser City. He answered the call. Brogan, I won't allow you to marry a wife like that. If you truly like her, let her be your mistress. The caller was Devon Dashyong, Brogan's father and current head of Devon Corporation. Chapter 86, Is your kidney well rested? Brogan answered the call, bending to sit in the car. He waited for Devon Dahong to finish speaking before he said casually, What nerve do you have to make such demands of me? Devon Dahong was choked up. His son had always been disobedient. Aren't you ashamed? You should know what she will face if she comes to Fraser City later on. Keeping her as a lover in Shin City might be better for her. Brogan took the tablet Hector passed over and looked at the news. It was originally just an unsubstantiated leak that not everyone would believe. But soon after, a photo appeared below the leak, with both the front and back view. The front showed Selena in a spaghetti-strap dress at 10 years old. On the back was written, The taste of your daughter is quite good. Brogan hung up on Devon Dahong with a cold expression. Take down all the news. His jaw clenched tightly as Hector swiftly contacted the relevant departments. The news item concerning Selena that had been trending was promptly removed. Hector turned back to report, the trending topic has been taken down. Brogan opened the tablet and searched the news. That infuriating peace was now gone. Hector could clearly sense that the boss was in a very bad mood, wondering if this would affect Miss Lu. The Devon family's internal affairs were complex. Hector could only suppress these thoughts in his heart. Let's go to Kunxiang, Brogan said, shutting off the tablet. Selina saw her own 10-year-old photo and laughed quietly to herself. Sure enough, Ms. Della was ruthless. She had tried to retrieve the negatives from Della but had made a miscalculation. Selina didn't continue browsing the news. Instead, she packed up to leave work. Brogan called, Little Wei, I'm waiting outside Kunxiang. Selina paused. I drove my small electric scooter to work today. No problem, let Bear drive it back. Brogan glanced at Hector, who was sitting in the passenger seat. Hector remained silent. Selina took the elevator downstairs. As it stopped at several floors, other employees also got off for the day. They looked a bit awkward when they saw her. Selina stood at the back, letting them enter first. After parking her scooter next to a black sedan, Selina turned around to see Brogan looking at her. Hector got out, closed the door, and took the scooter from her. Thank you. Selina thanked him before getting into the car. As the car drove off, the partition between the rear seats went up. Selina asked calmly, Did you see today's news? Brogan reached out, roughly lifting Selina's face, kneading it like dough. Yes, and I'm still furious about it. If that old man wasn't dead already, I would make his life hell. Brogan seemed really angry. Selina pouted under his kneading. Is that all? Don't you think having a girlfriend like me is embarrassing? He wasn't ashamed of her. Brogan let go of her face, lowered his head, and kissed her gently. Selina put her hand on his chest. Why would I feel embarrassed? Brogan chuckled softly. Mr. Devon admires your bravery. He lifted Selina onto his lap, hugging her from behind. Selina was touched. But Little Wei, you're a bit silly, he said. Huh? Leaning close to her ear, Brogan murmured deeply, you should have kept her bedridden. On the way to Kunxiang, Brogan had figured out what happened. Della had used the photos to threaten Little Wei into giving her money. He shouldn't have been so lenient. He admitted some fault, feeling that Little Wei needed to be more ruthless. If it were him, he would have had Della bedridden from the start, never waking up. Do you fear me saying this? Brogan pinched her ear. Not at all, Selina reflected on her strategy. I'm still human, unlike her, who acts like an animal. Brogan sighed. I hope our future kids inherit my intelligence and tactics instead of yours. Selina felt a little better despite the earlier upset. She held Brogan's hand, running her fingers along his elegant, sexy digits. He responded. Is your kidney well rested? She asked. Translation note, your kidney, in Chinese culture is often metaphorically linked to one's vitality or health, implying a broader concern than just physical rest. Chapter 87, Tired? Selina didn't expect Mr. Devon to bring her to the beach. We'll wait until tomorrow morning to watch the sunrise. He set up a tent by the seaside and hung a lantern inside. He even made a bonfire. Selina rested her chin on her hand, watching him work with his upper body bare, exuding less of an air of elegance and more of rugged charm. The sound of distant waves occasionally echoed around them. Selina called Violet to inform her she wouldn't be coming home tonight. Upon hearing that she was with Brogan, the girl didn't ask any further questions. Big Davina, have fun, Violet said, still worried about how online events might affect Selina. Sure, Selina replied and hung up. Brogan finished setting things up and quickly went to take a shower in the RV before returning to Selina's side. Selina nestled into his embrace. What a pity there's no moon or stars tonight, she sighed. Tired? Brogan looked down at her, his fingers brushing against her cheek. Feeling her slight coolness, he pulled her closer. If you're tired, you can go to sleep. I'll wake you up for the sunrise. Not really, just curious why you'd bring me to the beach to watch the sunrise, she said, finding this unusual for Mr. Devon's usual style. Her lips curled upward in a faint smile. Brogan chuckled casually. It was Frederick's suggestion. Selina raised an eyebrow. Does Frederick have a girlfriend yet? No. Selina lifted her head and touched his chin. Shall we go into the tent? Drowsily, Selina vaguely heard the sound of waves outside. She held on to Brogan as they stopped moving. His hand brushed through her hair, and he gazed down at her hazy, rosy eyes. He remembered what his father had said. Brogan internally scoffed, Little Wei, even if she went to Fraziering City, should be feared by others, not fearing them. Tired? He asked hoarsely. Selina breathed heavily but stubbornly responded, not really, just a bit. Sometimes Brogan truly loved her tenacity. He helped her tidy up, wrapped her in his jacket, and carried her out of the tent to the RV to shower. Despite her protest to be let down, he ignored her. Ironically, they didn't see the sunrise because it started raining in the early hours of the night. Back in the city, Frederick woke up in the middle of the night for water when he heard the rain. Stiffening momentarily, he returned to his bedside table, put on his glasses, and checked the weather forecast. Rain was indeed predicted. It couldn't be blamed on him, being single had its drawbacks. But abroad learned about Selina's news regarding her molestation at age 10, forwarded to him by Joy. She felt disgraced, saying, I dare not leave the house now, look what kind of person you married. Bud instructed Brooke to contact the company's PR team to remove the trending topic about Selena. Soon after, he received confirmation from the PR department. It had already been taken down. Thinking of Brogan, so did Carly. She awoke to find the trending topics she paid for were all removed. In the dance studio, she paused dancing and checked her phone. Nothing remained of the story. She smiled insidiously. Aren't you laughing? Matilda remarked incredulously. Carly lowered her phone. Deleted means deleted, but many people saw it. Memory isn't something that can be erased. Matilda nodded after some thought. You're right. You should avoid targeting Selena in the future. Matilda wasn't unintelligent. News stories don't vanish without reason. Laughing mockingly, Carly said, Don't worry, she won't enjoy this for long. She doubted a big family like the Devons would accept Selena. She figured Selena was only a pampered pet to Mr. Devon now. After pondering for a moment, Matilda hesitated about sharing a piece of information with Carly. Do you have something else on your mind, Matilda? Carly asked, puzzled. I need you to keep calm. Matilda paused. A friend who works in Fraser Corporation's PR mentioned that Secretary Song contacted them to lower Selena's trending topic. This stung Carly deeply. Her meticulous plan was almost successful but diverted again, all because Selena lived. Has Fraser general manager mentioned marriage to you? Matilda reminded her she needed to speed up. Having followed Carly for so long, Matilda knew certain details. Carly was also frustrated. We planned to get married first but got delayed due to Selena's issues. She should have died then. She knew having Selena alive always introduced uncertainties. Matilda warned her to be cautious. Carly decided to bring up marriage once Bud returned from his business trip. She also inquired, what about Lolo Jury? It needs more time to arrange. Maya's popularity now surpassed Carly's. Last time she attended another show, My Voice, the production team gave better treatment to Maya due to higher fan support. This disparity irked her. That day, Selena hurried to work, nodding greetings to her colleagues. Seeing her walking confidently in heels, they marveled. Had they faced such incidents, their pride might have prevented them from coming to work. If it were me, I wouldn't have the face to come, one colleague remarked disparagingly. Not everyone in the office was kind. Several gathered to discuss Selena's situation. In the office, Roberto glanced up as Selena entered carrying coffee. Putting down his phone, he pretended to flip through files. You're holding the documents upside down, Selena helpfully pointed out. Roberto cleared his throat, turning the papers right side up. Sorry about yesterday. I didn't expect Xiao Divong to bring Miss Li here. He was aware of the events that transpired. Selena smiled. It's not your fault. Why are you apologizing? And what Su Miss said was correct. Bringing personal matters into the office indeed looks bad. Thank her for me. This last comment was slightly barbed. Roberto tugged at his collar, feeling a little annoyed. I'll make her apologize to you. Note, the translation follows the structure and tone of the original text while ensuring coherence with previous content and maintaining fluency. Chapter 88, Eyes Dark as Ink. Selena saw that Roberto was very serious when he spoke. She put aside her sarcastic tone. No, there's no need for Miss Su to apologize to me. Allie is pregnant, and Selena didn't want to quarrel with a pregnant woman at the moment. She also knew that even if Allie hadn't brought Chantel up, Chantel would still have found a way to publicize it given her character. Seeing how serious Selena was, Roberto nodded. All right, then I'll treat you to lunch. Selena tidied up the documents and raised her eyes. No need, I have plans to have lunch with my boyfriend. With that, she left the office holding the files. Roberto stood there in surprise for a moment. In the private room of a restaurant, Brogan was peeling shrimp shells for Selena while wearing plastic gloves. His phone dinged several times in succession. The phone was placed between them. Selena instinctively looked over and saw multiple messages appearing on the screen. Brogan, keep that woman outside. Or take her as a concubine, I have no objections. In short, don't marry her properly. Both Selena and Brogan saw the messages. Veins popped on Brogan's forehead. Anthea, ignore my father's words. Trust me, okay? Brogan removed his gloves and looked at Selena earnestly. Selena blinked and suddenly asked, Sherry is your father's third wife. How many wives does your father actually have? Officially, my father has 3 wives. The first wife is legitimate and that's my mother, the second is Joy's mother, and the third is Sherry. My parents were united in a business marriage without love. Soon after my mother passed away, my father allowed the second wife into the family. Brogan decided to be completely honest with Selena. This second wife was originally the wife of a distant relative. Her husband died early, and when my mother fell ill, she happened to be hired as a caregiver. Selena glanced at him, knowing what she was about to say. My mother died of natural causes, he continued. Joy isn't my father's biological daughter. She is the daughter of the distant relative. That explained why he called Bud nephew. Their familial relationship was actually quite distant. Selena hadn't touched her chopsticks yet. She asked, and Sherry? I was abroad when Sherry joined our family. My maternal relatives, the He family, are quite greedy, and I'm not close to them. Brogan said with a sneer. They couldn't get any benefits from our family, so they found a way to irritate me and enter the Devon family. At that time, Sherry had a boyfriend who took money from the He family and left her. The room fell silent for a moment before they ended the conversation. After finishing their meal, Selina said she wanted to walk around alone. Brogan sat back into the car with a frown. Anthea must think the Devon family is too complicated. A hint of frustration surfaced within him. As Selina walked along, she came across a well-known bakery. She entered, unexpectedly meeting Carly and Harris there. Miss Lou, I didn't expect you to still have the heart to buy pastries. Carly smiled, handing the baby carriage to the nanny before realizing something. Oh right, eating sweet foods can help lift your mood when you're feeling down. Selina raised an eyebrow. Carly used to speak more subtly and indirectly. Normally, Carly would always use veiled insults like a White Lotus manipulator. Since Selina walked in, Harris had been sizing her up. Harris had just returned from abroad and came especially to buy a cake. Sister Devonjan, she has thick skin and no shame. Harris's tone was disdainful. Because of Selina, she had been sent abroad and endured hardship. If my brother had known that the old man molested you when you were young, he absolutely wouldn't marry you because he'd think you were dirty, she added. Selina glanced at them indifferently and turned to leave. Ignoring such people was sometimes the best approach, and she didn't want to be anyone's spectacle here. Just as she was about to walk out, the manager of the bakery stopped her. Miss Lou. He held a beautifully packaged box of pastries. Miss Lou, the manager respectfully handed the box to her. Mr. Devon ordered these pastries for you. Selina paused, accepting the box and suddenly smiling. Thank you. The manager dutifully added, if Miss Lou wants any other flavor, please let me know. Upon hearing Mr. Devon, both Carly and Harris's faces twisted slightly. How could Mr. Devon still care so much for Selina? Carly approached Selina and whispered, one day, Mr. Devon will grow tired of you. Selina had intended to ignore them but Carly kept provoking her. She chuckled, I don't know if he'll grow tired of me, Vickio, but it's a pity that you haven't married Mr. Fraser even after having his child. And another thing you're wrong about, just because a man gets tired of me doesn't mean I'll die. I'm not so desperate for men, and since you're not dead, I can't bear to die either. Hee hee. Selina's final giggles almost caused Carly a heart attack. Smiling, she left with the pastry box. Making Carly miserable was her top priority. Carly stiffened, suppressing her anger. Sister Devonjan, don't be upset. My brother has always wanted to marry you. Let me call him. Carly sighed, Simone, let's talk about this at home. It wasn't convenient to talk here. Harris nodded. Carly got into the car, clenching her trembling fingers. She had to find a way to make Mr. Devon detest Selina. Back at home, Carly made an excuse about being tired and went to her bedroom, pacing restlessly. Suddenly, she thought of someone who could help her. She quickly took out a separate phone stored in a safe and dialed a number. Chantal returned home after looking for Selina at Kangxiang only to be confined by Marshall. He scolded her for creating trouble for Selina without saying a word. Chantal couldn't understand. Wasn't he her own brother? Why wasn't he protecting her but defending Selina? Even worse, her father planned to send her to Mr. Wang soon. Just as Chantal was at a loss, an unknown call saved her. Selina spent the afternoon busy with work. When she finished, she saw the beautiful pastry box and realized something. Her previous life with the Fraser family was always inferior, sometimes willingly enduring mistreatment to make Bud happy. Thus, when Mr. Devon mentioned his family, she subconsciously chose to avoid it. Marrying into a family isn't simply marrying a man. The complexity of the Devon family was greater than that of the Fraser family. But Selina sent a message to Brogan, Mr. Devon, I can try to take a step forward. As long as Brogan didn't betray her in the future, she was willing to take that step. Brogan looked down at Selina's message, and the ominous aura surrounding him vanished. His eyes dark as ink. Find the best designers and have them prepare sketches for our engagement ring and attire. Note, the names in pinyin should be correctly used according to the text. Selina, Roberto, Brogan, Selina, Sherry, Chienmei, Carly, Harris, Bud. Chapter 89, The ex-husband went insane. Seeing me enter the wrong room. Della stood at the defendant's bench. Selina stood at the plaintiff's bench. The Lee family knew that Selina would not withdraw the lawsuit, so they had to spend money to hire a lawyer. Della looked at Selina with such hatred that it seemed she wanted to come over and strike her. Due to the large amount of money involved in Della's extortion, coupled with solid evidence, even though the lawyer vigorously defended her, she still received a 10-year prison sentence. When Selina walked out of the courtroom, Marshall looked at her with both hate and fear. This mother-daughter lawsuit did not end quietly. There was no wall without cracks in this world. Inside Kangxiang Company, employees were whispering about Selina. Ashley is really ruthless. Shoo, don't you worry, she'll take action against you if she hears this. So scary, ha ha ha. On the rooftop, Selina stood against the wall, holding a cup of coffee, listening to the faint laughter from afar. She considered whether it was time to change jobs. Initially, she had joined Kangxiang to get close to Niall and to provoke Carly, but now there was no need. In fact, she quite liked her current job. Roberto's management style was worth learning from. She took her coffee and deliberately stepped out. The few gossiping colleagues went silent the moment they saw her. Selena glanced at them, smiling as she walked downstairs. "You're resigning?" Roberto put down his documents and looked at Selena. The woman was wearing light makeup, her complexion as rosy as ever. "Is it because of the recent rumors around the company?" Roberto guessed, glancing at Selena for a few seconds. Ashley doesn't seem like the type to be swayed by such things. Selena smiled. I'm just a little annoyed. Who would want to be the subject of idle chit-chat? Suddenly, Roberto stood up, bending slightly to get closer to Selena. Seeing that she didn't back away, he smiled. "Ashley, please stay. The office is for work, not for gossip." He stepped back and made an internal call. "Issue an announcement, no gossips about colleagues' private lives are allowed within the company. Violators will be dismissed and never hired again at any Kangshan headquarters or branch." The announcement was incredibly authoritarian. Selena remained silent for a moment before laughing. She could already imagine what thoughts would be swirling among her coworkers after this announcement. "See, Ashley, isn't this solved?" Selena gave him a thumbs up, took the documents, and left the office. That day, Selena encountered colleagues on the elevator, all behaving like obedient babies. Meanwhile, abroad, it was dark outside. The lights inside the room were still on, emitting a faint aroma of tobacco. Niall held a cigarette between his fingers, looking at a photograph. It was taken on a beach, from a distance. Though the figures in the tent were blurry, one could guess what they were doing. He flicked the cigarette ash gently, his eyes crimson red. Brogan was a formidable man, but even he had enemies and rivals. Niall checked 3 messages from Harris on his phone. "Harris, brother, when are you going to marry Sister Devonjan?" "Harris, Larag is already born, aren't you two getting married soon? Isn't it inappropriate not to?" "Harris, actually, Sister Devonjan is very sad." Niall replied, "Once I return home, we'll set an engagement date." Harris was still playing with Larag at Daijing Garden when she saw the reply. She rushed upstairs to find Carly. "Sister Devonjan, open the door quickly. My brother said he will propose once he returns." Carly opened the door. "What?" She hadn't heard clearly. Harris showed her the message. "Look, my brother says he wants to set an engagement date once he returns." Carly's face lit up, but then she felt a bit confused. Why not directly get married? However, she didn't dwell on it, assuming Niall wanted her to experience the process from engagement to marriage. Once engaged, marriage wouldn't be far off. Carly smiled. It was truly a pleasant surprise. She reached out, pulling Harris into the bedroom. "I have a gift for you. I bought it a couple of days ago and planned to give it to you." Meanwhile, after replying to Harris, Niall sent partnership messages to a few people. After sending the messages, he looked at the intimate photo again. Then he called Brooke. "Brooke, book a flight for tomorrow, back home." Brooke rubbed his temples, he'd been woken up by the ringtone. "Boss, but matters here aren't resolved yet." Niall spoke calmly, survival of the fittest. "If it can't survive, abandon it." Brooke paused. "Understood." Niall returned to China without telling Carly or his family. Brogan, however, knew Niall was back. "It seems he's planning to abandon that branch," Tim Zhu reported. "His actions are somewhat peculiar. Have someone keep an eye on him." Brogan tapped his finger on the table. He wasn't sure why Niall suddenly returned home. That company still had hope. Back at Daijing Garden, Niall arrived. The butler respectfully greeted him and took his coat. "Where's Larag?" Niall asked as he climbed the stairs. "Miss is sleeping," the butler replied, following behind. Carly wasn't home, she was participating in a show. Upon returning to the bedroom, Niall casually unbuttoned his shirt and noticed the partially open safe. Walking over, he intended to close it but saw a disc inside. This safe was usually used by Carly to store valuables and documents. Typically, Niall wouldn't pay attention to such things, but the presence of a disc piqued his curiosity. With slender fingers, he picked up the disc and thoughtfully examined it. Taking the remote, he turned on the TV and inserted the disc into the DVD player. The footage was relatively clear, showing a hotel corridor. Selena appeared, coming out of a room, wearing a men's white shirt. Niall, who had been lounging on the sofa, sat upright instantly. As Selena exited, a man in a cap and mask approached her, spraying something on her face. Niall gripped the remote tightly. That man led Selena into another room. A drug called obedience water came to mind. This drug made people compliant. Clearly, this man had sprayed it on Selena. After entering the room, the man hurriedly left. Soon, another man appeared, Brogan. He took out a room card and entered the room Selena had just gone into. Niall made some guesses about what transpired afterward. He noted the recording date. It matched the time he had traveled with Selena for business. On that day, he had drunk heavily and had a high fever. The next morning, he found Selena sitting beside the bed, feeding him water. Her neck and lips bore marks of intimacy. She told him that he had taken her, implying he had accepted her. But Niall assumed she had taken advantage of his drunken state, which disgusted him. His mind raced, veins visible on the back of his hand. Why did Carly have this disc? The more calm Niall became, the more terrifying he was. Placing the remote on the table, he stood up, retrieved the disc, and put it back in the safe. Translation completed as requested, maintaining tone and style. Chapter 90, The despicable ex-husband has lost it mistaking the room. Carly returned home late at night after completing her show. She saw Niall sitting in the living room. With a delighted smile, she walked over and hugged him from behind, resting her head on his shoulder. When did you come back? You never told me beforehand. Surprise. Niall put down his phone, speaking casually. Carly smiled, kissed his cheek, and said, I'm going to take a shower first, I've been busy all day. Sure. Niall turned to watch Carly go upstairs as she headed for the bathroom. Once she was out of sight, he pulled out a tissue and wiped the spot where she had kissed him. After ascending to the bedroom, Carly suddenly noticed that the safe door was left open when she reached for her bathrobe. Startled, she rushed over to check if anything was missing or moved, but found everything intact. How could she forget to close the safe? Recalling Niall's behavior just now, it seemed nothing unusual had happened, meaning he didn't notice any secrets. She placed the disc back at the bottom of the jewelry box and closed the safe again. Just as Carly came out of the shower, Niall entered their bedroom. She was drying her face by the vanity when Niall approached her. He opened an exquisite box and placed it on the vanity, revealing a pair of rings inside. Carly looked up with wide eyes and covered her lips in disbelief, linging. Devonjan, thank you for giving birth to our lovely daughter, Niall spoke softly yet warmly. Carly stood up and embraced him tightly. I've waited so long to hear these words from you. She truly loved him, otherwise, she wouldn't have orchestrated all this. Niall's eyes turned slightly cold as he gently stroked Carly's hair. Let me put on your engagement ring first. Carly stepped out of his embrace and extended her right hand. Her hand was well cared for, soft, and white. Niall slipped the ring onto her middle finger. In return, Carly also put a ring on his left middle finger. She tiptoed and pressed her lips against his jawline. Niall turned her around so she faced away from him. He took a long silk scarf from the vanity and blindfolded her, tying the scarf into a knot. Linging? Carly blushed, feeling the heat behind her making her body weaken. Niall's expression turned icy. He despised betrayal more than anything in life. Now kneeling on the floor, the man behind her appeared indifferent and ruthless. Unbeknownst to Carly, she looked like a dog at this moment. Eyes shut, Niall thought about Selena, his lips pressed tightly together. One day, he would reclaim what was his. Today was a blissful day for Carly. She fondled the engagement ring on her right ring finger, feeling elated. She went to the Griggs Hotel with Harris today to finalize the venue and menu for their engagement party. Big Sister Devonjan, the design of the venue looks like we're having the engagement party in a castle, Harris remarked. An engagement party, yet it cost so much money. But Niall was generous. Carly smiled. It does look beautiful. Scanning the hall, she saw a woman in a red dress. Selena. Her good mood immediately dampened upon seeing Selena. Such bad luck. Yet Carly recalled how Selena mocked her at the pastry shop for giving birth before getting married, wanting to flaunt her achievement. Selena was waiting for Brogan lazily playing a mobile game at the hotel. Selena, Carly greeted, approaching along with Harris. Selena sighed inwardly, bad luck. Standing in front of Selena, Carly raised her hand to reveal her ring. Soon, Nellig and I will be engaged. You're welcome to attend. Selena's eyes glanced at the ring before a smirk appeared on her lips. Ah, Vickio. Congratulations. I watched your show yesterday, unfortunately, your singing lacked emotion. No wonder you're not as popular as Maya. Carly, she was talking about the engagement. Ignoring Carly's momentary silence, Selena tilted her chin slightly towards the man entering the hotel, my man. If my man knew I attended your engagement party, he'd be jealous. If he gets jealous, I'll feel bad. An ex, who cares? Selena glanced at Carly dismissively. Seeing Selena as soon as he entered, Brogan grinned softly. She had lied to him earlier, saying she was busy. Unexpectedly, she was waiting here for him. Walking past Carly without acknowledgement, Brogan put an arm around Selena. I'm starving, let's eat. Selena nodded and smiled up at him. He gently touched her forehead with affection, and they left the area, engrossed in conversation. Did she bother you? Brogan asked near her ear. No, Selena laughed, she invited me to her engagement party with Niall. Bizarre, Brogan replied with a smirk. Selena chuckled deeply, indeed, bizarre. Arriving at the hotel, Niall saw Selena laughing with Brogan towards the elevator. His face remained indifferent, but his gaze grew darker. Carly saw Niall and walked over sweetly. Harris followed, brother. Niall asked nonchalantly, what did you say to Selena? Carly smirked. I invited her to our engagement party, but she declined. I like the design of the venue. All invitations are prepared. Ordinarily, they should discuss such matters with his mother, but since Joy disliked Carly, they were left to handle it themselves. Niall smiled lightly. If you like it, it's fine. Inwardly, however, he thought about how suitable Selina looked in a red dress, stunning and vibrant. At Brogan's suite, dinner was served. Little Way, has your man eaten enough bitter melon tonight? Mr. Devon lifted his chin towards the plate. Selina was surprised he kept his promise. Her heart swelled with warmth. You don't need to eat anymore. She raised her chin like a proud queen. With a man doting on her, she could afford to be capricious. Halfway through the meal, Brogan suggested they house hunt tomorrow. Buy a house you like, we'll live there when in Shenzhen. He couldn't stay permanently in Shenzhen and might return to Beijing. He wouldn't leave Little Wei here alone. Okay. Selina agreed readily. Tonight, they chatted under the quilt, no intimacy involved. Selina told Brogan about Roberto's announcement, smiling brightly. Mr. Devon felt a pang of jealousy. He planted a couple of kisses on Selina. She poked his chest playfully. Half asleep, Selina rolled out of Brogan's embrace. The man's arm wrapped around her, pulling her back in. Chapter 91, Heart-Pounding. Imperial Scenery Garden. The two people on the sofa had just finished a bout of intimacy. I'm going to take a shower next door. Bud lit a cigarette, casually draped in a bathrobe, and glanced at Carly on the sofa. His gaze was cold. Carly didn't notice. Bud walked out of the bedroom. Carly bit her lip, suddenly feeling inexplicably heartache. Why didn't he carry her to take a shower? She was too exhausted to move. Bud went to shower next door and then slept directly in the adjacent room. He tossed the ring onto the bedside table and leaned against the headboard, discussing how to deal with Brogan over the phone. Brogan now had a weak point, Selina. Early in the morning, Brogan received a call from the hospital and rushed to the emergency room. Selina had been woken up by the vibration of his phone but wrapped herself in the blanket and continued sleeping. Brogan moved quietly out of bed, washed up as quickly as possible, changed into clothes, and hurried to the emergency room. When Selina woke up again, it was 7:30. She got up, rubbed her head, and checked her phone messages. Brogan had sent her a message saying he needed to support the emergency room and reminded her to have breakfast before going to work. Selina went to the bathroom to brush her teeth while thinking. She wasn't a kid, Mr. Devon actually reminded her to have breakfast. After she finished washing up and ate breakfast, it was exactly 7:40. She rode her little moped to Kangxiang. Not far from her, a car had been following her at a steady distance. In the car, Bud sat with his legs crossed and his hands resting on his knees, fingers interlaced. He watched Selina on the little moped, making it hard to read his thoughts. Selina had just sat down at her desk when she saw a message from Miguel. Miguel, a woman claiming to be the real Luo Luo has accused our company of buying song copyrights from plagiarists and then using threats to force her not to reveal the truth on Weibo. She also provided drafts of the original composition and testimonies from friends. With Maya and Luo Luo's current fame, this Weibo post would soon be seen by netizens. Selina sent a message to Miguel telling him to stay calm. Seeing Selina's reply, Miguel looked up and said to Maya and Haley, "Don't post any clarification tweets yet. Don't worry, we will handle this." Maya nodded. Haley said to Maya, "Since that's the case, let's go record my voice, and leave the rest to the company." All right. Although both Maya and Miguel knew that Selina was the real Luo Luo, the issue was that Selina had never shown herself publicly. This allowed some opportunists to take advantage of the situation. Fame brought many troubles. Many fans of Luo Luo were already causing a commotion on the official website of Orange Company. And there were many comments under Maya's Weibo, cursing her for assisting evildoers. Carly was also scheduled to appear on My Voice today. This time she had to sing and dance. Because Bud made her kneel for too long last night. Her knees felt stiff and uncoordinated while dancing today, affecting her performance. Natalia in the audience frowned slightly at Carly's somewhat off-balance dancing. What was going on? She danced well before. After Carly finished singing and dancing, she bowed and left the stage. Natalia asked her in a low voice, "What happened to your leg?" Carly blushed, "I'll pay attention next time." Seeing that her complexion was fine, Natalia did not continue. Maya performed very well today. She danced jazz, thrusting hips and twisting waist, all looking very strong. Carly pursed her lips. That matter has started. Natalia mentioned it briefly, and Carly knew what she was talking about. Yeah, let's leave before things get chaotic. They left the recording site first. After finishing the recording, Maya and Haley also left the scene. But when they reached the main gate, they were surrounded by media and haters. "Miss Lee, do you know about Orange Company coercing the real Luo Luo to remain silent? You became famous singing Luo Luo songs, don't you feel guilty? How disgusting of Orange Company to protect plagiarists." Haley and two staff members protected Maya, but none expected so many media and haters here. Some haters even threw eggs. Maya was a little scared but thankfully not attacked by acid or such dangerous stuffs. Just as Haley prepared to escort Maya back inside, several bodyguards appeared, blocking the crowd and firmly protecting Maya and Haley into the car. As the car drove away, Maya exhaled deeply. Haley also sighed, company's bodyguards? They came just in time. Checking her phone, Maya shook her head. No, they're Miss Lou's. Selena had arranged for bodyguards just in case, but she hadn't expected them to be used. She messaged Maya, put down her phone, and Roberto came out of the office. Ashley, come with me to a place. Selena quickly gathered her things and followed Roberto. Where are we going? To the club, to meet LB chairman Yu Yang. Kangxiang had recently secured a major contract from LB, and Roberto privately contacted Yu Yang, inviting him for dinner tonight. Roberto and Selena arrived at the club early to wait for the guests. After a short wait, the private room door opened, and Yu Yang entered, smiling, followed by Bud. I happened to meet President Fraser at the club. Yu Yang shook hands with Roberto, then with Selena. They had met at banquets before, so they weren't complete strangers. In business, no matter how unwilling, sometimes one must smile. Club managers brought several girls to help serve drinks. Roberto lifted his chin towards the girl beside him. Please serve drinks to President Fraser. I have Ashley here. Yu Yang looked at Selena, then Roberto. You brought Ashley just so she wouldn't drink, huh? Roberto laughed. You really know me. Bud said coldly, I don't need anyone's company, I'm engaged. He raised his left hand, showing a ring on his middle finger. Congratulations, President Fraser. Roberto raised his glass, and Yu Yang followed. Selena raised her glass. Congratulations, President Fraser. Suddenly, everyone's gazes fell on Selena, especially Bud's, watching her smile. The atmosphere became a bit awkward. He said coolly, thank you. He tipped his head back and drank the whole glass in one gulp. The serving girls left the private room, leaving only one girl pouring drinks for Yu Yang's side. Heard there's trouble at Fraser's overseas branch, Roberto couldn't help but comment. They turned to other topics, bypassing the awkwardness. After all, Selena was Bud's ex-wife. At 8 p.m., Yu Yang was a little drunk, and Roberto helped him into a car outside the club. Selena settled the bill with her credit card. Sorry. Stepping backward, she accidentally stepped on someone. A hand steadied her waist and quickly let go. Turning around, Selena saw Bud standing behind her. She frowned and hurriedly walked out in her heels. Bud shoved his hands into his pockets and slowly left the club. He bent down to sit in his car, glancing unintentionally at Selena entering another car. Brooke followed Bud's gaze, seeing Selena getting into her car. His heart leapt. He felt an eerie chill. Chapter 92, Congratulations on his engagement. Selena had just returned home from the club when she caught a whiff of barbecue. Smells delicious. Violet held up a skewer of barbecue and laughed heartily. Cicely, wash your hands and come over for some barbecue. I bought a lot. Okay, give me a minute. Selena went to wash her hands and changed into home clothes before heading over and grabbing a skewer. Are you staying home tonight? Violet asked with a teasing grin. Yes, I'm staying home. As soon as Selena answered, she received a message from Brogan. Brogan, little way, I'm so hungry, haven't finished work yet. Seeing the message, the corners of Selena's mouth curled upwards. He wasn't really that hungry, the important part was the latter half about not having finished work yet. Dr. Devon seemed to have been busy all day and only now found time to send her a message. After eating a few skewers of barbecue, Selena turned to Violet. Sherry, you'll be alone tonight. I'm going to the hospital. Why are you going to the hospital? Are you unwell? Violet suddenly realized something. Oh, you're going to see Brother Devon. Go ahead. Selena pinched her face and stood up to head towards the fridge. She had brewed licorice tea, which soothes the throat, and planned to bring a pot of it to Brogan. Selena changed into a white tracksuit, picked up the thermos, and drove out. By the time she arrived at the hospital, it was quite late. She asked a nurse where Brogan's consultation room was. Dr. Devon has just finished his shift. The nurse glanced at Selena. What a beauty. She must be the legendary girlfriend everyone talks about. Thank you. Selena suddenly felt a bit foolish. She had wanted to surprise Mr. Devon, but instead ended up delivering love-laden licorice tea after he had already left for the day. This embarrassing mishap, she decided, needed to remain a secret, especially from Brogan. Brogan didn't know Selena was looking for him. After getting off work, he returned to the hotel and got busy with company matters. The Devon group was still managed by Devon de Xiong, while Brogan dealt mostly with his own company affairs. Hearing the doorbell ring, he went to open it, smiling slightly when he saw Selena. Little Wei, why did you come so late? Next time tell me, and I'll come to you. He had just finished his work and taken a shower when the doorbell rang. He hadn't even dried his hair properly. Selena glanced at his abs and cleared her throat. I brought you some throat-soothing tea. She looked him over. You didn't even check who was at the door before opening? With just a towel wrapped around his waist, who was he trying to seduce? She had originally planned to go straight back to Heart Sincerity Community after leaving the hospital, but somehow found herself turning towards Guegu Hotel. Brogan's dark eyes pulled her inside, closing the door behind them. Standing tall and long-legged, he enveloped her in his shadow. He lowered his gaze, reaching out to pinch her chin. Did you even notice the doorbell with a camera intercom system? What kind of invisible were they talking about? Whoever stood outside could be seen on the intercom screen inside. Selena blinked. Sorry, she had no idea. Brogan chuckled quietly, letting go of Selena and fetching a pair of slippers for her from the shoe cabinet. Little Wei, would you stay tonight and keep me company? He gave her an out, otherwise, she might have stormed off in embarrassment. Selena slipped on the slippers and handed him the thermos. Here, the tea I made myself. Brogan looked at her. Little Wei is truly thoughtful. Selena nodded. Yes, I am. Having delivered the tea, she couldn't possibly leave now. She took a shower. Brogan smiled warmly, pouring a cup of the licorice tea Selena brought, and sat on the balcony swing chair to savor it. He then checked the hospital group chat on his phone, learning that a beautiful woman had visited him at the hospital. Brogan asked what the visitor was wearing. The nurse replied in the group, white tracksuit. Indeed, Selena was wearing a white tracksuit tonight. The silly incident Selena wanted to hide couldn't stay hidden after all. After finishing her shower, she went to the balcony. Seeing her, Brogan laughed. Selena, puzzled, hit his shoulder. What's so funny? Putting down the teacup, Brogan pulled Selena into a cuddle. Still laughing, his chest vibrated. Were you being silly? Selena raised her head and bit his chin. You knew I came to the hospital tonight? I'm pleasantly surprised right now, Brogan said, hugging her waist. Selena pushed him away. I won't do that again. So silly. Next time let me surprise you, Brogan looked at her seriously. The light from inside the house illuminated the balcony, casting its glow on Selena's radiant smile. That smile moved him deeply. She reached out to touch his Adam's apple. Alright, next time you can surprise me, Mr. Devon. Brogan tilted his neck slightly, lips pursed, jawline and throat irresistibly sexy. Meanwhile, Selena and Brogan shared a warm evening, while things at Die Frasier Garden unfolded differently. Bud returned home from the club directly and first checked on his daughter Gail in her bedroom. He noticed her flushed face and found her forehead warm to the touch. The nanny responsible for Gail was nowhere to be seen. He called the family doctor over. Only after the doctor arrived, measured her temperature, and administered medication did the butler find the nanny. The nanny had been on a call with her family in her room. Sir, when I made the call, Miss was fine, the nanny explained stiffly. And the other one? Bud asked the butler. There were 2 nannies taking care of Gail. The other nanny took leave a few days ago due to family matters. The butler knew he should have arranged a replacement for the nanny who was on leave. Sorry, sir, this is my fault. Carly also returned home and, seeing the butler and nanny in the living room, didn't think much of it. She was still feeling good about seeing Maya get pelted with eggs by her fans. Dear, my knees hurt from dancing today, Carly said, sitting next to Bud with a pout, gazing at him reproachfully. Bud watched Carly quietly. They had met during their studies when the school occasionally organized volunteer activities. He admired her patience and bright smiles while volunteering. Later, they became lovers. After graduation, Laura opposed their relationship and gave Carly 2 choices, exit show business or study abroad. She chose to study abroad. Bud knew it wasn't her fault, he hadn't been capable enough back then. So, he waited for her. In this industry, very few people stayed clean. But he kept himself pure while waiting for her. Upon her return from abroad, he had become successful, overjoyed to see her. However, he later realized that Selena, who had been by his side for years, was no longer there. And Carly didn't seem exactly like the person he once knew. Dear? Why are you looking at me like that? Carly touched her face. Is there something on my face? No, you look pretty with makeup tonight, Bud offered a faint smile. A different face created by makeup, hiding her true self. Carly smiled shyly. You're so sweet tonight. She didn't ask about the child even once. Bud glanced at the butler, who understood and led the nanny away. Larrig would have a new mother someday. He got up, heading upstairs without interest. You go rest. I'll be in the study. Bud entered the study and took out Selena's photograph from a drawer. At the party, she had lifted her glass, congratulating him on his engagement. He noticed her delicate fingers holding the glass and the deep red polish on her nails. Chapter 93, About Your Secret. After taking a shower, Carly went to the study to find Bud. Only one lamp was lit in the study. Bud wasn't working. He was just leaning back in his chair, resting his eyes. Carly told him about sending out the engagement party invitations with a very sweet smile. Bud opened his eyes and smiled faintly, good job. It's not hard at all, I'm really happy, Carly replied cheerfully. She would be Mrs. Frasier soon. Bud watched her, narrowing his elongated eyes slightly. As long as you're happy. Did you go see our daughter tonight? It's been many days since I last saw Laura. His words carried deep meaning. Carly smiled again. I'll go see Laura tomorrow morning. Right now, she'd be sleeping. Bud paused, then responded with an affirmative hum before opening his computer to work. Not wanting to disturb him, Carly said, don't work too late. She leaned against the desk and gave him a quick kiss on the forehead before leaving the study. There was no particular emotion in Bud's eyes. He used a tissue to wipe his forehead. He had reminded her to see her daughter, yet she still planned to do so only tomorrow. Any mother with a heart would check on her child when she got home. Bud felt disheartened for misjudging her. He dialed Selena's number on his phone. Knowing that she had blocked his number, he changed to use the study's landline instead. Hello? Who is this? The woman on the other end of the line sounded slightly out of breath, having just exercised. Bud listened to her breathless voice, incredulous. Without saying a word, he hung up. She had been lying on Brogan's chest while Brogan rocked them gently in the rocking chair. The next morning, Selena and Brogan were going to view some properties. They were supposed to have done it yesterday, but Brogan had an emergency in the ER. Early in the morning, Brogan received a call and stepped onto the balcony to answer it. Leaning lazily against the railing, he talked on the phone with a foreign company's representative for nearly an hour. Once he finished the call, he checked his watch and walked back into the bedroom to wake Selena up. Initially, his voice was gentle. But Selena kept pulling the blanket over her head and continued to sleep. Raising an eyebrow, he lifted the corner of the blanket and poked her waist with his cool metal phone. Twisting her body away from it, Selena pulled down the blanket and woke up. She saw him slowly remove the phone from under the covers. Mr. Devon, you will make me angry like this. Who wakes someone up by poking them with a phone? Looking sleepy, Selena sat up in bed. Wearing a bathrobe that was slightly open, revealing her delicate collarbone. Brogan kneeled on the bed beside her, bracing himself with his hands. Approaching her closely, his chiseled features framed by deep-set eyes. Their noses nearly touched. Really not getting up? In that close moment, they could feel each other's warmth. His black mamba tattoo seemed poised and ready to strike. Selena pushed him away with her finger. Brogan bent down to kiss her collarbone, then stood up as Selena sat up and scratched her hair. While brushing her teeth, Selena scrolled through the official website of Orange Company, which had been flooded with criticisms. Maya's Weibo also had mostly negative comments. She looked at the imposter who was impersonating Luoluo Jiri, her old online identity, noticing fans' comforting words below her posts. After rinsing her mouth, Selena put down her toothbrush and messaged Miguel. This time, I suspect Tiancheng is also fanning the flames. Yes, do you plan to reveal yourself to clear things up? If not, netizens might not accept the evidence. No need to show myself. Let the fire burn a bit more. Getting dressed, she initially intended to wear a dress, but Brogan forbade it. Wear pants today. A dress isn't practical, he explained, fetching a pair of pants from the wardrobe. Selena complied without question. Waiting by the motorcycle outside Guegu Hotel, Selena finally understood why Brogan asked her to wear long pants. He handed her a helmet and climbed on, putting on his own helmet. Way, get on. Selena hugged her arms around Brogan's torso with a smirk. Have you ever been to Hang Mountain? She recalled the motorcyclist who had overtaken her there and flipped her off arrogantly. Brogan chuckled softly. Annoyed, she climbed on behind him and suddenly bit his neck. Gasping, his eyes turned dark. We're here to look at houses today. It was a warning. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to look at houses. Drive then, Selena pulled the visor down, hugging him tightly as if nothing happened. Brogan chuckled at her audacity and smallness. Brogan's motorcycle riding skills were excellent and fast, much like his abilities in bed. Selena enjoyed the wind rushing past her skin. After meeting with the real estate agent, Selena chose a Chinese-style single-story house with a yard. Its location was perfect, surrounded by amenities and a security wall. They decided to buy it immediately. Back at the realty office, Selena took out Brogan's credit card to pay. Two girls whispered nearby, "Look, she's paying for the house, not the man beside her." I told you, her boyfriend probably has poor financial conditions. Their conversation didn't mention names specifically. Selena glanced over and recognized them as Ali's companions from the Italian restaurant. Smiling politely, the two girls noticed Selena looking at them. Ignoring their whispers, Brogan cast a brief glance before averting his eyes. Neither of them cared about what irrelevant people said. Returning to Exai and Khalil for dinner later, Brogan received a call during their meal. Hector was reporting something that made Brogan's expression turn serious. Wei, I need to attend a sudden meeting. Do you want to come back to Guegu Hotel with me? No need, I'll return to Exai and Khalil tonight, Selena replied. She waved her hand, urging Brogan to leave quickly and to leave the motorcycle for her. Seeing her wave him off without any reluctance, Brogan ruffled her hair in annoyance before standing up and leaving. Selena was speechless as she tried to fix her hair, continuing to sit and eat since ordering the meal only to not eat would be wasteful. Sis. Chantel walked up to Selena. Selena looked up, taking a napkin to wipe her red lips. Hearing Chantel call her sis gave Selena goosebumps. Sis, Mom told me a secret about you. Note, the paragraph structure and line breaks have been maintained as requested. This scene appears to introduce a new element of tension or surprise, with Chantel revealing she knows a secret about Selena. The casual interaction turns slightly more serious with this revelation. Chapter 94, Thick Malice. Selena said casually, "You came over just to tell me this? If it's a secret, you shouldn't have told me. Let it remain a secret." Chantel's lips nearly split apart with frustration. Why wouldn't Selena follow the expected path? Chantel gave up on pretending to be a good sister. She glared at Selena fiercely. Fine, if you don't want to know, that's your choice. Just don't regret it later. Anyway, you'll end up being messed around because of your past, and no decent man will dare marry you. Okay, Selena smiled softly, so what? Chantel was almost tearing her hair out. Why wasn't Selena affected by that photo at all? Thinking of how she now had to flatter a 30 years older man, Chantel's fury grew even more whenever she saw Selena. If Selena just took out some of her money, the Lee family wouldn't be in ruins. And she wouldn't need to please an old man. Looking at Selena's smile, Chantel felt like she was punching into cotton. It was so insubstantial. Chantel snorted coldly, just make sure you don't regret it. She turned and left the restaurant. After Chantel left, Selena's originally indifferent expression fell into deep thought. She was genuinely curious about the secret Chantel mentioned. What could it be? At this moment, in the dressing room of My Voice, Rita Frazier informed Carly about the online situation, then added, the production team has decided not to let Maya participate in the recording for now. Carly's lips curled up before she frowned. Strange, why hasn't Orange Company issued any clarification? This kind of incident usually requires quick action. Rita Frazier replied, maybe they can't provide proof? Or perhaps Esme doesn't want to appear? Carly had someone impersonate Esme, intending to force the real Esme to show up. If she stays hidden, the newly established Orange Company might as well close down. It would be a good thing. As soon as she finished speaking, she thought of something else. Call Tiancheng's HR department and get them to poach talent from Orange Company. Orange Company had hired 8 artists who were currently being trained. If these people were lured away now, Orange Company would likely collapse. Rita Frazier nodded but wondered if those 8 would consider jumping ship. Carly spoke calmly, Tiancheng has better resources. Offer them A-level contracts, and they'll definitely want to join Tiancheng. Alright. Rita Frazier immediately called Tiancheng's HR department. Tiancheng's executives all knew that Carly was Warren's girlfriend and future Mrs. Frazier, so they naturally gave her face. Moreover, they weren't happy with Orange Company. Tiancheng dispatched 2 agents to negotiate with Orange Company's artists. 2 recent performance graduates decided to terminate their contracts with Orange Company and move to Tiancheng. Are you 2 really sure you want to cancel your contracts and join Tiancheng? The Orange Company manager confirmed. He truly thought these 2 were being unrealistic, believing they'd become famous once they joined Tiancheng, where most newcomers struggled. We've decided to join Tiancheng. So far, we only see one popular artist in Orange Company, they responded. They didn't trust Orange Company to provide them with the necessary resources. The Orange Company manager smiled and terminated the contracts with these 2 young people. Miguel called Selena and told her about Tiancheng's poaching attempt. Selena grinned wickedly in response, we can always find new talent. The timing is just right. If no one chooses to jump ship, we can hold a press conference to clear things up. Miguel's stern expression eased, so you're using this opportunity to test everyone's loyalty and terminate contracts with those who aren't faithful. Selena curled her red lips, exactly. Why not? It's convenient. At Frazier Corporation. When Brooke saw a photo of Selena on Warren's desk, he frowned, Lycan, you're already planning to get engaged to Carly. This time, he wasn't speaking as his secretary. Warren raised his eyes, a hint of displeasure in his gaze, it's just an engagement. He was only getting engaged to confuse Brogan and Selena. Darkness clouded his eyes. He couldn't tell Brooke that he'd been deceived by that woman, Carly. Brooke didn't know how to respond for a moment. Warren continued, his voice slightly deeper, Song's secretary, this is my personal matter. After saying this, he lowered his eyes and continued with his work. Brooke paused briefly. You've already given up on Selena. Based on my understanding of her character, she won't turn back. Brooke spoke steadily. Warren pressed his thin lips together, remaining silent but resolved to try. Brooke always knew Warren was ruthless. He had no idea about Warren's plan. He could only hope Selena wouldn't be harmed this time. Back at Exai and Khalil community, Selena started organizing the evidence for Esme. By the time she finished, it was already 6 o'clock. Violet had plans for the evening and wouldn't be coming home. Selena massaged her tired head and dialed Brogan while she stepped out for dinner. Her stomach growled, and to save time, she chose a nearby shop selling wonton noodles. The server brought her bowl of wontons. Selena ended her call with Brogan ruthlessly. She had barely eaten 2 wontons when a man appeared who made her lose her appetite. This is the invitation to my engagement with Devongjin. Warren suddenly walked in, sat across from her, and placed an invitation on the table. Selena swallowed a large bite of wonton, narrowing her eyes to examine Warren. I'm not going. Their gazes met. Whether you attend or not is your choice, Warren said coolly. I came here to discuss another matter. Please ask Mr. Devon to stop targeting my company. Warren sensed that someone was targeting his company, and at the moment, only Brogan had the capability. Selena raised an eyebrow. Oh? Why should I tell Brogan this? With delicate fingers, she picked up the invitation and slowly tore it in half, pushing the halves back to Warren. I absolutely detest Carly. She didn't bother hiding her malice. You and Carly suit each other perfectly. Don't come showing me your disgusting side. Selena carried her unfinished bowl of wontons to another table. Warren looked deeply at Selena before leaving the noodle shop. He just needed an excuse to see her. Hatred was also a form of concern. Sitting in his car, Warren loosened his tie, lit a cigarette, and thought about the thick malice Selena had shown earlier. Carly called, but he ignored it. Chapter 95, STD. Niall ended the call with Carly on his side. Carly felt a little embarrassed after Niall hung up on her. Smiling at the audience, she said, President Fraser might be busy. Let me try calling him again. Before this singing segment, there was a part of the show where they had to call a loved one for some words of encouragement. Carly chose to call Niall, however, the call got disconnected on the first attempt. Now she made another attempt. Inside the car, Niall watched Selena lazily walk out of the wonton noodle shop. After waiting for her to leave, he got off the car. He walked into the wonton noodle shop, looked through the menu, and ordered a takeaway portion of wontons. Upon receiving another call, he glanced at it and ignored it. Meanwhile, in the program studio, Carly heard no response once more. Shrugging her shoulders at the audience, she said, seems like President Fraser is too busy. Let me call another close person. She then dialed her mother's number. In the passenger seat, Brooke smelled the aroma of the wontons in the car, deep in bizarre thoughts. The boss in the back seat was eating the wontons. After finishing, Niall gave an indifferent review, just okay, let's head back to the company. Brooke mumbled inwardly, even if it's just okay, you still finished it all. The driver drove towards the Fraser Corporation. By the time Carly finished the recording and dinner, it was already 8 in the evening when she returned to Dehang Garden. At this hour, she hadn't seen Niall return, so she called Brooke directly. Secretary Song, does Nellie have any engagements tonight? Brooke replied while looking at the light reflected off the glass in the office, boss is still working. So, he's at the company. Carly thanked and hung up the phone. No wonder I couldn't get through to him all day, he's been so busy. Niall did not return to Dehang Garden that night but rested in the lounge at the company. After eating, Selena went home and took out her phone. She registered a new Weibo account named The Real Luo Luo Jiri. She @d the fake Luo Luo Jiri and posted, I'm a low-key person. Who would have thought being too low-key would make someone impersonate me? Hello everyone, I'm the real Luo Luo Jiri. Miss Fake Luo Luo Jiri, don't you think you should go check your head at a psychiatric hospital? Orange Fruit Company retweeted Selena's post. Maya, with trembling fingers and excitement, also retweeted it. Maya, Miss Lu directly called someone crazy, impressive. She was now Selena's fan. Typically, such clarifications are worded politely and wouldn't start by calling someone crazy. Soon, the crowd that originally gathered under Orange Fruit Company's official website transferred to this new Weibo account of Selena's, leaving comments like, what proof do you have that you're Luo Luo Jiri? Show us evidence, or we'll sue you for defamation. Where's your evidence? Tiara saw the tweet from the real Luo Luo Jiri. Panicked, she quickly called the person who had advised her. Charlotte received Tiara's call and had seen the post as well. She consoled, don't worry, I assume she doesn't have proof. Otherwise, she wouldn't have just posted a clarification like that. Selena only posted a clarifying tweet without providing any proof. Netizens wouldn't buy it. Relieved by Charlotte's reassurance, Tiara sighed, you're right, she didn't show proof. Tiara's family owed a lot of debts. She has always gone street performing every night to earn extra money. Recently, a stranger contacted her. If she pretended to be Luo Luo Jiri, she could receive a sum of money. Burdened by debt, Tiara accepted the task given by the stranger. Money meant everything to her. And it wasn't morally wrong either. After hanging up the call, she looked at her Weibo, imagining herself to be Luo Luo Jiri. Her current account had over 1 million followers. She hoped the real Luo Luo Jiri couldn't provide evidence. After posting, Selena logged out of Weibo. She intended to let the people behind this taste success before leading them to disappointment. Charlotte informed Carly about the real Luo Luo Jiri's post and that she had calmed down Tiara. Checking the Weibo, seeing numerous doubts and curses in the comments section, Carly smiled, Abigail, noted. Without solid proof, who would believe her? As a secretary, sometimes you had to deal with the boss's woman friend's troubles. Selena sat in the car with a stern face, closed the door, and told the driver Denny E, you can drive. Roberto smoked with a cold, handsome face. He had torn off several buttons from frustration. Selena examined the scratch on her hand left by the sharp nails of Shelley. Taking a deep breath, Selena reached out and took the cigarette from Roberto's fingers, extinguishing it in the ashtray. She looked at Roberto, I've arranged for the hospital. Roberto turned to look at her, why go to the hospital? Wanting to scold him, Selena forced herself, blood tests, to see if you've contracted anything. I need one too. Roberto's gaze landed on the scratches on Selena's hand. I'm sorry. His usual tough expression softened. Who would have thought Shelley actually had a boyfriend? She had a boyfriend yet deceived him by claiming to be single. Tonight, Roberto decided to visit Shelley and unexpectedly heard her arguing with her boyfriend. Her boyfriend had an STD. Whenever Roberto kept a woman, he would first confirm if she was single. They both underwent health checks if mutual interest existed. Shelley passed the initial health check. But now, guarantees were no longer certain. Selena gave Roberto a resigned look. A mere scratch on her hand had an extremely low chance of infection, but for Roberto, it was uncertain considering their recent intimate activities. Roberto had fixed bed partners, but he never expected such misfortune. They arrived at the hospital and both had blood tests done. You should let a nurse treat the wound on your hand, Roberto pointed at her red and swollen hand. Before Selena could respond, Mr. Davin's voice came. Little way? Passing by the blood draw corridor, Brogan saw Selena. Silently turning around, Selena faced the approaching man. Initially, she didn't want to tell him about her hospital visit today, but the matter wasn't something easy to discuss. Brogan glanced at Roberto, then lowered his gaze to Selena. Why are you here? It's nothing serious, Selena raised her hand, showing her injured wrist. Just a minor injury. Blood test results would take 5 days. Roberto didn't have much heart in him as he felt utterly defeated. Seeing Selena needed to chat with Brogan, he excused himself. Brogan brought Selena to his rest room, treated her wound with cotton swabs and medicine. Who scratched you? Throwing away the cotton swab, Brogan lifted Selena's face. Bending slightly, he supported himself on the chair armrest. Roberto's woman. Selena made a zipping motion over her lips with 2 fingers. Further details involve the boss's privacy. I can't say. Brogan cast her a sideways glance, his eyes roguishly charming. Selena blushed, leaned closer to him intending to kiss him but decided to wait for the blood test results. Although the chances of contracting something were very low, she wanted peace of mind upon seeing the results. He stroked her red lips with his fingertips. Why aren't you kissing? Selena put on a falsely serious expression. This is a hospital. We can't act recklessly. She tilted her head back to look at him, then suddenly asked in a sentimental tone, Mr. Davon, if I get sick, will you be disgusted with me? What kind of sickness? Brogan raised an eyebrow and asked. STD. #### Chapter 96. No longer want to go to bed? Selena's question was utterly baffling. She suddenly felt as if her brain had short-circuited. Brogan's thin lips curled slightly. I think it's you who has a problem with your head, he remarked, leaving Selena momentarily speechless. How can you say such things to me, she protested. Not wanting to go to bed? Really? Brogan didn't want to continue this nonsensical conversation. Be good and don't talk nonsense. Our private life is very clean, you're just lacking in medical knowledge. When men were being outright sexist, it could be exasperating. Do you want to have dinner together tonight? No, my brain needs treatment. Selena raised an eyebrow, stood up, and nodded with a smile. Thank you, Dr. Davon. I'll be going now. Brogan chuckled softly. He picked up the fussing Selena and carried her horizontally. Selena let out a small cry of surprise, gripping his shirt. He said earnestly, it's Mr. Davon who needs treatment. Don't be angry. Selena laughed, understanding why some girls became overly dramatic after finding boyfriends. It was the charm of their relationship, a sweet one at that. Sure, we can have dinner, but afterward, I need to go back to Exine Khalil community. Brogan, I'll accompany you to Exine Khalil. Selena, no way. Her quick refusal made Brogan narrow his eyes, looking almost dangerous. Why not? I just want to hold you while sleeping, I'm not insisting on anything else. Selena. She had overthought it. A simple hug could work. I'll carry you out. Brogan carried his patient girlfriend out of the lounge. Selena asked him to put her down, but he didn't, continuing to hold her. The handsome man walked down the hallway with a beautiful woman in his arms, an impressive sight. Selena suddenly remembered her first visit to the hospital when Bud carried Carly in the same way. Now, she had Mr. Davon carrying her too. Brogan carried Selena to the parking lot, opened the car door, and gently placed her inside. He leaned in from outside, cradling her head in his hand, and kissed her. She had paused in the lounge earlier, so it was his turn now. At the restaurant, Brogan ordered the dishes Selena loved. Mr. Davon, did you attack the Fraser Corporation because of me? During dinner, Selena asked this question. How did you find out? Brogan didn't deny it but explained, the Fraser Corporation has always been well managed, so causing trouble requires patience. Selena smiled. They both knew better and dropped the topic. That night. As Brogan lazily tried to get into bed, he was pushed by Selena's foot. Sleep on the floor. There's already a mat there, see? Brogan couldn't believe it. Why can't I sleep with you? Selena narrowed her eyes and nudged his thigh with her foot. Remember calling me crazy for lacking medical knowledge? Brogan pouted. I called myself crazy too. He added, anyway, STDs spread through sexual intercourse. We are both considerate partners, so that's not an issue. And as a doctor, I've always been cautious about blood transmission. Dr. Davon was lecturing Selena on medical facts. Selena couldn't help laughing until her stomach ached. When she finally stopped laughing, she insisted, you still sleep on the mat. Brogan grabbed the foot nudging his thigh. Her feet were extremely ticklish, making her quite vulnerable. Brogan, being no fool, started tickling her with just one finger. Can Mr. Davon come to bed now? The drawn-out was almost flirtatious. Brogan. Selena tried to pull her foot away due to the tickling but couldn't muster the strength. Tears welled up in her eyes as she breathed deeply. Fine, fine. Brogan stopped teasing her. With her drained of all energy, the man chuckled softly. Kneeling between her legs, he leaned over her, his fingers unclasping her bra strap at the back. In the morning, as soon as the alarm rang, Selena sat up in bed. Brogan saw her awake. While putting on his belt and trousers, he told her, "There's breakfast in the kitchen, corn porridge." Selena weakly nodded. Brogan went over, pulling her straps back onto her shoulders. "I'm off to work. See you tonight." Brogan headed downstairs, where Hector was waiting by the car. Brogan got in, and Hector followed. "Boss, the ring and dress designers will arrive at 9 with their drafts. Arrange them at Gage Hotel." "Drive," Brogan instructed. Hector replied affirmatively, sending the meeting location to the designers. These renowned designers arrived early and waited in the hotel lobby. One would never expect such a generous client. Just for the engagement ring, several top designers were hired. 10 or so dress designers joined them as well. Half an hour later, Brogan arrived at the hotel. Hector personally guided the designers into a private room. They met the young, handsome man they had heard about. They presented their designs one by one. Choosing a dress was straightforward, but selecting the ring stumped Brogan. He wasn't sure what style Selena preferred. Hector suggested, "Shouldn't you ask Miss Lou?" Brogan thought Hector, being single, wasn't reliable. "I want to surprise little Wazy. How can I surprise her if I ask? Let's go with this design." Engraved Li and G on the ring. Li represented the pinion for pear, and G represented the pinion for ambition. However, to make it more fluent in English, it could be interpreted as Li stood for the pinion of pear, while G stood for the pinion of ambition. This translation maintains the original structure, tone, and style of the Chinese text, ensuring that the story remains coherent and engaging in English. Chapter 97, This feeling is very pleasant. Devonjan, look at those designers. They are all internationally renowned jewelry and fashion designers. How did they all come to Shin City? Carly followed Harris's gaze and saw the manager of Gage Hotel leading a few designers into the restaurant. She hadn't expected to meet world-renowned designers today when she came to check on the engagement venue setup. Carly thought about her wedding dress after the engagement banquet and then the wedding ceremony. If she could have an internationally famous designer design it, it would be something worth boasting about. In the past, these designers probably wouldn't take orders from a minor celebrity like her. But now, Carly felt very confident. As the fiancée of the chairman of Frasershire Group, these designers would more or less give some face. Carly walked over and greeted them with a smile. "Mr. Fiki, hello, I'm sorry to disturb you." She smiled and greeted each of the designers. Mr. Fiki was a foreigner, but he spoke fluent Chinese. He was one of the world's most famous fashion designers, known for combining opulence and elegance in his designs. Many debutantes adored his style. Mr. Fiki stood up politely. "Hello, madam." Carly spoke respectfully and didn't want to keep them long. "It's really delightful to meet you. My fiancé is the chairman of Frasershire Group, and my surname is Xiao. In some time, we will be getting married, and I would like to ask for your help in designing a wedding gown." Her straightforwardness didn't bother Mr. Fiki. Fiki apologized. "I am currently working on a custom order for another client." He had already accepted 2 dresses that Mr. Devon had chosen. Hearing Mr. Fiki's refusal, Carly felt a bit regretful. "Thank you, I won't disturb you during your meal." Another master designer, Chase, knew Waring and had been designing clothing for him for years. However, all arrangements were made through Ashley. Recently, he hadn't received any orders from Ashley. Master designer Chase told Carly, "Vicchio, congratulations to you and Mr. Fraser. I've been designing clothing for Mr. Fraser for several years." Carly smiled with surprise. "Thank you, Mr. Chase." She regretted not having consulted Master Chase first about her wedding gown. She couldn't directly approach Chase in front of Mr. Fiki, so she planned to ask Waring for Master Chase's contact information later. Harris and Carly left the restaurant. Harris lamented, "Actually, I wanted to customize jewelry. How strange, why did all these masters come to Shin City? And their schedules seem to be kept secret." Carly shook her head. "I don't know, maybe there's an event. I plan to visit your brother at Frasershire shortly. Would you like to come along, Min?" Harris winked and laughed. "I won't tag along to be the third wheel." Carly blushed slightly and gave Harris a playful glare. After Harris got into the car, Carly took another vehicle. First, she bought pastries and coffee, which she planned to share with the reception and secretary office at Frasershire. Although Carly rarely visited Frasershire, as the announced future mistress of the house, the receptionists knew her. "Thank you for the coffee and pastries, Vicchio." The receptionist smiled and called Secretary Song before guiding Carly to the chairman's private elevator. When Waring received the call from Brooke that Carly was looking for him, he merely responded casually. Carly arrived at the 20th floor and handed the coffee and pastries to Brooke, taking 1 cup of coffee and walking into the chairman's office. Leeching, Carly approached the desk and placed the coffee down. "I brought coffee for you." She leaned forward and kissed Waring's thin lips. Smiling sweetly, she said, "I went to Gage Hotel today to see how the engagement venue turned out. It was really impressive." Waring rubbed his brow. Okay, if you like it. I met Master Chase today and thought about asking him to design my wedding gown. What do you think? Carly circled the desk, sat on the armrest of the chair, and wrapped her arms around Waring's neck, asking happily. Waring glanced at her, let her stand up, and walked to the sofa. Whatever you decide is fine. Feeling supported by Waring, Carly felt delighted and followed him to the sofa. Then give me Master Chase's contact details so I can reach out to him. Waring lit a cigarette, something he did frequently recently. I don't have his contact details. Peculiar, but Mr. Chase said he has been designing clothes for you for years, Carly said, puzzled. Could he be mistaken? Waring paused, remembering something. Selina had once mentioned finding Master Chase to design clothes for him. At this moment, Carly received a call from Abigail, informing her that she needed to attend a program recording soon. Got it, I'll be there. She hung up and said, Licheng, I need to go record the program. As Carly left the office, she asked Brooke, Secretary Song, do you have Master Chase's contact details? Secretary Song, known for his efficiency, might have a way to get the contact information. Rita Roy, who sat at the adjacent desk, raised her head and said, Vikio, I have Master Chase's contact here. Carly thanked her, great, thank you. She walked over to Rita Roy and saw her open a notebook, finding and copying down Chase's contact information. On the cover of the notebook, Carly saw Selina's name. This was clearly Selina's work notebook. Carly clenched her hand tightly, suddenly understanding everything. It dawned on her why Master Chase had said he designed clothes for Waring for years. It had all been handled by Selina. Feeling irritated, Carly forced a smile, accepting the piece of paper from Rita Roy, thank you. She decided to buy new clothes for Waring after the program recording and replace everything in his wardrobe. Leaving Frasershire Group, Carly threw the crumpled paper with Chase's contact details into the trash bin. By evening, Carly finished her program recording and immediately went shopping for clothes. After returning home with the new outfits, she instructed them to be cleaned immediately and ordered the servants to pack away the old clothes in the closet. The butler reported this to Brooke despite following her instructions. Upon hearing the news, Brooke frowned, put down the phone, and relayed the information to Waring, who was attending a social gathering. Waring excused himself and left, with Brooke following. Upon entering the car waiting at the door, Waring calmly ordered, have someone clean the Jade Garden and deliver all my clothes there. His eyes showed a hint of severity. Brooke called the butler, who promptly arranged for cleaning and moved the packed clothes to the Jade Garden, unbeknownst to Carly. Returning from her bath, towel still in hand, Carly found Waring. Sitting on his lap, she said warmly, you're back. Carly was undoubtedly beautiful, her hair still wet and the bathrobe slightly opened, adding allure. Waring watched her indifferently and extinguished the cigarette between his fingers. The long fingers rested on the woman's delicate neck, tightening slightly. Carly was unaware of this. After a moment, his fingers slid down to open her bathrobe. Carly, leaning weakly against him, her cheeks flushed pink, murmured, you haven't taken a shower yet. The man's long fingers withdrew from the collar of the bathrobe without any sentiment. The butler said you bought me some clothes, he asked in a cool tone. Carly lowered her eyes, avoiding his gaze, and smiled, I wanted to buy you clothes myself, it feels very pleasant. Pleasant? Waring's cold voice echoed the words with an air of examination. His gaze bore into her. Carly's heart skipped a beat. She kissed the man's jawline adoringly and confessed with shining eyes, to be honest, I was jealous. I heard that those clothes were all bought for you by Selina. She was intelligent. And she was adept at gauging his thoughts. Whenever she sensed something amiss, she knew how to steer the situation back in her favor. Waring's lips curled into a faint smile. Precisely because she was so good at reading him, he had been deceived by her. It made him look even more foolish. Note, this translation is adapted to ensure natural English flow while maintaining the original storyline and character dynamics. Chapter 98, It's Just Strange. 10 p.m. Selina turned her head and took a bite of the chip Violet was feeding her. She then typed out a Weibo post. She at the fake Lolo Aziri's account. I gave you a chance, but you didn't take the initiative to admit your mistake. I've already filed a lawsuit against you. At this time of night, many night owls were still active online. It wasn't long after Selina posted using the real Lolo Aziri account that numerous comments began appearing below it. Where's the evidence? Show us the evidence, don't just talk nonsense, right? If you have the guts, show us the evidence first. Is Orange Subs in its death throes? Little Z's company coerced someone, they have already reported it to the police. Seeing the threat of a lawsuit, Tiara felt uneasy. She called the person who had instructed her, she says she's going to sue me. What should I do? Does she really have any evidence? Ms. Rita saw the message and replied, don't worry. I'll pay you the remaining amount now. Of course, Tiara was worried, panic rising within her. However, when she saw the notification of a deposit of 600,000 yuan into her bank account, her anxiety was replaced by joy. 600,000 yuan was income she would earn only after working for a very long time. But her happiness didn't last long. Because the real Lolo Aziri posted the evidence on Weibo. Selina had the habit of recording herself while composing music, although she never showed her face. Every time she composed a song in the past, she recorded it and sent it to Fergus. One of the songs she let Maya sing was something she played for Fergus on his birthday 3 years ago. Back then, Fergus had recorded a video of her playing the guitar with her back to the camera, capturing only down to her neck as she played and sang. Thinking about Fergus, Selena logged out of Weibo. Sherry, I'm going to take a shower and go to bed. Okay. Selena walked into the bedroom and sat on the sofa, leaning back against it, staring up at the ceiling with open eyes. Sometimes, she didn't know why, she felt an inexplicable sense of disgust toward herself. It was just strange. Selena sighed, picked up her phone, and made a call. The phone on the other end was answered. Selena slowly said, "Go for the nanny interview at Imperial Garden Estate." "Understood, Miss Liu, take care of yourself." "Thank you." Season Lara was hiring a new nanny. After hanging up, Selena's expression became complex. Tiara turned pale upon seeing the videos posted by the real Lolo Azairi. It was over. Her fingers trembled as she called the person who had instructed her to impersonate Lolo Azairi, but the number was no longer reachable. Tiara decided to save herself. She issued an apology on Weibo. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to impersonate Lolo Azairi, someone paid me to do it. My family is in debt, my mom is sick, and I have younger siblings to take care of. I've been suffocated by debts, and my family needs me. I am truly sorry to Lolo Azairi, but I really needed the money. Sorry, I am so very sorry." By placing herself in a position of weakness, she believed people would sympathize with her. Tiara's neighbors knew about her circumstances and usually got along well with her, so some were willing to speak up for her. She's a pitiful child. Day and night shifts. If possible, Lolo Azairi, please give her a chance to redeem herself. If I were short on money, I would probably do the same thing. There were two kinds of voices online, one condemning her actions and another advocating forgiveness because she was pitiable. Seeing this, Tiara felt a glimmer of hope. Selena woke up in the morning and checked the information Miguel had sent her before reviewing the Weibo situation. The comment section under the real Lolo Azairi's Weibo post was filled with appeals for leniency towards Tiara. She felt like she was being put on trial by moral high grounders. If she didn't forgive the imposter, she would be perceived as heartless. If she did, some might think she was too saintly. Indeed, whether one was good or bad, it was not easy in this world. Selena's expression remained neutral. She only posted one line on Weibo: "I sympathize with the imposter's plight. See you in court. Wrongdoing is wrongdoing, and I will give your mother money to support your siblings." Netizens? Could it be done this way? Because Selena's post was unassailable, Carly was visibly upset when she saw the Weibo post. Everything lately seemed to go against her. Last night, Warren's scrutinizing gaze nearly scared her to death. Today, the real Lolo Azairi's Weibo further enraged her. This incident, which she planned for so long, ended up doing free publicity for Orange Sub's company, leaving unanswered questions about the true identity of Lolo Azairi. Meanwhile, My Voice had resumed Maya's recording sessions after pausing due to the situation. Just as Carly was troubled, the butler, with Warren's permission, called her regarding the matter. "Vickio, 2 nannies will be coming for interviews at 1 o'clock this afternoon. Should you be there? Why are we suddenly changing the nanny?" Carly frowned. "It's what the master instructed. He wants a more considerate nanny," the butler replied. Upon hearing that it was Warren's instruction, Carly heaved a sigh of relief. His love for the child implied that he had no significant issues with her. Carly decided clearly and told the butler, "You handle the nanny selection." The butler nodded. "Yes." He inwardly sighed. Vickio was obviously more focused on work. While brewing coffee for the dejected Roberto, Selena's phone vibrated with a message. "I passed the interview." Selena glanced at the message, then silently deleted it. Chapter 99, Ainsworth Sun Way, Aha. The office lights were off. The curtains were drawn, blocking out all sunlight from outside. Selena brought coffee into the office. The first thing she saw was the darkened office. "Ashley, how should I punish that Shelley?" The man's voice was sinister. Selena's face darkened as she switched on the lights. Her eyes adjusted to the light, and her gaze landed on Roberto sitting on the sofa with his legs spread wide in a bold pose. His expression was grim. Selena wasn't afraid of him. "Your test results haven't come back yet." She walked over and placed the coffee on the coffee table. Selena roughly knew that Roberto wouldn't let the matter go so easily after being tricked. Roberto's anger hadn't subsided. It was clearly a transaction based on agreed terms, yet, he dared to lie about being single. Not only did she lie about being single, but the boyfriend she introduced had some issues. Roberto scowled. If people in the circle found out, it would damage his reputation. He lifted his gaze to look at Selena standing before him. Selena also looked back at him, waiting for him to speak. Roberto picked up a lighter, pressing it repeatedly, finally letting out a frustrated sentence. "Help me make an appointment to see a urologist." Selena, Roberto's face darkened. "Are you that clueless? Make an appointment for a urology checkup." Selena paused slightly, pulling at the corner of her mouth. "You're not performing well? Antheasy, what are you spacing out for?" Rogan reached out, pulling her into his embrace, tilting her chin to ask. This gentleman's demeanor resembled someone teasing a virtuous lady. They sat on the sofa, with the TV turned on. Selina relaxed against Brogan's chest, sighing softly. Brogan? Her boss might need a psychological evaluation. Brogan's thin lips brushed against her ear. Sighing and zoning out again, tell me what's on your mind. Selina wrapped her arms around his waist and looked up at him. Which urologist in your hospital is the most authoritative? Brogan raised an eyebrow, not expecting her sigh to be because of this. Is it for Roberto? Selina nodded. Brogan sympathized deeply and recommended an elderly doctor to Selina. Go see Dr. Bill Ping, he's an authority in that field. Selina pulled out her phone, entered the hospital's website, and made an appointment for Roberto first. She casually asked, do you want to get checked too? Even if there's nothing wrong, regular health checks aren't bad. Selina felt men should get regular checkups just like women do with gynecological exams. Brogan raised an eyebrow, holding Selina's hand while massaging it. With a chilly tone, he said, you've always complained I'm too vigorous. Are you sure you want me to go? He certainly didn't have any such issues. He was full of vitality. Selina blushed instantly. Brogan, very considerately, asked her, do I need to see a urologist? Say the word and I'll book an appointment. An exemplary boyfriend. Selina. Brogan's gaze deepened as he smiled lazily. Selina wanted to sit up straight and not be held. But this man had a powerful grip, and no matter how she struggled, she couldn't get free. As they tussled, Brogan smiled faintly. Focus on the TV, don't move around. She had said she'd finish this episode before going to bed, so Brogan stayed with her. The TV was playing a sweet, naive romantic short drama. The domineering male lead held the sweet and naive female lead tightly. Ainsworth's son, don't provoke me, or you'll bear the consequences. Selina. Because Brogan was watching this show with her, she felt extremely embarrassed. Brogan glanced thoughtfully down at the quiet woman in his arms, then looked back at the TV. Ainsworth's son Wei. In a low, lazy voice right above her head, the man suggested, let's go to sleep. Selina's brain heated up immediately. Tonight, Brogan was destined to be kicked out of the bedroom by Selina and sleep on the sofa. To call her Ainsworth's son Wei, indeed. In the middle of the night, Selina suddenly wanted to turn over. She felt uncomfortable, but her legs seemed pinned down. Her mind wasn't fully awake. Someone was pressing heavily on top of her. She opened her eyes. There was a small light on in the bedroom. Selina squinted, and her first sight was the handsome face of the man. His jawline was tight, and the bathrobe was no longer on him, exposing his powerful chest. Selina's mind was still foggy as she blinked, gradually regaining her senses. How did you get in here? She had locked the door. I have a key, Brogan smiled when he saw she was awake. While Selina was still shocked about the key to her bedroom. This man didn't succeed in sleeping on the floor or even the sofa. Selina bit her red lip. Brogan whispered near her ear, voice rough and dangerously low, Ainsworth's son Wei, let's cuddle and sleep. Selina. Brogan lowered his gaze to the blushing Selina under him, leaning closer to her ear to say something sweet. Selina finally reacted. She instinctively glanced at his thin lips. Such a lethal man. In the morning, after having breakfast, Selina looked up at the man opposite her. Wiping her red lips, she said, I'm going to work now. Brogan folded his arms, feigning hurt. So you're going to work just like that? Selina pretended not to hear. Mr. Devon insisted firmly, tonight, I'm sleeping in the bed. Sure, you can sleep in the bed tonight. After rinsing her mouth, Selina carried her small handbag out of the bedroom, changing shoes by the door. After putting on her shoes and opening the door, she stepped out and leaned against the door frame, poking her head back inside to say to Brogan, tonight, Z Devon and I have plans. You'll be sleeping in the bed alone, ha ha ha. She laughed triumphantly. The door slammed shut. Brogan almost burst into laughter. At that moment, his phone rang. It was a call from Hero. Hero teased, Brother Devon, I invite you out every night, and you say you're accompanying your girlfriend. Tonight's my birthday, are you free? Come for a couple of drinks? Hold on, Brogan said lazily, I need to inform Antheazy first. Hero? Not even a strict wife would act like that. Without hanging up, Brogan switched to WeChat and typed into Selina's chat. Brogan, Ainsworth's son Wei, Tonight Hero invited your man out for drinks. Selina received the message soon after leaving home. She stared at Ainsworth's son Wei, for a second before replying to Mr. Devon. Selina, expressionless, noted. Amused by Selina's reply, he told Hero on the other end, see you tonight. Before Hero could add more, Brogan hung up. A black car drove along the road. Stopping at the dock, it was halted. The window rolled down, revealing Bud's face. Get out of the car. Two big men approached. Bud got out, and one of them scanned him with a metal detector. Finding no dangerous objects, they allowed him to enter. At the dock stood a cruise ship. Following the men, Bud boarded the ship. Inside, there were guards stationed at every few steps. With a composed expression, Bud followed the guard onto the deck. A man sat on the sofa, covered in tattoos, revealing a strong chest. Holding Selena's photo in his hand, he asked, "Is this the woman you want?" Bud, with indifferent eyes, walked over and took the photo. "Does Hanley plan to cooperate with me?" Hanley smiled warmly. "Daring to compete with Brogan for a woman, I admire you. Let's work together happily." Translation ends. Chapter 100, It's truly great to know you. Roberto went to the hospital for a urology appointment today. With the boss not in, Selena punched out on time this evening. On her drive back home to Exine Khalil community, she received a call from Maya. The line was filled with noisy sounds. Then she heard Maya's voice, "Miss Liu, I'm in room 1 at Chinshu Bar and have been accosted." Maya sounded extremely panicked. There were banging noises from the bathroom door as someone beckoned Maya to sing. "I'll be there shortly." Selena frowned. What's going on? Orangeness wouldn't allow artists to drink with customers. However, she needed to wait and find out more about what was happening later on. Maya anxiously hung up. Immediately after, Selena called her bodyguards and turned the steering wheel to head straight to Chinshu Bar first. She left a message for Violet. "Sherry, I've got something to settle at Chinshu Bar and won't be able to go out with you tonight." Chinshu Bar was bright with neon lights in the evening. Men and women were having fun inside. Dressed in a red dress, Selena walked in and was sized up from head to toe by some guests. She directly asked the server about the direction of room 1. When Selena arrived outside room 1, 2 burly men were guarding the entrance. They gave her one look. Selena initially thought they would stop her but did not. She pushed the door open and entered. There was various entertainment equipment in the private room, and the mood between the male and female guests seemed to be pretty cozy. Selena saw several familiar faces from the upper circles. Selena scanned the room to locate Maya. And the people in the room also caught sight of Selena as she entered. Selena found Maya. Maya had been forced onto the sofa by a man. This reminded Selena instantly of Cristo. "You stay with me for one night, I'll give you better resources. Isn't that good?" "Stop pretending," the man slurred, his breath reeking of alcohol. "Stop being such a prude." Maya bit her lip, struggling hard while very angry, but her strength couldn't match the drunk man's. With a stern expression, Selena walked over, picking up a bottle of wine from the table. With a clattering sound, she hit the bottle against the table, breaking it into 2 halves. She grabbed the man's hair forcefully and pulled it back, pressing the sharp broken end of the wine bottle to his neck. "Don't move." Originally, everyone did not pay much attention to Selena, only now they felt stunned. The man only felt pain in his scalp, realizing that a sharp object was pressed against his neck. He heard a woman's voice. "You bitch, how dare you touch me?" Selena scoffed, "Sorry, I smell good." At this point, Maya stood up from the sofa, trembling all over. "Miss Liu." The activities in the private room paused momentarily. "Selena, you're no longer Mrs. Fraser, only a divorced woman. Why do you dare to cause a commotion here?" Clara stood up, frowning. "Release my cousin." People in the room could easily ruin Selena given her current status. Selena glanced at Clara and recognized this girl who mocked their house purchase, yet used the woman's card to make the payment. Selena ignored Clara and asked Maya, "Are you okay?" Maya nodded. Harris stepped out of the toilet just then, catching sight of Selena threatening Emilio with a broken wine bottle. Selena didn't notice Harris. The 2 guards at the door were called in. Due to the hostage in Selena's hand, the 2 strongmen did not dare to attack Selena recklessly. "Damn. Today is second young Master Sue's birthday, and you actually dared to come here to provoke trouble? If you don't let him go, neither the Sue family nor the Yi family will let you off. Pretty bold, huh?" Selena raised an eyebrow. "Second young Master Sue? Landon? What a coincidence." Maya looked at Selena with concern. She had dialed Selena in desperation. She didn't expect her to actually come. If she reported it, she didn't know what crazy reports the media might come up with, and if she wasn't in the entertainment circle, reporting it would still have been the better choice. But Selena did come. Previously scared, Maya subconsciously called Selena but now felt a bit regretful for involving her. This young lady also showed a tough character. She picked up another bottle and split it like Selena did, glaring fiercely at the 2 big guys with the knife-like glass. Selena's eyes flickered, a hint of smile curling on her red lips. Just then, someone opened the door. A man in a white shirt swept his deep gaze lightly around. Seeing Selena, he paused momentarily. Examining her, seeing she was unharmed. He sat down on the sofa upon entering the room. Brogan waved his hand towards Selena. "Way Ainsworth's son, come over here and sit." "Selena. Did Landon invite you to have drinks here?" Selena noted the decorations in the room and balloons, wondering how second young Master Sue chose to celebrate his birthday in a bar. Clara looked suspiciously at the man sitting on the sofa. Wasn't this Selena's boyfriend suspected to be working as a male escort? Some people probably knew Brogan was from Devon family in Frazier City and wisely kept themselves out of the matter. "Beauty, calm down, release me first, and I promise not to hold a grudge." Emilio held his breath, fearing the sharp edge of the bottle might slip. Landon came back after making a phone call and saw the strangely quiet scene in the private room. Seeing Landon, Clara felt like she had seen a savior and quickly spoke. "Second young Master Sue, Selena came to smash your party." "Landon?" Selena watched Landon with an indescribable smile. Turning around, Landon saw Brogan smiling gently at him. Landon walked toward Selena. "Miss Lou, please leave him to me, apologies for tonight." Although he still didn't know what happened. Selena released Emilio's hair. Landon suddenly kicked Emilio. Emilio fell forward, smashing into the table, his head hurting badly. Clara covered her mouth and screamed in shock, feeling weak at the knees. Confused murmurs echoed around Landon and Selena. Brogan stood up, walking beside Selena, holding her wrist. Taking away the wine bottle from her hand and tossing it to the ground, he said, "You should call me when there's trouble." The man hugged her shoulder, stepping on the back of Emilio who was trying to get up. "I know I'm wrong, don't kick me." Emilio wailed pathetically on the ground. "Louise, let's go home, there's nothing entertaining here." Brogan bent down to ask Selena. Seeing her nod, he wrapped an arm around her and walked out of the room. "Maya is leaving." Selena beckoned Maya. "Maya, oh, all right." She put down the wine bottle and followed Selena out of the room. Outside the room, the bodyguards Selena called were waiting. Noticing Brogan in the room, they didn't intrude. Selena and company left. However, Landon still had to explain to Brogan what had happened. Hooking a finger, he called for information on exactly what transpired. The two strong men sent Emilio to the hospital. The matter was simple. Emilio tried to molest the female star Maya. While such incidents were common, it was quite bold to do so on his birthday. Harris wanted to lower her profile, but Clara saw her. Clara glared at Harris. "Was it intentional? If you hadn't recommended Maya, we wouldn't have invited her to sing." Harris shook her head. "I truly didn't know. I just recently enjoyed her music and thought she was good, hence the recommendation." Actually, she intended to help Carly take revenge but didn't expect Maya to know Selena. Overhearing this conversation, Landon eyed Harris coldly. "I don't want to see Miss Fraser at any event where I'm present in the future." It effectively barred Harris from appearing in the circle. Harris's face instantly paled. Tonight's birthday party was arranged by a few close acquaintances of Landon. Generally, Landon did not care who they invited since these were purely fun events. Yet it brought misfortune this time. Harris bit her lip and ran out of the private room in shame and anger. She went to D. Frazier Yuan. Carly took a tissue to wipe Harris's tears, her eyes slightly darkening. "Selena knows Maya?" Harris said resentfully, "Yes, she knows." Although Maya also had the surname Lee, she had no relation whatsoever to the Lee family. Who would have thought? Selena actually knew Maya. Carly's lips curled up, her gaze filled with coldness. Knowing each other is really something great. Note, the last line is translated to maintain the tone and context from the original Chinese text. ##### Chapter 101, Wild Passion. Selena and Brogan didn't head back immediately after leaving Chinshu Bar. She had her bodyguard send Maya home first. Silently, she sat in the passenger seat while Brogan took the driver's seat. "Ainsworth Sun Way," he called out as he started the car. Selena blinked her slightly red eyes, gazing out the window. Recalling Christo's actions, Selena thought of that humiliating night and the child they could never have. All she had ever wanted was simple, a peaceful home. Yet, sometimes achieving that peace seemed impossible. "Little Way, look at me." He stopped the car and looked into her eyes with his dark gaze. Outside, the city sparkled with lights. Inside, it was just the two of them in silence. Selena's lashes fluttered, and she turned away, avoiding eye contact. Brogan sighed, unfastened his seatbelt, leaned over, and cupped her face in his hands. "What are you looking at?" Selena asked in a hoarse voice. Brogan stared into her reddened eyes, kissed her brow gently, and smiled faintly. "Mr. Devon will take you somewhere to forget your troubles." Selena pressed her lips together. Brogan fastened his seatbelt, placed his hands on the steering wheel, and started the engine. The car gradually left the bustling city and entered the highway. "Little Way, put on your sunglasses." Obediently, Selena put on her sunglasses. On a stretch where speeding was allowed, Brogan hit the gas. Wind blew through the open window, messing up Selena's hair, carrying all her worries away. At a rest stop, they got out to buy water and use the restroom before continuing their journey. Selena didn't ask where they were headed. Shielding her mouth from the wind, she began singing a song she had composed. This life, day by day, every minute, every second, blood flows slowly. Living like this, living, asterisk. She intentionally sang off-key for a few lines before stopping, aware it might disturb others late at night. Despite only Brogan being around, it felt eerie. Brogan chuckled, hearing her sing out of tune for the first time. Though it sounded terrible, he didn't mind. As dawn approached, they finally stopped. Mountains and roads stretched endlessly around them. They squatted roadside, eating instant noodles. Selena fed Brogan bite by bite, indulging in a moment of madness. A surge of adrenaline raced through them. This place wasn't Shenzhen anymore but close to Changzhou City. Selena munched on dry noodles and pouted. "Why is my noodle spicy? It's making my tongue numb." The noodles hadn't been seasoned yet, so there was no way it could be spicy. Brogan nodded seriously. Sorry, I must have bought the wrong flavor. Their minds clicked in perfect harmony, filled with whimsical thoughts. I want to taste more spiciness, Selena said, staring at Brogan's lips. Brogan couldn't help but laugh. All right. He held the back of her head, pulling her closer. Sunlight bathed them both in its early glow. Selena summarized with a furrowed brow. Dragon's breath chili? Her tongue felt like it was burning up. Dragon's breath was one of the world's spiciest chilies. Kissing her lightly, Brogan finally laughed aloud. Yes, it's dragon's breath. Selena smiled radiantly, and Brogan couldn't help but smile back, deeper and darker. Standing up, Selena extended her hand. Brogan raised an eyebrow but placed his hand in hers. She pulled him up, wrapping one arm around his neck. Mr. Devon, let's go back to the car, I'm sleepy. Brogan opened the rear door, letting Selena climb in and lean against the seat. He joined her, holding her closely. She nestled against his chest, yawning before closing her eyes. Sleep for a while. After driving all night, even Brogan felt exhausted. They slept side by side, hands intertwined. Upon waking again, instead of returning to Shenzhen, they chose to enter Changzhou City. They selected a hotel to shower and rest. Before showering, Selena checked for cameras using methods she learned from online videos. Safety clear. Brogan quickly picked her up and carried her into the bathroom. Save time, we'll shower together. Oh. Mr. Devon, you're really something, she commented, admiring how energetic he still was despite driving all night. The sound of running water couldn't mask the intimate sounds within. Brogan humorously grabbed a towel to dry her body. Showering together didn't save time after all. He carried her out of the bathroom, and she felt limp in his arms. I'll ask the hotel staff for food, don't fall asleep, okay? If she slept, she wouldn't be able to eat. Changing clothes, Brogan stepped out, thankful for spare outfits in his car. Selena picked up her phone and saw a scrambled message. Lozi Gutao and I. It was a coded message from the nanny planted by Gale.